In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, 2 years after the Summit War on an island in the New World, a young man wakes up only to be chased by a group of pirates. Brothers don't let him escape. He's holding a devil fruit. What? That's the legendary fruit that grants superpowers when eaten. We absolutely cannot let him get away. And even if we don't eat it, just selling it could fetch over 100 million berries. A group of unkempt, scarred pirates slowly approach the sleeping young man, but their voices are not low. In their eyes, the young man is already their prey. Long Zaitian opens his eyes in a daze, looking around. What the hell? Long Zaitian, though still groggy, is not stupid. Seeing the overwhelming numbers and long blades, he knows they are not friendly, so he turns and runs. Chase him. Don't let him get away. The pirate's loud shouts startle birds into flight. Long Zaitian runs while hitting his head. What's going on? Wasn't I just watching One Piece? How did I end up here? Feeling the deep malice behind him, Long Zaitian slaps his own face twice. Wake up. But his face does not feel pain, instead it feels somewhat soft. Long Zaitian looks at his palm in confusion, focusing. What the heck? What is this thing? In his hand, a fruit suddenly appears, pink with various patterns, and the strangest thing is that it has 2 wings on its back. What is this thing? Long Zaitian tries to shake off the fruit, but it seems to be stuck to his hand. No matter how he shakes it, it won't come off. He's about to eat the devil fruit. Hurry up. The pirates behind see him raise his arm and think he's going to eat it. Don't let him eat it. The pirate leader Wu Di commands his men. Second squad go around from the other side, surround him, form a pincer attack. Long Zaitian learns from their words that what he holds is the legendary devil fruit. What the heck? Devil fruit. Did I transmigrate into the world of One Piece? Where is the system? Where is the cheat ability? Come out now. Long Zaitian screams at the air. Boss, what is he doing? A subordinate looks at Long Zaitian's puzzling actions, somewhat confused. Not good. He might be calling for reinforcements. This must be some secret code between his crew. Pirate Wu Di orders his men to use guns. He originally didn't want to use weapons, afraid of damaging the precious devil fruit. But seeing that the enemy had called for help, he feared further delay would be disadvantageous. Their pirate crew hasn't had a successful job in a long time. Now that they've finally found a devil fruit, it can relieve their urgent need. How could they let it slip away? After all, without work, a pirate crew can't support so many men. System daddy, you brought me here, at least give me a newbie gift pack. Long Zaitian has tried every method but got no response. Could it be? He stares at the fruit in his hand for a few seconds. Damn, what kind of fruit is this? I've never seen this before. Even though Long Zaitian has rewatched the entire story 3 times, he has never seen this fruit. Will eating this kill me? Bang. A bullet lands at Long Zaitian's feet. This makes his already panicked heart even more afraid. He instinctively stops, looking ahead. Haha, aren't you a fast runner? Keep running. We finally caught you. Several pirates suddenly appear in front of him, the ones Wu Di sent on the shortcut. Keep running. The pirates behind catch up, and dozens of people directly encircle Long Zaitian in the center. System, please appear now. Long Zaitian, seeing no way out, places his hope in the system again. After all, he has read many transmigration novels, and almost all of them have a system. He also practiced all the methods he had read in novels. But the system still did not appear. Don't shoot. I don't know anything. Long Zaitian raises his hands above his head. He doesn't want to, but with dozens of people pointing guns at him, he has no choice. Oh, now you surrender. Where was that earlier? The pirate leader Wu Di pats his heaving chest. This kid sure can run. Good thing I was smart and split our forces. Come on, you were so fast before, keep running. One of Wu Di's subordinates grits his teeth at him. Boss, if you hadn't chased me, I wouldn't have run. Long Zaitian replies with a mournful face. Heaven knows what he just went through. I woke up and saw a group of people chasing me with knives. How could I not run? You sure have a big mouth. The subordinate is furious, not expecting the guy to talk back. Bang. The subordinate fires another shot at Long Zaitian's feet. I'm sorry. Long Zaitian jumps in fright. I'll give you 3 seconds to toss the fruit over here, and maybe we'll let you go. Wu Di looks at the fruit in Long Zaitian's hand, not wasting words. His eyes turn into berry shapes. The boss is talking to you, you hear. Long Zaitian nods obediently, but inside he is cursing. Heaven and earth is my witness. It's not that I don't want to give it, but this fruit is stuck to my hand, I can't take it off. 3. Wu Di sees that Long Zaitian speaks well, but does nothing, and the veins on his forehead bulge with anger. System, come out, your host is about to be killed. The air is silent. 2. When Wu Di says 2, his tone is noticeably heavier. This kid really won't cry until he sees the coffin. Long Zaitian finally looks at the fruit in his hand. Forget it. Since I can't take it off, I'll eat it. Better than dying under these pirates' guns. Without hesitation, Long Zaitian bites into the mysterious fruit. Yuck, what kind of taste is this? So disgusting. His stomach instinctively rejects the flesh, but to survive he forces it down. Damn, you tricked me. Wu Di is stunned for a moment, then bursts into rage. He fires several shots at Long Zaitian's head. Clang, clang, clang. But a protective barrier appears around Long Zaitian, shielding him completely. The bullets, just fired, all fall to the ground. What is going on? Everyone present is stunned. Just then, a mechanical voice sounds in Long Zaitian's ear. System loading. Boo-hoo. System, you finally showed up. Long Zaitian now wants to hug the system and pour out his heart. System binding successful. Welcome to the resurrection fruit, which can revive dead characters from the One Piece world. Since this is the host's first transmigration, the system provides 3 characters for the host to revive. Think carefully before choosing. The system's voice suddenly disappears, and then 3 character panels appear before him. Long Zaitian's eyes almost pop out in shock. Roxy, Jaibeck, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Blackarm, Zephyr. Are the newcomer gift packs really this powerful now? A stellar opening hand. Any one of these characters is a force capable of stirring colossal waves across this sea. Rox needs no elaboration, although he appeared only briefly in the manga, his strength is not to be underestimated. His was a pirate crew that required the combined might of Roger and Garp to defeat Edward Newgate. Doesn't the title the author bestowed upon him, the strongest man in the world, say it all? He was the most radiant presence at the Summit War. As for Zephyr, despite his setbacks in the movie, he was still an admiral. Without the protection of protagonist's plot armor, he would certainly be a match for Sengoku. Witnessing their glorious achievements, Long Zaitian shed tears of excitement. Though he longed to say, only children make choices, why a man want them all. But the system clearly stated that only one could be revived. This left Long Zaitian indecisive. Choose well, and he'd be king of the pirates. Choose poorly, and he'd be king of thieves. Before Long Zaitian could react, the system continued its introduction. The host must complete tasks to return to the original world. Long Zaitian was taken aback. And what if I fail? Every task is time-sensitive. Failure will result in the host's death. The system's icy voice echoed within Long Zaitian's mind. Damn, death. Long Zaitian hadn't expected the system to play for such high stakes. Truthfully, the moment those 3 characters appeared, Long Zaitian was completely stunned. Now hearing that he would die if he failed the missions, he was utterly petrified. Suddenly, a thought struck him: would the revived character be at their peak or in their declining years? This was a critical question. Take Whitebeard, Edward Newgate for instance. In his youth, he was unstoppable, slaying all who stood before him. He clashed with the pirate king Gold Roger for days on end without a clear victor. But the aging Whitebeard, his health was steadily deteriorating. Though his strength remained, it was no longer at its zenith. Thus age was of utmost importance. Across the entire world of pirates, aside from the hero of the Marines, Garp, everyone else was affected by age to some extent. System: at what stage of strength is the revived hero? Long Zaitian was determined to question the system thoroughly, for he knew many hosts had been duped by their systems in these stories. The system's frigid voice responded. The revived character will be at their peak strength, but will retain all memories from the moment of their death. Upon hearing this, Long Zaitian was ecstatic. Peak state. Wow. Long Zaitian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the information of the 3 Emperor-class characters before him. Character: Roxy, Jaibeck. Title: Captain of the Rocks Pirates. Achievement: Sovereign of the Seas. Bounty: 693,000 berries. His very title alone was enough to shake the world. Character: Edward Newgate. Title: Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Achievement: The strongest man in the world. Hockey Conquerors, Hockey Armament, Hockey Observation, Hockey. Weapon: Murakamajiri Supreme Grey Blade. Bounty: 5046000 berries. Whitebeard deeply appealed to Long Zaitian both in terms of personal charisma and combat prowess. Gazing at the lengthy descriptions, Long Zaitian suppressed his excitement and looked at the final one. Character: Zephyr. Title: Supreme Commander of the Inyo Marines. Achievement: Blackarm, Zephyr the Non-Killing Admiral. Hockey Armament, Hockey Observation, Hockey. Weapon: Iron Arm Crusher. Bounty: 329,000 berries. Zephyr might not be the strongest or have the highest bounty, but he was undoubtedly the most accomplished educator of the 3. His former students were admirals and vice-admirals. Had that chain of tragedies not occurred, perhaps his strength could have reached even greater heights. Long Zaitian felt a sense of injustice for Zephyr. He had devoted his entire life to the Marines, yet in the end they allowed his sworn enemy to become a warlord. After much deliberation, Long Zaitian ultimately chose Whitebeard. His primary reason for not choosing Rox was simply unfamiliarity. The author had never properly delved into his preferences. If he were to accidentally offend him, it would surely mean certain death. His character was unknown. He might even repay kindness with enmity. Remember, he was the captain of the Rocks Pirates. If he wouldn't intervene in his own crew's infighting, would he care about a mere savior? So choosing him was unwise unless he had the strength to protect himself. As for not choosing Zephyr, the reasoning was similar. What if Zephyr mistook him for a pirate and attacked without listening to explanations? That would be a disaster. After all, anyone who had seen the movie knew just how deep Zephyr's hatred for pirates ran. The final option was Whitebeard. It wasn't that he had no flaws. It was quite possible that immediately after his revival he would start trying to recruit him as a son. That would be quite overwhelming. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Becoming Whitebeard's son meant one could roam the seas with impunity under his formidable reputation. Moreover, Whitebeard valued loyalty above all. He wouldn't repay kindness with enmity or resort to violence without provocation. Unless one were to touch his scales. The only question was whether the Gura Nomi was still available. It was currently 2 years after the Summit War, though the exact date was unclear. The presence of Zephyr among the revival candidates indicated that he had already died. And Zephyr's death occurred exactly 2 years after the Summit War. At this point, the Gura Nomi should be in the hands of Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. According to the established rules of this world, the power of a single devil fruit cannot manifest in two people simultaneously. So it was uncertain who possessed the Gura Gura no Mi at this moment. But the most pressing matter was to deal with these pirates. I choose Edward Newgate. Ding. Reviving character. Revival progress 1. What the hell? It wasn't an instant revival. It seemed he'd have to stall for some more time. Boss, it looks like we can't break through the barrier around him. Yeah, we fired several shots and nothing's happening. Wu Di stared with a hateful glare. Keep attacking. I don't believe he won't come out. Come out, you coward. You spineless wretch. No matter how much the pirates taunted, Long Zaitian remained unmoved. Just as the pirates were about to give up, the protective shield surrounding Long Zaitian vanished. Boss, look at that kid. Wu Di was about to take a break when he heard his subordinate's exclamation. He turned his head to glance at Long Zaitian, wondering what trick he was up to now. The barrier that had been shielding Long Zaitian had disappeared, leaving him standing there looking bewildered. Hahaha, boy. Finally done playing turtle. Wu Di assumed Long Zaitian had exhausted his energy and could no longer maintain the barrier. Men, get him. Seeing Long Zaitian standing still, without any sign of resistance, Wu Di guessed he was scared, as the pirates slowly crept closer. Revival progress 40. Long Zaitian looked up at Wu Di, utterly serious. I'll give you one piece of advice. Huh. Wu Di raised his hand, signaling his men to halt, curious as to what advice this kid could possibly offer. Take your people and leave, and we'll pretend this never happened. Resurrection progress 70. The pirates fell into a brief silence, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Hahaha, you're killing me. You're still acting tough when you're about to die. Is this kid scared stupid by our boss? Still daring to threaten us? Yeah, we're not leaving. What can you do to us? The pirates paid no heed to Long Zaitian's words at all. What a joke. If they were scared off by a single sentence, then they wouldn't be pirates at all. Alas, good advice is wasted on the damned. Resurrection progress 99. Just as the pirates rushed forward, a curtain of light descended from the sky. Everyone's eyes were blinded, forcing them to shield their faces with their hands. Gururara. A bold and hearty voice echoed from within the light. He's here. The strongest man in the world is here. Long Zaitian was extremely excited. His legs couldn't stop trembling. This was his favorite character in all of One Piece, bar none. The surrounding pirates sensed something amiss and began to panic. What the hell? Who knows, maybe it's another trick of that brat. Then what are we waiting for? Let's all rush him. Several pirates charged toward the light. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared before them. So this is the legendary height of 666 centimeters. That's insane. Long Zaitian craned his neck to look up at the mountain-like being before him. He was a diehard One Piece fan, so he knew every beloved character inside out. This is... Wu Di stared blankly at the giant. His face bore a crescent-shaped white mustache that curved upward, flowing golden hair. His massive chest muscles radiated raw power, and he wore a cape with a gold-fringed white base. The scar on his chest seemed to be his badge of honor, deliberately displayed for all to see. Anyone who hadn't just started their pirate career would recognize this legendary figure. Especially that iconic mustache. It wasn't something anyone could imitate. With his last ounce of strength, he had shouted, "One Piece is real." That cry was etched into the hearts of countless pirates watching the live broadcast. He endured 267 sword wounds, 152 bullets, and 46 cannonballs, yet still died standing. An image no one could ever forget. Most importantly, his back bore not a single scar from fleeing. In all the world, perhaps no one but a Logia user could achieve that. This era was named Whitebeard. Every pirate present dropped to their knees with a thud. WH. Whitebeard, slap me quick. This can't be real, it's impossible. Didn't Whitebeard die in the Paramount War 2 years ago? How is he here? All the pirates wore expressions of utter shock. They trembled as if they had seen a ghost. When Whitebeard first set sail, these punks weren't even born yet. Wu Di was so terrified he lost all composure, even wetting his pants. All his arrogance was gone. Whitebeard, as if just waking from a nap, scratched his head. Gururara, where is this? He planted Mura Kamajiri into the ground and looked around. Whitebeard, it was I who revived you. Can you help me drive these pirates away? Long Zaitian shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. Revived? Whitebeard pondered for a moment. Could it be that he wasn't dead? Kid, don't you dare bluff. Whitebeard turned and looked down at Long Zaitian, who barely reached his knee. His skeptical tone was unmistakable. Whitebeard, if you chase these pirates away, I'll tell you everything that happened. Long Zaitian, clutching at his last straw, pointed at Wu Di's pirate crew. All right. You don't seem like a liar, but if you're fooling me, haha. Whitebeard stared at him for a few seconds, then raised a fist the size of a sandbag. No, more like a boulder. He gestured twice in front of Long Zaitian, the meaning crystal clear. If Long Zaitian dared to deceive him, he'd likely be punched straight into the sky. Whitebeard turned to face the surrounding pirates. If you're not gone in 3 seconds, you'll lie here forever. His words carried no emotion, domineering, as always. 3. The moment he spoke, the pirates scattered like mice seeing a cat. Their speed even stunned Long Zaitian. If they had chased him with that speed earlier, they'd have caught him long ago. All right, kid, time to explain what's going on. Whitebeard sat cross-legged on the ground, propping his head up as he recalled. Long Zaitian stared at the fact that even sitting Whitebeard towered over him, and he swallowed hard. Even seated, Whitebeard's presence was terrifying, like having 2 boulders pressed on your chest, making it hard to breathe. Long Zaitian dared not hide anything except for the part about him being from another world. He told everything else. After all, if he said he was a time traveler, Whitebeard probably wouldn't believe him. Whitebeard listened and said in a deep voice, "You mean you obtained the revive fruit, and that's how you brought me back?" When Long Zaitian nodded affirmatively, Whitebeard couldn't help but marvel at how strange this world was. Then he asked what had happened in the past 2 years. Long Zaitian answered according to the plot he remembered. In the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Marines held a massive draft, and Akainu and Akiji fought for the position of Fleet Admiral, with Akainu emerging victorious. After saying that, Long Zaitian realized what he had done and froze. Damn, why did he have to mention Akainu? He looked nervously at Whitebeard before him. Everyone knew Akainu was Whitebeard's archenemy. He had killed Whitebeard's beloved son Ace. How could he have forgotten that? His brain must have short-circuited. However, Whitebeard did not fly into a rage. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. That magma brat actually became Fleet Admiral. Who would have thought? Ace. Whitebeard murmured sadly, then looked at Long Zaitian. Kid, you said earlier that you can revive people, right? Long Zaitian was taken aback, then nodded. Can you revive Ace? If you can bring Ace back, I'll give you anything you want. Seeing Long Zaitian nod, Whitebeard grew excited. But then Long Zaitian shook his head. What do you mean? Were you lying to me all along? Whitebeard frowned displeased. No, I'm not lying. It's just that reviving others requires certain conditions. Long Zaitian had already asked the system if he could revive more people. The system's answer was the revive fruit cannot revive others at will. You must complete tasks to earn a revival chance, and each revival is limited to 1 person. Ding. The system has issued a mission. Host, please check it. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Long Zaitian dealt with Whitebeard while checking the mission out of the corner of his eye. Mission: reach a bounty of 1 billion berries. Reward: the chance to revive any 1 person. Time limit: 1 week. All of this was within Long Zaitian's expectations. After all, if there's a system, could a mission be far behind? What's the condition? Spit it out. The flame of hope was reignited in Whitebeard's eyes. For Ace, Whitebeard had countless words he desperately wished to share. Yet the Paramount War was critical, affording no time for lengthy conversation. Most importantly, he never expected Ace to sacrifice his own chance of survival for the sake of his honor. As Whitebeard, he admired Ace's decision, but as a father, he deemed it foolish. Protecting one's son is a father's duty. Memories flashed through Whitebeard's mind from the initial ambush to Ace becoming the 2nd Division commander. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had reddened. My fruit is a bit peculiar. It requires my own bounty to reach 1 billion before I can revive someone. Long Zaitian felt a bit helpless as this condition was not his own doing. A bounty of 1 billion. Whitebeard's eyebrow arched slightly, clearly dismissive of the figure. Gururara, and here I thought it was some major condition. A mere 1 billion berries. Whitebeard laughed heartily at the sky. Back when I was on Rock's ship, I already had over 1 billion berries on my head. Boy, what's your current bounty? Long Zaitian was taken aback, then admitted, I don't have a bounty yet. Of course, Long Zaitian had only just transmigrated. The Marines likely hadn't even discovered him yet. How could he have a bounty? What? You don't even have a bounty. How could you? Whitebeard stopped himself abruptly, remembering he needed this boy's help and couldn't afford to offend him. Ahem. So what's your plan now? Hearing Whitebeard's question, Long Zaitian grew excited. Whitebeard was going to help him raise his bounty. Long Zaitian thought for a moment, then made a bold decision. Whitebeard, I have an idea. I'm not sure if I should suggest it. Whitebeard thumped his chest resolutely. Speak your mind. I'm Whitebeard. Long Zaitian smiled with satisfaction. I want to go punch a celestial dragon. Dare you? Oh. Whitebeard was visibly stunned, then took a closer look at the boy before him. Boy, do you even know who the celestial dragons are? Whitebeard's tone grew serious. He wondered if this boy was clever or simply reckless. Clever because he knew how to boost his bounty quickly, out reckless because he chose the most troublesome opponent. Of course I do. If we succeed, my bounty will hit 1 billion berries. Long Zaitian was extremely confident. Oh. You're that confident? Whitebeard was skeptical. He didn't see any combat ability in this boy. Could he have some secret weapon? And then Whitebeard was dumbfounded. Because you are the one punching the celestial dragon. Long Zaitian chuckled. Whitebeard. Long Zaitian spread his hands. Aside from reviving people, I have no other powers. We'll just announce that I'm your captain, and that punching the celestial dragon was all my plan. Naturally, his bounty would skyrocket after that. After all, the Marines don't set bounties based on strength, but on the level of threat one poses to the world government. Being able to command a Yonko-level fighter in battle would mean he must be even stronger than a Yonko, and thus a greater threat. Whitebeard caught on to Long Zaitian's scheme and laughed heartily. Boy, you've certainly got a clever head on your shoulders. Gururar. Alright, you can be the captain for a few days. If you truly revive Ace, you can be the captain for life. Long Zaitian couldn't believe it. Really? Being Whitebeard's captain permanently. It was something no one would dare believe. I am Whitebeard. It was an oath sworn on his own name. By the way, since you revived me, how come I feel so much younger? Whitebeard touched his golden hair and asked, do you possess the power of rejuvenation? Long Zaitian beamed with pride. Of course, I can revive the deceased to their prime state. Truly a fearsome ability. Whitebeard was filled with awe. Despite having seen all sorts of bizarre devil fruit abilities, this was certainly a first. So what else has happened in these 2 years? Fill me in. Alright, Blackbeard stole your devil fruit ability after you died. Long Zaitian had forgotten to mention the most crucial part. Blackbeard was the biggest beneficiary of the Paramount War. Teach. Whitebeard's pupils constricted in fury. He gnashed his teeth at the very thought of that traitor. If not for him, Ace wouldn't have been executed and none of the subsequent events would have occurred. No wonder I can't use the Tremor Fruit's power now. Whitebeard sighed, his eyes filled with resentment. Afterwards, Luffy saved Fishman Island, defeated Doflamingo, and provoked Big Mom. Right about now, he's probably fighting Kaido on Onigashima in Wano. Long Zaitian summarized the plot briefly. Detailing everything would take too long, and with only a week on the clock, they needed to get moving immediately. That Straw Hat Brat has gotten this strong. Whitebeard was astonished. In just 2 years, that kid was already challenging Big Mom and Kaido. That rate of growth even surpasses that red-haired brat's. Truly, the waves behind drive the waves ahead. They chatted for a while longer, then decided to prioritize completing the mission. The known locations of celestial dragons were Sabaody Archipelago and Mary Geos. However, Mary Geos was heavily fortified. Tackling it with their current strength seemed unwise. They would need to revive a few more legendary figures first. So they set their sights on the Sabaody Archipelago. With any luck, they might even run into Rayleigh. He was the right hand of the Pirate King, another legendary figure. And so Long Zaitian and Whitebeard borrowed a pirate ship and set sail for the Sabaody Archipelago. The ship belonged to the earlier Wu Di. They probably never dreamed that Whitebeard would be aboard their ship. Along the way, Long Zaitian bickered with the system. System, didn't you see those pirates chasing me at the start? I saw them. Long Zaitian fumed. If you saw them, why didn't you help me? I did help. Long Zaitian was both angry and puzzled. What did you do? Did I not give you a devil fruit? You chose not to eat it. Long Zaitian was rendered speechless, retorting weakly. How dare you say that? You didn't even introduce what kind of fruit this is, and you expect me to eat it. What if eating it kills me? Then you as the host would be gone too. Long Zaitian was utterly defeated. This system was probably his nemesis. Meanwhile, Whitebeard ordered the pirates to hand over all the delicious food and drink. However, this pirate crew seemed so poor they couldn't even afford a piece of meat. Whitebeard, who had just been revived, felt his stomach growling. Although he no longer had the Tremor fruit, his physical prowess remained, and moreover, Whitebeard was now at the peak of his strength. Whitebeard walked toward the edge of the ship. All eyes were fixed on him, wondering what this man was about to do. Gururara. Heaven-shaking slash. Whitebeard, wielding Kanjiunki, leaped high and swung his blade toward the sea. An ordinary-looking strike, yet it concealed deadly intent. Swish. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. A terrifying blade aura shot forth, hurtling toward a massive figure beneath the sea. Plop. The force exploded like a torpedo, sending up a colossal water column. Swoosh. The Sea King lurking beneath the surface was struck instantly, blood spilling across the ocean. Soon it floated lifelessly on the surface. All the pirates on the ship were stunned. 100-meter-long Sea King, normally so formidable, couldn't withstand a single blow from Whitebeard. It was well known that Wu Di was a pirate worth 100 million berries, yet even a pirate of his caliber would need considerable effort to deal with the Sea King. But Whitebeard had dispatched it with ease, highlighting the gap between them. Whitebeard sheathed his Kanjiunki and ordered the pirates behind him. Gururara. I want meat in an hour. Without looking back, he strode straight to the captain's quarters. Yes, sir. Lord Whitebeard. At that moment, Wu Di dared not utter a single word of dissent, and immediately commanded his men to get to work. If the meal wasn't ready in an hour, who knew if his fate would mirror that of the Sea King? An hour later. Gururara, kid, your cooking isn't bad. Whitebeard drank the remaining liquor and devoured the large chunks of meat with great gusto. The others huddled aside, waiting quietly for Whitebeard to finish before they ate. Hey, why aren't you coming to eat? Whitebeard looked around the deck, seeing only himself and Long Zaitian dining. Lord Whitebeard, we're not hungry. Please eat first. Wu Di dared not sit at the same table as a figure with a 5 billion berry bounty. He was already grateful that Whitebeard hadn't sliced him in half with a single blow. Come here, eat. Whitebeard ignored his words and forcefully commanded him. Wu Di had no choice but to obey, then called all his men to join in. If they were to die, they'd die together. And so they shared the most tense lunch in history. Everyone barely dared to breathe, eating in small bites for fear that the sound of chewing might disturb Whitebeard's mood. Whitebeard paid no heed to their thoughts. After eating and drinking his fill, he went to sleep in the captain's quarters. The entire ship had only that cabin large enough to accommodate his massive frame. Even though Whitebeard had left, the others still dared not breathe deeply. Because Long Zaitian was still there. It was this young man who had revived Whitebeard. If they offended this young man who knew what other characters he might revive, then this pirate ship would have a story to tell for a lifetime. Only after Long Zaitian finished eating and left did the other pirates dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. This is my first time having a meal with Whitebeard. Nonsense. Who hasn't had their first meal with Whitebeard? Captain, do you think he could revive Roger too? A rookie crew member asked the question on everyone's mind. That was whether this young man could truly revive Roger. If he could bring back the Pirate King Roger, the world would be thrown into unimaginable chaos. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Wu Di was feeling frustrated. He had originally hoped to make a decent profit from this fruit to ease the pressure on his ship. Who would have thought that instead of making money, he'd ended up with 2 uninvited seniors? And he dared not offend either of them. One was a great pirate with a 5 billion berry bounty. The other was someone who could revive a pirate with a 5 billion berry bounty. Offending either could result in his pirate ship being split in two. Woody's head ached just thinking about it. The other pirates also discussed the afternoon's events, shuddering at the thought. That evening the two seniors seemed to have eaten too much at lunch and were still asleep, which gave the others a slight reprieve. If they had to have another meal with Whitebeard or Long Zaitian, they'd probably suffocate. And so Woody didn't sleep a wink that night. Under Woody's frantic urging, the pirate ship sped toward the Zyangbity Islands at an astonishing pace. Soon, by noon the next day, they caught sight of the Zyangbity Islands. The islands were composed of numerous massive trees forming the ground with countless bubbles rising from the roots. This was the place where celestial dragons appeared most frequently, making it the perfect location to complete his mission. There were still 6.5 days left before the mission deadline. Although it was near Marine headquarters with Whitebeard by his side, he could retreat without a hitch. Then he could use the transponder snail to broadcast his revived fruit ability to the entire world. Whitebeard was the perfect example, and it would surely convince them. By then his own bounty might even increase. However, to ensure the plan went smoothly, Long Zaitian still had Whitebeard make some subtle changes to his appearance. After all, if Whitebeard showed up on the island as he was, it would likely frighten the Marines into teleporting there. Whitebeard used a scarf to conceal his most distinctive beard. Without his beard, Whitebeard looked like an ordinary giant, perhaps even slightly smaller. Woody finally saw the two plagues off, turning his head away and immediately ordering his men to speed away. Arriving at the Zyangbity Islands for the first time, Long Zaitian was filled with curiosity, looking left and right. If not for the constant countdown of his mission, he could have spent the entire day exploring. The two had been walking for only a short while when they saw the pedestrians on both sides of the road suddenly part to make way. "Here they come," Whitebeard whispered to Long Zaitian, who quickly caught on. They quietly blended into the crowd along the roadside. "Whitebeard, I'll provoke the celestial dragons later. When I tell you to, you come out and beat them up." Long Zaitian quickly assigned the task. "Gururura. I've never beaten up a celestial dragon before. I'm curious what it feels like." Long Zaitian smiled. "You'll find out soon enough." At that moment, a man riding a mechanical bear appeared in the distance. He wore a bubble helmet, had inverted V-shaped eyebrows, 2 streams of snot hanging down, and thick sausage-like lips. His appearance was indescribably unappealing. This Timelongren, named Charwald Saint, was accompanied by rows of guards behind him, all fully armed and standing at attention. An ordinary person could not possibly attack a Timelongren amid so many soldiers. Nor would they dare, for offending a Timelongren would summon Marine Admirals or CP0. Thus, if this job succeeded, Long Zaitian's bounty would skyrocket like a rocket. "Ah, these monkeys are truly an eyesore." A sharp male voice rang out, and the surrounding commoners fell to their knees with a thud, all lowering their heads like children who had done wrong. Long Zaitian ground his teeth. "The Timelongren are as annoying as ever." Whitebeard chuckled. "Kid, aren't you kneeling?" Long Zaitian clenched his fist. "The one who should kneel is not me, but the Timelongren." In his eyes, the Timelongren were nothing but arrogant and conceited beings. These words made Whitebeard gain a bit more approval for Long Zaitian. So young and already daring like this. The last fearless youth like this was Straw Hat Luffy. From afar one could see the ugly and disdainful expression of the Timelongren. At this moment, several commoners nearby noticed the anomaly of Long Zaitian and Whitebeard. "Hey young man, kneel quickly. They are Timelongren." Hearing this voice, others also turned curiously to look. They were startled by what they saw. "Damn, why aren't these two kneeling? Are they that unafraid of death?" "Who cares? As long as we kneel, the Timelongren won't kill us anyway." "This young man looks quite young. Why is he so reckless?" In the eyes of these commoners, those who knelt were normal, while those who didn't were dead men. A kind-hearted old man nearby grew anxious, seeing Long Zaitian and the others still unmoving. "Young man, please kneel. They are Timelongren. If they see you two not kneeling, they might kill you." His tone was so sincere that even Long Zaitian was almost moved. Unfortunately, their purpose here was precisely to beat up the Timelongren. If the old man knew this thought, he would surely be terrified. Punching a Timelongren. That was the dream of so many One Piece fans. It was also the dream of countless commoners. But they lacked the strength. Once you punched a Timelongren, you would be wanted by the Marines. Then you would be hunted across the world. "Old man, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Long Zaitian patted the old man's shoulder, signaling him to stay away. If a battle broke out, these commoners might be the most innocent. Tap, tap. The footsteps drew closer. Charwald Saint held one end of a rope, the other end tied to the neck of a mechanical bear mount. "Waste, hurry up." Annoyed by the slow pace, Charwald Saint kicked the top of the mechanical bear's head. Then he scanned the surroundings. "Stop." Charwald Saint suddenly halted the procession. Long Zaitian and Whitebeard wondered what he was up to. His gaze fell upon a frail little girl. "Damn it." Long Zaitian instantly understood his intention. Charwald Saint pointed at the girl. "Take this little girl away, or we'll have one more servant at home." "Huh." The surrounding commoners ground their teeth in anger, but none dared to resist. The little girl's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She probably never dreamed her fate would be this. Hearing the Timelongren's order, 2 guards stepped forward to seize the girl. "No, no." The girl let out a piercing scream. No one present dared to move. Bang. A middle-aged man beside her rushed out, slamming into one guard and knocking him to the ground. Just as Long Zaitian was about to applaud, the man knelt down. "Lord Timelongren, this is my daughter. She just turned 8. If you need a slave, take me instead. The man trembled and wept, clearly bidding a final farewell to his daughter. TCH. Charwald Saint's face twisted even more viciously. Who are you to criticize the slave, I fancy? With that, 2 more guards came and restrained the man. You like showing off so much, don't you? Then I'll let you show off enough. Charwald Saint pulled out a pistol and slowly aimed at the pinned man. Seeing this, the little girl kowtowed in terror. But no matter what she did, it seemed unable to appease the Tianlongren's wrath. The commoners covered their ears, not daring to watch. On the Shampoo Island, scenes of Tianlongren killing commoners were all too common. How is it my turn now? Long Zaitian murmured, then left the crowd and walked toward Charwald Saint. The old man beside him was stunned. This young man seemed to be heading to confront the Tianlongren. Young man, come back. What are you doing? The old man lowered his voice as much as possible, afraid of being heard by the Tianlongren, yet ensuring Long Zaitian could hear him. Long Zaitian ignored him, his gaze toward Charwald Saint shifting. Just as the pistol was about to fire, Long Zaitian shouted, "Hey!" Hearing the sound, Charwald Saint turned to look. A young man full of rage was walking toward him. You want to die too? I'll grant your wish. Having been interrupted repeatedly today, Charwald Saint was clearly furious. The pistol instantly aimed at Long Zaitian. Crisis was imminent. I heard you want a slave. Long Zaitian spoke calmly, showing no fear of the gun. Oh, what do you mean? Charwald Saint paused, his finger on the trigger, hesitating. I have a good candidate. Want to know? Long Zaitian asked, coldly, walking step by step toward Charwald Saint. Tell me. This seemed to pique Charwald Saint's curiosity. He was eager to know what kind of slave this monkey-like man could recommend. I think you'd make a pretty good slave. The moment the words fell, the bystanders broke out in cold sweat. They couldn't believe their ears. Their already lowered heads sank even lower. Even without looking, they could feel the Tianlongren's fury. Making a Tianlongren a slave. Probably no one had ever dared say that in their lifetime. The entire scene was dead silent. The air seemed to have been sucked away. Everyone present dared not even breathe. Some even prepared to flee the battlefield, afraid that if they were one step late, they would become the Tianlongren's outlet for venting. Long Zaitian, the mastermind behind all this, showed no remorse for his actions, still grinning as he looked at Charwald Saint. The Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and laughed. This young man was exactly to his taste, stirring in him the impulse to adopt him as his own son. Meanwhile, Charwald Saint's face was twisted with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. His pale face instantly flushed crimson, and his already misshapen features now twisted into a hideous mask. The guards behind him trembled with fear, instinctively taking a step back. Trash. Die. Charwald Saint unleashed a heart-rending roar, encountering for the first time in his life someone bold enough to defy the authority of a heavenly dragon person. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Long Zaitian called out to the Whitebeard. Bang! The bullet flew forth like lightning. But it did not strike Long Zaitian, instead it was blocked by a Naginata. Gurara, kid, you really know how to cause trouble. The Whitebeard gripped Mura Kamajiri and stood before Long Zaitian. A colossal figure suddenly appeared, sending shockwaves through everyone present. The scarf that had concealed his beard had somehow fallen away, revealing a crescent moon-shaped white beard before all their eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? Some pirates among the crowd recognized his identity. Others searched their memories and came to the same realization. That beard. There's no mistake. It's Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The other pirates trembled. Impossible. Didn't he die 2 years ago? Didn't Red Hair Shanks hold his funeral? Stop staring and run. The once bustling street was instantly emptied. Charwald Saint, seemingly unfamiliar with the Whitebeard, stared at him for a few moments, then glanced at his mount, and his crooked thoughts began to stir. If you're willing to serve as my mount, I'll overlook that bullet you took for him. Long Zaitian. The Whitebeard. Long Zaitian had no patience to converse with this heavenly dragon person whose mind was clearly deranged. Whitebeard, knock him flying. The Whitebeard chuckled. Done. He planted Mura Kamajiri into the ground and strode directly toward Charwald Saint. You useless lot, what are you staring at? Attack! Charwald Saint commanded his guards behind him. Though they were fully aware of who stood before them, they dared not defy a heavenly dragon person's order, so they charged forward with trembling courage. Gurara, you think these brats can stop me? Without hesitation, the Whitebeard struck, sending the entire squad flying with a single punch. Without even using armament hockey, Charwald Saint watched his men vanish from sight in a single second, and fear finally seized him. I warn you, I am a noble heavenly dragon person. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Navy will send someone to kill you. Upon hearing this, the Whitebeard laughed even louder. Gurara, even Sengoku and Garp would never speak such words. Who in the world do you think you are? And without another word, he delivered a devastating punch straight to the heavenly dragon person's face. In an instant, the bubble helmet shattered, and a jet of blood arced through the air in a brilliant curve. That arc seemed to carry some unspoken emotion within it. Charwald Saint vanished before everyone's eyes, his fate unknown. The soldiers behind him collapsed to their knees in terror, having no idea how they would explain this upon their return. Whether they would live or die upon returning was uncertain. For a heavenly dragon person, disappearing under their guard was a capital offense. Kid, that's done. What's next? The Whitebeard smiled. Wait. Long Zaitian also smiled. They simply waited for the Navy to arrive, at which point he would announce to the world that the Whitebeard had been resurrected by him. If his prediction held true, it would be Kizaru who came. Marineford. Ring ring ring. The urgent bell echoed through Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's quarters. What is it? Akainu Sakazuki gazed at the din mushy, his heart sinking. This was a Heavenly Dragon person's emergency line. Had those incompetents caused trouble again? What a Heavenly Dragon person was beaten on Sabaody Archipelago. His rough voice boomed. TSK. Kizaru Borsalino took a sip of tea. Clang. Akainu slammed down the receiver heavily. Those incompetents truly know how to stir up trouble. I'll go. Kizaru set down his teacup and rose slowly. Borsalino, hurry up. If you're late, those old men will start nagging again. Akainu massaged his temples. The task of capturing the 7 warlords had already given him a migraine, and now this. Kizaru said nothing and departed immediately. While the Navy was en route, Long Zaitian was busily preparing supplies for departure. He had already asked the Whitebeard to borrow a ship from a certain pirate captain and was arranging for his subordinates to load the cargo. After all, they were near Marine headquarters, so they could not linger. A simple announcement of his devil fruit ability and a raised bounty would suffice. For now, his forces were too weak to engage the Navy in a major confrontation. In no time, a cannonball plummeted from the sky, and then a dazzling figure appeared before him. It's Marine Admiral Kizaru. We're done for. Captain, let's run. Run? We still have the Whitebeard. The captain, whose ship had been borrowed, remained remarkably calm. Oh, the Whitebeard. Kizaru recognized him instantly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Didn't you die 2 years ago? And why do you look so young? Kizaru's heart churned with turmoil. What kind of joke was this? If he had known his opponent was the young Whitebeard, he would never have volunteered to come. Flash kid, I didn't expect you to be the one coming. The Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hey Kizaru, have you forgotten me? Long Zaitian grew irritated as Kizaru ignored him entirely, focusing only on the Whitebeard. After all, he was the protagonist here. Who are you? Kizaru searched his memory for information on this pirate, but found nothing. I am the user of the revival fruit. The Whitebeard was resurrected by me. The crowd erupted. All the pirates hiding in the corners began discussing. A revival ability. Does this really exist? Don't you see the Whitebeard right in front of us? What more proof do you need? Could he even revive the legendary pirate King Roger? Behind Kizaru, Sentomaru appeared. Old man, which reckless pirate dared to beat a Heavenly Dragon person? A scar stitched across his face, he wore a red loincloth, went barefoot, and carried a large axe on his back. Kizaru did not respond, and Sentomaru furrowed his brows. He sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried forward. What is this? Sentomaru gasped, and the marine soldiers behind him peeked over his shoulder. What they saw sent shock through them all. They were soldiers who had survived the Summit War 2 years prior, and the figure before them was a source of terror etched deep into their hearts. Edward Newgate. Gururara, you flashy brat. You sure came quickly. Whitebeard chuckled. TCH, the revived fruit. How frightening. Huang Yuan rarely showed a smile. Whoosh. A beam shot from Huang Yuan's finger. Even Long Zaitian couldn't react in time. Bang. Smoke billowed everywhere. Huang Yuan's attack caused a considerable explosion. As the smoke cleared, Whitebeard stood silently in front of Long Zaitian. Flashy brat. Don't you dare sneak attack our captain. Upon hearing this, everyone present was even more shocked. Whitebeard was calling this child his captain. Was this still the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? They doubted the authenticity of this man before them. Whitebeard, you call this brat captain? Huang Yuan's worldview shattered once again. Whitebeard's resurrection was already unbelievable, and now he called this brat captain. It made him feel like he had wasted half his life. Gurur, a flashy brat, if there's nothing else, my captain, and I have adventures to continue. We won't be playing with you. With that, Whitebeard shielded Long Zaitian and headed toward the pirate ship. Seeing Huang Yuan immobile, Sentomaru asked, Old man, aren't we going after them? Huang Yuan rolled his eyes at Sentomaru. You want me to get a work injury? He glanced around at the surrounding pirates. You know what kind of man Whitebeard is, don't you? Do you think I can beat him? Sentomaru understood the logic well. Then how do we report to the fleet admiral? Huang Yuan smirked. Report. Just report it truthfully. Say that brat resurrected Whitebeard. With that, the two casually grabbed a few children, not leaving empty-handed. Whitebeard, why didn't you let them broadcast it for me? Long Zaitian was somewhat dissatisfied. That would have been the perfect chance to show off. But Whitebeard left so quickly, giving him no opportunity. Do you think the Navy would broadcast news of my resurrection? Whitebeard looked down at Long Zaitian meaningfully. If they knew about your ability, they definitely wouldn't broadcast it because it would cause worldwide panic. Long Zaitian pondered Whitebeard's words and found them reasonable. After all, he had achieved his goal. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the Navy's wanted poster. Marine headquarters. Borsalino, you'd better explain yourself. How did you come back empty-handed? Akainu slammed his hand on the table. TCH, if you had been there, you'd have come back empty-handed too. Huang Yuan calmly trimmed his nails. What did you say? Akainu's rage nearly melted his office chair. Whitebeard has been resurrected. Huang Yuan replied calmly. Dead silence filled the office. Even Akainu was stunned. Borsalino, say that again. Sweat beaded on Akainu's forehead. You're saying Whitebeard? He's alive. Huang Yuan met Akainu's gaze. After a brief silence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Akainu shook his head, refusing to believe it. Whitebeard had died right before his eyes. How could he be alive? Wait. Borsalino said Whitebeard was resurrected. Resurrected. Realizing something was wrong, Akainu summoned the Navy secretary. Summon all the admirals Garp, Tsuru, and Sengoku immediately. The secretary was taken aback, but quickly ran out, clearly indicating a major incident. Akainu's order was urgent, and all the admirals arrived without delay. Garp strolled in, leisurely munching on rice crackers. Sakazuki, what's up? He was still bitter about Ace's death. Tsuru shot Garp a disdainful glance. Old fool, keep your chewing down. Sengoku covered his mouth and laughed. Gugugu, you got scolded again. Ryakujiu stretched lazily. What's the matter? I was just about to take a nap when Akainu's emergency order came. Fujitora shrugged, indicating he had no idea. They entered the room together and saw Huang Yuan with his legs crossed. Tsuru got straight to the point. Sakazuki, what happened? Huang Yuan, play the recording. Sakazuki puffed his cigar, giving orders in a low voice. Here, take a look, everyone. Huang Yuan pressed the Den Den Mushi's head, and a scene projected onto the wall. It was the footage he had recorded on the Sabaody archipelago. A familiar figure appeared before them. All except Fujitora were stunned. Sengoku spoke first. How is this possible? No wonder he was so agitated. He had been the Navy's commanding officer at the time, and it was precisely because of the Paramount War that he had resigned as Fleet Admiral. Tsuru didn't speak, but her expression was grim. She was clearly contemplating a countermeasure. Garp stopped chewing, his face serious. Borsellino, is this true? Huang Yuan spread his hands helplessly. Keep watching. Garp suppressed his many questions and continued watching. When they heard Whitebeard call Long Zaitian his captain, everyone showed an incredulous expression. Is this really Whitebeard? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Can the revived fruit really bring back the dead? Oi. Garp muttered. Though Fujitora couldn't see, he could hear the sounds from the footage and understood the gist of it. Whitebeard has been resurrected. Ryakujiu patted Fujitora's shoulder gravely. It seemed things were about to get busy. When the footage ended, the Den Den Mushi closed its eyes. No one spoke in the office. Each was lost in thought. Resurrecting Whitebeard and restoring his strength to its peak. Sengoku finally broke the silence. What is that brat's goal? To become a Yonko or reach Laugh Tale? Garp took a deep breath. Unclear, but regardless, we cannot let him continue to develop. Akainu clenched his teeth. This pirate was more troublesome than any he had ever faced. What's your take now, eh? Tsuru sat down beside Huang Yuan. I've already had the Navy tail them, but I don't know their next move. After all, this is Whitebeard. Every Yonko was a headache for the Navy. Sending a vice admiral would be futile against them. Who else knows about this? Tsuru inquired. Aside from the people on Sabaody, no one else should know yet. If other pirates learned of Whitebeard's resurrection, he would never be alone. Seal the news. Don't let other pirates find out, or the whole world will fall into chaos. Tsuru proposed a plan. Set a high bounty on that pirate Long Zaitian, let other pirates deal with him. We'll decide after we figure out his capabilities. Everyone present nodded. This was clearly a good idea. Even if Whitebeard was no longer a Yonko, no fool in the Navy would challenge him one-on-one. His strength was undeniable. Judging by his hair color and wrinkles, Whitebeard was clearly in his prime. This was a conclusion Garp himself had drawn. That's all for now. I'll notify you if anything comes up. Akainu waved his hand, dismissing the others. He needed a moment to think. Just when the dust from the emergence of the fifth Emperor of the Sea had barely settled, Whitebeard had to go and resurrect. His unruly subordinates only added to his mounting pressure. The fifth Emperor of the Sea. Akainu mused, then dialed a number. Hey, have any vice admirals been performing exceptionally well lately? The person on the other end stammered, surprised by the call. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Yes. There's one. Akainu was curious. Who? It's Vice Admiral Ram. He's been chasing down Buggy the Clown recently. Understood. Have him give me a call when he's free. He hung up and leaned back in his chair. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, it's been 2 days. Why haven't they announced the bounty yet? Long Zaitian leaned against the railing, gazing at the boundless sea. He had forgotten to buy the most crucial item for sailing, a log pose. It was an essential tool for navigation, something a novice sailor like Long Zaitian would easily overlook. Whitebeard never bothered with such things, so he had forgotten as well. They had been drifting at sea for 2 days. Gururara, don't fret. The longer the bounty takes, the higher it will be. Whitebeard lay on the deck, drinking sake. This ship was even worse than Wu Di's initial vessel. It was all show and no substance. It was already starting to crack apart after just a few days. To ensure privacy, Long Zaitian deliberately chose not to have any pirates on board. Their strength was still meager, and if a spy were amongst them, they'd be finished. So for these past few days, Long Zaitian had been the one doing the cooking. Who would have thought that Long Zaitian, who never cooked in his past life, would become a chef after transmigrating? He wondered if he'd still know how to cook should he ever return to his original world. Just then a seagull flew overhead, dropping a stack of newspapers. Long Zaitian, who had been waiting for days, excitedly picked them up and began to read. At that moment, a message box appeared in his mind. Character Long Zaitian. Devil fruit, revive fruit. Crew, revive pirates. Position captain. Hockey none. Ability, revive character, one-time use. Bounty 1099900000. Holy shit. Long Zaitian was stunned. He never thought that punching a celestial dragon would truly get him to 1 billion. He immediately rushed to show off to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at him with a nonchalant expression. When you're done being excited, remember to cook dinner. Without waiting for a reply, he set down his sake bottle and fell asleep on the spot. Long Zaitian's joy was short-lived as he headed to the deck to drag the meat of the dead Sea King into the kitchen. Whitebeard, watching from the deck, hid a smile beneath his white mustache. That kid is truly remarkable. Getting a bounty of 1 billion right after setting sail makes me look like nothing. I sure wish he could be my son. Whitebeard sighed deeply. I wonder when he'll be able to revive Ace. Across the world. In the whole Cake Island. On the Cake Island. Charlotte Bruley opened the latest newspaper and discovered something shocking. She immediately ran to show Charlotte Linlin. Mama, you have to see this. Take a look. Bruley rushed onto the Queen Mama chanter. Mama, 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 what could be so urgent now? Charlotte Linlin didn't even glance at the paper. We're heading to Wano to find that drunkard Kaido and get Straw Hat. Everything else can wait. In her mind, capturing the Straw Hat pirates was the top priority. Seeing this, Bruley could only hang her head and leave. But just as she was about to depart, Charlotte Kakuri seemed to sense something taking the discarded newspaper from Bruley's hands. Moi. After reading it, he was somewhat surprised. Bruley, is this newspaper reliable? Don't worry. This newspaper was delivered by the sea birds, it can't be wrong. Bruley answered with absolute certainty. This guy is no simpleton. His bounty exceeds mine right after setting sail. Katakuri frowned. I wonder what the Marines are thinking giving a rookie such a high bounty. Bruley felt indignation on her brother's behalf. In her eyes, her brother couldn't be compared to some rookie who had just set out. Don't tell Mama about this for now. Let's wait until we capture Luffy. Okay, whatever you say, big brother. In Wano, on Onigashima. All three calamities were present. A soldier came running in a panic. Jack-sama, something terrible happened. The soldier handed the newly received newspaper to Jack the Drought. What? The moment Jack the Drought saw the newspaper, his face twisted in fury. Who is this brat? Daring to have a bounty of 1 billion. Are those Marines just throwing money away? Overhearing this, Queen the Plague's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned over to look. The sight actually scared his glasses right off his face. Ah! Queen's commotion directly alerted King the Wildfire and Kaido. What's all the screaming about? Kaido put down his gourd of sake, staring at Queen with displeasure. Kaido-sama, something terrible has happened. Queen raised the newspaper with one hand, pointing at a person in it. This rookie has a bounty of 1 billion berries right after setting sail. It's even higher than Jack's. Jack the Drought looked annoyed. Those idiots in the Marines. Giving a rookie such a high bounty, are they looking down on me? The ever-calm King snatched the newspaper and read it. After finishing, he handed it to Kaido. Kaido read it, and immediately tore the paper to shreds. Are those bastards in the Marines blind? A mere brat getting such a high price. That Straw Hat brat they were making such a big fuss over with his 1.5 billion was still one shot by me. Kaido's nostrils flared with heavy breath. King replied, once we drive off the Big Mom pirates, I'll go investigate him. King the Wildfire felt this person was not simple and had a nagging sense of foreboding about it. On a certain island in the New World. Vice Captain, you have to see this. Rockstar rushed to the shore, clutching a newspaper. The members of the Red Hair Pirates were resting on the island. Rockstar, you've been with us for a while now. When will you learn to stop being so hasty? Ben Beckman reminded him. Sorry, Vice Captain. It's just that this is truly unbelievable. Rockstar held up the newspaper. Let me see that. Ben Beckman took the paper and opened it, his expression changing instantly. Seeing this, the other officers knew it was serious and gathered around. Yasop was cleaning his rifle and Lucky Roo was gnawing on a hunk of meat. Apart from those two, all the other officers came over. Lime Juice looked it over. Oh, it's a new pirate. Bonk Punch stroked his monkey. Hey, isn't this bounty a mistake? Building Snake lowered his head, counting the zeros. Damn, a rookie with 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Yasop and Lucky Roo could no longer sit still. How is it possible? Did the Navy add an extra zero? Everyone was incredulous, and even Shanks nearby was drawn over. What's going on? Shanks saw all the officers gathered in a huddle. Ben Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. Captain, take a look. Red-haired Shanks took the newspaper with a smile. It's just a rookie, what's the... He was about to say what's the big deal, but was stunned by the bounty. Who is this kid to be worth so much money? Even Shanks couldn't help but gasp. It was extremely rare for a first-time pirate to exceed 100 million berries. In fact, it had never happened before. And this pirate named Long Zaitian on his first voyage. He was worth 1 billion berries. That rivaled some of the core members of the 4 emperors. Keep in mind that bounties are set according to the threat level to the world government. This kid doesn't even look 20 yet. What ability could make the Navy so afraid? For a moment, no one could figure it out. It seems a remarkable figure is emerging in the new era. On Beehive Island, Marshal D. Teach also received the news. Gahaha, another reckless brat has appeared on the seas. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach drank chilled wine, his 3 braids of beard prominent, sitting arrogantly on the sofa. The other members went about their own business, showing little interest in the newcomer. Let me see how formidable this rookie is. Gahaha. The hoarse laughter echoed across the island while the pirates below enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Storm clouds gathered over Beehive Island. Dinner's ready, Whitebeard. Long Zaitian dragged out a large piece of meat. Fortunately, there was a grill on the ship, or he wouldn't have known how to handle it. Kid, you've burnt the meat again. Whitebeard glanced at it and smiled wryly. It seemed he needed to find a chef quickly, or they'd be eating charred meat every day. The fire was a bit too high. Long Zaitian felt a bit embarrassed. The meat was too large for him to flip easily. Fortunately, Whitebeard wasn't picky. He took the meat and ate, but stopped halfway through. What's wrong? Does it taste bad? Long Zaitian also put down his piece of meat. Earlier you said you needed a bounty of 1 billion to revive Ace. Now that you've reached it, I wonder when he can be revived. Whitebeard stared intently at the sea. Long Zaitian was startled. If not for Whitebeard's reminder, he might have forgotten. Right away, just wait. System revive Ace. Ding. Reviving Ace. Ding. Revival successful. Damn, why didn't it take time to revive Ace, but reviving Whitebeard took so long? Unable to answer. The familiar light curtain descended from the sky. This time Long Zaitian, now experienced, wasn't afraid, while Whitebeard cautiously grasped Murakamajiri. Whitebeard, don't be nervous, it's Ace. Hearing this, Whitebeard lowered his blade and looked at the light curtain with great excitement. Are you telling the truth? Long Zaitian smiled. Just see for yourself. Soon the light curtain faded, and a familiar figure stepped out. The corners of Whitebeard's eyes moistened slightly. The familiar orange cowboy hat with smirking and sorrowful emblems on the brim. A string of red beads around his neck. On his left arm was the tattoo, ASCE. Ace. Whitebeard's voice choked as he staggered forward. Who would have thought that the emperor who dominated the seas could show such tenderness? And Ace, upon seeing Whitebeard, paused for a moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Old man, is it you? Tears streamed down Ace's face. The scene of father and son reuniting nearly moved Long Zaitian to tears. What a heartwarming sight. Ding. You have 2 new quests, please check host. Long Zaitian was almost startled. The system gave no warning when it appeared. View. Quest, open the borders of Wano country. Reward, Conqueror's Hockey. Time limit 3 weeks. After reading, Long Zaitian was stunned. His next target was Wano country. And his opponent was Kaido of the Beasts. Damn, the system is trying to kill me. Although he had Whitebeard and Ace by his side, facing the numerically superior Beast Pirates would still be a challenge. But according to the storyline, Big Mom should be in Wano by now. So that meant he would have to fight not only the Beast Pirates, but also the Big Mom Pirates. Right? Luffy and the other supernovas should be in Wano too. Long Zaitian analyzed the situation. If he brought Whitebeard and Ace, the 2 sides would be evenly matched. Old man, who is he at? Port Gasti. Ace noticed Long Zaitian sitting nearby. Ace, he is my captain Long Zaitian, and the benefactor who revived both you and me. Whitebeard briefly introduced Long Zaitian's devil fruit ability, while Long Zaitian filled in the events of the past 2 years. Brother Long, thank you for reviving the old man and me. From now on you are my captain too. Ace bowed. It's nothing. Long Zaitian thought for a moment. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you both. Is that okay? Go ahead. Whitebeard handed a piece of meat to Ace. Come with me to Wano country to help them open its borders. Wano country. Kazuki Odin's homeland. Scenes from the past resurfaced in Whitebeard's mind. Yes, Luffy and the others should be in Wano by now. Long Zaitian brought up the person Ace cared about. Sure enough, hearing his little brother's name, Ace immediately perked up. You said Luffy is in Wano? Long Zaitian nodded. Yes, they might be fighting Kaido right now. What? Ace was shocked. My foolish little brother is fighting Kaido. Although Long Zaitian had told Ace about Luffy's growth over the years in his eyes, Luffy still didn't have the qualifications of a 5th emperor. Suddenly panicked. Old man, let's go to Wano quickly. Ace jumped up. Gururara, then you'll have to ask our captain's opinion. Whitebeard laughed. Ace turned to look at Long Zaitian. Having just been revived, he wasn't used to calling someone else captain. Brother Long, let's go quickly. Long Zaitian nodded, then shook his head. Well, we don't have a log pose. What? Ace was stunned. Do you have a map? Long Zaitian nodded. He had a map, but he couldn't read it. And so Ace became the navigator. During his time with the Spade Pirates, he had visited Wano, so he was familiar with the surrounding area. And so they set sail toward Wano country. A sudden exclamation erupted across the sea, shattering the tranquility. You mean Sabo is still alive? Ace's expression was agitated as he grabbed Long Zaitian's arm and shook it vigorously. Ace, take it easy. Long Zaitian felt as if his brain was being shaken into a paste. Still, it was understandable since the two had grown up together like brothers. How could one not be thrilled to learn that a brother was still alive? Ace, calm down. Whitebeard also noticed the strong emotional fluctuations in Ace. Hearing his father's words, Ace fought to suppress his indescribable excitement. Is it true? Sabo is alive. Yes. Not only is he alive, he has inherited your Mera Mera no Mi ability. Long Zaitian replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ace's legs gave way, and he sat down directly on the deck. Zzz. Ace's nose stung, his tear ducts burst, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Ace, don't be sad. Sabo is doing well now. Not only does he have a devil fruit, but he also serves as the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Ace, your little brother is doing quite well for himself. Whitebeard, upon hearing the identity of Ace's brother, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, knew he was no ordinary person. Long Zaitian hoped that knowing both his brothers were doing well would inspire Ace to strive to become stronger and not be left behind. Right, you're right. If those two knew my bounty was still at 500 million, they'd probably laugh at me. Ace wiped away his tears and broke into a smile. Just then waves surged in, turning the once warm scene urgent. What's happening? Long Zaitian hid behind Whitebeard. Though his bounty was now 1 billion berries, he had neither ability nor physical prowess. Perhaps once he acquired Conqueror's Hockey, he wouldn't be so timid. Father, look! Ace pointed at the colossal shadow, barely visible in the distance. Oh, Whitebeard followed his gaze. Wow, what a huge elephant. Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. He had a vague recollection of this elephant. Could this be the legendary Zanesha? And on its back was the land of Zo Island. Grrr, so this is the Zo Island that Odin used to tell me about. It's truly magnificent. Whitebeard revealed a crescent-shaped smile. I never thought we'd encounter Zanesha. What incredible luck. Zanesha was always moving, causing Zo Island to shift constantly. It was impossible to find it with just a log pose. So long Zaitian and his crew encountering it meant his luck was quite good. Father, what do we do next? Ace still wasn't used to Long Zaitian's role. You're asking the wrong person. Whitebeard firmly corrected Ace's habit. He was a man of his word. He had said Long Zaitian would be the captain, and so he was. If Ace still wanted to follow Whitebeard, he had to accept Long Zaitian as the captain. Father. Though Ace knew of Whitebeard's earlier promise, he found it hard to call someone else captain given Whitebeard's kindness to him. Captain, what should we do next? Whitebeard asked with a chuckle. Let's head to Zo Island first. Long Zaitian had his own plans. If they didn't encounter Zo Island on the way to Wano, he would go straight there. But if they did, he would stop and take care of some things. It was said that on Zo Island grew the treasure tree atom, an excellent material for shipbuilding. It was incredibly resilient. Ordinary cannonballs and attacks would be ineffective against a ship made from it. As the captain, Long Zaitian needed a ship of his own. The current vessel was in poor condition, it would likely fall apart before reaching Wano. Based on his knowledge of One Piece, Luffy and the others probably hadn't even fought Kaido yet. And even if they had, that battle might last for years. So there was no need to rush. At this moment the system appeared again. Ding detected high-quality shipbuilding materials near the host. Mission initiated, collect shipbuilding materials. Reward shipbuilding speed increased tenfold. Long Zaitian was so excited he trembled. 10 times faster shipbuilding. What a phenomenal reward. The better the materials, the slower the construction. With this speed boost, he no longer had to worry about efficiency. He had feared that building the ship would take too long, forcing him to stay on the island for ages. Now there was no need to worry. Captain, what's wrong? You seem thrilled. Ace noticed Long Zaitian's joyous expression. Nothing. Long Zaitian wouldn't reveal the system's existence, fearing it might leak and cause trouble. Of course, even if he accidentally let it slip, no one would believe him anyway. Who could imagine that the revive fruit was not from this world, but a beginner's reward from the system? By the way, what did you just call me? Long Zaitian suddenly realized something and turned to ask Ace. Captain. Ace replied woodenly. Never mind. Long Zaitian quickly turned away, afraid his excited expression might startle Ace. Excellent. I've gained another formidable warrior. First Whitebeard, then Ace. Though Ace's physical prowess wasn't as strong as Whitebeard's, he was still a user of Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, without his Devil Fruit ability, his strength had diminished somewhat. Still, Ace's talent was undeniable, and his future potential would certainly not be limited. Besides, who could say whether he might encounter an even better Devil Fruit later? Captain, are the other division commanders of Father still around? Ace suddenly remembered that Whitebeard had many more commanders. Long Zaitian couldn't help but sigh. After the Paramount War, the remaining Whitebeard pirates commanders fought Blackbeard again and suffered a crushing defeat. Many died, but most of the commanders escaped safely. As far as I know, Marco is in Wano. Long Zaitian recounted everything he knew from the story. Damn Teach. I will never forgive him. The mention of Blackbeard ignited Ace's fury. All of this stemmed from Blackbeard, but he was also at fault. If he hadn't been so impulsive, perhaps none of this would have happened. Ace, you did well. Leave the rest to your father. Whitebeard patted Ace on the shoulder. Speaking of which, kid, you haven't told me the name of your pirate crew. Whitebeard looked at Long Zaitian. The Resurrection Pirates. The name was not chosen by himself, but forcibly bestowed upon him by the system. Yet Long Zaitian cared little about the name, for as long as his strength was formidable, any name would suffice. Resurrection Pirates. The name suits you well. Whitebeard chuckled. Then I shall be the vice captain. Long Zaitian was taken aback. What? Do you think I am unworthy to be your vice captain? Whitebeard frowned, feigning anger. No. If you would be my vice captain, I'd be overjoyed. Long Zaitian, thinking Whitebeard was truly upset, hastened to apologize. Grrr, I was jesting. No need to be tense, Captain. Whitebeard lay back down to drink. The supplies aboard had been procured by Whitebeard's orders, though he hadn't bothered to check what they were. At the very least, there was an endless supply of alcohol, for Whitebeard had been drinking from dawn to dusk these past days, barely pausing. It seemed he was making up for all the liquor he'd missed over the past 2 years. Grrr, Ace, what position will you take? Fighter or helmsman, if you will. Ace pondered for a moment before answering. Of course. Welcome aboard, Ace. Just as the two accepted, the system's voice echoed once more in Long Zaitian's mind. Damn system, can't you deliver all at once? Stop startling me with sudden announcements. Ding. Detected a new crew member aboard the Resurrection Pirates. Reward 1 lottery draw. Then a new information card appeared, and Long Zaitian flipped it open. Character Edward Newgate. Devil Fruit none. Pirate crew Resurrection Pirates. Position Vice Captain. Weapon Murakamajiri. Haki Conquerors, Haki Armament, Haki Observation, Haki. Skill Heaven Shaking Slash. Bounty 5046000000. Ding. Detected a new crew member aboard the Resurrection Pirates. Reward 1 lottery draw. Long Zaitian's face was etched with deep lines of exasperation. He flipped the second card with a blank expression. Character Portgas D. Ace. Devil Fruit none. Pirate crew Resurrection Pirates. Position Helmsman. Weapon none. Haki Conquerors, Haki Armament, Haki Observation, Haki. Skill none. Bounty 55000000. Long Zaitian waited for the system to speak, but when it remained silent, he began to ask. System, what's the deal with this lottery? For each new crew member you recruit, you earn 1 lottery draw. Detected 2 available draws. Do you wish to proceed? Let's draw. After all, there was still time before reaching the elephant's foot and nothing better to do. This would pass the time. Suddenly, a roulette wheel materialized before Long Zaitian's eyes divided into 6 equal sections. He glanced at Whitebeard, who was curiously observing him, in return seemingly unaware of the wheel. So only I can see this. Long Zaitian examined it closely. Each section bore a label: hockey, weapon, devil fruit, pirate ship, potion, and tome. System, I understand the first 4, but what exactly are potions and tomes? Potions divided into instant and sustained effects. They can heal wounds or fully cure ailments. Wounds. Can the system restore severed limbs as well? Long Zaitian immediately thought of red-haired Shanks. Because of his early appearance and overwhelming strength, he quickly came to mind. If Shanks's lost arm could be restored, he might well become an ally in the future. Even if not a subordinate, he could be a partner. Having an emperor as a comrade would be quite advantageous. Yes, but each medicine has its specific application. Long Zaitian understood to restore an arm, one needed a specialized arm-restoring medicine. Other potions wouldn't work. Tomes, ancient martial arts manuals passed down by masters of old. Upon learning, one inherits their techniques. A single tome can only be used by one person. Oh, similar to the 6 Navy styles, but a pity it's limited to one user. With that clarified, Long Zaitian began the draw. Draw. At his command, a needle appeared on the wheel. Then it began to accelerate, spinning so fast that Long Zaitian could no longer track it with his naked eye. Please say stop whenever you wish. This is quite an unusual method. Stop. The needle obeyed, instantly halting dead center. Long Zaitian was stunned. It was like a high-speed bullet train suddenly slamming to a halt. The immense inertia would fling anyone off balance, an unsettling sensation. Long Zaitian's gaze fixed on the wheel. Weapon. The first draw yielded a weapon. Before he could react, the system delivered the equipment. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Great Blade, Flame Condor, and the Great Blade, Frost Leviathan. Whoa, 2 swords just like that. Amazing. Long Zaitian thought the lottery was surprisingly generous, because that used both of your draw chances. The system's explanation left him dumbfounded. Then he erupted in fury. Damn system, when did I say to use both chances? He had planned to test the waters with 1 draw, and if lucky continue, if not save the other for later. But he hadn't expected the blasted system to burn through both chances at once. If you wish to draw incrementally, you must specify. Otherwise, the system defaults to using all available chances in one go. Long Zaitian was on the verge of tears, utterly heartbroken. Worse, he couldn't do anything to the system. It wasn't a physical entity, so attacking was impossible. Besides, he might still rely on it in the future, so he decided to swallow this lesson. But the lesson was costly. So far, the most valuable prize from the lottery was Conqueror's Hockey. If he'd saved the second chance, he might have drawn it next time. Of course, that was mere fantasy. Well, since the swords were already won, he might as well examine them. At least they were great blades. They couldn't be too shabby. When he saw the swords, Long Zaitian froze. What the heck? This is a scam. He roared aloud. Though they were great blades, they were unlike ordinary swords. They were fencing foils of Western style. Damn it. None of the crew knows how to fence. What's the use of drawing these? In his memory, only one person in the entire pirate world wielded a fencing foil. That was Vista of the Flower Swords. Although he was the 5th Division commander of Whitebeard's crew, he wasn't here now. So drawing the foils was useless for him. Give them to Ace. He couldn't master them in a short time. In a fight, his bare fists with armament hockey would be more effective. Since I've drawn it, I might as well keep it. After all, it's a fine blade. Even if no one uses it, it can fetch a decent price later. Oh, Captain, it seems someone has arrived at Zo Island before us. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. He had just released his observation hockey across these waters, and sensed a ship at the feet of Zenesha. That can't be. Shouldn't everyone be fighting in Wano right about now? Who would come to Zo Island? Long Zaitian shook his head, but still looked in the direction Whitebeard indicated. Within visible range, there was nothing but the waves. Captain, I sense it too. There's a ship ahead. Should we go check it out? Ace suddenly responded as well. Sigh. It's troublesome not having observation hockey. With just the naked eye, one simply can't see things from afar. It seemed he couldn't afford to be idle either. He needed to train his observation hockey. But this wasn't the time. First, he had to see Wano's borders opened. Following Long Zaitian's orders, Ace went ahead to inspect the ship and see just who they were dealing with. Finally, Long Zaitian could make out the vessel's hull with his naked eye, though the flag remained too blurry to discern. Still, he could vaguely make out a skull. That settled it. It was a pirate ship. A ship's flag was a crucial means of distinguishing friend from foe. As the ship drew closer, Long Zaitian finally identified who they were facing. Holy shit. The skull bore 2 long horns, 3 bones crossed behind it, and the character 8 at the bottom. The Beast's Pirates. How could this be? Why would the Beast's Pirates still be here at a time like this? In that instant, Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Had he misjudged the timeline? Was this not the period of Luffy causing havoc in Wano? Long Zaitian stood frozen in place until Ace ran over and patted him on the shoulder. Captain, what do we do now? After much deliberation, Long Zaitian decided to head ashore first. The Beast's pirate ship was completely empty, and with no other islands nearby, they were clearly up on Zou Island. But now Long Zaitian was stumped by another problem: how to get to Zou Island. The island sat atop Zanesha, and they were out at sea. Getting up, there was the question. Whitebeard, any idea how we get up? After thinking it over, Long Zaitian decided to ask for Whitebeard's opinion. Gururara, just climb up. Simple as that. Whitebeard looked up at the towering, majestic beast. Climb up? Are you insane? You all might be able to climb it, but how could he possibly? Vice Captain, look at me. Long Zaitian flexed his muscles, signaling his helplessness. It's nothing. I'll carry you up. You'll carry me. Fine then. Little did Long Zaitian know this would be the decision he'd regret most. On Zanesha's leg. Ah! Long Zaitian accidentally glanced down and clung to Whitebeard's neck with all his might. Slow down. Slow down. Tears flew from Long Zaitian's eyes in sheer terror. It was his first time looking down from such a height. The distance to the sea below was easily over a dozen stories tall. Brat, you're our captain now. If the Marines saw you like this, they'd die laughing. Whitebeard shot Long Zaitian a disdainful glare. Ever since the climb began, this captain of his had been trembling in fear. I know that, but I have acrophobia. Long Zaitian screamed with his eyes squeezed shut. The sea breeze whipped past his ears. Fortunately, Zanesha's movements were gentle, otherwise someone in Long Zaitian's state would have fallen long ago. After quite an ordeal, the three of them successfully made it onto Zanesha's back. Huh, I'm so tired. Long Zaitian finally breathed a sigh of relief, drawing in the fresh island air. Hearing that, Whitebeard shot Long Zaitian a look of utter disgust. Throughout the entire climb, Long Zaitian had been clinging to Whitebeard's neck. Whitebeard had done all the work himself. If anyone had the right to say they were tired, it was Whitebeard. Long Zaitian looked around. Zou Island truly was a paradise untouched by the world. The island was covered in strange, countless forms of vegetation. There was even a hint of sweetness in the air. Yet the atmosphere felt eerie, as if this forest were devoid of any living creature. Why aren't there any minks around? Long Zaitian was puzzled. By all rights, shouldn't the minks have noticed outsiders arriving by now? Several minutes had passed, yet not a sound came from the forest. Had something happened? Whitebeard, use your observation haki to sense our surroundings. All right. With that, Whitebeard's observation haki spread outward, covering an immense area. There are people over there. Whitebeard pointed toward the southwest. Let's go. Check it out. Long Zaitian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Jack the Drought? In the original story, aside from Jack, no other Beast Pirates members had ever come to Zou Island. The three advanced toward their target. Soon they arrived at the location. Seeing the ground in complete disarray and the surrounding trees shattered, all three were taken aback. Curious about what had happened before they could ponder further, a voice rang out. Huh, damn minks. Hiding Whitebeard's remnants. You had it coming. A dinosaur spoke in human tongue, its back covered in sharp spikes, its mouth full of fangs, its face hideous. Unmistakably a Spinosaurus. When its figure came into Long Zaitian's view, he froze. Isn't that? Before he could react, another voice chimed in. How dare you bully my little page one? Let me show you the taste of a poison gas bomb. Another dinosaur. Its head was domed and swollen, closely resembling a Pachycephalosaurus. Why are Page 1 and Ultai here? Long Zaitian was utterly shocked. Shouldn't they be at the banquet on Onigashima at this time? Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. Page 1 in his Spinosaurus form showed clear dissatisfaction. Besides, is a poison gas bomb really necessary for this bunch? Ultai stepped on a bleeding reindeer and looked at Page 1. Little Page, the Onigashima banquet is in 2 days. We don't have time to waste here. If we're late, Kaido will be angry. Page 1 pouted and retorted. What's there to be angry about? We'll just say we were delayed capturing Whitebeard's remnants. Kaido-sama definitely won't be mad. Reminded by Page 1, Ultai's eyes lit up. That's right. My little Page 1 is so clever. If we present Whitebeard's 5th Division Commander Flower Sword Vista, not only will we avoid a scolding, Kaido-sama might even give us a chance to challenge the All-Stars. Ultai was extremely excited. Flower Sword Vista. How did he end up in the hands of these two? Long Zaitian was momentarily confused about the situation, but he knew that Whitebeard behind him was about to explode. This was his child. Whitebeard, calm down. Let's rescue the people first, then we'll settle the score with them. Long Zaitian stared at the poison gas bomb on Run Ti's waist, advising Whitebeard to stay calm. If they failed to eliminate the enemy instantly and allowed them to throw the gas bomb, it would be troublesome. By then all three of them would have no oxygen masks and would surely be no match for the enemy. I know, Whitebeard replied through gritted teeth. This was only the second time he had seen Whitebeard so angry. The first time was when he mentioned Blackbeard teach. Ace beside him was also suppressing his rage, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Sir Vista has been found. At this moment, a grunt of the Beast's pirates dragged the severely injured Vista here. How weren't you good at running? Keep running. Page 1 opened his huge mouth, letting out a series of mocking laughs. Did you think you'd be safe by hiding in Zou? I'll tell you, even if Whitebeard's remnants flee to the ends of the earth, we will hunt them down. Run T revealed a cold sneer. Vista seemed heavily injured, unable to resist. His 2 rapiers were missing and blood flowed from his forehead. Little Pay, let's go. We'll go claim credit from Kaido. Before leaving, Run T kicked away an injured mink, venting her dissatisfaction. Captain, aren't we going to act yet? Ace asked, anxiously watching the group slowly walk away. Whitebeard, Ace, I'll draw their attention. You two take the chance to eliminate them. Long Zaitian didn't think further and arranged the strategy. Alright, Whitebeard and Ace said in unison. Little pay if you get the chance to challenge an all-star this time. Who will you challenge? Runti had already reverted to her human form, completely different from her ferocious appearance earlier. Page 1 thought without hesitation, Jack, because he's the weakest among the three. Right, I even heard from his subordinates that he couldn't even beat the mink tribe. It cracks me up. Runti held her stomach and laughed heartily. Just as the two were leaving, an abrupt voice sounded from behind. Hey! Long Zaitian shouted, directly pulling their attention. Kid, who are you? Page 1 instantly became alert. Runti originally wanted to transform, but when she saw Long Zaitian's appearance, she decisively gave up. Kid, get out of here, wherever you came from. We have things to do, don't bother us. Runti glanced and planned to ignore him. Seeing the two acting like bullies, Long Zaitian felt a moment of cowardice. What if Whitebeard and Ace failed to eliminate them? Wouldn't he become their prey? Forget it, I won't think too much. Whitebeard is an emperor. How could he not one-shot the Flying Six? Are all the beasts pirates this cowardly? They run away at the sight of me. Seeing that his words didn't catch their attention, Long Zaitian poured more fuel on the fire. He had backers anyway, so he just needed to taunt and attract their hate. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the two froze in place. Then they stared at Long Zaitian as if looking at a fool. Kid, do you know what you just said? Page 1 directly used his devil fruit ability. Dragon fruit, ancient Zoan Spinosaurus form. His purple long hair directly covered the right half of his face. His height instantly doubled. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forward. His muscles burst through his clothes like bombs. The aura of death permeated around Long Zaitian. Kid, if you've got the guts, say that again. Page 1's dark yellow eyes narrowed as he slowly approached Long Zaitian. Damn, it can't be. To deal with an ordinary person like me, does he need to go in a hybrid form? Long Zaitian was crying internally. Even in human form he couldn't win. Whitebeard, you must one-shot him for me. Kid, why aren't you talking? Weren't you so talkative just now? Page 1 came before Long Zaitian, looking down at him from above. Oh my goodness. This height must be almost 3 meters. Gulp. Long Zaitian swallowed in fear. Huh, what did I just say? I don't remember anything. Long Zaitian used his ultimate technique. Feigning ignorance. After all, the other was a Flying Six of the infamous beast pirates. Surely he wouldn't lay hands on an idiot. As soon as the words fell, Runti urged, Little Pay, don't bother with an idiot. Look, he's scared silly. Just as Long Zaitian was happy thinking they would let him go, the next words made his heart tremble. Quickly bite his head off. Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Runti revealed a sinister smile. The consequence of insulting the beast pirates is death. As the word death fell from her lips, Whitebeard and Ace suddenly burst out from the grass. Heaven-shaking slash. Terrifying power erupted from the Murakamajiri. As Whitebeard's hands came down, an earth-shattering aura flew from the blade. It slashed straight toward Page 1. And Ace, not to be outdone, used armament hockey on both hands. His arms instantly covered in a layer of black armor gleaming darkly under the sun. Bang! He smashed directly onto Runti's head, so fast that the opponent didn't even have time to transform. However, it wasn't over yet. After swinging the first strike, Whitebeard ignored Page 1 and raised the Murakamajiri to slash at Runti. Clearly, Whitebeard was very confident that his strike could knock out Page 1. And just as he expected, Page 1 was hit in the back. Instantly, his entire back was covered in blood. The intense pain directly knocked Page 1 unconscious. When Runti saw her brother fall, she wanted to rush over and catch him. However, her own situation was not optimistic. Soon she too felt dizzy and collapsed uncontrollably. Both Flying Six members fell in an instant, leaving the other grunts with no time to react. By the time they realized, their two leaders had already lost combat capability. How is this possible? Our leaders are Flying Six. Captain Runti, wake up. Captain Page 1. Captain Page 1. Seeing how powerful the enemy was, the few grunts could only hope their leaders would wake up, but the truth disappointed them. The two leaders showed no response, as if they had lost their lives. Watching Page 1 fall before him, Long Zaitian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whitebeard, well done. Long Zaitian's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he was a weakling with absolutely no defense. Anyone slightly larger in size or stronger in presence could scare him into submission. After all, he was still just an ordinary person. Vista in a daze since the commotion outside and struggled to open his eyes to observe. Pops. Ace. Have I arrived in heaven? Flower Sword Bastada, seeing two familiar figures before him, instinctively thought he had died. This is fine too. Our family can finally reunite. Foolish son. What nonsense are you spouting? Whitebeard swiftly dispatched the remaining rabble with a few strokes. Pops, is this not heaven? Flower Sword Bastada, still disoriented, only knew that his body was in unbearable pain. Ace hurried over to untie Bastada. Bastada, don't speak, yet rest well. I'll tell you the whole story later. Bastada heeded Ace's advice, closed his eyes, and began to rest. However, he soon opened them again, fearing that if he shut his eyes, the two would vanish from his sight. So it's not heaven. Flower Sword Bastada, watching his father bind Ulti and Page 1 together, finally relaxed and rested. Pops, Ace. I missed you both so much. Bastada murmured softly before falling asleep. Ace carried Bastada on his back, following Whitebeard and Long Zaitian through the forest in search of a doctor. After all, Bastada's injuries were severe and ordinary treatment methods were of no use. They arrived at a place resembling a village. The moment they appeared before the mink tribe, several members of the fire tank squad leaped out. Damned beast pirates. How dare you return? Give us back Bastada. He is a friend of Lord Odin. Don't waste words with them. Beware of their poison gas bombs again. Seeing Ace carrying Bastada, the minks mistakenly believed they were also part of the beast pirates. A clash erupted instantly. At the critical moment, Long Zaitian stepped in to explain. We are not the beast pirates. We are the resurrection pirates, and we are also friends of Kazuki Odin. Long Zaitian referred to Whitebeard and Ace as friends. The approaching fire tank squad members hesitated briefly at his words. Is that true? Still they eyed him with suspicion, clearly not easily convinced. A hawk-like mink with wings appeared among the tribe. How can you prove you are not from the beast pirates? Whitebeard, throw them out. Long Zaitian, seeing that words were useless, decided to take action. Hearing his captain, Whitebeard hauled out the two tightly bound Toby Rappo members. They were still unconscious. Seeing the pair, the minks' suppressed fury erupted. These two are the ones who used poison gas bombs when they couldn't beat us. Go, give them a good thrashing. It seems these three are not bad guys. They even helped us capture the villains. That's uncertain. What if they staged the whole thing? Captain Beepo, should we trust them? Suspicion once again permeated the mink tribe. It was understandable. The naive minks had suffered enough from the beast pirates' tricks and could not easily trust outsiders. The hawk Beepo was also torn, uncertain how to decide. If they were not the beast pirates, turning them away would hurt Lord Dogstorm's heart. He was a devoted fan of Kazuki Odin, and Odin's friends were his lord's friends. But if they were indeed the beast pirates, letting them in would be like inviting a wolf into the house, bringing disaster upon the entire mink tribe. Beepo, they are not bad people. Just as the standoff continued, Bastada on Ace's back awoke. With pale, weak strength, he used every ounce of his being to convince the fire tank squad captain of their innocence. Hearing Flower Sword Bastada's words, the leading Beepo ceased his doubts, ordering his tribesmen to summon a doctor for Bastada while leading the group into the mink village. The tense, explosive atmosphere dissolved instantly. As they headed toward the mink homeland, Long Zaitian asked, Beepo, you know Bastada? Long Zaitian had been puzzled. How did Flower Sword Bastada know the minks? The story never mentioned that. Oh, this. Beepo smiled. We didn't know him before. He came to us himself, saying he was a close friend of Kazuki Odin, that they used to spar on the same ship, and that he was being hunted by the beast pirates, and hoped we could heal him. After hearing the full story, Long Zaitian roughly understood the situation. It seemed this plot was not in the original. It had changed because he had come to this world. By the way, Whitebeard, why did Kaido chase down your crew member? Long Zaitian thought of another question and asked softly. Gururara, because I had a minor feud with him when we were on Rock's ship. Now that he knows I'm not around, he takes it out on the remaining members. Whitebeard paid no heed to Kaido's schemes. Previously, due to various reasons, he hadn't sought Kaido for retribution, but now that Kaido had harmed his son as a father, he would no longer stand by. He would take this opportunity to settle all old scores in Wano country. Lord Cat Viper and Lord Dogstorm often recount their adventures with Kazuki Odin. So we thought if he is a friend of Kazuki Odin, our mink tribe absolutely cannot stand idly by. I think you know the rest. The beast pirates demanded we hand over Bastada. We refused, and a fight broke out. Beepo clenched his fists, looking at the injured on the ground, his heart heavy. Lord Dogstorm had instructed him to take care of the mink tribe before leaving. How could he face his lord with this sight? But thanks to you, you helped us subdue the invaders. Thank you. Beepo expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. However, there is something I hope you can help me with. Long Zaitian's eyes started forming an idea. What is it? Beepo paused mid-step and turned to face Long Zaitian. I hope you can help me build a pirate ship. The one we came on has suffered considerable damage. It won't make it to Wano country before falling apart. Build a pirate ship. Beepo tapped his chin thoughtfully. By the way, you said you were going to Wano country. As Beepo pondered, he suddenly caught the latter part of the sentence. Why are you going to Wano country? Beepo squinted cautiously. Long Zaitian immediately realized the misunderstanding and quickly explained, don't misunderstand. We're going to Wano to drive out Kaido and open the country. Open Wano country. Hearing this, many wounded minks lifted their heads to look at Long Zaitian, their eyes tinged with a glimmer of hope. You? Are you serious? Do you really have the power to drive out Kaido? Beepo was clearly shaken, his pupils dilated. His teeth chattered slightly. Can you really make Wano country open its borders? Long Zaitian looked at the other man and nodded emphatically. His mission was to open the borders of the land of Wa. If he failed, he would not receive the reward of Conqueror's Haki. Good, I'll have someone build a pirate ship right away using the finest material in the forest, the treasure tree atom. With that, Baibo let out a roar. Soon a black bear came bounding toward them. Baibo, what's up? What happened? Charles, let me introduce you. This is my honored guest. Help them build a pirate ship and remember to use our best materials. Charles was clearly taken aback, not understanding what was happening. He scratched his head and asked, Baibo, are you serious? Nonsense. They're going to help our boss realize the dream of opening the land of Wa, aren't they? Baibo scolded him without mercy. The 3-meter-tall black bear, Charles, hung his head like a child caught in mischief. Captain, what are you saying? Do you really think these few people can open the borders of the land of Wa? The black bear Charles clearly did not believe it. Long Zaitian had no choice but to invoke the name of Whitebeard. After all, both Dogstorm and Cat Viper had once served on Whitebeard's ship, and they must have told their subordinates about him. Well, he's called Whitebeard, the first captain of your bosses Cat Viper and Dogstorm. Long Zaitian rubbed his nose as he introduced him. What? You're Whitebeard. The Blackbeard Charles was stunned, having obviously heard of Whitebeard's reputation. That's right, I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard stepped in front of the Black Bear, Charles, his towering height, making the other man flinch. So you're Whitebeard. Bo finally realized why this man matched the description his boss had given. Dogstorm had once told him that the two captains he met at sea were both extraordinary. One became the pirate king, and the other became the strongest man in the world. When Bo was still young, he had vowed to become as strong as those two captains. Now that he knew Whitebeard's identity, both of them immediately grew more respectful. Long Zaitian sighed. If I'd known Whitebeard's name carried so much weight, I would have just said it from the start. He finally understood why so many people wanted to join the Four Emperors crews. Once you were part of such a crew, you could use their name to command the seas. Charles stopped daydreaming and go prepare the materials. Seeing the other man staring motionless at Whitebeard, Bo knew he was captivated by Whitebeard's charisma. Oh, I'll go prepare right away. Charles snapped out of it, realizing his rudeness, and quickly lowered his head as he left. I'll go with him to collect the materials. Whitebeard, you and Ace take care of Flower Sword Vista. Long Zaitian hurried after him. He hadn't forgotten the system's mission: collect shipbuilding materials. Once he gathered enough treasure tree atom, the shipbuilding process would be greatly accelerated. Captain, go ahead without worry. Whitebeard and Ace followed Bo to the infirmary to check on Flower Sword Vista. As they entered, they saw him lying still with his eyes closed. Nurse, how is he? Ace asked the squirrel nurse attending him. Oh, Captain, Bo. The squirrel nurse stood up and bowed. Vista's injuries aren't serious, it's mostly the poison he inhaled that knocked him out. The toxin has been expelled, and he should wake up soon. The squirrel nurse spoke truthfully. That's good. Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Whitebeard and Ace also felt the weight lift from their hearts. Charles is your best shipbuilding material, the treasure tree atom. Long Zaitian followed the Black Bear, glancing around. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about the treasure tree atom. The Black Bear Charles was a bit surprised. Of course I'm Whitebeard's captain. Long Zaitian got a little carried away and accidentally revealed his identity. What? You said you're Whitebeard's captain? The Black Bear Charles stopped in his tracks, turned around, and stared at Long Zaitian in disbelief, trying to find something extraordinary about him. You must be joking. After observing for a long time, Charles saw nothing special. His first thought was that this guy was bragging. Who was Whitebeard? The strongest man in the world. How many times had Cat Viper boasted about that? And this man before him was completely unheard of. How could he possibly be Whitebeard's captain? An intern at best. Fine, believe what you will. Go ask Whitebeard yourself if you don't believe me. Long Zaitian couldn't be bothered to argue. But he realized he had been a little too cocky. Fortunately, they were on Zo Island. If he had shown off like that elsewhere, his head would probably be rolling on the ground. The two quickly arrived at a mysterious place. Several mink tribesmen were guarding the entrance. Wow, this tree is huge. The first thing that caught his eye was a colossal tree whose top disappeared into the clouds. Its brownish bark exuded an ancient aura. Boy, never seen anything like this, have you? Seeing Long Zaitian's expression, the Black Bear Charles felt a swell of pride. This is the treasure tree atom. You've never seen it before, have you? Even the legendary pirate King Roger had the same face when he saw it. They reached the entrance. Charles, who is he? The guard looked over Long Zaitian. He's a friend of Whitebeard. We're following Captain Bo's orders to collect the best materials to build them a pirate ship. With that, he handed over the token Bo had given him. All right, go ahead. Do you need some extra hands? The guard examined the token several times before allowing them in. Clearly, this place was not accessible to ordinary people. But that was understandable. This was the treasure tree atom after all, and there were only a handful of them in the entire world. Using this material to build a pirate ship was sheer luxury. He hadn't expected the Mink brothers to be so generous. They probably owed it to Kazuki Odin and Whitebeard. Fortunately, he hadn't resurrected rocks or Zephyr. If he had getting a pirate ship made of treasure tree atom would have been a tall order. The Black Bear Charles called a few men, and they all entered together. Once inside, Charles patted the enormous tree behind him. Ah, old friend. I don't know how many years you've stood here, but today I'll let you go out and see the world. As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Clearly he had grown attached to this tree. This tree had been here for generations, and he never thought it would have to leave one day. But he didn't regret it because he knew the tree was destined to build the ship of the strongest man in the world. He also knew that these people had come to fulfill Cat Viper's wish. So even though he was reluctant beyond measure, it had to be cut down. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the task of collecting shipbuilding materials. Ding. Shipbuilding speed increased tenfold. After unremitting efforts, the group finally managed to chop down the towering atom treasure tree. It was already late and the materials were ready, so they decided to start building the ship the next morning. Returning to the land of Zwawu, they saw from afar the Mink tribe holding torches welcoming them back. Oh, quite lively here. Long Zaitian remarked, experiencing this scene for the first time. Normally such a scene could only be seen on screen. Only when one personally experiences it does one realize how wonderful the atmosphere truly is. Though they were of different races, they all drank and laughed together, raising their cups in song. Even far from home, they could still feel the warmth of belonging. Have you found the materials for the ship? Whitebeard approached, carrying a plate as large as a flying saucer. No need to guess it was filled with sake. Don't worry, everything is ready. We'll start construction tomorrow. Hey, you must be the new captain Dad mentioned. Just then, a tall, muscular, broad-shouldered man with dark skin appeared before him. This man was none other than the flower sword by Sita, who had previously fainted. He had 2 curved black mustaches, wore a deep blue top hat, and sported earrings. By Sita, you're awake. Are you feeling alright? Long Zaitian hadn't expected flower sword by Sita to have such a strong physique, recovering so quickly from such severe injuries. I'm fine. If it weren't for those 2 siblings outnumbering me, I wouldn't have lost. By Sita patted his chest. By the way, what about your 2 rapiers? Long Zaitian noticed that both sides of the man's belt were empty, the rapiers were long gone. I don't even mention it. When I fought Blackbeard and his crew, my weapons were destroyed. They're gone. Speaking of this, by Sita felt dejected. Those 2 rapiers had been hard-won, and now they were lost. Rapiers were not ordinary swords. They were not easy to come by. He had traveled far and wide, and only managed to find this one, and now it was gone. Coincidentally, I have a rapier in my possession. I wonder if you'd be interested. Long Zaitian smiled, deliberately setting a trap for the other to fall into. He had been worrying about what to do with the 2 rapiers in his hands. Oh, are you serious? Can I see it? Upon hearing that Long Zaitian had a rapier, by Sita's attention was instantly captured. I can show you, but I have one condition. Long Zaitian rubbed his chin, concealing his sly smile. What condition? Please go ahead. By Sita even used honorifics in his desire to obtain the rapier. Long Zaitian smiled at by Sita and said, then I'll be straightforward. I hope you'll join my ship and become my crew member. Though he wore a smile inwardly, he was very nervous. After all, he didn't know by Sita well. What if the man refused to join his pirate crew? What would he do then? He couldn't possibly ask Whitebeard to persuade by Sita to join him. That would completely change the nature of things, and might even prevent him from being recognized as captain. But by Sita's answer caught Long Zaitian off guard. Alright. By Sita replied without hesitation. You revived Dad in AIC, and for that alone, I am willing to serve you. Good, with those words I am satisfied. Upon hearing this, Long Zaitian reached behind his back and retrieved the weapons from the warehouse in his mind. Here. As soon as the 2 swords appeared, by Sita's eyes went wide. Flame Rock. The sword is 1 meter long, with a vermilion willow button at the tip. The hilt is a mix of gold and orange, and above the cross-shaped guard are 2 large feathered wings protecting the hand. The blade is a metallic silver. Cold Kuin. The sword is 1 meter long, with a cross-shaped sea blue diamond at the tip. The hilt is a mix of blue and green, with a semicircular guard, and the knuckle guard has Kuin fin decorations. This sword. How did you obtain it? By Sita was almost drooling. He had never seen such fine rapiers before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. How about it? Aren't these 2 swords impressive? Long Zaitian shook his head, pursed his lips, and looked at the other with a half-smile. Impressive? No, they are absolutely splendid. By Sita's voice was a bit hurried. Then these 2 swords are yours now. Long Zaitian tossed them forward carelessly, startling by Sita, who quickly caught them with his upper body. The moment his hands touched the blades, he felt a surge of power. Unconsciously, by Sita's heartbeat quickened. He adjusted his grip, holding the flame rock in his left hand and the cold Kuin in his right, and his entire aura sword. Go ahead and try them. Seeing the man's eager expression, Long Zaitian knew he was itching to test the sword's power. So he led him to a sparsely populated area. This place is good, no one around. Give it a try. Long Zaitian found a safe distance. These 2 swords were on the same level as Enma, both being part of the Great Greatsword series. In the story, when Suo Long first obtained Enma, a casual swing sliced off a cliff. So the power of these 2 swords was definitely extraordinary. If he didn't stand far enough and got accidentally hurt, that would be a terrible loss. Alright. Flower Sword by Sita took a deep breath, and his aura instantly surged. He swung a slash toward the forest. Whoosh! The sound was like thunder exploding in the sky, shocking the soul. The sword energy effortlessly cut through everything in its path. The severed surfaces were as smooth as a mirror. By Sita was stunned. Though he had imagined such a scene, he never expected it to be so exaggerated. And that was just 1 slash. The other sword, Cold Kuin, hadn't even been used yet. Long Zaitian swallowed hard. Holy crap, good thing I wasn't standing over there, or my upper body would have been gone. Long Zaitian had never expected the power to be so immense. It was probably not far behind Enma. As the 2 stood in awe, the loud noise also drew the attention of other Mink tribe members. What's going on? Could the beast pirates be back? The sound seems to be from the forest. Everyone go check it out. By Sita and Long Zaitian are missing. Could they have been captured? Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Before long, the Mink tribe surrounded the 2 men. Whitebeard rushed over, holding his Murakamajiri. Captain, are you all right? What happened? AIC followed closely behind. Where's the enemy? Where are they? The other Mink tribe members exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. Their faces were slightly flushed. Sorry, that was my doing. The captain gave me a weapon, and I was just curious to test its power. Vista raised his sword, sheepishly realizing he had caused the commotion. Everyone relax. There's no enemy invasion. Long Zaitian also signaled the crowd to calm down. Oh good, no enemies. Bibbo was startled by the noise as well. He had just drunk quite a bit, and if a fight broke out now, his strength would surely be affected. But when he saw the sight of a whole row of trees cleanly severed, the alcohol-induced haze instantly cleared. Well, you did all this. Bibbo's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. Sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Vista looked at the destruction he had caused, knowing he had gone a bit too far. Gurara, Vista, not bad. Whitebeard laughed at his son's handiwork. It's been so long, and your swordsmanship has risen another level. Ace also encouraged him. Vista, next time you meet Hawkeye, maybe you can defeat him. Vista humbly replied, no, it's all thanks to these two swords. When I hold them, I feel an endless surge of power flowing into my body. Vista, test the other sword another time. Long Zaitian walked over and patted Vista on the shoulder. A single swing had already felled over 100 trees, another one would leave a bald patch on Zanesha. All right, as the captain commands. Vista smiled and sheathed both swords. Vista had truly reaped a great harvest today. Not only had his two closest people been revived, but he also obtained a fine sword. Vista, what did you say? You called him captain. Whitebeard paused, not expecting Vista to willingly join. He had been wondering how to recruit him, but in just a short while the captain had already secured Vista. It seemed the captain had some skill after all. Since you joined Dad, why can't I? Vista took a cup of wine from Ace and began to drink. By the way, Whitebeard, how are the two Flying Six members? Long Zaitian remembered the siblings. The Mink tribe has already locked them up. Don't worry. Whitebeard and Bibbo were drinking enthusiastically. That's good. Subduing two Flying Six members before the battle even starts greatly increases our chances of victory. By the way, Vista, what position will you take? Long Zaitian brought up the question. Me? Let me think. Vista racked his brain. Vista, you're pretty good at cooking. How about becoming our chef? Ace suggested. As for the chef, Long Zaitian was about to say he was the chef, but Whitebeard cut him off. Great. Vista, you'll be our chef, Whitebeard said, then shot a meaningful glance at Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian's face darkened. Was his cooking really that bad? Ding. Detected that the Resurrection Pirate crew has gained a new member. Reward 1 lottery draw. A new information card appeared, and Long Zaitian opened it. Character Vista. Devil Fruit none. Crew Resurrection Pirate crew. Position Chef. Weapons Flame Condor Frost Coin. Hockey Armament Hockey Observation Hockey. Skills Flower Sword / Rose Waltz. Bounty 8900000000. This bounty was within Long Zaitian's expectations. After all, Vista was not like other pirates who loved plundering resources and causing trouble for the world government. He was more like Hawkeye, a figure who enjoyed challenging the world's strongest. It seemed that all sword users loved challenging the strong. But he was different from Hawkeye. Hawkeye was completely free, while Vista spent most of his time on the Moby Dick with a very limited range of activity. This was why his bounty had never risen much. However, he himself had little interest in bounties, for in his eyes nothing excited him except strong opponents. He had challenged many top-tier fighters in the world, but never had there been anyone who used the flower sword style like him. This also made him feel lonely. Before the Summit War, his bounty was probably even lower, if not for his clash with Hawkeye during that war, which brought him more into the public eye. His bounty might have been similar to Ace's. But now with these two swords, his bounty would likely skyrocket. After all, the next stop was Wano country. If he could defeat a few strong opponents, their breaking 1 billion would be easy. As for the lottery, it was dark now, and his luck was probably bad. He would wait until tomorrow morning. Besides, he had drunk quite a bit and was feeling sleepy. Late at night, only a few members of the Mink tribe remained on duty. The rest were dead, drunk, falling asleep on the spot. Long Zaitian and the others were no exception. However, as honored guests, they slept in rooms. The siblings were tied to a tree. Ultai and Page 1 began to whisper their plans. Sis, look, they're all asleep. Let's make a move now. Page 1 twisted his body, trying to free himself from the ropes. Damn it. That brat had someone ambush us. Just wait till I catch him. Ultai gritted her teeth, scanning the surroundings. Sis, forget about settling scores for now. Let's get out of here first. There's only 1 day left until Kaido's banquet. If we don't hurry, we'll be too late. Page 1 tried every trick, but couldn't break free. Page, why not transform and bite through the ropes? Ultai asked, puzzled. No way. Transforming would cause a huge commotion and attract Whitebeard. Page 1 shuddered at the thought of Whitebeard's strike. He didn't want to take another hit like that. If he hadn't transformed in time, that blow could have shattered his body. Are you sure that was Whitebeard? Didn't he die 2 years ago? Ultai was also annoyed. Their plan to capture Vista had been going smoothly until Long Zaitian and the others ruined it, and now they were captured. Although she had a devil fruit ability, she hadn't had time to transform at that moment, leaving her more injured than Page 1. Now she couldn't muster any strength. Of course, I'm sure. Haven't you seen Whitebeard's wanted poster? Page 1 rolled his eyes at his sister. Besides, who else but Whitebeard could deal us such terrifying damage? Ultai recalled, at that time there seemed to be someone else besides Whitebeard, but I didn't see who. Page 1 interrupted her recollection. Stop thinking, and find a way to escape. Ultai lifted her foot. Page, I hid a small knife here. Page Yvonne was startled. Sis, what are you doing hiding the knife here? Aren't you afraid of cutting yourself? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, or we'll be discovered. Runti even gave Page Yvonne a kick. Finally, after some twists and turns, the two managed to break free from the ropes. Sis, how do we get down? Page Yvonne approached the cliff's edge, gazing at the towering elephant with some fear. Little Pay, watch your sister. With a swift stride, Runti sat on top of Page Yvonne's head. Hey, sis, what are you doing? Don't move around. Hey. Due to Runti's forceful charge, Page Yvonne lost his balance and fell directly from the high altitude. Sis, what the hell are you doing? In midair, Pei Jivan roared at his sister. Little Pei, look, isn't this way much faster? Run T transformed into a Pachycephalosaurus form in midair. Pei Jivan was helpless, his sister always did this kind of nonsense. He then transformed into a Spinosaurus form as well. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive loud sounds echoed, but the distance from the elephant's back to the sea was too great for the sound to reach above. And so Pei Jivan and Run T successfully escaped. The next morning a scream resounded through the forest. Oh no, the 2 from the beast pirates have escaped. Hearing the noise, the mink tribe members instantly woke up, grabbing their weapons and rushing toward the source of the sound. When they saw the 2 empty spots and the severed ropes, they all stared blankly. What happened? Did someone untie them? Long Zaitian was also awakened by the noise. He hurriedly rushed over as well. What's going on? Long Zaitian pushed through the crowd and entered. Bad news, the 2 prisoners have escaped. Bai Bo told Long Zaitian with guilt. After all, those 2 were under his watch. Yesterday he had too much to drink out of joy and fell asleep without realizing it. It's fine, let them go. We'll run into them sooner or later at our next stop, Wano country. Long Zaitian didn't blame him. Whitebeard, Ace, and Baisita also came over. After observing for a while, they decided to get down to business. Bai Bo, let's go build the pirate ship first. Long Zaitian hadn't forgotten today's task. He had heard from Pei Jivan earlier that the Onigashima banquet was in 2 days. So excluding yesterday, tomorrow would be the Onigashima banquet. He needed to hurry up and get there. Right, let's get you to Wano country first. Bai Bo summoned the entire mink tribe to assist Charles in building the pirate ship. This astonished Long Zaitian as he watched the massive procession heading toward the location of the atom tree. He quietly approached Bai Bo. Brother, you're too loyal. Gathering so many people to build the ship, it should be finished in less than a day. Bai Bo just smiled. It's nothing. You're going to fulfill our captain's wish, so the sooner you go the better. Along the way they chatted happily. At this moment Long Zaitian remembered he still had a chance to draw. He silently said in his mind, system draw. As soon as the words fell, a roulette wheel materialized in front of him, visible only to him. Then the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. This time Long Zaitian didn't hesitate and immediately said stop. After all, delay could lead to changes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Devil Fruit Hurricane Fruit. Devil Fruit Hurricane Fruit. Category Paramecia. Ability: the user can arbitrarily summon hurricanes with adjustable intensity and no upper limit on power, from a gentle breeze to tearing apart islands. Wow. Damn, that's awesome. Long Zaitian was completely stunned. Was today his lucky day? Though it wasn't a Logia type, it was still quite impressive. It all depended on the user's talent. If the user was strong, as the description said, they could tear apart an entire island. However, he now faced another problem. Who should he give this fruit to? Among the 4 of them, he was the weakest. But Long Zaitian didn't intend to eat it himself. He planned to give it to Ace. Because even if he ate it, he would still be weak in the short term. It was better to give it to Ace so he could protect him. Although he was weak, having a strong subordinate was enough. When his bounty reached 2 billion next time, he would revive another expert and surely dominate the seas. As for the candidate, he would think carefully. Just then Ace came by, intending to help the mink tribe build the ship. Ace, Long Zaitian called out. Captain, something you need. Ace stopped. I have a devil fruit here. Do you want to eat it? Long Zaitian got straight to the point. Ah, Captain, you have a devil fruit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ace was taken aback, not expecting the captain to have such a hidden treasure. Here you go. Long Zaitian didn't wait for a response and directly took out the fruit. The hurricane fruit's appearance was quite unique, like a green fruit shaped like a tornado. What kind of fruit is this? Ace took it and examined it in his hand. Hurricane fruit, Paramecia type. You'll know how to use it once you eat it. Long Zaitian briefly explained. Ace held the fruit in his hand, hesitating for a long time. Whitebeard happened to see this scene. Gururara, Ace, you got a devil fruit. Ace pointed at Long Zaitian. The captain gave it to me. Oh, Captain, you still have a devil fruit. Whitebeard had followed Long Zaitian for so long, but didn't know he had a devil fruit hidden. Pops, do you want to eat it? Ace asked for Whitebeard's opinion. Whitebeard shook his head. You eat it. We'll be heading to Wano country to fight soon. Eating it will give you more self-preservation ability. Ace thought about it and agreed. Without further hesitation, he took a bite. Ugh. Ace's expression was exactly the same as Long Zaitian's when he ate his fruit, frowning, almost vomiting. Whoa. As soon as he swallowed, Ace let out an exclamation of surprise. This fruit is amazing. I felt its effect right after eating it. Long Zaitian, seeing Ace unchanged, told him to try it out. Ace nodded and then punched toward an empty space. Suddenly a hurricane appeared out of thin air. The wind howled, sand and stones flew, whipping up fallen leaves on the ground, like a ferocious beast roaring and snarling. Before long the wind dissipated, but the power had truly opened everyone's eyes. This was only the first use, and it produced such an effect. Once mastered, the result would be unimaginable. Long Zaitian finally understood why the description said it could tear apart an entire island. That single strike had already snapped a few branches. With practice, uprooting an entire tree would be no problem. Huh, why do I feel so energized today? A monkey in charge of sawing would wondered aloud. Reminded by his words, the other minks around also noticed something unusual about today. Yeah, why do I feel like my strength is inexhaustible? At this time of day we'd usually be slacking off by now, right? It's amazing. Whatever, let's work hard and get them to Wano country soon to support our boss. With Beepo's command, everyone worked with all their might. Long Zaitian, who was idle nearby, nodded with great satisfaction. This system reward is quite good. At this pace the ship should be finished by dusk. If he weren't in a hurry to reach Wano, Long Zaitian would have had the minx build a pirate ship for each of his friends. Like the commanders under Whitebeard, a row of pirate ships would look truly imposing. But he could think about that later. Long Zaitian then looked at Ace not far away, who was training his wind gathering with all his might. Ace, how's your control over the devil fruit ability? Long Zaitian poured a glass of water and brought it to Ace. Gulp, gulp. His hair drenched with sweat clung to his scalp. His hat had been tossed aside and his back was covered in sweat stains. Ugh, I can never control the size of the hurricane I summon. If the wind gets too strong it falls apart, if it's too weak it can't hurt the enemy at all. Ace leaned against a tree completely exhausted. I wonder if it's because I was just revived, but my stamina seems much less than before. Long Zaitian pondered for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. Those revived by my fruit ability are at their peak strength, they can't be weaker than before. Ace panted heavily. That's strange. Maybe I'm imagining it. Seeing this, Whitebeard and Vista came over as well. Gurura, Ace, how do you like this ability? Whitebeard blocked the sunlight to give them shade. Dad, the fruit ability is great, but I'm still too weak right now to maximize its power. Whitebeard chuckled. Ace, you're still young. You have a long road ahead. Don't rush. Flower Sword Vista also advised. Ace, I've watched you train all morning. Take a break. Here, have a piece of meat. With that he tossed the meat over. Hurricane. Ace muttered. Suddenly a whirlwind appeared beneath the meat, suspending it in the air. Ace hooked his finger lightly, and the whirlwind obediently brought the meat to him. He then grabbed the meat from the whirlwind and began devouring it eagerly. Gururara, Ace, your ability is quite handy. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He thought he could just have Ace bring him his sake without moving at all. Vista was a bit surprised. Ace, your wind control is already this strong. Ace gnawed on the meat without looking up. Strong. I can only move small objects, can't even blow a person away. Long Zaitian glanced at the sun. Ace, don't worry. Luffy and the others probably won't start fighting until tomorrow. You still have time. Hearing this, Ace stopped chewing and swallowed the meat directly. Damn, I need to train harder. There's no way my foolish little brother can beat Kaido and Big Mom. With that, Ace resumed his wind gathering practice. Hey, Captain. You. Vista hesitated. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Long Zaitian truly hadn't intended to pressure Ace. Gururara, Captain, it's fine. Ace knows his limits. Whitebeard gave an approving glance, and then went to help assemble the ship's hull. After a morning of hard work, most of the materials had been shaped. All that remained was assembly. The entire mink tribe wondered why they were so energized today, working at record speed. I feel like I'm working 10 times faster than usual today. Yeah, even when we built the ship for Master Nekomamushi, we weren't this quick. Hurry, hurry. We must finish the ship before afternoon because sailing to Wano at night is dangerous. Bippo urged them on. Unless you're familiar with the route, there's a high chance of capsizing as the waters near Wano are treacherous. Without a professional navigator, you'd definitely get caught in a whirlpool. By now the keel was already laid, the hull was being assembled, and the interior was being coated with their special waterproof paint. Time passed, and the sun moved from overhead to the west. Phew. Captain Bippo, we're done. Captain, since we finished so fast, how about giving us a reward? Charles, a veteran shipwright, had never seen a ship built in a single day before. This is unbelievable. You guys were never this fast. Long Zaitian looked at the completed pirate ship, his heart swelling with excitement. Captain, now that you have a ship, you need to design a ship name and a Jolly Roger. Whitebeard and the others gathered around as well. This would be their home from now on. For the Jolly Roger, just a skull with a heart behind it. Long Zaitian thought it best to keep it simple. As for the ship name, let's call it the Stredge. Stredge. The three repeated it a few times. It sounds good. Captain, when do we set sail? Vista was eager to go. No rush. There's something I need to do first. Long Zaitian led the group to find Bippo. Long Zaitian, are you satisfied with your new pirate ship? Long Zaitian shook his hand. Satisfied, absolutely satisfied. But I have one more request. Bippo laughed heartily. Go ahead. May we take a look at the road poneglyph? Long Zaitian asked cautiously. Bippo's expression turned grave and he looked troubled. Brother Long Zaitian, it's not that I don't want to show you, but we need Master Nekomamushi's permission first. That's fine. After we go to Wano and bring your master back, it'll be okay, right? Long Zaitian didn't mind as he knew he needed all 4 road poneglyphs to find the final island. There was no need to rush for this one. Thanks for understanding. Bippo broke out in a cold sweat, worried that Long Zaitian might get angry at his refusal. After all, the road poneglyph was of utmost importance, and he didn't dare show it to outsiders without permission. Even if it were Whitebeard or Kazuki Oden's captain, it was still a no-go. Master Nekomamushi had repeatedly stressed that no one except himself was allowed inside. Well, it's getting late. We should set off now. Long Zaitian boarded the ship, feeling the presence of the treasure tree atom. Gurura, this ship is much sturdier than that old wreck down there. Whitebeard patted the railing lightly. After bidding farewell to the mink friends, they pushed off from the elephant's back. Fortunately, Ace's hurricane fruit ability kept them from falling straight into the sea. By the time the Stredge touched the sea surface, Long Zaitian was so scared he was limp, collapsing onto the deck. Sorry, Captain. My ability isn't strong enough yet. Ace scratched his head. It's fine. If you hadn't released several hurricanes mid-air to slow our descent, my heart would have burst from the fall. That height was almost as high as from Skypiea to the sea. Set sail. To Wano. With that, Captain Long Zaitian passed out. Wano country. Onigashima. The entire banquet hall was in chaos. They were not celebrating, but fighting. Damn Straw Hat, I will never team up with you again. Eustace Kid angrily denounced Straw Hat Luffy. In his opinion, if not for Luffy, their infiltration plan would have gone smoothly, and they wouldn't have clashed with the gifters so early. A man wearing a mask, silent by nature with agile movements and a sickle attached to his hand, silently guarded Kid. He was Kid's first mate killer with a bounty of 200 million. Zoro was fighting up with the two, exchanging blows fiercely. Meanwhile, Luffy, the instigator of this incident, was pulled into a room by Yamato to talk. She had long, gradient white hair that shifted from white at the roots to green, then to blue at the tips. Very peculiar. Her hair was parted in the middle with locks falling naturally to her chest, a pair of red demon horns on her head, and a ponytail at the back. She looked like a little girl asking for candy on Halloween. But the most striking feature was the huge Shimenawa rope tied around her waist. She also wore gold earrings, and her attire was different from others, a sleeveless fitted kimono. All in all, she was a cheerful, spontaneous, and straightforward girl. Beside her, Luffy listened to Yamato recounting past events. What? You said Ace came to Wano country before? Straw Hat Luffy's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never imagined his brother had such an experience. On the other side of the battlefield. Mama. Damn Straw Hat pirates. A woman several times larger than an ordinary person with thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a wide pink dress, was chasing Chopper and Usopp. They were distracting Big Mom to cover their comrades. However, they didn't expect Big Mom to be much faster than they imagined. At the critical moment, Frankie crashed into Big Mom with his cool motorcycle, sending her flying. The two finally managed to escape. But the most important thing was the team sneaking up on Kaido. They were aboard Law's submarine, gradually approaching Kaido. With Law's abilities, they made it ashore successfully. The first person they met was an old acquaintance, an old enemy, Kanjuro. He didn't hide his actor's face at all. Both sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. However, Kanjuro was only one person, unable to stop the group of the 9 red scabbards. They then went to the rooftop to fight Kaido, but Kaido's strength was at the level of an emperor, far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Kaido toyed with them for a while before directly engulfing them with his beyond-the-lookout breath. The terrifying damage made them doubt their own strength. They hadn't expected his power to have increased so much in the past 2 years. It seemed this major operation would fail. The Streech had entered the waters of Wano country. Gurura, Ace, that ability of yours is quite impressive. Whitebeard watched as Ace continuously summoned hurricanes at the rear of the ship to speed it up. Huff. Ace gasped for air. Though exhausted, he dared not slack off. His younger brother was fighting nearby, and he needed to get there as soon as possible. Ace, take a rest first, or we won't even be able to land on the island later. Long Zaitian couldn't bear to watch. Ace had been summoning hurricanes at the ship's rear the entire journey to accelerate. If not for him, they might not have reached Wano country until the afternoon. It was now early morning, highlighting how much effort Ace had put in. Captain, I'm fine, don't worry. Ace wiped the sweat from his forehead. Captain, look. Vista pointed into the distance. We've reached the waters of Wano country. Next is to go ashore. There were usually 2 ways to get onto Wano country. The first was to contact Kaido and have his men open the hidden door, allowing the ship to pass through the waterfall and take the elevator up. But now it seemed Kaido wouldn't have time to answer the phone. The second method was bolder, using the underwater carp to pull the ship ashore, but this was highly dangerous. One misstep and the ship could capsize. However, Long Zaitian and the others had a third method. That was to have Ace summon a hurricane to blow them ashore. But Ace's stamina was severely depleted. It was uncertain whether he could still summon a giant whirlwind strong enough to lift the ship. Ace, you. Long Zaitian couldn't bear to see his crewmate so exhausted, wanting to persuade him to rest. He estimated that the battle had just started not long ago. Given Luffy's vitality, he probably wouldn't be in danger anytime soon. But it was uncertain. It might already be in the later stages. After all, since he had come to this world, many events had deviated from what happened in the original world. Captain, I'm fine. Ace took a deep breath and began to gather power. Water Dragon Twister. This was a skill he had practiced along the way, using wind to control the water flow. Long Zaitian immediately felt something under the ship, lifting them up. The next second, a tremendous force propelled the ship upward. The Streech flew directly toward the top of Wano country. Just as everyone was cheering, Long Zaitian noticed Ace's face was extremely pale. His face had lost its usual ruddiness, now deadly pale. Ace, you. Long Zaitian was about to ask if Ace was okay when Ace collapsed. Everyone was startled and immediately gathered around. But this wasn't the most critical moment. The most critical thing was that without Ace's hurricane to stabilize the ship, it lost balance. But with bad news came good news. The good news was that they had already landed on Wano country. The bad news was that the ship's tilt was becoming more severe. Vista suddenly leaned back. Whitebeard saw this. He leaped forward to grab him, but he too lost his footing on the ship. Both of them flew off the ship. Captain, you go ahead and support the others. We'll follow soon. Whitebeard roared as the two fell out of the ship. Long Zaitian was holding Ace with one hand and gripping a pole with the other. Ace, wake up. If they fell directly, they would be crushed into pieces. As if hearing Long Zaitian's call, Ace opened his eyes. Ace, wake up. Summon a hurricane. The ship is going to fall. Hearing this, Ace instantly became alert. Hurricane. Suddenly the ship regained balance. Captain, where are Dad and Vista? Finally the ship landed steadily on Onigashima. Ace looked around. The ship lost control earlier. Whitebeard fell off while saving Vista, but don't worry, they said they'll come later. Long Zaitian gazed up at the sky above the castle. Two overwhelming auras intertwined at lightning speed. A large and a small figure collided, sparking countless bolts of violet lightning in an instant. Utter terror filled his eyes. Turbulent waves crashed within Long Zaitian's heart at this moment. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. So this was the true power of the four emperors. Their mere presence was enough to sweep across the land and utterly crush the spirits of all who witnessed it, just as it was depicted in the anime. A single glance from a Yonko was enough to make an ordinary person faint. Standing at the foot of the island, Long Zaitian's legs trembled uncontrollably. Can I really be of any help here? He couldn't help but ask himself. Ding. Detected host participating in an emperor-level battle. Triggering armament hockey training mission. Host, please complete it. What the heck, who said I wanted to participate? I never agreed to join a battle of this level. Long Zaitian panicked. An emperor-level battle. Him join. Wasn't that a joke? Forget it. Let me check the mission first. The system can't possibly be trying to get me killed. Long Zaitian steadied his pounding heart. Captain, I'm heading up to help Luffy. Be careful. Ace had also noticed the battle atop the castle. He squinted to get a better look. Wasn't that his little brother Luffy? He quickly waved goodbye to Long Zaitian and summoned a gust of wind to propel himself upward. Go on. Long Zaitian didn't stop him and opened his new mission instead. Mission: defeat 100 standby members. Reward: basic armament hockey. Basic armament hockey. Long Zaitian pondered for a moment, then comprehension dawned. Basic armament hockey probably meant the ability to harden one's surface. It was like donning a suit of armor over the body or a weapon enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. So intermediate armament hockey must be Ryuo. This task was simple in some ways yet deceptively difficult in others. The standby members held the lowest rank within the Beast Pirates. They were warriors who hadn't yet consumed a devil fruit and were waiting to gain their abilities. They held a similar status to Long Zaitian. However, 100 opponents was indeed a bit excessive. He didn't even have a proper weapon right now. Defeating them all seemed like a daunting problem. Just as he was pondering this, a rumbling sound came from beneath his feet. What's going on? Long Zaitian looked around and realized the entire Onigashima was beginning to rise. Damn, it's the flame clouds. He quickly snapped back to reality and hurried towards the castle's interior. He had no time to hesitate. He had to complete the mission and acquire armament hockey. Ace was upstairs helping Luffy while Whitebeard and Vista were temporarily unaccounted for. He had to rely on himself now. He ventured alone into the banquet hall. By now it was less of a banquet and more of a brawling free-for-all. Members of the Beast's Pirates were easy to identify as their emblem was displayed on their belts. However, they were all stout and burly. Finding a scrawny standby member was a rare sight. Long Zaitian picked up a machete from the ground and nervously scanned the crowd for a target. Perhaps he seemed too insignificant as the combatants around him didn't even spare him a glance. As he was sizing up potential targets, a clear footstep echoed behind him. Someone's there. In a flash, Long Zaitian spun around and quickly put some distance between them. His opponent was a Beast Pirate of similar height, also wielding a machete like his own. What do I do? Long Zaitian's mind went blank for a second. Despite all his prior mental rehearsals, like in the movies where you just swing and cut down one insignificant foe after another. Facing the real thing, he found his limbs wouldn't obey him. He could only hope the machete in his hand would scare the other guy off. But this pirate was a seasoned fighter. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged directly at Long Zaitian with his blade. Forget it, no time to think, survival is key. Teacher Luo once said this was self-defense. Wait, no, this was the pirate world. Who believes in self-defense here? Long Zaitian stopped hesitating and focused on observing his opponent's weaknesses. Haha, scared stiff are we? Time to die. Seeing how young Long Zaitian was, the pirate thought he had intimidated him and quickened his charge. However, this played right into Long Zaitian's trap. We'll see who dies. A cold glint flashed in Long Zaitian's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, he swiftly dodged left. In that split second, he swung his machete with all his might. His heart pounded wildly. The blade lightly grazed the man's neck and a spray of crimson liquid burst forth. The opponent's eyes changed, instantly filled with shock and terror. He couldn't comprehend how this seemingly harmless, innocent kid had managed to turn the tables. This wasn't possible. His strength ebbed away and the machete slipped from his hand. With a look of unwillingness, he crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around him. Long Zaitian crouched down slowly. He didn't understand why his body had reacted so instinctively when the opponent lunged, as if it were being controlled by someone else. The image of his opponent falling replayed endlessly in his mind. Even though this wasn't his original world, taking a life still left him feeling unsettled and lost. A pirate's life had just been extinguished by his hand. Huff. Long Zaitian took a deep breath. There was no time to be dazed now. He could deal with any psychological aftermath after the war. Right now, all he wanted was to survive. Long Zaitian let out a fierce roar and raised his blade to strike at the next Beast's pirate. Mission standby members 1100. The system's voice chimed in with every target he took down. With the experience of his first kill, Long Zaitian's mindset grew calmer. From the initial anxiety and excitement to his current cold numbness, Long Zaitian had adapted to the law of this world. Strength was the ultimate currency here. Without any allies to rely on, increasing his own power was the only sensible choice. If he didn't learn a form of hockey soon, he wouldn't last a day on these seas. This wasn't the Grand Line, this was the new world. Mission standby members 2,100. Mission standby members 3,100. Long Zaitian grew more accustomed to close combat, gradually mastering the use of the machete through the skirmishes. In his past life he loved anime, but he also had a deep passion for video games. Whenever he had free time, he'd load up a few bot matches, his favorite being the initial pistol round. The bots would use pistols, so he'd attack with a smoke grenade and a knife. Getting a knife kill rewarded more money than a pistol kill. So his current movement and slashing techniques were all derived from his gaming habits. Gradually the surrounding samurai began to notice this exceptional young man. Hey kid, not bad. I never thought someone so young could have such skill with a blade. Brother, once Luffy Taro defeats Kaido, how about we share a drink? Hey kid, what's your name? You got a girlfriend? When this is over, want me to introduce you to my daughter? The samurai around him sized up Long Zaitian. With his delicate features and scholarly air, they never would have guessed he could dispatch enemies with such clean, swift efficiency. He had taken down 3 enemies in just a few minutes. Judging by his age, he was likely the youngest person on the battlefield. His clothes didn't resemble a samurai's, nor did they mark him as a beast pirate. Long Zaitian looked around, surprised to receive such praise for his swordsmanship. He had learned all this from a game. He never expected these samurai to mistake it for some supreme sword technique. On the second floor battlefield, Roronoa Zoro was fighting against King, the lead of the 3 calamities. King is a Lunaria, a rare race, said to have once lived on the Red Line, now nearly extinct. This was a battle between 320 million belly and 139 billion belly. Ha, Conqueror's Hockey. You really are opening my eyes. King was somewhat surprised, but only for a moment before he regained composure. Pity it's wasted on you. In his view, Zoro possessing Conqueror's Hockey was undoubtedly a waste of that talent. Is that so? Then I still have something even more surprising for you. Zoro thought to himself, 3-sword style secret technique, 6 paths of the cross. Gripping his 2 swords, he leaped forward. Armament Hockey coated his entire blades, and the originally fierce Enma became much more restrained. Yet a nightmare-like aura lingered in the air. Zoro charged at King like a comet. But King did not brace himself, he looked at Zoro with a playful squint. Only when the opponent was almost upon him did he draw his sword with lightning speed. Clang! The 2 forces clashed violently, sweeping away all the minor fighters around. Zoro's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the opponent to parry his moves so effortlessly. Even with all his strength, he couldn't make Enma advance an inch further. The opponent's strength was terrifyingly immense. Even though King was holding his sword with both hands, Zoro could clearly feel that he wasn't using his full power. As expected of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and a legendary ancient Zoan at that. His strength was practically endless. Comrade swordsman, have you had enough fun? King looked down at Zoro, his tone and gaze filled with contempt despite the black mask. It seemed that the previous move was nothing but a child's game in King's eyes. Conqueror's Hockey is wasted on a guy like you. King muttered again, then drove his monstrous strength to send Zoro flying back. Both returned to their original positions. Slash Emperor. King's eyes narrowed, and the samurai sword in his hand radiated a thick aura of death. It's been a while since I used this move. King muttered, then fixed his gaze on Zoro. Whoosh! Zoro saw King vanish from his sight, and immediately assumed a defensive stance. His speed has increased again. Zoro activated his observation Hockey while contemplating a countermeasure. He couldn't track the opponent's movements with just his eyes at all. His defense was as solid as an iron wall, his attacks as swift as wind and thunder, no flaws at all. Moreover, his mental fortitude was excellent. From the start of the battle, King remained calm and composed without any change except his mask. A flash of inspiration struck Zoro. He seemed to realize something, and his body compressed like a leopard. He seemed to be waiting for the moment the prey would approach to deliver a fatal blow to King. King suddenly appeared in front of Zoro, who used 2-sword-style Sand Ripple. This move required little movement and could handle close-quarters attacks, but its drawback was insufficient damage and could only last for a short while. In a split second, Zoro was sent flying backward. His clothes were cut open and blood trickled down. The Slash Emperor attack had directly passed through his 2 swords and struck his body. Zoro was utterly shocked. The opponent's strength completely exceeded his imagination. In beast form, King could deliver ranged attacks from the air. In hybrid form, his speed and attack power were both astonishing. Now in human form, his swordsmanship was terrifying. How did this guy train to become so balanced? Zoro had never encountered such a troublesome opponent before. He was completely different from Mihawk. Mihawk had maxed out his attack, while King had maxed out both attack and defense with a good half of his speed as well. Just now Zoro had thought of targeting his mask, but now he would have to rethink his plan. Zoro wiped the bloodstains from his body. Good thing I managed to block with my skill just now, or that attack could have cut off my entire upper body. That guy earlier said Conqueror's Hockey was wasted on me. What did he mean by that? Could Conqueror's Hockey have other uses? Demon God whined, leg beef burst. Vinsmoke Sanji's legs wreathed in flames continuously kicked Queen's massive obese body. Ea! Queen let out agonizing screams in the air. Thud! Sanji landed steadily after a flurry of kicks. Just as he was about to turn around and show off his coolness, the girls behind him were already gone. So no one appreciated that cool legwork just now. What a pity. Sanji scratched his blonde hair. Boom. The massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up dust inside the room. This guy should be defeated. Sanji stared at the smoke wondering. But the figure rising from the mist shattered his illusion. Queen was not defeated yet. A queen with sunglasses, purple lips, and a golden braid on his head walked out. Yeah, it's burning me. Queen rubbed the red-hot parts of his body, his eyes blazing with fury. Vince Smoke, Brett, you've gotten quite capable. Queen let out a series of sinister laughs. Pity. This skin of mine has been fortified by science. Your attacks are completely incapable of harming me. Two mechanical arms extended from Queen's back, their triple-pronged grippers slithering over his body like pythons. However, considering you worked so hard to scratch my back just now, I'll send you off. Bind Queen. The two mechanical arms obediently lunged at Sanji. Boom. The ground shattered, and Sanji used Moonwalk to ascend into the air. Track Queen. The triple-pronged grippers flashed red in the middle, as if sensing the presence of food, and reached out for Sanji. Neck meet shoot. Sanji kicked one of the mechanical arms. Bang. The arm did not shatter as expected, but was kicked a short distance away. But it quickly recovered, and continued tracking Sanji. Damn it. Sanji dodged continuously, but each time, he was only a hair's breadth away from being caught by the mechanical arms. Huh. Vince Smoke, brat, this is what you get for not using the power of science. Queen stroked the modified prosthetic on his right hand with his left. The power of science is beyond your imagination. Queen even sat down directly, his massive body like a small hill. The two mechanical arms tirelessly pursued Sanji. Damn it. There must be some way to deal with his mechanical arms. Sanji observed the movements of the mechanical arms. Although they kept chasing him, the paths of the two arms were completely different. Maybe he could try this. Above the castle, Monkey D. Luffy was training with Master Kaido. Boom. The black giant arm and the pitch-black spiked club collided, emitting a majestic pressure. Yamato and Momonosuke stood rigidly behind Luffy watching. Kid, you're still green. Kaido sneered, yet inwardly he was secretly shocked. Damn, is this kid even human? How had he grown so strong in just a few days? That earlier Thunder Bagua had knocked him unconscious. Now it could only manage to push him back. The change in Luffy's power during this time was like night and day. After activating Gear 4th, Luffy withstood Kaido's blow, but it was far from pleasant. What a powerful attack. Though Luffy had been training in Raiwo during this period, he had only recently begun to grasp it, and couldn't fully apply it to his body. If he had another year, he was absolutely confident he could contend with Kaido. Even knocking Kaido flat wouldn't be a problem. MWA hahaha, little drunkard can't handle it anymore. Big Mom stood beside Kaido laughing without restraint. In her eyes, Kaido failing to send Straw Hat flying with a single blow was an extremely rare event. Old hack, don't bother me. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Kaido shot back, clearly annoyed. Cut the act. I think you're just spent. Let me handle it. With that, Big Mom grabbed her bicorn hat Napoleon and swung it fiercely at Luffy. Elbaf Spear Hakoku. This was a technique of the giant tribe, unleashing a massive sword slash forward. A terrifying aura shot through the air like a meteor, cracking and roaring. The sky darkened with thick clouds as if the entire heavens were wailing. The speed even startled Kaido slightly. That old hag seems stronger again. How does she keep getting stronger while eating sweets all day? At the same time, he felt sorry for Luffy. To provoke both emperors at such a young age was suicidal. In his view, Luffy was already a dead man. Luffy activated his observation haki, covering the entire castle roof. In the haze, he sensed a powerful attack hurtling toward him. Dodged. Luffy kicked the ground hard, using the rebound to evade the strike. Luffy, get out of the way. Yamato only then caught up with Big Mom's attack. Beside him, Momonosuke was frozen in terror, only his eyes moving. Kaido alone had already filled him with dread, and now Big Mom had joined the fray. He was deep in the clutches of fear. Though hope was slim, he still cheered for Luffy. Luffy, hang in there. Boom. The terrifying slash grazed past Luffy's arm. Although his observation haki had tracked the attack, the opponent's speed was simply too great to completely evade. The astonishing slash sent Luffy flying, crashing to the ground. Huff. Though he had dodged that calamity, Luffy was drenched in cold sweat. If he had tried to take that blow head on, he would have been gravely injured. MWA hahaha, you actually dodged it. Lucky you. Big Mom showed no anger at missing her target. Instead, she laughed heartily. Little drunkard, look. He won't even face my attack. But he took yours head on, ha 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 ha. The implication was clear: Kaido's attacks were weaker than hers. Kaido couldn't stand that. His face muscles twisted into a grimace, veins bulging on his forehead, and a thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Old hag, watch this. His sinewy muscles tensed instantly, his long, beard-like whiskers swayed in the air, and the scar on his right abdomen grew more ferocious. The aura Kaido radiated was like a messenger from the gates of hell. Thunderbogwat. Gripping his spiked club, he charged at Luffy with blinding speed. The entire castle shook under his stomps. Countless cracks spread across the skull's dome. It's over. Luffy's heart sank. Big Mom's earlier attack had already drained him. Dodging this one was impossible. He could only fight head-on. But Luffy could clearly sense that this Thunderbogwa was far stronger than before. Whether he could withstand it was uncertain. Is this the end of my journey to become Pirate King? Luffy muttered, then hardened his armament haki and charged forward with the resolve of mutual destruction. Yamato knew Luffy couldn't possibly withstand this blow and wanted to help, but glancing at Momonosuke beside him, he suppressed his urge. If he went to help, what would become of Momonosuke? And frankly, even without Momonosuke, he couldn't match Kaido's terrifying speed. He felt like an ant, utterly powerless to stop him. His heart was torn. He wished that man would appear. But that was impossible. He had been gone for 2 years already. Just as Luffy was about to strike, he heard a familiar voice. Luffy. Though he hadn't heard it in years, he recognized it instantly. Ace. Luffy dropped his defensive stance, searching for the source of the voice. To him, the battle had lost all meaning. Finding his brother became his sole obsession. Impossible. Ace is dead. He glanced back, but saw no trace of Ace. Kaido's spiked club was about to reach his face. Kid still daydreaming. Kaido, seeing his opponent distracted at a critical moment, resolved to crush him with a single blow. How dare he underestimate me? Luffy dodged. Yamato had no idea why Luffy had suddenly dropped his guard. Had he given up? Just then, a familiar yet unreal figure appeared in Yamato's view. Is this an illusion? Yamato rubbed his eyes. Kaido's club was less than 5 meters from Luffy's face. It was too late for Luffy to defend now. Tornado. A youth in an orange cowboy hat suddenly appeared above Onigashima. With a thunderous roar, he conjured a whirlwind and hurled it toward Luffy. The club was less than a meter from Luffy, and Kaido could already see his target struck. A smile crept across his face as he imagined Luffy knocked out again. Uncontrollable excitement surged within him. But the next second his smile froze. Boom. The fearsome weapon smashed into the ground, sending a terrifying shockwave outward. Dust swirled, the castle shattered. When the smoke cleared, the figure that should have been in the crater was gone. Kaido's face flushed red with rage, his teeth grinding audibly as he slowly raised his head to the sky. 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared before him. Who are you? Kaido's expression darkened as he looked upward. Others might not understand what had happened, but he did. In the blink of an eye, this man had somehow pulled Luffy away. It seemed like a strange gust of wind. Could this man also be a devil fruit user? Kaido's sinister gaze fixed on Ace. The man's attire resembled that of someone from the past, but that person was already dead. Big Mom also showed a surprised expression, muttering, "Where did this brat come from? I didn't even notice him just now." Ace did not answer Kaido's question. Instead, his gaze was entirely fixed on his younger brother beside him. Beneath his gentle gaze lay the deep bond of brotherhood forged over the years. Luffy. It's been a while. Ace's tone was gentle, devoid of his former arrogance. It seemed that the change brought by the devil fruit had altered his personality. Ace. Luffy ignored the raging winds around him and recklessly lunged toward Ace. With moist eyes, unsteady breath, and a rising smile, Luffy's emotions burst forth uncontrollably at that moment. Ace. Is it really you? Luffy clung to Ace with all his might, asking from the depths of his heart. Even though he could already touch his face, he desperately awaited the other's answer. Though his rational mind kept telling him that this man before him was not Ace, because Ace had died 2 years ago. Yet the moment Luffy saw this figure, the brotherly bond coursing through his very bones drove him to rush forward like a moth to a flame. Atop the castle, Momonosuke noticed the abnormality of Yamato beside him. Her body trembled incessantly, as if she stood on a millennium-old iceberg. Her pupils contracted violently, and from her chattering teeth a name could be faintly heard. Ace. She too could not believe what she was seeing. The one who had died 2 years ago now stood before her again. A flood of emotions surged within her. Confusion, joy, excitement, sorrow, all overwhelming her at once, leaving her speechless. Momonosuke did not know the man in the sky, but he understood that he was extremely important to Luffy and Yamato. So important that both were moved to tears. Ace. Kaido finally retrieved the name from his memory. This man had once challenged him only to flee in defeat. Later he was taken in by that man Newgate, and then he was captured by the Marines. Kaido had originally planned to attend the Paramount War to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Unfortunately, he was stopped by that bastard Shanks on the way. What surprised him was that this man turned out to be Roger's son. It truly was ironic, searching far and wide only to find the enemy's son right before his eyes. But he couldn't make it there in time, so he had to watch the live broadcast from home. Fortunately, those incompetent Marines didn't disappoint him. They eliminated Newgate and this Ace, which was some good news. Without Newgate, the Whitebeard pirates posed no threat to him whatsoever. Afterward, he ordered his men to hunt down and kill any remnants of the Whitebeard pirates without mercy. But wasn't this man killed by the Marines? How is he still alive? As memories flooded back, Kaido was equally bewildered. Big Mom also remembered and shouted in shock, "Roger's son." She exchanged a glance with Kaido, and both saw the confirmation in each other's eyes. No mistake, it was Sengoku himself who announced it at Marineford. Big Mom's gaze turned fierce with anger. The incident at God Valley was something they had not forgotten. Since the old man was gone, the son would have to pay the price. Ace heard Big Mom's words. His expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Luffy, it's me, Ace." Ace patted Luffy's shoulder, then used the gale to descend beside Yamato. "Yamato, it's been a while." Yamato said nothing, simply giving him a bear hug. "Ace, sob. I thought you were dead." Yamato cried uncontrollably, but despite the tears, they were tears of joy. Joy that Ace was still alive. "Ace, how did you get here?" Luffy didn't care how Ace was still alive, he was more concerned about how he had arrived. Because I learned from the captain that you were fighting Kaido and Wano, so I rushed over immediately. Ace patted Yamato's back to soothe her. After all, the fact that he was still alive would probably be hard for many to accept. It was too sudden. Captain. Luffy scratched his head trying to recall. You mean that Whitebeard, old man? Whitebeard, old man. Yamato suddenly interjected, Edward Newgate. Huh, how do you know that? Ace was surprised. Hadn't Yamato been confined to Onigashima all this time? How could she know about the outside world? I read about it in Lord Odin's travel journal. Yamato became excited. Oh, I see. Well, we can discuss that later. Ace then noticed a pink dragon beside Yamato and asked curiously, Yamato, is this your pet? I'm not a pet. I am Kazuki Momonosuke. Momonosuke had gradually regained his confidence with the help of Yamato and Luffy. Can you fly then? Ace looked at the rising Onigashima and remembered his father and Vista still below. Yes. Momonosuke raised his head proudly. My father and Vista are at the bottom of the island. Could you go pick them up? Ace gave Momonosuke a task. He and Luffy were too occupied with the emperors to break away. Yamato was injured and Momonosuke was the only one left, especially since he could fly, saving a lot of trouble. Momonosuke was shocked. He hadn't expected to have a task. He had thought that with Luffy's brother here he would be off the hook. Brad, aren't you kids done chatting? Kaido and Big Mom slowly approached them, their killing intent undisguised. Kazuki Momonosuke, I'm counting on you. Ace briefly described the appearance of the two men, then began fighting side by side with Luffy. But Momonosuke tried to say something, but the battle had already begun. Ace had made it clear to him that without bringing these two, victory in this battle was impossible. Momonosuke, we're all counting on you now. Yamato looked at her leg. It had been injured during her earlier fight with Kaido. Momonosuke tried to back out, hoping that Ace could defeat Kaido. Momonosuke, Wano is counting on you. Luffy, while fighting Big Mom, glanced at Momonosuke and seeing him frozen in place took a moment to shout at him. Wano is counting on you. Those words sounded familiar. They were what his father Kazuki Odin had once told him. After a brief hesitation, he seemed to make up his mind. Alright. The pink dragon soared into the clouds and dove downward at full speed. In the land of Wano, at the port of Blade, Whitebeard and Vista searched for a vessel. Neither of them knew where they were. Whitebeard watched the ominous rise of Onigashima above the sea, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Damn, it's the flame clouds. Flame clouds. What is that? Vista also saw the ascending island. It's Kaido's ability capable of lifting objects into the sky. Whitebeard replied in a low voice. This was dire. No ship in sight, and Onigashima was rising. If only he still had his quake fruit, he could have used a sea quake to disperse the flame clouds beneath the island. Now he had to find a way up. But there was nothing around that could fly. A troublesome predicament. If he could get closer, even jumping would not be an issue. Father, what do we do? Anxiety crept into Vista's heart. If they didn't hurry, Ace would not last much longer. As both pondered their options, a pink figure circled overhead. Father, look. Vista pointed at the dragon form of Momonosuke in the sky. Moi. Whitebeard's first thought was that Kaido had arrived, but then he shook his head. Impossible. Kaido could not be here at this moment. Ace was delaying Kaido, and if Ace was willing, Kaido could not get here so fast. Moreover, the dragon's color was wrong. Kaido was blue, while this one was pink and much smaller. Could it be one of Kaido's subordinates? Whitebeard braced himself and Vista drew his twin swords. Where are they? Ace said they were near here. Momonosuke, still in the air, grew frantic. Time was slipping away. If they could not find the people soon, they would be overwhelmed. If that happened, all of Wano would be lost. If they failed to drive Kaido away now, there would never be another chance. No more hesitation. Whitebeard, Vista, Momonosuke shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping they would hear and respond. Father, he's calling us. Vista was taken aback. Perhaps Ace arranged this. Whitebeard relaxed. If it were Kaido, he would come himself, not send someone else. If he did send someone, it would be someone like King, not this creature in the sky whose aura was far too weak, mere cannon fodder. Hey, you calling me? Whitebeard responded to Momonosuke. Father. Vista was very worried it was a trap set by Kaido. But Whitebeard reassured Vista, saying he knew what he was doing. Hearing the voice from below, Momonosuke looked down and spotted a man with a white beard and another wielding two swords. Exactly as Ace had described. Momonosuke was ecstatic. He had found them at last. Wano still had hope. Momonosuke flew down in one rush and landed before Whitebeard. The aura emanating from the man was comparable to Kaido's, maybe even stronger, and his unease subsided. Who are you? Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. I am Kazuki Momonosuke. Ace sent me to fetch you. Momonosuke tried to revert to human form, but was not used to it, so he shifted to a hybrid form. Kazuki Momonosuke. Vista was startled, looking at his father. You are Kazuki Odin's son. Whitebeard scrutinized him. Kazuki Odin's son was indeed named Momonosuke. You know my father. Momonosuke was stunned. Not only do I know him, I know you too. But you were young then, so it's normal you don't remember us. Whitebeard recalled the day Momonosuke was born. The entire crew had celebrated his birth. Enough of that. Ace is up there fighting Kaido, isn't he? Whitebeard brought the conversation back to the matter at hand. Yes, Ace and Luffy are fighting Kaido and Big Mom. Momonosuke transformed back into his dragon form. Quick, come on. I'll take you up. Whitebeard and Vista climbed onto his back. I never thought after all these years you'd end up like this. Whitebeard observed Momonosuke. You look a lot like Kaido. Despite having seen many wonders of the world, he had never encountered anyone with a form identical to Kaido's. I don't even mention it. Momonosuke recounted what had happened to him as he flew upward. So that's how it was. I'm sorry you had to endure that. Whitebeard had never imagined that Kazuki Oden had faced so much after leaving the Roger Pirates. Boom. Suddenly a wall of Onigashima exploded. A figure flew backward through the dust. Zoro. Momonosuke recognized him instantly. Zoro, suspended in midair, slashed behind him and rebounded himself back into the castle. Impressive. A true master. Vista's eyes gleamed. He could tell at a glance how strong the man was. Vista want to spar. Whitebeard knew his son well and immediately guessed his thoughts. Indeed, but now is not the time. Vista nodded, regretfully shaking his head at the situation. Yes, helping Ace is the priority. Whitebeard looked up. They were getting closer to the top. Moi. Whitebeard sensed something and glanced at Zoro. Father, what's wrong? Noticing his father's unusual behavior, Vista also looked at Zoro. Vista, go help him. Whitebeard ordered. His opponent is King Kaido's strongest fighter. He has little chance of defeating King alone. Go assist him. But father. Vista tried to object, but Whitebeard cut him off. Vista, I'll take the top. You go down and protect Luffy's crew. Seeing his father's insistence, Vista had no choice but to jump down to support Zoro. Whitebeard, are you sure you can handle it? Big Mom is up there too. Momonosuke watched the distant figure, tension in his voice. Although Ace had said his father was incredibly strong, 2 emperors were up there. Gururara. Kid, when I first set sail, Kaido was still an intern. Whitebeard grinned. Even without his quake fruit in his younger days, he could easily defeat Kaido with sheer physical prowess. As for Big Mom, he would let Ace and his brother stall her while he dealt with Kaido first. The world's strongest man did not earn his title by relying solely on a devil fruit. The battle above continued. Gale. Ace unleashed a whirlwind, trying to slow Kaido's advance. Thunderbagwat. Kaido swung his kanabo, dispersing the gale effortlessly. Damn, I still haven't mastered this ability. Ace was stunned that his attack had been neutralized so easily. He was forced to use the gale to lift himself. Kaido's kanabo narrowly missed him. Ace's strength was still insufficient to challenge Kaido directly, but buying time was well within his capabilities. Nearby, Luffy in his Gear 4th form was trading blows with Big Mom, though it seemed she was merely toying with him, holding back her true might. She appeared genuinely intrigued by Luffy, and even amidst the clash she persisted in her invitations. Straw Hat, ya, how did you grow so strong? I'll ask you once more, how about you bring your crew and join me? Or perhaps you fancy one of my daughters. Name her, and you can have her hand in marriage. Just join me. Big Mom recognized the terrifying pace of Luffy's growth. If given more time, he would inevitably stir up colossal waves across the seas. By then, recruiting him would be impossible. If she could command Luffy's loyalty, her position as an emperor would be unassailable. Kaido has his calamities, but with Luffy under her wing, she would have her own 4 sweet commanders. Even the Marines would think twice before provoking her. Big Mom. Luffy abruptly halted his attacks, lowering his head as he gathered his strength. Moi. Seeing this, Big Mom paused, curious about what he intended to say. Could it be he had come to his senses? But that was not the case. Luffy's eyes snapped open, blazing with fury. You're so noisy. He roared directly at Big Mom. This bold outburst stunned everyone present. Even Kaido was taken aback. He had previously thought Luffy arrogant, but he hadn't expected such audacity. To dare shout at Big Mom. In all the world, no one but fellow emperors would be so bold. Even the Marines would hesitate to offend her so carelessly. This kid truly reminded him of a young Roger. Meanwhile, Yamato watched with a look of profound admiration. Just as expected of Luffy-sama. As imposing as Lord Oden. That single roar solidified Yamato's resolve to join his crew. Embarking on an adventure with a captain like this would be truly thrilling, wouldn't it? Luffy. Ace watched his younger brother just like in their childhood and broke into a gratified smile. Luffy had taken another step closer to his dream. Once he defeated the emperors, nothing would stand in his way. They were overjoyed, but Big Mom's mood was souring rapidly. Her head drooped low, an oppressive aura radiating from her in waves. Before anyone could see her face, her gluttonous expression twisted into something deeply sinister. Straw Hat. Brat. With a thunderous shout, Big Mom raised Prometheus in her left hand and Napoleon in her right, unleashing a devastating attack at Luffy. Imperial Sword, Broken Blade. Prometheus's flames enveloped Napoleon as she swung her massive arm downward with immense force. Gum Gum Kong Gun. Luffy reacted swiftly, compressing his arm into his body before unleashing a powerful focused punch aimed directly at Big Mom. His darkened fist seemed sheathed in a layer of armor, crackling with traces of purple lightning. This technique merged the power of Ryu with Conqueror's Haki. The attack surged forth with overwhelming momentum like a flood dragon, churning the seas, radiating a heaven-shaking presence. Big Mom's counter was equally ferocious, radiating a terrifying pressure as it swept forward with devastating force. The two earth-shattering forces collided in midair. The cataclysmic impact shook the heavens and the earth, causing Onigashima to tremble violently, a thunderous and magnificent spectacle. Within the castle, everyone felt the reverberations of the clash. They looked up, wary of falling debris. Sensing the disturbance, King extended his observation Haki. Upon identifying the source, he was astonished. That brat is actually matching Big Mom blow for blow. Zoro, observing King's reaction, flashed a grin. Ha, surprised by our captain, aren't you? He added with a hint of pride. TCH, this is only temporary. I wonder how you'll feel when you know you're about to die. King sneered, determined to eliminate the swordsman quickly and rejoin his master above. His observation Haki had not only perceived the source of the tremor, but also detected an even more fearsome presence heading towards the roof. Sorry about that, but he won't be dying just yet. Vista emerged from behind Zoro. Who are you? Zoro was startled, having not sensed anyone's approach. He figured the intensity of the battle had consumed his focus. Relax. I'm here on the captain's orders to lend you a hand. Vista drew his twin swords and gave Zoro an appraising look. Not bad. You wield 3 swords. He expressed genuine envy. Zoro noticed Vista's flower-engraved swords and immediately recognized him. After all, few in the world wielded such elegant blades. Are you Vista? Slightly surprised, Vista chuckled. Oh, you know me. Of course. Every swordsman worth their salt knows of you. Zoro took the opportunity to catch his breath. Whoosh! A sword aura came slashing towards them. Rose dance. Vista reacted instantly, twirling his 2 rapier-like swords in a defensive flourish. To Zoro, watching from the side, it was as if a beautiful rose had bloomed in the midst of battle. Boom! The 2 opposing sword auras collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh! King was somewhat surprised. While his previous attack was a quick underhanded strike, without full power it shouldn't have been so easily deflected. That fool queen certainly wouldn't have reacted so deftly. He had also heard tales of Vista's reputation. Though they had never met, anyone known by so many formidable fighters was clearly not a nobody. Seeing him in person, he seemed more formidable than anticipated, especially with the pair of swords in his hands. He couldn't name them, but he could feel their distinct aura. It was as if 2 guardian spirits stood beside him. King wondered about the origins of those swords, somehow feeling they were not inferior to Zoro's fearsome Enma. Zoro, meanwhile, was astounded by Vista's incredible technique. He had observed it clearly. Vista hadn't just met King's attack with raw strength, he used a specific skill to deflect the sword aura away. His experience was immense. Had the situation been different, Zoro would have loved to spar with him. So you're King, Kaido's right-hand man. Vista scrutinized the fully armored man before him. Except for the hole in his mask, he seemed impeccably defended. You are strong. Vista's demeanor turned serious. Although King's previous attack was just a probe, it conveyed the extent of his immense power. This battle might prove to be a tough one, but with the 2 of them here, their odds were significantly better. Meanwhile, Arg, what is Kaido-sama doing up on the roof? A chunk of debris from the ceiling inconveniently fell right on Queen's head, irritating him, though he dared not voice his complaints too loudly. Luffy. Sanji also noticed the commotion above. The aura he felt was familiar. It must be Luffy. Alright, enough playing around. If I don't go help Kaido-sama soon, that King guy will have my head. Queen dropped his jovial facade, his expression turning serious. What is this guy up to? Sanji watched as Queen retracted his mechanical arms, a feeling of dread washing over him. Spider arm Queen. A hatch on Queen's back burst open. For mechanical arms distinct from his regular ones slowly extended outward. Their tips were sharp 4-pronged claws. They gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling silver wolves in the dark, low-key, but brimming with explosive power. What the hell is that? Sensing the danger of the spider arms, Shanji used Moonwalk to retreat 100 meters away. Vinsmoke, Brett, are you scared? Kuei-in looked at the hesitant Shanji and laughed heartily. I told you to wear the battle suit, but you didn't. Now go to hell and regret it. It seemed he couldn't wait to test the power of the spider arms. Before the mechanical arms fully extended, Kuei-in lunged toward Shanji like a hungry wolf. The speed was even faster than before. The terrifying speed made Shanji's observation Haki barely able to keep up. Whoosh. As soon as Shanji leaped up, the floor beneath him instantly exploded and shattered. Damn. If I had been a second slower, I'd be dead. Shanji broke out in a cold sweat. He felt like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. One misstep, and he would be doomed. Unlike the previous mechanical arms, which were merely for restraint, this time, it was aimed directly at his life. Both the speed and power were terrifying. Where is his weakness? Is he truly invincible as he claims? Shanji fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Fu Zifu encountered Shinping in the corridor, and the 2 started fighting over the matter of Luffy. The Sea Knight Shinping actually joined a Straw Hat crew. How degrading. Oh, is that so? And you became a criminal. The 2 went back and forth trading verbal jabs. Fu Zifu used the Zoan-type cat fruit ancient model, transforming into a saber-toothed tiger human-beast form. His massive body stood before Shinping. Fong Gun. He fired a tooth-shaped air bullet from his mouth, lunging at Shinping. Boss Fu Zifu. We're still here. Boss, go easy on us. Run. Run. Fu Zifu completely ignored his underlings surrounding Shinping, launching a wide-range attack, without regard for friend or foe. Where the Fong Gun struck, blood spurted, and screams rang out. Ha, you're truly cold-blooded, not even sparing your own men. Shinping hardened both arms with armament Haki, blocking repeatedly. He was waiting for an opportunity, a one-shot kill. He knew Fu Zifu was arrogant and easily swayed by emotions. So he kept picking at his old wounds. Is that all you've got? And you want to challenge the All-Stars? Haha. Those 2 ha-has were the most lethal, turning his face green with rage. Iron Body Fong Flash. Fu Zifu first used Iron Body, then after a brief charge he crashed into his opponent at lightning speed, attacking with his fangs. This played right into Shen Ping's trap. If it came to a ranged battle, Shen Ping was no match for him, but in close quarters combat, that was Shen Ping's domain. When Fu's figure appeared before him, Shen Ping quickly bent one leg and braced the other. Fishman Jujitsu tied, Surge, Ippon Sui Nage. Shen Ping grabbed his opponent with both hands, used his jujitsu skills to neutralize the attack, and then following the opponent's momentum, slammed him violently into the ground. Not done yet. Knowing that Fu's defense in human beast form was astonishing, Shen Ping didn't stop after the attack. He continued with another skill. Fishman Karate Secret Art, Onawa Seiken. With fury, Shen Ping threw this punch. Earlier his opponent had mentioned Sun God Nika and the history of fishmen being enslaved, which enraged Shen Ping. This was not only Shen Ping's scar, but the scar of the entire fishman race. The terrifying fist chi directly pierced through Fu's body. Even in his human beast form, he couldn't withstand such a brutal attack. Fu's body caved in, and he collapsed unconscious. The surrounding underlings fled immediately, unable to believe that their boss had been defeated so easily. Shen Ping also sat down to catch his breath. The fight had not been easy for him. If it had been a sea battle, dealing with Fu Zifu wouldn't have been so exhausting. At that moment the ceiling shook violently. Shen Ping looked up. Is that Luffy causing a ruckus? Shen Ping showed a simple expression as expected of the future pirate king. He truly doesn't need to worry about mere emperors. Fu Lanshi and Timu met, and they immediately started fighting. Timu transformed into his Triceratops form, spinning the bone disc on his neck and lunging at Fu Lanshi. General Fu Lanshi used his sword to deflect the attack, causing one wall of the tower to be destroyed. Seeing this, Timu followed up with an attack. Bullet Triceratops. General Fu Lanshi was off balance in his lower body due to the previous block. Seeing his opponent use a skill while he couldn't defend, he grew anxious. But the next second the opponent's move stunned Fu Lanshi. Bang! Timu didn't charge toward Fu Lanshi. Instead he flew backward. Fu Lanshi. What kind of move was that? Pulling back to prepare a ranged attack. General Fu Lanshi steadied himself and raised his longsword. Cough cough. Timu brushed the dust off his body. Realizing his mistake, he rolled his eyes. I saw you weren't ready, so I let you have a move. Now I'm going to get serious. With that he adjusted the rotation direction of his bone disc. It was clearly a mistake. Fu Lanshi muttered quietly while keeping a close eye on his opponent. This time Timu made no mistake and charged straight at General Fu Lanshi. Boom. Damn. His strength is too great. General Fu Lanshi grabbed the opponent's horns using all his strength. But the entire robot was still being pushed back. No good. If this continues, the robot will be destroyed. Fu Lanshi glanced at his control panel. 3 seconds until the general cannon is ready. Hold on, General Fu Lanshi. Fu Lanshi activated full power, but it only slowed the push. Ha, I told you I let you have a move, but you didn't believe me. Timu grinned smugly. 2, 1, General Cannon. Fu Lanshi fired the general cannon at Timu. Hit head-on. Timu coughed blood and flew backward. I was waiting for my skill. What were you waiting for? Fu Lanshi retorted. Although the attack landed squarely on Timu, his defense was no joke. Taking advantage of Fu Lanshi's break, he used Cannon Triceratops again, diving from the air toward General Fu Lanshi. The surprise attack caught him off guard. This attack directly damaged some of General Fu Lanshi's mechanical parts. Fortunately, Fu Lanshi escaped in time and used his ultimate move, Frankie Laser. The terrifying laser struck Timu's abdomen before he could react. This was a weak point Fu Lanshi had discovered in their previous fight. Timu's abdomen was pierced through. He reverted to his human form and fell with his eyes rolled back. Fu Lanshi, exhausted from the exertion, sat down to catch his breath. I wonder how Luffy is doing. Frankie tried to go up, but found himself unable to move. The previous battle had taken too much out of him. Forget it, I have to trust the captain. I wonder how the others are. On the other side of the battle, Brook and Nico Robin joined forces to defeat Black Maria, one of the Tobarapo of the Beast Pirates. Although she possessed the spider fruit, an ancient Zoan type, granting the form of an ancient wolf spider, her offensive capabilities were limited. Combined with Robin awakening her devil fruit power, they utterly routed her. Meanwhile, CP0, who had been lurking in the shadows, began to move. They had been waiting for the opportunity to see Robin appear. Their mission here was twofold: to take control of the samurai of Wano and prevent them from deciphering the poneglyphs, and to capture Nico Robin. As for whether Kaido or Straw Hat Luffy would live or die, that was none of their concern. Whichever one survived would be exhausted, and when the Marines arrived they'd both end up in prison. CP0 couldn't be sure whether the Kazuki clan had passed on the secrets of the stone tablets to their descendants or to other samurai, so they needed to take full control of Wano. This was a taboo of the world government, no one was allowed to touch it. The three of them were a tall man holding a long staff topped with a red Hawaiian-style native mask. One was a long-armed tribe man, and the other was the leader of their intelligence unit, wearing a monocle and an unhappy-looking mask. From tallest to shortest, Electra Uria, the long-armed tribe's Isabel Rechel, and the leader Aldington Hardy. The leader Aldington Hardy smashed through the floor and landed directly in front of Robin and Brook. Seeing this, the two turned and ran. They didn't want to fight CP0 agents, as each one was extremely formidable and dealing with them would take a lot of time. Their companions' fates were unknown, finding them was the priority. Most importantly, Robin hadn't expected to run into them here. On the way, they encountered Drake and Scratchman Apu, who were locked in combat. When they saw Robin and Brooke, they were momentarily stunned. But Apu's face changed drastically when he saw the CP0 behind them. He stopped fighting Drake and turned to run. Drake, catching on, followed Robin and the others without knowing why. Why are you following us? Robin turned to look at the two, bewildered. Drake pointed at Apu. He ran, so I ran too. Robin then looked at Apu. Then why are you running? Apu rolled his eyes. I have a little feud with CP0. They're CP0. Drake was overjoyed. He had thought those three looked familiar. They were colleagues. Then it would be easy. Hey, I'm an intelligence agent sent by the Navy. The leader, Aldington Hardy, with a blank expression, used Shurgon in midair. Whoosh! Drake barely dodged in the nick of time. What are you doing? Drake panicked. That shot was aimed right at his temple. Mission: eliminate everyone who comes into contact with Robin. The leader, Aldington Hardy, answered coldly, then used Shurgon again. Damn! Drake quickly turned around and ran with Robin. These lunatics. Drake cursed as he ran. Hahaha, you treated them as colleagues, but for their mission, they want your life. Apu gloated from the side. Shut up. Drake's face turned pale. How about it? Want to join forces to deal with those guys behind us? Running forever won't work. Apu suggested. Drake looked at him with suspicion. You think I'd trust you? Brooke and Robin were equally doubtful. After all, he had been on Kaido's side before. Do you have a choice? Apu spread his long hands. All right. After much deliberation, Drake, Robin, Brooke, and Apu decided to form a temporary alliance to fight CP0. They went into battle with different intentions. Task Waiters 20100 Task Waiters 21100 compared to the situation upstairs Long Zaitian side was like a beginner's difficulty, no major obstacles. Both sides were basic pirates with similar strength, it was all about the details. Long Zaitian had already made a name for himself among the lower-level samurai. Brother Long, you're amazing. You've taken out so many waiters already. The shirtless samurai beside him was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He wasn't even 20 yet, but he was that strong. His talent was almost comparable to Kazuki Odin. He's so cool, Chopper said while treating the wounded, admiring Long Zaitian's performance. Indeed, he's got some skills. Marco the Phoenix also praised from the side. The two served as the medical team, ensuring the safety of the samurai below. Marco had just held off the two calamities and was exhausted. Boom. The collapse of the ceiling startled the two nearby. The battle upstairs is pretty intense. Chopper remarked, wishing he could fight, but the number of wounded samurai below was too great. If they weren't treated, these samurai would suffer lasting injuries. Task Waiters 30100. What's causing such a commotion upstairs? Could it be Whitebeard has arrived? Long Zaitian kept an eye on the ceiling while dealing with waiters. He was still 2/3 away from unlocking his armament hockey. I need to level up fast. Roger's son is really pathetic. Kaido sneered, transforming into his dragon form and using Thunder Bagua. He pinned Ace in place, preventing him from using his hurricane-based movement to escape. Kaido's eyes gleamed with murder as he spoke to Ace. Go to hell with your father. Burrow breath. Terrifying energy gathered before Kaido's mouth, compressing the surrounding air. The destructive attack was about to be unleashed, and even Big Mom stopped her attack. She wanted to witness this historic moment, the death of Roger's son. Ace watched helplessly as Kaido gathered his energy and aimed at him, unable to escape. I'm still too weak. Ace gave up, struggling, waiting for his second death. Luffy also noticed Ace's situation instantly and rushed at full speed to stand before him. Luffy, what are you doing? Ace froze, then erupted in fury. Get out of the way. Luffy didn't look back, gathering his own energy, as if to take Kaido's burrow breath head on. Mama, how touching this brotherhood is. Since you both want to die together, I'll grant your wish. Big Mom stood alongside Kaido holding Napoleon. Elbaf spear Ikoku's sovereignty. The mere charging of their attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble, swallowing mountains and rivers. If that hit, even a phoenix would die. Gurura, a green shirt, an emerald green belt, and golden-haired Whitebeard with blazing eyes of fury. He infused all of his conqueror's haki into the blade of Murakamajiri. The blade radiated a terrifying crimson glow, and wherever it cut, the very space seemed to fracture. The strongest man in the world was enraged. His massive muscles, as indestructible as mountain rock, bulged as his arms holding Murakamajiri swelled in the wind. His inhuman strength created visible ripples in the air. Beneath his feet, Momonosuke struggled to stay conscious, enduring the risk of fainting at any moment. This was the kingly aura of one standing at the world's pinnacle. They were now nearing the castle's top. If he fainted and fell, he would be crippled even if he survived. The terrifying pressure forced even the two emperors above to take notice. An ominous shadow of death loomed over both of their heads without their awareness. By the time Big Mom and Kaido turned their attention, Whitebeard had already swiftly delivered that slash. Emperor Annihilation. Boom. The dreadful sword aura devoured the earth like a voracious glutton. Kaido and Big Mom stared at the apocalyptic devastation, their very souls trembling. Without a second thought, the two emperors redirected their attack, aimed at Ace, toward Whitebeard. Bang! The overwhelming force swept across the entire area. Like a nuclear bomb detonating in midair. The terrifying shockwave instantly dispersed all the clouds above Wano country. The resulting blast force knocked everyone back. Smoke cleared and silence fell. Everyone's eardrums suffered a considerable impact. Although the energy exploded in the sky, the shockwave spread far and wide. The entire ceiling of Onagashima's top floor collapsed. Below, the citizens of Flower Capital also felt the shock, with many shop windows shattering due to the blast. The previously peaceful fire festival instantly turned into chaos. What happened? Was there an explosion in the sky? I don't know. Could it be Kaido again? No. Look at the sky. A citizen noticed something strange in the sky. What is that? It looks like an island, and there seem to be people on top of it. Oh no, it's Kaido. The bustling street suddenly emptied, leaving no one in sight. They were all terrified of this tyrant of Wano who would destroy towns at the slightest provocation. Both sides inside Onigashima were also stunned. They had just experienced what it truly meant to have one's soul scattered. Many weaker individuals fainted outright from the sheer terror, a wail from the very soul. What happened at the top? Who is Lord Kaido fighting? Could it be Big Mom? Impossible. Isn't Big Mom an ally? Who knows? Besides, if not Big Mom, could it be Straw Hat Luffy? Then it must be Big Mom. The numerical gap between the two sides had narrowed to 110 versus 7000. But the outcome of this war depended not on the number of ordinary fighters, but on which emperor survived. No matter how many troops, they could not withstand an emperor's conqueror's haki. Zoro was about to unleash a technique when the shockwave affected him. What happened up there? Zoro was astonished. The recent explosion made his hands tremble as if electrocuted. King also noticed the situation and looked up at the ceiling nervously. He knew that this level of damage could not have been caused by Straw Hat Luffy. Only a few people were up there, and there was only one scenario that could cause such an explosion. Big Mom had betrayed them. King sensed danger and wanted to transform into his Pteranodon form to support Kaido, but he was held back by the two swordsmen before him. What should I do? Should I use that move? After a long deliberation, King finally made up his mind. Since he had once promised Kaido to help him become the Pirate King, he had to move on from that past. There was no time for hesitation. Among the three, the calmest was Vista the Flower Sword, who felt the explosion above and slowly smiled. Looks like Pops has entered the fray. Then I can't fall behind either. King suddenly set the flames on his back ablaze onto his katana. Hamura no Jutsu Kane no Ryuo. Zoro and Vista understood each other, knowing King was anxious, and they each unleashed their own signature moves. Enma 3 Sword Style 103 Calamities Flying Dragons Extreme. Zoro infused his conqueror's haki into Enma. Though still unskilled, he could at least produce a purple glow. Since you all like using fire, I'll use fire too. Vista smiled, slightly mimicking their stance, and creating a technique of his own. Eclipse Sun Ice Speeding Burning Lotus. Nami and Usopp encountered Jack the Drought. Before they could speak, they heard a loud noise. Jack was startled at first, then quickly recovered. Haha, your captain is probably in big trouble. Jack's confidence came from his understanding of Lord Kaido. In his eyes, no one but Kaido could produce such a sound. Nami, Luffy will be fine, right? Usopp asked in a daze, though he didn't believe it himself. The explosion was too intense. Luffy will definitely be fine. Nami quickly reassured him, even though her own heart was tormented. But at this moment, she could only trust her captain. Jinbe and Frankie also heard the loud noise. Although they wanted to go up and check, their bodies were not cooperating, so they could only wait anxiously in place. CP0 also sensed something unusual. Logically, with Kaido and Big Mom allied, Luffy's strength could not have caused such a massive tremor. Clearly, there was an unexpected development. They abandoned the pursuit of Robin and prepared to report the situation. In their view, completing the mission was best, but only if they stayed alive. Marco and Chopper were still calmly treating the injured. The sudden tremor caused more and more ceiling debris to fall, hitting many of their own samurai. Long Zaitian also stopped fighting. Could his earlier guess be wrong? This shockwave must have been caused by Whitebeard. The previous one was probably from Ace or Luffy. He really wanted to go up and witness the battle of the four emperors. But as a small fry like himself, he might be crushed to death by their pressure the moment he ascended. Once this mission was complete, he would also possess Conqueror's haki, and then he could witness such grand spectacles. Long Zaitian could hardly wait to become the ruler of the seas. In the waters near Wano country. Little P, how did you steer the ship? Now we've missed Lord Kaido's banquet. Ultai choked Page 1 by the neck and threw a tantrum. Sis, you have to speak with conscience. I followed your instructions. Page 1 was on the verge of tears. The two had been lost ever since they fled Zo Island. When they came, their subordinates sailed the ship while they rested in their rooms, so they had no idea how to get there. Elder sister, look, we're almost at Wano country. We might still make it to the banquet. Page 1 pointed excitedly at the island ahead. Little Page, if Kaido-sama gets angry later, you must defend your sister. Ultai shed her fierce demeanor, now appearing as a pitiful little girl. Kaido-sama's reprimands usually came with spit, which she detested. Elder sister. Before Page 1 could finish, a violent explosion erupted above Wano country. That was the explosion from the earlier clash between Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Little Page. What's happening? Ultai's face showed fear. Even far below, they could feel the scream of souls. A warning of death. Not good. Something's happened at Onigashima. Though Page 1 was also terrified thinking of Kaido-sama's presence, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Kaido-sama is still there. Even as he said this, he accelerated the ship. Who could it be? Who would dare disturb Kaido-sama's banquet? Edward Newgate. The blue dragon's pupils trembled violently, his whole body convulsing, slightly cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Kaido saw a figure he never wanted to see again. How can you still be alive? Kaido let out a heart-wrenching roar. In his eyes, hadn't this man died at Marineford 2 years ago? How could he be here now? No. How could he appear in this world? Kaido was full of disbelief, yet the living man stood before him. Beside him, Big Mom was not as panicked as Kaido. She lowered her eyelids, her face dark and her teeth grinding between her wide lips. Newgate, long time no see. Though Big Mom greeted Whitebeard, her words held no kindness. A thick atmosphere of gunpowder filled the air. Everyone knew that these three great figures had once been on the same ship, the Rocks Pirates. The past aside from these three was unknown to others. But from the conversation, it was clear they had conflicts long ago. Gurara Kaido. Whitebeard leaped down from Momonosuke's body, landing on top of the castle. It's been so long, and you're still so weak. You had to join forces with Big Mom just to block that attack. His words were full of disdain and mockery. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes erupted with blazing fire, as if his tail had been stepped on. The scattered clouds gathered together again. Kaido's mood now was like the dark clouds above covering the entire sky of Wano country. Big Mom was both furious and shocked at Whitebeard's taunt. Newgate, you seem to have gotten younger. Though she didn't want to admit it, this was indeed the appearance of a young Newgate. And that attack he just made was exactly what only a young Whitebeard could deliver. A foreboding sense exploded in Big Mom's mind. Whitebeard had been resurrected and returned to his prime. This was definitely not good for the two of them, because they knew how terrifying a young Whitebeard was. Although they had lost at God Valley, the main reason was team issues, not a lack of strength. In the God Valley battle, the most dazzling was Rocks, followed by Whitebeard. He had single-handedly fought against many of today's legendary figures. Old hag, are you serious? The dark lines on Kaido's face multiplied. Though he was extremely unwilling to admit it, looking at the other's appearance, just the golden hair said it all. Kaido, Big Mom, long time no see. Whitebeard showed a smile, though his lips were parted. A sinister look lurked beneath the grin. You two seniors treating my son like this. Not good, is it? Whitebeard's words carried a sharp, killing intent. Kaido and Big Mom sensed his murderous intent, and their eyes turned cold. Because they knew Whitebeard's temper. Once you bullied his family, you touched his reverse scale. At that point, no amount of sweet talk or actions could undo it. Only a fight to the death. Momonosuke looked at the Whitebeard. He had brought his face bursting with joy. This man was so strong. Maybe he could really help them defeat Kaido, just as Ace had said. He had heard that his father once sailed on Whitebeard's ship, and he himself wanted to become as strong as his father. Momonosuke made a silent vow. Ace, are you alright? Whitebeard turned his gaze to Ace. Don't worry, Pops, I'm not dead. Ace patted his shoulder and smiled. Indeed, in a critical moment, the most reliable was Pops. Gurara, good that you're fine. I'll avenge you in a bit. With that, Whitebeard glared at Kaido. Instantly, a huge wave surged in Kaido's heart. Though they were both emperors, there was still a hierarchy in strength. He hadn't forgotten their past sparring. No matter what form he used, he couldn't defeat this man. Even his dragon form was still no match for the other's power. Though his own strength had improved over the years, trying to take on Edward Newgate in his prime was nothing short of suicide. Straw Hat Kid, long time no see. Whitebeard then turned his gaze to Luffy nearby. Looking at him, he remembered a close friend of his. That was the Pirate King Roger. It had only been 2 years since Whitebeard last saw the Straw Hat Kid. He never expected him to have grown to the level of an emperor. He couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the younger generation's growth was. Uncle Whitebeard, you're Ace's father, right? Thanks for saving us. Luffy panted heavily, deactivating his gear forth. His body was overwhelmed by uncontrollable fatigue, and he sat on the ground. The recent battle had drained much of Luffy's stamina. You're welcome. Protecting a son is a father's duty. Whitebeard was quite fond of Luffy. Ace, take good care of your little brother, and Kazuki Momonosuke. Whitebeard gave the order. He had more important things to do now. Kaido, are you ready to be flayed, and have your bones pulled out by me? Ink-black armament haki instantly covered Whitebeard's arms. The pitch-black haki spread rapidly across his body. As the world's strongest man, his armament haki was also the top tier. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances. Kaido, I'll help you, but after the fight you have to give me king. Old hag, let's talk about that after it's over. Both of them had lost their smiles, their faces full of gravity. Gurura, you two don't actually believe that joining forces will let you defeat me, do you? Whitebeard showed no fear of their alliance, his face even betraying not the slightest ripple. In his eyes, be they emperors or admirals, if he so wished, even this vast ocean could not withstand his fury. The heavens, the earth, and the deep seas could be torn apart with ease. Even without the Gura no Mi now, these fellows were no match for him. He would use the Murakamajiri in his hands to teach those who dared to harm his family who the true king of these seas was. Newgate, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Big Mom had long shed her earlier manic state, her face unusually grave. She had infused both Prometheus and Zeus into Napoleon. Napoleon's blade crackled with intertwined lightning and fire, amplifying its power significantly. Yet even so, Big Mom harbored no confidence in her upcoming attack. Against others this move might have been more than enough, but against Whitebeard at his peak it was far from sufficient. His strength was enough to chill even her blood. Newgate, pay the price for your arrogance. The moment the words fell, a dazzling blaze gathered in the dragon's maw. The searing heat seemed to burn the very air around them. Kaido was charging up with all his might. Ace, seeing this, used a hurricane to carry himself and his comrades out of the battlefield. If they stayed, they would be shattered by the shockwaves from both sides. Dragon's Wrath, blazing soul kill. Big Mom dared not hold back either. Seeing Kaido unleash his strongest dragon form technique, she knew that without using everything she had, she would surely be defeated by Whitebeard. Soul contract, myriad yellow springs, slash. Around Napoleon, faintly visible souls fluttered in a ghostly dance. Big Mom expended a significant portion of her stored souls, her heart bleeding at the cost. That damned Kaido had better give me king when this is over, or I'll cut him down too. Big Mom couldn't believe that she had originally come to hunt down the Straw Hat Brat only to end up clashing with Whitebeard. Gururara. Interesting. Whitebeard said, little, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Inky black haki instantly enveloped his entire body and the Murakamajiri. The next second, crimson lightning crackled across the Murakamajiri. It was Conqueror's haki coating. Before the clash, the sea already churned violently. Dark clouds raced across the sky, and the whole world seemed to urge both sides to stop. But their minds were made up. How could they back down now? A devastating blade wave shot forth. Big Mom struck first, hoping to catch Whitebeard off guard. Simultaneously, Kaido unleashed his own technique. Torrents of flame erupted the air around the fire pillar, warping from the heat. The scorching blast could melt steel in an instant. These two terrifying energies converged mid-flight, merging into an even more monstrous shockwave. Where it passed, all fell silent. Even so, Whitebeard showed not a trace of fear, calmly watching the incoming attack. His fearsome Conqueror's haki made the Murakamajiri truly dreadful. He swung his mountain-like arm with tremendous force, though it seemed effortless, like a casual strike. But the profound secrets contained within could only be glimpsed by the world's strongest. Still, no one was foolish enough to think Whitebeard wasn't using his full power. Emperor's divine might. The cataclysmic attack shot forth, colliding with the combined output of Kaido and Big Mom. Two earth-shaking impacts erupted into endless waves of air. The overwhelming pressure tore the sky apart once more, leaving not a single cloud for thousands of miles. The deafening explosion instantly rendered everyone's eardrums useless. A suffocating aura of death spread throughout the entire island of Onigashima. It was as if someone was pulling everyone's nerves, compelling them to kneel. It felt like being plunged into an abyss or through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire with soul separated from body. Scorching smoke engulfed the entire sky, and the residual energy transformed into a destructive gale that devoured everything in its path. Fortunately, Ace had the foresight not to linger. Otherwise, at this moment, even his corpse would be impossible to find. Many weaker pirates were struck with splitting headaches, their souls scattered. The floor beneath Whitebeard instantly turned to dust. Big Mom landed on Kaido's head, trembling all over. She had already expended every ounce of her strength and was now utterly exhausted. As the smoke cleared, a tall and imposing figure appeared below. Kaido had lost his earlier confidence, a barely perceptible hint of terror flashing in his eyes. He was still as invincible as ever. Kaido and Big Mom had used some effort against Luffy and Ace earlier, but even so, Kaido felt a gnawing frustration. They were two emperors on their side, while Whitebeard had lost his Gura Gura no Mi, yet the result was only a draw. Though he had suffered 7 defeats before, a 2-on-1 that still failed to win would surely ruin his reputation. Big Mom was equally bitter. She had paid so many souls only to achieve a draw. She then turned her wrath on Kaido. You drunken fool, I told you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. Look how weak you've become. Kaido, already furious about not winning the 2-on-1, now faced criticism from his own ally. He retorted, Old hag, look at all the sweets you've devoured. You've lost all your strength. Kaido and Big Mom, who had stood on the same side moments before, now went their separate ways after the battle. Gura Kaido, I'll give you a chance. If you get out of Wano right now, I won't kill you. Whitebeard had thought it over. Although he had managed to match them both just now, it was only due to a burst of strength. If they attacked together, he might not hold out. After all, the Emperor's attacks were no joke. And even if he could withstand it, the others on Onigashima would not survive. The explosion just now had likely scared many weaklings out of their wits. His primary goal was to accomplish his captain's mission, to open Wano's borders, and only secondarily to avenge his sons. If they continued fighting like this, it would eventually turn against him. Whitebeard hesitated for a long time before speaking those words. Yet in Kaido's eyes, Whitebeard was insulting him. I don't believe it. I, the strongest creature, can't beat you, the world's strongest man. Kaido shifted into his hybrid form. A pair of dragon horns grew back on his head, and his upper face was covered in blue scales. Though already gasping for breath, he still roared and lunged at Whitebeard. Little did he know that his spiked club had developed a crack from the earlier explosion. Whitebeard's situation was also grim. Although he had only used 2 techniques, more than half of his stamina was gone. If he truly fought to the death with those 2, the outcome was far from certain. Gazing at the now insane Kaido, Whitebeard caught his breath, his eyes fixed with unwavering resolve. It seemed that on this vast ocean, only strength truly mattered. Gurura Kaido, Whitebeard roared. If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent. Both sides were poised for combat, ready to strike. Big Mom, who had been standing by Kaido, fell into hesitation. Unlike Kaido, she was not so impulsive. Her purpose here was to capture the Straw Hat, not to engage in battle with Whitebeard. Even if they joined forces to defeat Whitebeard, both she and Kaido would be greatly weakened. At that point, if someone were to ambush them, would they still be able to defend themselves? Every decision made by an emperor could trigger a chain reaction across the world. Moreover, 3 emperors were present here. Countless jackals were likely already coveting their positions. Continuing this conflict would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Persuading Kaido, this reckless fool, to leave Wano was clearly impossible. Yet convincing Whitebeard to back down now seemed even more unlikely. After much deliberation, Big Mom chose to remain an observer. After all, if she chose to participate, her interests would suffer to some extent. Thus it was better to simply abstain. Moreover, given the current situation, Whitebeard had a higher chance of victory. She was here to capture someone, not to incur losses. Returning to Tado land covered in wounds would be asking for trouble. Having resolved this, Big Mom stepped away from Kaido riding the Thundercloud Hera. Kaido was startled and immediately demanded, "Old hag, what do you mean by this?" Whitebeard's lips curled into a subtle smile. Moments ago he had worried about facing 2 opponents alone. Now there was no need for concern. Big Mom clearly had her own considerations. "Kaido, do you really want to go to war with Whitebeard?" she asked with a dark expression. If he was determined to fight, she would stand by and do nothing. The ultimate beneficiaries of an emperor battle would be either other pirates or the Marines. That was a scene she wished to avoid. Ace and Whitebeard, who had perished 2 years ago, were now resurrected. Would other powerful figures also return to life? Who was orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? This sea was growing ever more enigmatic. Only by maintaining the status quo could one dominate a region. She could sense that a monumental battle was about to erupt. Kaido caught the implication in Big Mom's words and gradually calmed down. Though he harbored a grudge against Whitebeard, it was not to the extent of risking everything to fight him to the death. His goal was to become the Pirate King. If he fell here, he would die with regret. For a moment, a strange tension filled the air. Flames from King materialized into a dragon shape before his blade. A fierce roar echoed, and the fiery dragon soared. Zoro's Enma crackled with black lightning. He had mastered the art of imbuing Conqueror's haki and was displaying his full prowess. Flower Sword Vista's dual blades, ice and fire, danced like a graceful performer. Beneath the elegant lotus hid flames that could incinerate everything. The attacks of the 3 clashed in an instant. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed within the room, countless sparks colliding and grinding against each other. Intense heat filled the air, making the room unbearable to remain in. A figure staggered backward through the smoke, something seemingly falling from their face. As the smoke cleared, King's true face was revealed beneath the mysterious veil. He was an exceedingly handsome Western man with snow-white hair like moonlight, tawny skin, and strange patterns around his left eye. He steadied himself with some difficulty. If only one opponent had attacked, he might have held his ground, but the simultaneous assault of 2 was more than he could withstand. Both Zoro earlier and the newly arrived Vista had brought immense pressure upon King. PFF. King's throat convulsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If he were not a devil fruit user, that attack would have sent him straight to the afterlife. The unease and tremor deep within him stirred old memories. His parents had told him they belonged to the Lunaria tribe, the most ancient race on this continent. Their history predated even the world government. Their once peaceful life was shattered by the sudden appearance of 20 mysterious figures, forcing them into a life of flight. 40 years ago, at the age of 7, King Abel had always worn dark clothing covering himself completely. He did not understand why everyone in his family dressed this way. Tired of the cumbersome attire, he slipped away when his clansmen were absent. 30 years ago, the 17-year-old king lay on a cold iron bed, barely alive, bound hand and foot. He did not know what these people were doing, only that they kept drawing his blood. Until one night, that man appeared. A club that rivaled Death's scythe swung wildly, and wherever it landed, blood sprayed. When he stepped close, King finally saw his face. A Lunaria? The world government truly loves to indulge in daydreams, doesn't it? King could not understand his words, only that the man finally asked him, "Little lab rat, do you want to come with me? After I get out, I'm going to form my own pirate crew." A rough laugh echoed through the ruined laboratory. Can you change this world?" King asked weakly. He did not understand what he had done wrong. Why did those people in white cloaks experiment on him and his clan? Why did they discard his dead clansmen without a second thought? Why did he have to drink those strange liquids? What? Haha, the only one who can change the world is me. The man boasted, and King's eyes regained their light. His body, invigorated by those words, surged with power. Kaido helped King break free from his shackles. Then, with a burst of chaos, the entire DH5 island was reduced to ruins before the 2 monsters left. Later, he gradually understood from within his own body what those people had been after. Back to the present, Zoro and Vista did not hesitate and pressed their attack. The war on the summit was reignited. Everyone's attention was on their captains above. If the battle here was not finished quickly, none could rest easy. King transformed back into his Pteranodon form and lunged at Zoro with blurring speed. Given the exhaustion from the previous fight, going after the fully refreshed Vista was not a wise move. A torrent of flames swept from his black wings. Zoro and Vista swiftly dodged. Attacks of this magnitude were not worth parrying with their blades. Dragon Emperor, King closed in on Zoro, blazing flames coiling around his sword. The speed was so great that Zoro could not even name his technique. He could only respond in kind. Vista had a mission and would not allow them to duel alone. Flower sword slash. Shing. His sharp dual blades cut through one of King's black wings, severing it cleanly. The excruciating pain forced even the stoic Jean to let out a scream. Though he retreated immediately, the severed black wings still fell to the ground. Jean glared at the flower sword Vista with hatred. You too, ants. You're really annoying. His hatred had reached its peak. With one black wing gone, he abandoned his beast form altogether. In human form, he swung his katana. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Jean unleashed his ultimate technique again. With no retreat left, he decided to go all out. Life or death depended on this strike. Seeing this, Sualong and Baisita dared not underestimate it. Everyone was squeezing out every last bit of strength from their bodies, not daring to make the slightest mistake. A dazzling sword aura shot forth, its terrifying power roaring. The sound of air being torn whistled past, and the sword aura stood out. Jin's attack clashed with the two for a moment, but was soon dispersed. The sharp blade swept everything away. Schwa. Jean used his only remaining black wing to protect himself, while the wall behind him was instantly shredded. Sualong seized the opportunity to close in the scent of death, following like a shadow. With both wings gone, Jean could only hastily parry with his katana. Crack. However, the katana, having already fulfilled its purpose, shattered. The terrifying sword aura left a deep gash on his body. The weakened Jean flew like a leaf carried by the wind. Midair, he recalled the past again. Abir, never use the haki within you, or it will bring disaster to our entire clan. Why, you're still young and don't understand. When you grow up, you'll know. The elder's sternness made him understand that this power could not be used carelessly. But if I don't use it now, I can't defeat these two and go up to help Kaido-sama. The disaster of clan extermination has already happened. Embedded in the wall, Jean slowly opened his eyes, his hair now disheveled. Sualong and Baisita approached to check if the enemy was still alive. They would finish him off. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the ensuing battle. Letting such a formidable opponent live was definitely not a good thing. He was an ancient Zoan with astonishing recovery. A short rest could restore him to full health. As expected of an ancient Zoan still alive even after this. Sualong exclaimed as he saw the enemy glaring at him with wide eyes. Baisita, thank you. Sualong knew that relying solely on his own strength, he would never have defeated the opponent so easily. It's nothing, it's the old man's orders. Baisita finally understood why the old man had sent him to help Sualong deal with Jean. Because Jin's defense was terrifying. Surviving their relentless onslaught already surpassed ordinary experts. If left unchecked, this guy would definitely affect the old man's battle. How do we deal with this guy, Baisita lowered his eyelids. Setting aside his devil fruit ability, Jean was also a remarkable swordsman. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Kill. Sualong's eyes were bloodshot. Under the influence of Yenma, his killing intent was strong. Alright. Baisita turned around, unable to bear watching such an excellent swordsman fall. But if he didn't kill, there would be endless trouble. Sualong raised Yenma high, but the blade didn't fall for a long time. He stood frozen. He was wrestling with Yenma. After the fierce battle, his stamina was depleted. Yenma took the opportunity to try to erode his will, driving him to become a murderous demon. Sualong was struggling to release his conqueror's haki to resist Yenma. I don't believe I can't control you. Sualong roared, reclaiming his power from within Yenma, finally, suppressing the restless Yenma for a moment. At this moment, Jean had regained his senses and muttered something. Sacred Flame Haki. Sensing something wrong with Jean, Sualong struck quickly, but he was still a step too slow. Under the Sacred Flame Haki, the originally weak Jean was enveloped in a ring of flames. Wherever the azure flames passed, wounds healed at an astonishing speed. This startled Sualong and Baisita, who had sensed something amiss. What's going on? Is he recovering from his injuries like this? Isn't that Captain Marco's ability? The two were shocked beyond words, unable to calm down for a long time. Except for the black wing on his back, all the scars on his body vanished in the blink of an eye. Jean was also surprised. This was his first time using Sacred Flame Haki. His whole body felt warm, as if bathing in a hot spring, completely relaxed. If not for the ruins around him reminding him he was still on the battlefield, he would have thought he was on vacation. His originally exhausted body quickly filled with power. So this is Sacred Flame Haki. Amazing. The usually cold and frosty Jean showed a rare smile. The battle could continue. After the second shockwave spread, few pirates were still standing on the first floor. Most had already fallen unconscious. Long Zaitian forced himself to stand. He was also significantly affected, but he wondered why he hadn't fallen. Logically, a small fry like him should have fainted like the others, unable to withstand the shockwaves of the four emperors. Could it be because he was not from this world, so he had some immunity? Forget it, don't think too much. After these two shockwaves, the number of fallen had already exceeded 100. He just needed to finish them off easily to complete the task. Task Shellfish 50100. Task Shellfish 70100. Task Shellfish 90100. Just as Long Zaitian was about to complete the task and obtain armament Haki, the system in his mind suddenly rang. Ding. Detected Sacred Flame Haki nearby. New task has appeared, please check. Sacred Flame Haki. Long Zaitian was dumbfounded, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Wasn't there only 3 types of Haki in the pirate world? Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. What the hell is Sacred Flame Haki? Though puzzled, Long Zaitian still found a safe place and opened the panel. Task: find the ruins of the Lunaria clan. Reward: Sacred Flame Haki. No time limit. Below it was a description. Sacred Flame Haki, a haki used only by the people of the God Kingdom. Due to certain events, those who possessed this haki were hunted by the world government. Afterwards, it was renamed Holy Flame Haki, and the younger generation was forbidden from using it in front of outsiders. Effect: the user's injured skin can be instantly restored with no consumption. Seeing this description, Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Isn't this just a healing ability? If he learned this move, wouldn't he not need a ship's doctor? But where are the ruins of the Lunaria clan? Wait, Lunaria clan? Isn't that Jin's clan? Could it be that he was using Sacred Flame Haki just now? Just as Long Zaitian was entirely focused on this new form of haki, a wooden plank from above accidentally fell loose. Watch out! A streak of blue and yellow flames cut through the air as Marco raced in. Smack! With a mid-air spinning kick, he sent the plank flying away. Startled back to his senses, Long Zaitian gasped. That was close, almost got my head bashed in by that plank. He muttered. Kid, don't lose focus in the middle of a fight. Marco scolded him sternly. This kid did have some skill. It would have been a shame if he'd been taken out by a mere plank, so he chose to intervene. Sorry. Long Zaitian looked up at his savior, then froze. Marco. He hadn't even noticed Marco was here. He had assumed Marco had already gone up to help Luffy. Oh, you know me. Marco shifted back to his human form, scrutinizing the young man before him. The man had striking chiseled features and a handsomeness carved from stone, radiating an aura of a king who could command the world. A hint of a wild, roguish smile played on his devilishly handsome face. Right, but forget that for now. Luffy and the others are on the summit and need your help. Go quickly. Long Zaitian feigned urgency. If he directly mentioned that Whitebeard and Ace were fighting up there, Marco would likely think him a fool. He might even suspect his identity. But claiming Luffy needed help would raise no doubts. Moreover, the battle above was uncertain for anyone. King had just used that new form of haki, which boded ill for Long Zaitian, signifying the beast's pirates had grown stronger. Alright, you be careful. As expected, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and flew up without a moment's hesitation, harboring no suspicion. Sigh, I wonder how Whitebeard and the others are doing up there. Even though he was the strongest man in the world, without the tremor fruit, he felt a bit uneasy. Oh, forget it. Let me just deal with the last 10 ambushers first. Long Zaitian was close to completing his mission and acquiring armament haki. Once he had this power, his chances of survival would skyrocket. Little page, what's going on up there? Ulti began to sense something amiss. She had just contacted the guards at the secret entrance via Den Mushi and heard sounds of a scuffle. Sis, how would I know? I don't have clairvoyance. Page 1 hurriedly took the elevator. The two had just ascended through the secret waterfall passage of Wano. They saw that Onigashima, which was originally here, had vanished. Looking up at the sky, it was now hovering above the flower capital. What in the world is Kaido-sama doing? Page 1 was utterly bewildered. Little page, hurry, let's go check it out. Ulti urged Page 1 to head towards the drifting island. The severity of the situation was far beyond their imagination. Boom! A spider-like arm slammed viciously into the floor, sending wooden splinters flying. Haha, you little Vinsmoke, brat, are you part mouse? Queen leisurely puffed on his cigar, openly mocking. He had no need to actively control the spider arms now, as they had already locked onto Sanji. As long as the target was alive, his spider arms would relentlessly pursue and attack until they achieved their goal. Damn it, this guy is such a nuisance. Sanji, seeing his opponent's leisurely demeanor, felt his anger flare. At this rate, I'll get caught sooner or later. He leaped, dodging a spider arm that lunged at him from behind. Maybe I could try that. Sanji glanced sideways at the 4 spider arms, a bold idea forming. He swiftly turned and flew straight towards Queen. Oh, coming back to beg for mercy, are we? Queen watched Sanji approach, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Have finally realizing you're outmatched. Ignoring Queen, Sanji kept his focus on the spider arms trailing him. Noticing Sanji's silence, Queen looked puzzled. What's this Vinsmoke brat up to? In the blink of an eye, Sanji landed on top of Queen's head, elegantly pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, you little punk? Queen in his Brachiosaurus form roared in fury. Sanji remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Whooshed, whooshed. For piercing sounds cut through the air. Queen turned to look and gasped in terror. Oh. His eyes bulged so wide they shattered his sunglasses, and the cigar fell from his lips. He immediately turned to flee, completely disregarding Sanji on his head. Now the tables had turned. Sanji was calmly smoking, while Queen ran for his life. Ah, if you're gonna die, don't take me with you. Queen's bulky frame couldn't run fast at all. Seeing the spider arms closing in, his panic grew. He had set this auto-tracking function without a cancel button, meaning it would chase its target relentlessly until hit. Run faster, you fat dinosaur. You need to go on a diet. Sanji remained completely calm, showing no sign of tension. Queen was too out of breath to even retort. Finally, the spider arms were just a meter away from Sanji, who then leapt high into the air. The spider arm locked onto its target couldn't stop in time, due to inertia, and slammed directly into the back of Queen's head. Ow! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him. Crash, crash, crash. The successive impacts were so brutal, they made Sanji's skin crawl. He's been modified so he probably won't die that easily. As the smoke cleared, a massive figure staggered out. Phew. This guy's hide is tough, Sanji remarked, then used Jeppo to propel himself towards Queen. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was injured, Sanji launched another assault. He had to finish this fight now. He could feel his body growing weaker. Queen emerged from the smoke, the top knot on his head gone. He stepped out boiling with rage. Ifrit jam. Sanji's legs were engulfed in roaring flames as he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Unstoppable, irresistible. Fueled by immense fury, he drove his kick straight into Queen's face. Caught completely off guard, Queen was immediately scorched by the intense heat, screaming in agony. But it wasn't over yet. Sanji's legs hammered back and forth relentlessly, leaving Queen's face a charred mess. After several hundred kicks, Queen finally collapsed with his eyes rolled back. The victory in this battle belonged to Vinsmoke Sanji. However, the massive energy expenditure left Sanji drained and collapsing as well right after his victory. Perhaps there were no true winners in this fight. Due to the collapse of the 5th level, the 9 red scabbards had all arrived on the 4th level. Having previously endured Kaido's onslaught, they were now battered and wounded. Only Kinemon, Denjiro, and Ashura-doji were still able to stand. But even the 3 of them, there was very little they could do. Cat Viper and Dogstorm had lured Jack the Drought away to protect the others. They'd left these 3 to safeguard the remaining 4. It's you two again. Jack's wounds still throbbed. The battle on Zou Island had left a deep impression on him. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'll lose again? Jack was towering and muscular, his hair tied in a ponytail with 2 braids and a metal jaw covering his mouth. He had never feared anyone in terms of aura. In his hands he held a chopper, a weapon straight at the bottom and curved like a scythe at the top. Jack, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened on Zou Island. Today we'll finish this. Inuarashi, wearing sunglasses, pointed his long sword at Jack. Nekomamushi, with a deep scar near his left eye, stared fiercely at Jack, his sharp claws crackling with electricity. No words were needed. Both sides were ready to clash. Due to Jack's massive size, his attacks were slow. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi closed in quickly. Nekomamushi's claws shot straight for Jack's face. Inuarashi's long sword aimed for Jack's heart. One on each side, their coordination was seamless. But Jack the Warlord was no pushover. 2 choppers blocked both attacks. Get lost. A thunderous roar erupted and tremendous force surged from his arms. Jack shoved both Inuarashi and Nekomamushi back. Taking the opportunity, he charged forward. Having been on the defensive now, it was his turn to strike first. Whoosh! Jack's chopper even produced a sonic boom in the air. He targeted Nekomamushi first, whose wounds were still bleeding. This was a golden opportunity for the Warlord. Nekomamushi read his intention and placed his furry hand over the wound on his belly. He had been badly injured in his recent battle with Kaido. If this attack landed on his wound, it would be fatal. Meow. Nekomamushi wrapped his hands in electricity and met Jack's attack head-on. He abandoned guarding his wound and fought at full power. Even if he died, he would deal significant damage to Jack before falling. It would ease Inuarashi's burden. For the final victory, he had to sacrifice himself. Boom. Nekomamushi's claws struck Jack, but he didn't feel Jack's counterattack. Confused, he lowered his head to see a long sword blocking the chopper inches from his wound. Old dog. Nekomamushi's nose tingled, his eyes welling up, instantly tears threatening to spill. Don't cry. The battle isn't over yet. Inuarashi scolded sternly. They had lived together for so many years. How could Inuarashi not understand Nekomamushi's thoughts? That reckless, defenseless stance was clearly an attempt to trade blows and perish together. How could Inuarashi possibly agree to that? While the two of them shared a tender moment, Jack on the sidelines suffered in silence. Jack clutched his wounded abdomen, slowly backing away, his face twisted like a demon from hell. Old cat, go. Inuarashi reacted, instantly charging at Jack with his sword. Having fought Jack before, he knew the man's thick hide and rapid healing. If he didn't finish him in one strike, the wounds would close quickly. Meow. Jack, ignoring the pain in his abdomen, swung his chopper recklessly. Whoosh! Chuck! The chopper. Jack was successfully wounded in this exchange. Dozens of scars appeared on his body, oozing blood. Meanwhile, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were unscathed. Jack's strike had hit nothing but air. At last, fear flickered in Jack's eyes. What had these two been through? How had they become this strong? He dared no longer boast. Who do you think I am? He would have to change it to, who am I? Though Inuarashi and Nekomamushi had wounded Jack, they were still short of defeating him. Their stamina was fading. Unluckily, the 2 great battles between Whitebeard and the Yonko had shattered the ceiling of this world. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi finally caught sight of their old captain. That's Captain Whitebeard. Nekomamushi recognized the captain who had accompanied Kazuki Oden at first glance. Why is he here? Wait, how did he come back to life? Inuarashi was utterly shocked. He had only learned about the Marineford War through the live broadcast. Wait, old dog, look. Nekomamushi remembered the earlier battle and realized Jack the Scourge of the Sea had vanished. Forget him. We need to rejoin Kinemon and the others to discuss our next move. After Inuarashi and Nekomamushi left, a hand slowly emerged from the rubble. It was none other than Jack, trapped beneath the collapsed roof. He hadn't fled. He had simply been pinned. Cowards running away already. Jack pretended he had won, bolstering his own spirits before dragging his wounded body and gazing at the sky. There Kaido and Big Mom stood facing the deceased Whitebeard. The air reeked of gunpowder. Terrified, Jack hurried downstairs. This kind of battle was far beyond anyone of his caliber to witness. Dealing with his own wounds came first. Marine headquarters. Ring ring. The din mushy on the fleet admiral's desk began to ring. Hello, Akainu answered. Sakazuki, how many warships have you sent to Wano? The voice on the other end seemed to belong to someone of high rank. Akainu touched his forehead. 20 ships led by 5 vice admirals. Upon hearing this, the voice roared immediately. Sakazuki, has your brain broken? Are you sending 20 warships to feed the fish? Unfazed by the caller's identity, Akainu retorted sharply. If you hadn't pushed through that 7 warlords abolition resolution, would I have any navy left? Should I send 3 admirals to Wano as well? Akainu slammed the desk, reasoning with the other party. After a heated exchange, the caller pulled out their trump card. Sakazuki, don't forget. Who gave you the position of fleet admiral? You will do as we say and listen. Order all warships on non-essential missions to head to Wano immediately. After barking those 3 sentences, the caller hung up without giving Akainu a chance to respond. This sent the user of the magma fruit Akainu into such a rage that his body began to magmaize. Yo, Sakazuki, calm down. Borsalino was long accustomed to Akainu's temper. It was daily routine. Borsalino. Kizaru glanced up at Akainu at the remark. You? Go fetch me a cup of tea. Akainu mulled it over, swallowing his resentment in the end. Fine. Kizaru strolled out leisurely. Those old codgers, what a nuisance. Akainu grumbled to himself in the now empty office once Kizaru had left. Yet he eventually picked up the phone. Dispatch the order. Any marine not currently on a critical mission is to head to Wano country. However, Akainu added, if you have other commitments, you're exempt. This was his way of showing the 5 elders his authority, a reminder of his standing. He was the fleet admiral after all. If he were to send troops after the warlords one moment and to Wano the next, the subordinates would question whether this fleet admiral had any conviction. As for the fear of being ousted by the 5 elders, he harbored none whatsoever. Within the Marines, who else was more suited for this position than him? Still, he couldn't afford to remain idle. He needed to cultivate loyalists. This would bolster his leverage in future negotiations with the 5 elders. The boss, Aldington Hardy, the senior CP0 intelligence officer, ended the call. Isabel Letcher from the Long-Arm tribe inquired, what did they say? They've instructed the Marines to send more troops. Hardy replied impassively. What's our next move? Letcher was referring to Nico Robin. Uriah, the tallest CP0 member, go up to the rooftop and check on Kaido's battle. They needed to bide their time, waiting for the moment both sides were at their weakest. Task standby personnel, 99100. Few, just one more standby person, and I'll finish the task. Keep going. Long Zaitian was thrilled at the imminent completion. He'd soon have access to a hockey. He cast his gaze upon the unconscious standby personnel nearby. You're it. With a single slash, blood splattered. Task standby personnel, 100100. Immediately the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission of 100 standby personnel. Reward basic armament hockey. A warm current then flowed through Long Zaitian's body. So warm. Long Zaitian savored the unfamiliar power surging within him. Moments later, as the warmth subsided, Long Zaitian muttered in surprise, that's it. With a hint of skepticism, Long Zaitian extended his arm, channeling his inner power through sheer will. As he tapped into the power within, a strange energy crept from his fingertips inward. His fingers seemed to be sheathed in a thin layer of pitch-black armor. Wow, it actually worked. The armament hockey successfully enveloped his entire fist, yet extending it further proved futile. Huff huff. It seemed he was still too weak. Long Zaitian gave up, trying to push further. He was already content with acquiring armament hockey, which certainly increased his survival odds. On this vast sea, without hockey one would face immense hardship. Ding! Detected marine battleships at a distance of 100 nautical miles. The sudden system alert caught Long Zaitian off guard. Damn it, are the Marines planning to be the fisherman who reaps the spoils while the snipe and clam fight? Long Zaitian knew he couldn't linger any longer. He had to hurry upstairs and discuss a countermeasure with Whitebeard. If the battle dragged on, the eventual beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the Marines. Chopper. Just as he was about to head upstairs, Long Zaitian spotted Chopper, treating the wounded on the ground floor, and called for him to come along. Passing through the 3rd floor, Marco noticed Jack making a retreat, but paid him no mind, his thoughts solely focused on rushing upstairs to help. On the 4th floor, he found the injured Akazaya 9, all in critical condition. Marco. Kinemon was astonished, not expecting him to appear. What happened to them? Marco stopped and pointed at the unconscious figures on the floor. Alas, our strength was insufficient. Kinemon spoke with self-reproach, having prepared for 20 years only to face this outcome. Don't speak. I'll heal you. Without a word, Marco used his blue flames to alleviate their pain. By the way, we just caught a glimpse of Whitebeard. He's locked in battle with Kaido upstairs. Cat Viper remembered something and turned to tell Marco. Marco froze, ceasing his healing, his pupils contracting. What did you say? Marco gripped Cat Viper's hand tightly, desperate for an answer. Calm down, Marco. Old Cat is hurt, go easy. Duke Dog pulled Marco away. Realizing he had been overly aggressive, Marco promptly released Cat Viper. Sorry, I got too excited. Marco took a deep breath. I apologize, I thought I misheard you say Whitebeard. That was uncharacteristic of me. Forgive me. Having calmed down, Marco recalled the fact that Whitebeard was dead. Perhaps he had just been hallucinating. You heard right. Whitebeard is alive and is fighting Kaido above us right now. Duke Dog bandaged Cat Viper's wounds despite being seriously injured himself. What? Are you telling the truth? Marco, overjoyed by the confirmation, jumped up in excitement. Are you saying Pops is still alive? Memories of the past flooded back and tears streamed down Marco's face involuntarily. He transformed into his bird form and flew upstairs at the fastest speed of his life. Pops, are you really alive? Marco muttered anxiously to himself. In the blink of an eye, Marco soared through the shattered ceiling straight into the sky. Above he saw a ferocious Kaido and a silent Big Mom. Following their gaze, Marco turned around. A figure impossibly familiar and imposing stood before his eyes. Pops. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Marco's eyes. This was the man he had dreamed of night and day. In his most desperate and darkest hour, this man had taken him in and given him a family. Yet when Pops was in direst peril, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as he fought alone to protect his sons. Every time he recalled that moment, Marco blamed himself for his own weakness. If he had possessed the power to rival an emperor back then, would Pops have survived? Marco slowly flew towards Whitebeard. Pops, is it really you? Gurura, Marco, you were the first division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. How can you be crying like a child? Whitebeard opened his arms to embrace Marco. If Marco had missed his Pops, how could Whitebeard not have missed his sons in return? I was wrong, Pops. At that moment, Marco, who had just been battling two calamities, was reduced to a wounded little bird. After this brief moment of warmth, the air was once again thick with tension. The war was far from over. Marco, have you seen Ace? Whitebeard asked. Ace? Is he alive too? Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that all the family members lost in the Paramount War have been resurrected? Whitebeard chuckled. Judging by your expression, you must not have seen him. He just went downstairs. Truthfully, Whitebeard had no idea what to do next, whether to keep fighting or negotiate. He needed to go ask his captain for advice. Marco, why are you here? Ace, who had just been mentioned, suddenly appeared. It turned out he hadn't gone down at all. After settling Yamato and Momonosuke, he had returned because he was worried about the old man. As for Luffy, he insisted on having a final showdown with Kaido, so he had gone back up. Ace. Marco excitedly jumped right into Ace's arms. The fact that both of his former family members were still alive filled him with ecstasy. How were you resurrected? Marco choked, unable to hold back his tears. Marco, I'll explain later. Let's first drive Kaido and his crew away. Ace gripped his hurricane. All right, Marco agreed. He didn't care how his loved ones had been resurrected. Knowing they were alive was enough. Mother, sorry we're late. Beside the rooftop, a massive ship slowly rose. The Queen Mama Chanter was lifted from the bottom to the top by Candy thanks to Parasparrow's Parasparrow fruit ability. On board were the members of the Big Mom Pirates who had finally arrived at Onigashima after countless hardships. The situation below was gradually stabilizing, with both sides having few fighters left. Most of the executive-level fighters were also exhausted. Those still capable of formidable combat power were only Luffy, Whitebeard, Ace, Marco, Kaido, and Big Mom. King and Zoro, along with Vista, still needed to fight for a while. Kid and Law had discovered a hidden CP0 room and were engaged in battle with them. Chopper was treating Sanji. Nami, Usopp, Robin, and Brook were rushing upward. Kurizumi Orochi was observing from the shadows, plotting to blow them all up so that Wano would belong to him. With so many people on the rooftop, no one dared to make the first move, because once a battle broke out, one of the current emperors might fall. The cost was something none of them could bear. Nuge, do you plan to just keep stalling? Big Mom broke the silence. Everyone standing around idly wasn't a solution. This matter had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if the Marines showed up, it would be trouble. I'll wait until my captain arrives. Whitebeard couldn't make a decision, so he could only wait for Long Zaitian to come. What? You have a captain? Aren't you one yourself? Big Mom was slightly taken aback. It wasn't just Big Mom. Kaido and everyone present were shocked, including Marco. Dad, where did we get a new captain? Marco was utterly confused. Ace and I were resurrected by our captain, and coming here was also his order. Whitebeard's words had already shocked everyone, but what he said next left them even more astounded. Who was this person who could resurrect the dead? Everyone had this question in their minds. I didn't expect everyone to be here. The 5 flights of stairs took Long Zaitian quite a while to climb. Whether it was due to lack of exercise or something else, his chest felt especially tight now. Everyone's gaze fell upon this unremarkable young man. Marco's eyes widened. Wasn't this the guy who had nearly been crushed by a wooden board on the lower floor earlier? Kid, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. Get down. Marco urged loudly, never expecting this guy to dare come up. Did he even know where he was? Almost everyone here had bounties over 300 million berries. What use was a brat who couldn't even use armament hockey? He wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Everyone else thought the same. They all used observation hockey to sense his power, but found nothing. As if this guy had no combat ability whatsoever. Everyone ignored Long Zaitian and continued waiting. Except for Whitebeard and Ace. Gururara, Captain, you're here. We've been waiting for you for so long. Whitebeard walked up to Long Zaitian. Captain, are you alright? Ace also came to his side. When everyone present heard Whitebeard and Ace address this unremarkable brat, As captain, they were all stunned mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. They stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Some even looked at each other, as if trying to find in each other's eyes whether their ears had malfunctioned. Whitebeard was Whitebeard, and Ace was Ace. How could they call this guy captain? Everyone's initial reaction was that they had misheard, refusing to believe it. Kaido even said bluntly, "Edward Newgate, have you lost your mind? Calling this brat captain?" He was deeply resentful that Whitebeard called this brat captain, knowing that Whitebeard had only ever called Rocks captain before. If he called this brat captain, now didn't that mean this brat equaled Rocks? This was simply an insult to Captain Rocks. Kaido absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Big Mom was also furious. "Newgate, have you forgotten Captain Rocks?" Whitebeard calmly replied, "Rocks was my former captain. My current captain is Long Zaitian," after saying that he guarded in front of Long Zaitian to prevent the two emperors from launching a sneak attack. Fine. Fine. What an ungrateful wretch. Kaido's fury ignited, and he directly released his Conqueror's haki, intending to crush this brat and teach him what being a pirate truly meant. Being a pirate wasn't a game. Just recruiting two powerful people didn't make one a pirate. Seeing this, Whitebeard also released his Conqueror's haki. The two Conquerors' haki collided in midair, sending off bursts of red lightning. The others began to join in as well. Ace and Luffy helped Whitebeard while Big Mom helped Kaido. The rest could only rely on their own willpower to endure. Long Zaitian, standing behind Whitebeard, was completely unaffected. Boom. Finally, the clash of Conqueror's haki ended, sending ripples through the air. Whitebeard. Kaido gritted his teeth, never expecting Whitebeard to protect this kid so fiercely. "Hey," I said, "can Kaido and Big Mom calm down for a moment? I want to say a few words." No one had expected Long Zaitian to dare silence these two big shots. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. He's done for. This kid is dead, no one can save him now. Daring to tell Mama to shut up. Even the Marines wouldn't dare say that. Does this guy think he can act with impunity just because Whitebeard and Ace are protecting him? Kaido's face was livid, his overwhelming fury on the verge of eruption. "You damn brat. Don't tell me you think you can speak to me like that just because Whitebeard is protecting you." His face twisted in anger. Big Mom stared at Long Zaitian with a menacing gaze, as if she would draw Napoleon and strike him down at any moment. "Even without Whitebeard's protection, I would still speak to you like this." Long Zaitian stared right back, completely unafraid of Kaido and Big Mom's glares. "Absurd. Whitebeard is one of my crew members. Would I, Long Zaitian, fear a mere emperor of the sea? If I get angry one of these days, I'll go beat up some celestial dragons, raise my bounty, and even resurrect Pirate King Roger to join my crew. You Kaido wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes." Long Zaitian's fantasy of Whitebeard on his left, Roger on his right, and Golden Lion at the helm. Of course, he didn't dare say these words to Kaido, now given the obvious gap in their strength. Moreover, the Navy would be arriving soon. For now, he had to find a way to drive Kaido out of Wano, then open the country's borders. If the Navy arrived, Wano would fall under the world government's control. Whether the country could open its borders would then be entirely at the whims of the world government. But given the current situation, the world government would absolutely never allow Wano to open its borders. For within Wano, there were no shortage of inheritors skilled in deciphering ancient texts. If these people were allowed to go out to sea, the world government's carefully constructed facade would be torn apart. The celestial dragons would then be despised by the entire world. At that point, their power would be nothing but a joke. The Navy would also be thrown into conflict, and the world would descend into chaos. So they most likely would not allow Wano to open its borders. "Mr. Kaido, if you don't want the world government to find out about King's identity, come over here and listen to what I have to say." Long Zaitian invited him amicably. "And you too, Big Mom." The moment Kaido heard King's name, his expression drastically changed. "Brett, are you saying you know King's identity?" A chilling glint flashed in Kaido's eyes, his murderous intent unmistakable. If Long Zaitian truly knew King's identity, he wouldn't mind picking another fight with Whitebeard. King was Kaido's right-hand man. If the world government were to learn of his right arm's identity, they would surely try to sever it. So to protect King's identity, Kaido would kill anyone who knew. "Mr. Kaido, if you sit down and hear me out, I promise I won't reveal King's identity to the world government." "Big Mom, what I'm about to say might interest you too. Why not listen as well?" Kaido hesitated for a moment, then looked towards Big Mom. Big Mom nodded, curious to see what this brat had to say. The two colossal figures descended from the sky, and Kaido transformed into his human form. Whitebeard and Ace remained steadfastly by Long Zaitian's side, guarding against any surprise attacks. The other pirates looked on in utter astonishment. This brat managed to make Kaido call a ceasefire. Just who was this kid to be able to convince two emperors to talk? And he wasn't even afraid of Kaido earlier. I can't even bear to look Kaido in the eye. No one could have predicted things would turn out this way. The very same people who were just fighting a world-shattering battle moments ago now sat in a circle on the ground. And it was all accomplished with just a few words from a mere brat. "Luffy, come over here too." Long Zaitian patted the spot next to him. Luffy nodded and came over to sit down. No one seemed concerned about a sneak attack. Those strong enough didn't worry, and those weaker had protection. A strange sight unfolded. The four emperors sat together for a rare negotiation. Let me start by stating why I'm here." Long Zaitian stood up and looked at Kaido and Big Mom. The two stood like small mountains in front of him. Even while standing, their terrifying auras were palpable. Composing himself, Long Zaitian continued, I'm here to open Wano's borders. The moment he said this, Kaido's expression darkened. He stared at Long Zaitian with a sinister look. Big Mom let out a derisive snort. Marco and Luffy looked somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected their goals to align. So Mr. Kaido, I hope you will leave Wano. Kaido couldn't hold back any longer. He swung his spiked club at Long Zaitian's head. The blow seemed like a summons from the depths of hell, a terrifying shadow, descending rapidly. Clang. At the critical moment, Whitebeard intervened. He gripped Murakamajiri, firmly blocking the strike, just above Long Zaitian's head. In that instant, Long Zaitian felt his eardrums nearly shatter from the impact of their clash. Edward Newgate, are you doing this on purpose? Seeing his attack blocked, Kaido was furious, seemingly on the verge of transforming into his dragon form at any second. I won't allow you to harm our captain, Whitebeard said calmly, holding Murakamajiri and revealing a composed smile. Brat, who do you think you are? You think I'll leave just because you tell me to? Seeing his attack halted, Kaido retracted his spiked club. Mr. Kaido, I know this is unfair to you, but isn't leaving on your own better than being captured by the Navy? At these words, the expressions of the emperors seated in the circle all shifted. Navy? Luffy scratched his head. The Navy is coming. Big Mom looked at her children with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? Kaido cut straight to the point. It's simple. The Navy is less than 100 nautical miles from here. They'll arrive in 2 or 3 hours. If you don't believe me, send someone to check. Long Zaitian said this with utmost confidence, as it was his system that had told him, so it couldn't be wrong. Daifu could go see if the Navy has indeed arrived. Big Mom ordered one of her sons to investigate. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Daifuku was a user of the steam fruit capable of summoning a sentient lantern demon by rubbing his body. However, it was limited by distance, but checking on the Navy's arrival was well within its capabilities. With Big Mom having sent someone, the attention shifted back to Long Zaitian. Brat, what if the Navy does come? Kaido mocked. I'm an emperor. You think I'd fear a few Navy sailors? King's mask was knocked off by Zoro, and coincidentally, there are CP0 agents on Onigashima. Kaido's mocking expression vanished, instantly replaced by a look of tension. What are CP0 agents doing here? Kaido roared, demanding an answer from Long Zaitian. Because Kurozumi Orochi is making a weapon deal with them. And I'll tell you another thing, Kurozumi Orochi isn't dead. He's down below waiting for us to fight each other until we're both weakened. Then he'll detonate the bombs inside Onigashima, killing us all. That way Wano will belong to him alone. Bastard. Kaido never imagined that it would be the fool Kurozumi Orochi who brought the CP0. Big Mom began to suspect Long Zaitian. Brat, how do you know so much? Long Zaitian showed no fear. None of your business. His words caused the crowd's expressions to shift dramatically. Does this fool know whom he's talking to? Big Mom's son Charlotte Oven, a heat fruit user, turned deathly pale. It's over. Mama is going to rage now. Parasparrow's tongue dropped to the ground in terror. Let's hide somewhere quickly, careful not to get caught in Mama's crossfire. Charlotte Opera, a cream fruit user, directly hid in the cabin. Everyone believed that Long Zaitian was doomed for daring to speak to Big Mom like that. Big Mom's expression darkened, but she did not strike immediately, knowing that Long Zaitian was protected by Whitebeard. Even if she attacked, she could not kill him. But if she did nothing, word would spread, and she would lose face as an emperor. Just as she decided to act, Long Zaitian spoke again. Mr. Kaido, if you leave Wano country, I will revive Roxy. Zebek. At these words, silence fell over the entire scene. Except for one person. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Who's that? Big Mom halted her attack, her fury turning to reverence. You can really revive Captain Rox. Kaido's attitude also did a complete 180. Brat. Are you serious? Whitebeard hesitated, then quietly warned Long Zaitian, Captain. Rox is not as simple as you think. If you revive him. He did not elaborate, but Long Zaitian understood. Whitebeard feared that reviving Rox would lead to ingratitude, even death. However, Long Zaitian was not worried because he had no intention of actually reviving Rox. Without absolute power, Long Zaitian would not foolishly resurrect legendary figures. That would only throw the sea into chaos. Newgate, rest assured. Long Zaitian reassured Whitebeard to trust his choice. Seeing this, Whitebeard said no more. After all, the other was the captain. Yes, I'm serious. As long as you leave Wano, I'll revive Rox. What do you say? Long Zaitian was confident. Through his earlier probing, he had understood that Captain Rox held great significance in the hearts of Kaido and Big Mom. After all, he was their first captain. It was impossible that they felt no attachment. Kaido fell into hesitation, occasionally glancing at Big Mom as if seeking her advice. Big Mom also pondered whether reviving Captain Rox would be a good or bad thing. The others waited quietly, as this was beyond their influence. Long Zaitian was very confident that they would choose to revive Captain Rox, because having Captain Rox versus having Wano country had vastly different strategic implications. No matter how formidable Wano was, it was just an ordinary country capable of producing very few powerful individuals. To survive on this sea, strength must come first. But Rox was different. Even a former intern like Kaido had become an emperor. If Rox were revived now, wouldn't emperors be as common as the sea? Capturing the entire world would be only a matter of time. Even if he couldn't be the captain himself, it didn't matter. With Captain Rox's strategic vision and power, conquering the entire world was inevitable. If not for the alliance of Roger and Garp back, then they would have unified the world long ago. Now Roger was gone, and his crew had grown old. Judging by Whitebeard's current state, Zaitian seemed capable of reviving the dead at their peak. If Captain Rocks were revived at his prime, the One Piece would be within easy reach. Finally, Big Mom glanced at Kaido and nodded slightly. Kaido understood her meaning. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. With Captain Rocks around, what was a mere Wano? With Captain Rocks, even Marine headquarters would be theirs. Kaido suppressed his excitement. Rat, why should I believe you? What if you're lying? Zaitian thought for a moment and admitted there was no guarantee. If I trick you and don't revive Rocks, come kill me. I promise no one will protect me. By the time Kaido discovered the deception and came after him, it would take considerable time. By then he might already possess power rivaling an emperor through the system. Then Kaido wouldn't be able to do anything. And once Kaido left, he would immediately open the country's borders and gain Conqueror's Haki. Then he would seek new Haki abilities and train observation Haki. Why fear a mere Kaido? That won't do. Why don't you revive Captain Rocks right now? Kaido refused to back down, already harboring a plan. Once Rocks was revived, the three of them would join forces to defeat Whitebeard and his crew. Then no one could stop them. Zaitian's face darkened. Mr. Kaido, if that's the case, let's stop talking. I'll just revive Roger instead. Anyway, I can only use the resurrection ability once, and this opportunity will be lost. He was well aware of Kaido's scheme. Unlike that foolish Prince Kazuki Oden, he wouldn't trust Kaido's words. With that, Zaitian turned and walked away without looking back. He was certain that Kaido would immediately call him back, for Wano and Rocks were not on the same level. Wait. As expected, before he had taken 2 steps, Kaido stopped him. Fine. Hearing that Zaitian intended to revive Roger, Kaido panicked. If it were true that the resurrection ability could only be used once, and it was used on Roger, then even his own position as an emperor might be in jeopardy. Those old monsters might even rejoin Roger. And since Kaido had killed Kazuki Oden, Roger's personality would surely lead him to seek vengeance. Brat, you keep your word. Several emperors are watching. Kaido finally sighed and chose to leave. This deal was absolutely not a loss. First, he could avoid further conflict with Whitebeard and conserve strength for the coming Marines. Second, and most importantly, was the revival of Captain Rocks. Once Captain Rocks was revived, what was a mere Wano country? Zaitian revealed a subtle smile. The plan had succeeded. None present would have anticipated that Kaido would accede to that brat's request. Having dwelled in Wano for countless years, he was willing to abandon his territory for Rocks. It was beyond everyone's expectations. But Luffy could not contain himself. Kaido, you can't leave yet. I haven't had my final showdown with you. Luffy's arm rapidly blackened and shot toward Kaido. Mom! An abrupt voice interrupted everyone's movements. Luffy's fist halted. It was Charlotte Daifuku, who had been checking on the Marines earlier, rushing over in a panic. Daifuku, what's wrong? Big Mom asked. Mom, it's bad. Marines are really sailing this way. Daifuku panted heavily. How many are there? Big Mom seemed to have anticipated this and wasn't overly surprised. After all, from the previous signs, Zaitian didn't appear to be a liar. About 20 or 30 ships. Daifuku's face showed panic. When he saw the rows of warships, he was terrified and didn't even bother to count. What? So many Marines are coming. Damn it, are those Marines courting death? Mom, let us fight. We are not afraid of these Marines. The Big Mom pirates roared in frenzy. Big Mom responded, my children, we return to Tado Land. Without waiting for a reaction, she leaped onto the Queen Mama Chanter. Big Mom had many concerns, as she didn't know how Tado Land was faring. If someone received intelligence and attacked Tado Land, Charlotte Katakuri alone couldn't stop them. Though few dared to attack Tado Land, if it happened it would be disastrous. With nothing more to do with Kaido, staying was pointless, so she might as well leave early. It was a pity she hadn't had enough red bean soup here. Kaido also didn't want to tangle with Luffy. He wanted to leave with his men. His goal was achieved, and there was no need to stay in Wano. Mr. Kaido, do you have a Den Den mushi for Morgans? Zaitian suddenly thought of something and asked. Here. Kaido directly tossed a Den Den mushi over, then transformed into a dragon and flew down toward Onigashima, presumably to find King. Zaitian smiled after receiving the Den Den mushi. He intended to inform Morgans about Wano's opening. The man would surely be intrigued. He needed to use the World Economic Newspaper's power to spread news of Wano's opening worldwide. That way the world government would find it difficult to easily meddle with Wano. After all, with so many eyes watching, the world government couldn't easily control it. Taking the remaining artificial devil fruits and his men, he would occupy some random island and quietly await Captain Rock's resurrection. Luffy hesitated. If he didn't leave now, once the Marines arrived, it would be extremely troublesome to escape. Zoro and Sanji's condition was unknown, and the other crew members were missing. Fighting Kaido now would be a sheer waste of stamina. So Luffy didn't overthink. He simply greeted Zaitian and jumped down the stairs. If not for Zaitian, Luffy might have fought on for much longer. On his way down, he happened to encounter several people coming up. Luffy. Nami was startled to see her captain here. Usopp, Brook, and Robin were also there. Nami, you guys go find Sanji, I'll look for Zoro. Everyone meet at the bottom floor. Nami was about to ask something, but Luffy jumped down as if something big was happening. Usopp asked, what about Jinbe and Frankie? Come quick. At that moment, Robin noticed something new. Everyone ran toward Robin's voice. What is it, Robin? Nami asked. Look. Robin pointed at the injured red scabbards on the ground. Hey Kinemon, how are you? Nami shook Kinemon. It's nothing, just a little hurt. The red scabbards, exhausted from overexertion and lack of rest for days, all fell asleep. By the way, did you defeat Kaido? Kinemon and the others looked forward expectantly, having waited for this moment for so long. Nami was at a loss for an answer, as Luffy had said nothing and jumped down, and there was no trace of Kaido above. We'll ask Luffy later, we don't know what happened either. Kinemon, assuming they had lost, dejectedly walked down. Nami briefly explained the situation and instructed, Usopp, go find Frankie, Brook find Sanji, Robin, and I will escort them down. They quickly acted on Nami's orders. Watching from the shadows, CP0's Lei Chiero observed everything and quietly left. He needed to report this to his captain immediately. Clearly the situation in Wano had exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that a brat would stop this war. Their plan to profit from the conflict was ruined by that brat. When no one else remained on the rooftop, Whitebeard, let's go too. Long Zaitian didn't linger and quickly left. Ace, please put Onigashima back in place. Onigashima was still floating overhead. If not returned, the bombs inside would explode, endangering the people below. Captain Pops, you go ahead, Ace said, then stepped on a whirlwind and flew down toward Onigashima. Marco, are you interested in joining my ship? Long Zaitian smiled as he appraised Marco. He was a ship's doctor, and his ship lacked one. If Marco was willing to join, that would be perfect. Pops, is he really your captain? Marco looked at Whitebeard, seeking confirmation. He is not only my captain, but also a benefactor to Ace and me. Hop smiled. After receiving the affirmation, Marco nodded firmly. All right, from now on you are my new captain. Ding. Detected a new crew member joining. Congratulations, host, you have earned a chance to draw. Detected that the host has a draw chance. Would you like to use it? No. Long Zaitian didn't use the draw, he was too busy, but he still glanced at Marco's information card. Character Marco. Fruit bird fruit model Phoenix. Crew resurrection pirates. Position ship's doctor. Weapon none. Hockey armament hockey observation hockey. Skills Phoenix brand pineapple gravel blue flame wing. Bounty 137400000. His own pirate crew had grown considerably stronger. Clang. A sword aura emerged from nowhere and a one-eyed swordsman flew past. The three were still locked in combat. Jean, already battered and near death, rapidly recovered to full health under the power of the sacred flame hockey. This left Zoro and Bista in utter despair. Just as both sides remained deadlocked, a colossal dragon body appeared. Jean, let's go. Kaido said little more, transforming into human form and walking between the two sides. Upon seeing Kaido, Jin's eyes unconsciously reddened. Phew. Boss Kaido, are you alright? Jean was referring to Kaido's battle above. Zoro and Bista were both taken aback. Kaido, why are you here? Zoro felt something was amiss. Could Luffy already have? Bista was equally puzzled, hadn't their captain gone to stop him? How could Kaido be here? Jean put on a mask and find Queen and Jack, then leave Wano with me. Kaido did not elaborate and departed immediately. Jean was utterly bewildered but obeyed Kaido's orders, hastily wrapping several pieces of cloth around his head. Zoro and Bista, having lost their fighting spirit, ran toward the upper floor. On the way, Zoro encountered Luffy. Zoro, I didn't expect to find you here. Luffy leaped forward and pounced on Zoro. Luffy, what's happening up there? Seeing Luffy was unharmed, Zoro asked about the situation. Luffy briefly explained, and the two continued downward. At that moment, Bista spotted the dragon form of Long Zaitian and their captain. Captain, what's going on? Long Zaitian gave a concise summary. By the way, Bista, were you and Jean fighting just now? Long Zaitian asked curiously. No, Zoro was there too. Flower Sword, Bista answered honestly. Then did Jean show any strange behavior, like his wounds suddenly healing all at once? Long Zaitian continued asking. Yes. Bista suddenly grew excited. We had already beaten Jean to the brink of death, but he suddenly muttered a few words and his wounds healed. He described it with great astonishment. Whitebeard, hearing this, also furrowed his brows. He had never encountered such a situation. Marco, however, exclaimed, isn't that my ability? Bista had not noticed Marco behind him and only now discovered his presence. Captain Marco, long time no see. Flower Sword Bista sheathed his dual swords and embraced Marco. Captain Bista, you got new swords. Marco's attention was entirely focused on Bista's new blades, for he could sense an extremely intense aura emanating from them. Even just lying there, they could make one's soul tremble. That's right, these two swords were both given to me by the captain. Bista patted Long Zaitian on the shoulder. Impressive. Marco nodded, thoroughly satisfied with his new captain. Not only was his devil fruit ability formidable, but he also possessed such a pair of swords. He just wondered about this captain's overall combat strength. When Brook found Sanji, Chopper was already treating him. Rachel had also returned to the base, while Kid and Law, seeing the tide turn against them, escaped using Law's abilities. ODI, it's bad. ODI calmly and curiously examined Rachel. What happened? Rachel pulled the two closer and whispered softly. Whitebeard and Ace are still alive, and they were both protecting a certain kid. That kid is no ordinary person. I don't know what he said, but it made Kaido and Big Mom leave Wano. It seems they also spotted marine warships. The other two were completely stunned. Though they wore masks, their expressions beneath must have been ones of sheer panic. What did you say? Whitebeard and Ace are still alive. Kaido and Big Mom left Wano. Both of them questioned their companion's words in disbelief. Had they not weathered storms together as three, they might have suspected their companion had been swapped out. Either of the two things he mentioned could have sent shockwaves through the world. Are you speaking seriously? Odi asked in a deep voice to confirm. I swear everything I said is the truth. Rachel was absolutely certain, for he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Damn it. How could this happen? Odi smashed a wooden table to pieces with a punch. Boss, what do we do now? What do we do? We retreat. Odi snapped impatiently. Or do you want to fight them? Rachel thought of someone. What about Kurizumi Orochi? Odi remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Kill him. Kurizumi Orochi had been responsible for underground weapons transactions. If Kaido left, no one would restrain him anymore. If left unchecked, he would sooner or later threaten the world government, so it was better to eliminate him quickly. Moreover, he knew far too much, posing a danger to the world government. Yamato and Momonosuke arrived at the armory, which was filled with an enormous quantity of bombs. Yamato, what should we do with these bombs? Momonosuke was at a loss. Destroy them. Yamato gritted his teeth and made a decision. But there are so many bombs. Looking at the dense array of explosives, if even one went off carelessly on Nagashima, would be blown to pieces. Momonosuke. There was no time to think too much now. Dealing with as many as possible was the only option. Yamato pulled out the bombs, tossed them into the air, and detonated them mid-flight with his attacks. Alright, I'll help you. Momonosuke stepped forward to assist. Lord Luffy, did you defeat Kaido? The Scarlet Scabbards, with the help of Nami and Robin, successfully made it to the first floor. They curiously asked about Kaido's condition as soon as they met. We didn't defeat Kaido. Luffy answered angrily. Sigh. You've worked hard. The Scarlet Scabbards had waited with full anticipation only to receive such an answer. Everyone slumped down in despair. It's all over now. Wano has no hope. Kikunajo collapsed onto the ground, weeping bitterly. They had waited so long only for this result. One could only wonder what Kinemon would think from beyond the grave. We didn't defeat Kaido, but he left on his own. Luffy replied irritably. He hadn't even gotten to use his ultimate move, and the other guy had already fled. Wah, Kaido. Kikunajo suddenly heard something and jumped up from the floor in excitement. Lord Luffy, what did you just say? I said Kaido left on his own. Luffy repeated it. What? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. How could Kaido leave on his own? Lord Luffy, is this true? Did Kaido really leave? The members of the Scarlet Scabbards eagerly rushed forward to confirm. That's right, Kaido left. Luffy recounted everything that had happened upstairs once more. After hearing this, everyone gasped. Who exactly is this young man? He actually made Kaido leave. You said he has the ability to resurrect the dead. Usopp's eyes gleamed. Is that true? Before Luffy could confirm, Chopper and Brook arrived carrying the unconscious Sanji. What's wrong with Sanji? Nami asked with concern. Don't worry, he's just exhausted. A rest will suffice. Chopper gave his diagnosis. By the way, has anyone seen Yamato and Momonosuke? Luffy looked around at his companions and noticed that the two were still absent. Haven't seen them. They were already gone when we arrived, Nami replied after glancing around. Then let's go find them quickly. Kinemon grew anxious. Now that Kaido had finally left, the heir of the Kazuki family had vanished. Luffy. No need to go. A familiar voice directly interrupted Luffy's group. Ace. Seeing his brother Ace, Luffy was extremely excited. Earlier, due to too many external factors, Ace and Luffy hadn't had a proper conversation. Ace, weren't you 2 years ago? Zoro sensed something unusual and asked Luffy. Ace took the lead in explaining, my current captain is a revival fruit user. He revived both me and the old man. Everyone was stunned. What? There really is a revival fruit? Instantly, everyone surrounded Ace to ask questions. Ace, can he revive others? Ace, can he revive Kuina? And can he revive Belmir? Hiralik. Everyone chattered eagerly, each hoping that the person they had lost and cherished most could be brought back. Ace felt a headache coming on as he wasn't very clear about his captain's devil fruit abilities. So he quickly stopped them. You can ask my captain about that later. Right now I need to go down and help Yamato and Momonosuke destroy all the bombs in the weapon arsenal. Luffy, there's so much I want to tell you, but the situation doesn't allow it now. This island still needs saving. With that, Ace headed for the door. Seeing this, Luffy ordered the Straw Hat Pirates to assist Ace in saving the island. For a moment, everyone became busy. Has Kurizumi Orochi been dealt with? Yes. Have you found the key to the arsenal? Found it. Then let's leave. Once we're safe, we'll detonate it directly. With that, several figures in white cloaks began to evacuate. Captain, what's our next move? Vista looked at Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian smiled. Find Momonosuke and declare the opening of the country of Wano. Gururura. Then Odin's wish will be fulfilled. If he knows in the afterlife, he might be very happy. Long Zaitian and his companions left unhurriedly. The rest would be left to Momonosuke. King transformed into a pteranodon form, holding Queen in one hand and Jack in the other, flying downward with effort. Jack hung his head in shame. King, why did Kaido-sama leave Wano? King returned to his usual cold demeanor. Who knows? Maybe some idiot lost which put Kaido-sama in a bad mood, and he just left. Queen instantly grew agitated. You damn crow, who are you implying? I tell you, if I ever meet that cook again, I'll beat him to a pulp. King rolled his eyes and flew downward. Kaido-sama, how did you get here? Page 1 and Ultai were sweating coldly. They speculated that Kaido-sama might have come personally because they hadn't attended the banquet. That would mean Kaido-sama thought too highly of them. What are you two doing here? Kaido transformed into human form and sat directly on their ship. His imposing aura was overwhelming, pressing them so much they didn't dare lift their heads. Page 1 was extremely tense, sweating profusely, unable to utter a single word. If Kaido-sama found out they had failed to capture Vista, they would face severe punishment. So they would never confess. Never mind that. Sail the ship over, King will be arriving soon. Kaido walked toward the cabin. Kaido-sama, where are we going? Page 1 asked. Just go to an island, not under anyone's jurisdiction. Kaido. Page 1 wanted to ask more, but one glare from Kaido silenced his question instantly. He didn't dare say another word. After Kaido left Page 1, and Ultai whispered to each other. Is Kaido-sama leaving Wano? Ultai was puzzled. Not sure. It seems the battle is over. Page 1 could tell that Kaido-sama was in a bad mood. They dared not provoke Kaido at this moment. Ace soon arrived at the underground weapon arsenal. Wow, so many bombs. Is Kaido trying to blow up Onigashima? Ace looked around at the tens of thousands of tons of bombs, utterly stunned. If one accidentally ignited, wouldn't the rest explode in a chain reaction? Ace, you're just in time. Yamato saw Ace as a beacon of hope and pulled him over. Ace, use your ability to send all these bombs into the sky and detonate them. Yamato offered an excellent suggestion. After thinking it over, Ace nodded. This was currently the fastest method. Yamato led Momonosuke upstairs, trusting Ace to handle the bombs. Ace. Just as she was about to reach the door, Yamato stopped and called out loudly. What is it? Ace turned around. Can I board your ship? I want to go on an adventure with you. Yamato expressed her wish. You'll have to ask our captain. He's probably upstairs right now. Although Ace would have liked to have Yamato on board, he wasn't the captain and needed the captain's approval. Alright, wait for my good news. With that, Yamato took Momonosuke's hand and left. Hurricane. After they left, Ace used a hurricane to gradually send the bombs out of the warehouse. This process required extremely precise control of his ability. A single collision could trigger an explosion, and one explosion would set off a chain reaction. The entire Onigashima would be destroyed, and on the island were his brother, the old man Yamato, the captain. So he had to be careful, and even more careful. Yamato went upstairs and happened to encounter Long Zaitian coming down. Hello, are you Ace's captain? Yamato asked politely. Yes. Long Zaitian was bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Please, may I join your crew? Yamato bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, showing great sincerity. Long Zaitian was stunned, never expecting Yamato to want to join his ship. But after thinking about it, Long Zaitian found it understandable. It was probably because of Ace that she wanted to come aboard. It just so happened that his ship had no women at all, so having a beauty would be a treat for the eyes. Hee. A corner of Long Zaitian's mouth unconsciously drooled. He felt sorry for Luffy. If he hadn't revived Ace, Yamato would probably have joined Luffy's pirate crew. Alright, come on. Long Zaitian readily agreed. Although he was Kaido's son, his personality was completely different from Kaido's. She abhorred evil and had a strong sense of justice. Since the captain had agreed, the other crew members could not say much, even though they were wary of Kaido's people. Yage! Yamato exclaimed, embracing Long Zaitian excitedly. Her large chest pressed against him, making it hard for him to breathe. This feeling wasn't bad. Ding! Detected a new crew member joining. Congratulations, host, you have earned one chance to draw. Detected that the host has 2 drawing opportunities. Do you wish to use them? No. Long Zaitian again declined, planning to save them for later. The current chaos on Onigashima might affect his luck. Character Yamato. Fruit Zoan Inu no Mi model Okuchi no Makami. Crew Resurrection Pirates. Position Fighter. Weapon Aim no Habakiri. Haki Conquerors, Haki Armament, Haki Observation, Haki. Skills Raime Hack Mego Shinsaku Hakajaku Mui Hibio Haiso, Nozan Kagemiyama. Bounty 0. Wow. So many skills. Long Zaitian was almost envious to tears when he saw Yamato's extensive list of abilities. He had none yet, and needed to learn some. When he saw the bounty, Long Zaitian felt a bit regretful. If the Marines knew about Yamato, her bounty might be similar to his. Oh well, since Yamato had already joined his crew, she would eventually appear before the Marines. There was no need to worry about the bounty. Momonosuke, Yamato, you're here. Luffy and the others approached them. Luffy, has Kaido been defeated? Momonosuke looked at him pitifully. Not defeated, but Kaido has left. The person behind you drove him away. What? Momonosuke's eyes widened in shock as he spun around. Lord Long Zaitian, did you drive Kaido away? Momonosuke had already learned of his identity from Ace. The other Straw Hat members were also astonished. Are you the resurrection fruit user? Can you resurrect Hiluluk? Everyone started asking questions at once, making it hard for Long Zaitian to hear them clearly. Stop! Long Zaitian shouted. My resurrection ability can revive people, but it requires a cooldown period. It hasn't arrived yet, so I can't resurrect anyone. Sorry everyone. Long Zaitian spoke truthfully. This was a rule set by the system, not something he could decide. Alright. The Straw Hats looked dejected upon hearing this. But a few refused to give up. Zoro asked, how long is the cooldown? Long Zaitian thought for a long time before giving a vague answer. About half a year. In truth, he didn't know if half a year would be enough to raise his bounty by another 1 billion. Long Zaitian guessed that even after the Wano incident, his bounty might not reach 2 billion. Too many troublemakers had come to Wano, and he was just one of them. Moreover, he had joined the battle midway, so his bounty increase would likely be modest. The bulk of the credit would go to the 3 supernovas, especially Luffy. He might even reach 2 billion. Luffy said, alright. How about we meet up in half a year? No need. As long as you're a pirate, we're bound to meet again on the sea someday. Long Zaitian declined. Unlike Luffy, who was a free-spirited pirate, he had a system that assigned him time-limited missions. If that day half a year later coincided with an important mission, what should he do? Abandon the mission or break the promise? Abandoning the mission was impossible for Long Zaitian, but neither could he go back on his word. A real man keeps his promises. Though he was a weakling, he still had basic integrity. On this sea, trust was as important as strength. Except for the matter with Kaido, he had never intended to resurrect rocks. Anything that threatened his life outweighed even trust. Alright, Luffy didn't insist. Momonosuke, take this. Long Zaitian handed Momonosuke a din mushi, the one he had gotten from Kaido to contact Morgans. This is a. Momonosuke took it curiously. It's Morgans' number. Go to the highest point of the flower capital and announce the opening of Wano's borders. Long Zaitian guided Momonosuke step by step. Opening Wano's borders. The 9 red scabbards and Momonosuke were overcome with excitement. They had waited for this day for so long. Now they could finally fulfill Lord Odin's dream. Everyone embraced and wept. Meanwhile, Ace managed to bring Onigashima back to Wano. All the bombs inside were destroyed. The Kurizumi clan was wiped out. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Crunch. An old man with a broad chest, tall stature, and muscular build sat on a ship. Garp, stop eating. Another elderly man with white hair, deep wrinkles, frog glasses, and a long braided beard scolded him sternly. We're about to reach Wano. Hahaha. Monkey D. Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku, why are you so worked up? I heard Luffy is fighting Kaido. Let them play for a while. We can go after they're tired. Garp took his time, pulling another rice cracker from the bag and chewing slowly. If it weren't for your grandson causing trouble here, we wouldn't need to come. Sengoku had been resting when he received orders to send available personnel to Wano. Everyone knew that the only ones in Wano were Luffy, Kaido, and possibly Big Mom. No one was sure if she had arrived. Hahaha, as expected of my grandson. Challenging a Yonko so soon. Garp laughed heartily. You're still laughing? Look at us. 25 ships, but all vice admirals. How will we deal with Kaido if he comes? Sengoku was worried. Though retired, he still had to worry about marine affairs. Just a single Kaido. You can handle him alone. Garp shrugged. Let's go later after Luffy has worn him down a bit. You sure have confidence in your grandson. Sengoku rubbed his hair and looked at the vice admirals on other ships. Except for Garp, everyone looked grim and tense. The people of Flower Capital, having just experienced the aftershocks, now saw that the outside was calm and peaceful, so they came out again to participate in the fire festival. For this was a tradition passed down through generations, and they could not simply forego it. Kazuki Hiyori was playing with the young Otama and Toko. Although she wore a smile, all along beneath that smile lay hidden unease. For she knew that her brother Kazuki Momonosuke was engaged in a bloody battle on Onigashima alongside his comrades and the 9 red scabbards. If this battle were lost, then all hope would vanish into ashes. The land of Wano would be shrouded in shadow forever. The recent thunderous roar startled her, as expected it must have come from Kaido. This made her already uneasy heart grow even more panicked. Until a group of figures appeared in the sky. Look, who was that? Could it be the Beast's pirates? Aren't they supposed to be at the banquet on Onigashima? No, it's not the Beast's pirates. It's Lord Momonosuke. Someone squinted and saw Momonosuke and the 9 red scabbards at the very front. Why has Lord Momonosuke come? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the Beast's pirates? Look, there are many samurai behind them. All the citizens were startled and immediately crowded around. Ace used a hurricane to safely place everyone on the rooftops. Ace, thank you for your efforts. Momonosuke, the 9 red scabbards, and all the samurai bowed. Without everyone's help in this battle, they likely would not have been able to win. Then Momonosuke took out a din mushi amplifier and connected it to the din mushi in various regions of Wano. He intended to announce this great news to the entire world. Long Zaitian, on the other hand, used a din mushi to contact Morgans. Hello? Who's this not sleeping in the middle of the night? From the other end of the line came a lazy and irritable voice. Hello, this is Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian replied. What Long Zaitian? Long Zai what? Do you know who I am? The consequences of disturbing my sleep are beyond your imagination. Morgans searched his memory and recalled the information about Long Zaitian. Wait, you said your name is Long Zaitian. Morgans suddenly woke up and sat up. Yes. Long Zaitian confirmed. You're that pirate with the power of the revive fruit. Yes. Morgans was overjoyed. I was hoping to interview you, and unexpectedly you called me. By the way, isn't this Mr. Kaido's din mushi? Long Zaitian explained to Morgans. I negotiated terms with Kaido and had him leave Wano. Since I have something to ask you to publicize, I asked for your din mushi. What? You made Kaido leave Wano? Morgans had lost all sleepiness. The bird was instantly wide awake. Kaido-sama has left Wano. Morgans, highly skeptical, quickly dispatched nearby birds to fly toward Wano. Morgans, I still have things to do, so let me first tell you the reason for this call. Long Zaitian wasted no time. The Marines would soon surround them, and if they didn't leave soon it would be troublesome. Go ahead. Morgans couldn't be sure whether what he had just said was true or false, but the other party dared to say, so indicating a certain confidence. Moreover, he had already sent birds flying over as soon enough the truth of the matter would be revealed. Now that Kaido has left and Kurizumi Orochi is dead, the shogun of Wano is Kazuki Momonosuke. He will soon announce the opening of Wano's borders. I hope you can give it ample publicity. Thank you. Long Zaitian briefly summarized his request. The other end of the line fell silent. Morgans was dumbfounded. The opening of Wano's borders. What a blockbuster news. Wano's craftsmanship in sea prism stone is extremely exquisite, and its mineral resources are abundant. If not for the treacherous terrain and the occupation by the Emperor Kaido, everyone would have wanted to befriend it. Now that the opening of Wano is announced, it will definitely attract the favor of many organizations. At that time, Wano will surely become one of the most popular countries. You? Long. Mr. Long Zaitian, is what you said all true? Morgans held the din mushi with trembling hands, afraid of accidentally hanging up the call. See for yourself. Long Zaitian said no more and directly activated the recording mode. I am Kazuki Momonosuke, and I shall now be the shogun of Wano. This first sentence stunned all the residents in the plaza. Lord Momonosuke, be careful not to be overheard by Kaido's men. Someone quickly warned Momonosuke, but he remained unmoved, enduring his trembling hands as he announced to all the people of Flower Capital. Kaido and his men have all left Wano. They were driven away by my comrades and countless samurai of Wano. I hope everyone will remember this day. I now declare, Wano's borders are open. The plaza fell silent, everyone's pupils contracted, and their faces showed ecstatic joy. A series of good news left them somewhat unable to react, until a voice rang out, Long live Lord Momonosuke. Then voices rose one after another, Long live Lord Momonosuke. Great Wano has finally opened its borders. Lord Odin can finally rest in peace. The people in the plaza were in tears, but this time it was different. They were shedding tears of joy. After his announcement, Momonosuke embraced the 9 red scabbards behind him. Next, they would need to build a port leading to the sea to facilitate future navigation needs. Once this road was built, passing ships would be able to dock at Wano. This would accordingly boost Wano's trade and economy. Kid Law and Luffy quietly went down. Drake and Apu had long since disappeared. On the other end of the line, Morgans also let out an astonished cry. Wano has really opened its borders. Kaido really left. Of course. Long Zaitian replied proudly. If not for his own arrival, given Luffy and the others' abilities, they might have fought for another half a year. Alright, I've said my piece. You can decide how to publish this news. Long Zaitian said no more and directly hung up the den mushi. Now the task of opening the borders was considered complete. He just needed to quietly wait for them to finish building the port and for the news to be released. With Wano's craftsmanship, building a port was easy. The reason no one had built it all along was either unwillingness or obstruction. Only today could this dream finally be realized. Such explosive news. Given the efficiency of their news agency, the whole world would likely see it within a few hours. By then, the world government would be unable to forcibly seize it. After all, their public image has always been based on so-called justice. At that moment, the system's reward also arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Wano border opening mission. Reward to host Conqueror's Haki. Finally, I possess Conqueror's Haki. Long Zaitian was overcome with excitement, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Then in an instant, a familiar surge of warmth flowed through his body, once more exactly like the armament haki he had acquired before. Could it be that all forms of haki feel this way? Long Zaitian couldn't help but speculate. Gradually, however, he began to sense a difference. Within this warm current lay an incredibly domineering and overwhelming energy. It flowed steadily through his blood, being delivered to every part of his body, merging into every single cell. Very quickly, this sensation of warmth began to fade away. That's it. Just like the armament haki before, it vanished within a matter of seconds. If not for the kingly pressure radiating from deep within his body, Long Zaitian would never have believed that he had acquired Conqueror's Haki so effortlessly. At this moment, Long Zaitian yearned to find a secluded place to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. This urge originated from deep within his body, which was practically bursting with the need to release it. Unfortunately, he was currently in the Flower Capital with countless civilians below. If he released it now, he could end up harming innocent people. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Long Zaitian forcibly restrained this impulse. No matter. The Marines would be arriving soon enough. I'll let them be the first to sample my Conqueror's Haki. Everyone had now descended to the lower levels to participate in the Fire Festival. World News Agency. I can't believe what that man Long Zaitian said turned out to be true. Morgans, listening to the report relayed by his subordinates, had eyes gleaming with excitement. I never imagined Kaido would actually leave Wano country. This confirms with absolute certainty that the country is about to open its borders. Morgans hastily called his subordinates. Everyone, print out the news about Wano country overnight. This is guaranteed to make us a fortune. The staff, who had been idling in the office, perked up instantly upon hearing their boss's voice buzzing with excitement. Chief, what's happening in Wano country? The subordinates were still unaware of the events. Morgans relayed all the latest intelligence to them. The staff members were all astonished. Chief, is this for real? Chief, I guarantee this news will blow up once it's released. Nonsense. When has news about an emperor of the sea ever not blown up? Morgans laughed and scolded his subordinates. The ones who were previously slacking off now swiftly worked on the layout, toiling away through the night. Morgans meanwhile was ecstatic. He could already envision the world government shelling out exorbitant sums of money to suppress certain pieces of information, because the world government's underground dealings were inextricably linked to Wano country. Now that Wano had opened its borders, sharp-eyed individuals would inevitably uncover this transactional relationship. Yet those shrewd individuals would never dare to threaten the world government, as they simply lacked the power to do so. Therefore, the most profitable way to utilize this information would be to sell it to their news agency. After all, news agencies make their fortune by exposing secrets the world doesn't know, and the world government wouldn't dare threaten him. If they provoked the media could in a fit of rage expose all of the world government's dirty secrets, causing their authority and credibility to plummet. Moreover, one side's goal was to rule the seas while the other's was to amass wealth. Their objectives were fundamentally different. There was no reason to fight to the death. The Straw Hat crew had already departed, leaving only the members of the Resurrection Pirates that morning. Momonosuke, thank you for all your hard work. Watching the samurai tirelessly loading supplies onto the strange ship, Long Zaitian felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Goodness, just think of all the berries this saves. Long Zaitian's eyes were practically gleaming. The once barren cargo hold was quickly piled high with goods. Hundreds of katanas were carefully stored in the armory. These were weapons he intended to practice with over the coming period. He had discovered that the katana he used to slay the one waiting for him felt quite comfortable in hand, and perhaps with more practice it could serve him well for self-defense. On this vast sea, one must possess at least one skill, whether it be swordsmanship, physical combat, or hockey. Although he had acquired 2 types of hockey, he could only use them at a basic level. It would still take some time before he could project them outward. It's fine. You helped us drive away Kaido. These gifts are truly insignificant. Kinemon waved his hand dismissively. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting merrily, Izo came running over in a flustered panic. Troubles here, the Marines have arrived. At these words, all traces of mirth vanished from everyone's faces. After pondering for a moment, Long Zaitian decided it was time to make his escape. The objectives and missions of this trip were complete, and there was no reason to linger any longer. As for what would happen when Kaido eventually discovered that Long Zaitian had broken his promise and not revived rocks, who knew what would occur? By the time he could even think about attacking Wano again, things wouldn't be so easy for him. Moreover, by then Long Zaitian's own power would have become formidable, leaving him with nothing to fear. Momonosuke, everyone will be taking our leave now. After bidding farewell to everyone, Long Zaitian had set sail on the strange ship. Amidst reluctant gazes, the flower capital gradually disappeared from their sight. Everyone be careful. We're about to descend the waterfall. Ace, spotting the waterfall ahead, warned everyone. Upon hearing this, all hands focused their attention, leaving no room for slack. Everyone grabbed tightly onto the ship's masts. Sengoku, are we just going to keep staring from out here? Garp asked, looking up towards Wano country above. What else are we supposed to do? The seas around Wano country are incredibly treacherous, as you well know. One misstep, and it's shipwreck and death. Sengoku's eyes remained fixed on the area above, not missing a single detail. Sigh. Garp knew this all too well, yet he still let out a sigh. No doubt the white-haired old man was pondering how to deal with his mischievous grandson when they met. Just as Garp was about to close his eyes and catch some sleep, his old friend's voice rang out. Garp, there's a ship coming down. Sengoku remained composed, simultaneously ordering the surrounding fleet to pull back, slightly waiting to observe the situation before making a move. A ship with a majestic lion figurehead plummeted from the sky. Whooshed. A splash of water bloomed like a lotus. All the Marines fixed their gaze upon the vessel. Garp, it's your grandson. Sengoku let out a roar, and the surrounding warships instantly powered down. Since it was the Straw Hats, caution was required, especially with Garp present. No one was willing to open fire. Kuda burst. Frankie, seeing the situation, immediately activated his escape technique. Although he had known there were warships below, he hadn't expected there to be so many. Kids and Law's ships subsequently descended as well. Seeing this, they split up and fled in 3 different directions. Finally, the strange ship also made its grand entrance from above. Thanks to being constructed from the wood of the treasure tree atom, its shock absorption was exceptional. The crew only felt a soft jolt upon impact, and then it was over. Gurgle. I didn't expect the Marines to invest so heavily, sending so many ships. Baihuzi Yao Wang gazed into the distance, and 2 familiar figures came into view at the center. When Baihuzi gazed at them, Garp and Sengoku also spotted him. Such a colossal figure made it impossible for anyone to ignore him. Edward Newgate. Sengoku was horrified. Although he had seen Baihuzi's figure through the den mushy earlier, seeing him in person still filled him with immense shock. Garp also spotted him, but his gaze quickly shifted to the figure standing at the ship's helm. Ace. Garp's voice was unusually faint, barely audible. The events of the Summit War 2 years prior remained deeply etched in this septuagenarian's heart. Old man. Ace also spotted Garp, his eyes reddening. But he knew this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to steer the ship out of the Marines' encirclement as quickly as possible. He summoned a hurricane at sea, causing the strike to turn around on the spot and begin breaking through the Marines' weakest defensive point. Ace's mastery over his hurricane abilities was growing increasingly proficient. He could now summon hurricanes 5 or 6 stories high. Garp, what are you standing around for? Go after them. Sengoku saw through Garp's thoughts. They were exactly the same as during the Summit War. Don't need you to urge me. I'll handle them. Reacting, Garp leaped onto an adjacent ship and ordered them to head toward the strike. Sengoku watched helplessly and shook his head. Tisk, this old man sees Ace and doesn't even bother to see his own grandson. Sengoku was speechless, but for the sake of the Marine's dignity, he ordered his subordinates to pursue Luffy. Captain Hero, Garp is behind us. Hua Jian by Sita warned. All eyes turned backward, except for Ace's. Captain, let me take care of him. He enthusiastically stepped forward, displaying the fearless spirit of a young calf unafraid of tigers. Long Zaitian pondered for a moment. No need. He looked somewhat disappointed. Why, Captain? Don't you believe in my strength? As she spoke, he flexed her muscles. Seeing that he seemed unaware of the relationship between Garp and Ace, Long Zaitian quietly whispered in her ear. He's Ace's godfather, and also Luffy's grandfather. Upon hearing this, he was greatly astonished, her eyes widening in sudden comprehension. She then chased after Long Zaitian, continuing to ask, then why is Luffy's grandfather in the Marines while Luffy himself is a pirate? Long Zaitian intended to pat He on the shoulder, but finding her far too tall, he helplessly patted her arm instead. I'll tell you another time, when there's an opportunity. You just need to know that the people behind us won't harm us. Long Zaitian reassured He. And so the strike continued forward, with Garp relentlessly pursuing from behind until he had drifted far enough from the other ships that he finally stopped. Ace stopped the ship. Long Zaitian observed this, pondered for a moment, and finally gave the order. Ace hesitated for a while, but ultimately obeyed Long Zaitian's command. Captain, what's wrong? Ace approached Long Zaitian to ask, never once looking up, for he knew that if he raised his head, he would see Garp behind him. Go deal with the ship behind us. After giving the order, Long Zaitian had everyone take their seats and await Ace's return. He believed Ace could handle this matter perfectly. If Ace and Garp were not allowed to meet, it would likely leave regret in their hearts. As a pirate enthusiast, Long Zaitian understood Garp's nature better than most. He was not a conventional marine, having no interest in promotion and harboring no particular malice toward pirates. Ace looked up at his father, and Baihuzi merely nodded at him. All right. Ace spoke with difficulty. A gust of hurricane lifted him from the deck, and he slowly departed from the strike landing before Garp's warship. Ace stood straight at the bow, locking eyes with Garp. A soldier raised his sword and charged forward. Vice Admiral Garp, careful. But Garp said nothing, merely pressing down the sword the soldier had raised. Seeing this, the others sheathed their weapons as well. Garp felt his throat grow dry as though smoke were rising from his throat. Ace. Garp spoke the name that was both familiar and strange to him. When he was young, when he set sail, when he joined Baihuzi, when he entered Impelled Down, when he died. Scenes from the past surfaced before his eyes, flashing by like slides from a projector. The marine hero Garp, known for his iron fist, felt his eyes unconsciously reddening. Old man. Ace was equally tormented. It was only when he stood on the execution platform that he understood why Garp had insisted he join the Marines, so that he could protect him openly and without shame. But it was too late to say anything now. He could never abandon his companions to join the Marines. Ace, come home with me. Garp asked through choked sobs. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still clung to every sliver of hope. As long as Ace would nod now, he would protect him with his very life. Old man. Ace was deeply conflicted. Although he had already made his choice, he did not know how to reject Garp's kindness. He did not want to see Garp cry for him again. Because he did not deserve those tears. It was he who had failed Garp's expectations. It was he who had chosen a path of no return instead of following Garp's arrangements. Seeing Ace did not answer, Garp waited in silence. The people on the ship saw that Garp had not moved, and no one else dared make a single gesture. An eerie scene unfolded. Everyone on one ship froze in place, as though turned to stone. I'm sorry. Gathering all his strength, Ace roared toward Garp. Although he had already known his grandson's choice, Garp's tears still fell unwillingly. Thousands of words ultimately dissolved into a single soft sigh. Sigh. Garp lowered his head. At this moment, he bore not a trace of the marine hero. Only a lonely old man remained. Seeing Garp like this, Ace's heart was torn asunder. He knew his grandfather had completely lost hope in him, and that he had once again wounded the relative who had silently protected him. He had no choice. He could not abandon his identity as a pirate to reintegrate into a new circle. And most importantly, even if he wished to change, the marks upon his body would never fade. The identity of being the son of the pirate king had already firmly bound him. Ace, I'll give you one more chance. This was Garp's first moment of foolishness, and perhaps his last. He still asked Ace one more time, unwilling to give up hope. Garp truly did not want to miss another opportunity to protect him. He never wanted to experience again the agony of watching Ace's chest pierced through. Garp's plea for Ace to stay cut through his heart like a blade. Yet Ace's refusal dealt an equally devastating blow to Garp, a pain that gnawed at his very bones. Bound by their divergent allegiances, they were destined to stand on opposing sides. This time Ace had steeled his resolve. He gave no verbal answer, instead letting his actions convey to his grandfather the choice he had made. He summoned a gale to lift himself back onto the deck of the striker. Garp understood Ace's decision implicitly. Watching his adopted grandson sail further away, he instinctively reached out to pull him back. But he found the distance had grown too vast, the boy beyond his grasp. All Garp could do was watch helplessly as Ace returned to the pirate ship. His mind was in turmoil. The hero of the Marines found himself lost in a fog of uncertainty. Ace back on the striker was no better off forcibly holding back tears as he turned his back to Garp and walked towards the helm. However, wielding the power of the gust fruit, he could create tiny whirlwinds around his eyes to whisk away his tears. He restarted the striker and set sail towards the horizon. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. They're leaving. A young Marine pointed at the striker, snapping Garp from his thoughts. Garp's eyes refocused, hardened with resolve, and he commanded, "Bring up all the cannonballs." The hesitation was gone from Garp's eyes, replaced by unwavering determination. "Yes, sir." The young Marine scrambled into action, hauling row after row of cannonballs onto the deck, as ordered. Whitebeard's observation hockey sensed the impending danger from behind. "Captain Garp and his men are preparing to attack us." Long Zaitian turned to look back. It was just as Whitebeard had said. The Marines were frantically hauling cannonballs onto their deck. What the heck is Garp up to? A memory flashed through Long Zaitian's mind. Garp's farewell to Luffy in Water 7. He isn't going to try and bomb us, is he? Vista and Marco tensed up, their guard fully raised. Yamato, however, remained completely calm. Didn't the captain just say they wouldn't attack us? As the words left her mouth, Long Zaitian saw Garp pick up a cannonball and casually toss it in his hand. A deep sense of foreboding washed over him. And then the very next second, fistbone meteor. Garp hurled the cannonball towards the striker with the pitching form of a baseball player. The projectile traveled with such speed that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Despite the hundreds of meters between the ships, the cannonball was already upon them. Just then, a fierce sword slash shot upwards. Boom! The cannonball was sliced cleanly in two by the devastating force of the slash, exploding harmlessly in the air. "Captain, leave this to me." Vista's twin blades were practically singing with anticipation. His previous clash with King had been cut short, leaving him with a lingering thirst for a proper fight. "Captain, I'll back him up." Marco unfurled his wings and joined Vista at the stern. With those two guarding their rear, Long Zaitian felt a wave of relief. "Gururara. Captain, I think I'll go say hello to an old friend as well." For some reason, Whitebeard seemed intrigued and ambled towards the back of the ship. "This is..." Long Zaitian suddenly found himself worrying about Garp. "Captain, you lied. You said they wouldn't attack us." Yamato was visibly startled and confronted her captain, demanding an explanation. Long Zaitian could only offer a helpless sigh of consolation. Ace set a course for Zou. Long Zaitian then pulled out the letter given to him by Cat Viper. Showing it to Duke Bepo on Zou would surely earn them a path to see the road poneglyph. As for why Cat Viper couldn't come himself, this was his explanation: Wano's reconstruction needed him. He and Dogstorm would only return once the country was stabilized. Just as Long Zaitian was getting lost in his thoughts, a sudden explosion jolted him back to reality. "What's going on?" He rushed to the stern to see. What greeted his eyes was a sky filled with incoming cannonballs. Fistbone meteor shower. Garp's hands moved like a machine gun, rapidly hurling a barrage of cannonballs one after another. He was a relentless human artillery launcher. Long Zaitian used to sit on his couch and laugh at Luffy for being afraid of this. But now, experiencing it firsthand, he could finally empathize. Is this a farewell? This is more like a damn funeral. The cannonballs seemed to have a mind of their own, all raining down directly onto their ship. Phoenix stamp. Marco transformed into his phoenix form and delivered a powerful kick. A chain of explosions erupted, but Marco successfully neutralized the crisis. "Look out!" Vista shouted just as Marco began to lower his guard. They all spun around. Garp the Iron Fist had used moonwalk to board their ship, and was now aiming a fist blackened with armament hockey directly at Long Zaitian. Long Zaitian was stunned. What grudge could he possibly hold? Why was he being attacked so suddenly? Before he could even react, a Naginata blade was interposed before him. "Gururara. Garp, this is our captain. You can't just harm him, you know." Whitebeard set a smile on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's been a while since we last sparred, hasn't it? How about a quick match?" Garp stared back at Whitebeard, his gaze unwavering amidst the pirate's flowing blonde hair. Boom. Garp's other fist shot towards Whitebeard's face, who met it head-on with his own fist enshrouded in armament hockey. The collision of two immensely powerful dark and hardened fists sent visible black lightning crackling through the air. Marco and Vista stood protectively beside Long Zaitian, unaware that he now possessed two types of hockey himself, granting him a degree of self-defense. Ace, meanwhile, was covertly monitoring the situation from the ship. Suddenly, Garp was sent flying back across the gap, crashing onto his own ship's deck like a kite, with its string cut courtesy of a massive blow from Whitebeard. Whitebeard paused for a moment, then muttered under his breath, "That old coot, he's quite the actor." Long Zaitian and the others quickly understood Garp's plan. He wasn't using his full strength. This was all a show for his own crew. A Garp fighting at full power wouldn't be defeated so easily. I'm getting old. I can't fight like I used to." Garp pulled himself up from his ship's deck, scratching his head. An oblivious young Marine ran up to him. "Vice Admiral Garp, should we continue the pursuit?" Garp looked at the striker, now a distant speck on the horizon, then turned and walked over to his deck chair, lying down. "No, we're heading back. Tell Sengoku that Whitebeard and his crew are too strong for us to handle." Every Marine on board knew the truth of the matter, but none dared defy Garp's orders, and they turned the ship around. "Ace, don't let the Marines capture you this time." With that heartfelt wish, Garp drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, back on the striker, Captain Garp and his men are turning back. Marco reported from the sky. "Good work, Marco. Thanks for that." Long Zaitian called Marco back down. They had now sailed beyond the borders of Wano's waters. Barring the use of the Gust fruit's power, they were about a day and a half away from reaching Zou. Long Zaitian currently had 2 gacha draws available. Since they had some free time now, he figured it was a perfect opportunity to try his luck. System lottery. Long Zaitian called out to the system in his mind. Now that he had left the Ghost Island, he wondered how his luck would be. Ding! Detected that the host has 2 lottery opportunities. Do you wish to use them? This time Long Zaitian was smarter and directly said draw one first. As the saying goes, a single draw can create a miracle. If he could get something good, he would press on, or if not, he would save the other for later. Then a virtual spinning wheel appeared before him, identical to the previous one, with 6 sections: hockey, weapons, devil fruit, ships, potions, and manuals. He already possessed 2 types of hockey. If he drew another, it would likely grant him the remaining 2. But based on his years of gaming experience, it would probably give him observation hockey, as that was the easiest to cultivate. If he really drew observation hockey, he could only blame his bad luck. After all, he didn't believe the system would directly gift him the kind of observation hockey that could foresee the future. It would probably be the type that could dodge marine bullets. As for the ship, he didn't need it now. The one he was on was already excellent, so he hoped not to draw it. The third thing he hoped not to draw was a devil fruit. Currently everyone on the ship except Whitebeard and Vista were devil fruit users. The 2 of them were masters of physical combat and swordsmanship respectively, with no need for devil fruits. If he drew one, it would just gather dust. Unless it was an exceptionally overpowered fruit like the time fruit that could pause time, or the system fruit that could command the system to deliver items. Of the remaining 3, Long Zaitian leaned toward manuals, because currently he was the only one on the ship without combat power. If he could draw a manual, he would gain the ability to fight, making the next task much easier. But whether he could draw a manual depended entirely on the heavens. Lottery. With a surge of excitement, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Stop! The wheel had barely started spinning when Long Zaitian called out. After all, it was all fated anyway. Calling early or late would land on the same spot, so he might as well save time. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The pointer finally stopped above the manual section. Huh. Long Zaitian was puzzled. Did I really draw a manual? He couldn't believe it yet. After a few seconds of hesitation, his eyes widened. Damn. Luck explosion. Long Zaitian jumped up and down in the cabin with excitement. If his crew saw him like this, they would probably doubt their captain's sanity. But now, enveloped in joy, Long Zaitian didn't care about others' opinions. He couldn't wait to check his manual. He had made up his mind no matter what he would cultivate this manual. After the battle on Ghost Island, he understood the importance of strength. He couldn't rely on his crew for every fight. Since he chose to be captain, he had to fulfill his duties. He had always dreamed of being a captain like Luffy, who would challenge tyranny to protect his comrades. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the manual, the complete collection of swordsman's cultivation principles. Long Zaitian wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. The name felt a bit rustic. Unconvinced, he searched his mind and found the manual. It didn't look like a martial arts manual at all. It looked more like a health guide. Long Zaitian helplessly thought, whatever, let's take a look. With that, he opened the manual. In his mind, he found that the book had 7 parts, each interlocking. If he didn't master the first part, he couldn't access the later ones. Good heavens, this martial arts manual is an upgraded version. Long Zaitian was stunned when he opened the first part. Sword chi, swing a sword, or blade 100 times to unlock the next chapter. Below that was nothing. He looked up, down, left, and right, but saw only that one line. He felt as if his intelligence was being trampled by the system. System, come out. Is this manual a knockoff? Long Zaitian roared at the system. The system replied calmly, no. Hearing the rebuttal, he became even angrier. Then tell me, what's the use of this manual? No techniques at all. What am I supposed to do with it? This was a wasted lottery opportunity, and he couldn't help but be furious. The system coldly answered, when the host completes each part's task, you will automatically learn the corresponding skill. Huh, there's such an operation. Now Long Zaitian understood. It was a task system. Complete the task, and he would naturally learn the skill. As for what skill he would learn, that still depended on luck. Is it really that magical? He eagerly grabbed a katana beside him, which he used for self-defense. Gripping it with both hands, he swung it downward. Sword chi 11,000. Hey! Long Zaitian was overjoyed. It actually worked, and it was so easy. He then tried different degrees of swinging and found that the requirement was that the swing must be forceful, otherwise it wouldn't count. Good. Let's see what skill I get after 1000 swings. With excitement, Long Zaitian swung wildly. By dawn the next day, he hadn't rested. He had already swung 500 times, getting closer to the goal. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. Captain, come have breakfast. It was Marco, probably sent by Vista after cooking. Okay, I'll be right there. Long Zaitian put down the katana, rubbed his sore arms, grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat, and opened the door. Captain, you're exercising. Marco, holding something like a pineapple pie, leaned against the railing and greeted Long Zaitian. Good morning, everyone. Long Zaitian crossed the deck and entered the mess hall. Everyone was happily eating inside. As soon as they saw the captain, they greeted him. Morning, morning, morning. Long Zaitian couldn't remember the last time someone greeted him like this. That felt like back in school. He didn't feel out of place in this world. On the contrary, he loved it. Here he could do whatever he wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was strength. With strength, wealth, fame, and beautiful women were all within reach. Haha, the chicken soup is here. Vista adorned in an apron emerged carrying a pot of chicken soup. Long Zaitian was startled. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Yet as the aroma wafted toward him he tossed aside his hesitation and scooped up a spoonful. A rich, savory fragrance of meat surged straight into his nostrils. Parting the golden beads of chicken fat, a snowy white broth revealed itself before his eyes. Unable to resist any longer, Long Zaitian took a gentle sip. Gulp. A single taste sent a tremor through his body, an ineffable fragrance swirling between his lips and teeth lingering within his mouth. After swallowing, the aftertaste lingered long, carrying subtle hints of unfamiliar spices intertwined with the unique essence of chicken, evoking pure delight. He drained the soup like fine wine, licking his lips in lingering satisfaction. Only after savoring Vista's chicken soup did he realize how utterly unpalatable his own cooking had been. In that instant he understood why Whitebeard had insisted on Vista serving as the chef. It turned out the gap between his culinary skills and Vista's spanned an entire galaxy. And this chicken soup grew more addictive with every sip. The others also began to taste it, each exclamation upon entry filled with awe. Everyone unanimously praised Vista's culinary prowess. At that moment Long Zaitian suddenly thought of someone. Vista Marco, do you know where Jozu is? He had already gathered 2 of Whitebeard's formidable commanders, only Diamond Jozu remained. If Jozu could join his crew as well, their strength would ascend to even greater heights. However, both Vista and the Phoenix Marco shook their heads. Marco's expression suddenly shifted. Ever since our great battle with Blackbeard, all traces of the commanders have vanished. Vista bowed his head in agreement. They were ashamed of failing to avenge their captain. Very well, as long as he is still alive, we are bound to cross paths with him. Sensing the somber mood on the ship, Long Zaitian quickly changed the subject. Breakfast passed simply like that. After the meal, Long Zaitian glanced at the sky. The weather was fine today, so why not practice his blade outdoors? Thus Long Zaitian began swinging his sword on the deck. Whitebeard continued sipping his sake nearby, a sight that made Long Zaitian green with envy. He too wished he could become so powerful without breaking a sweat. Ace was at the helm, while Yamato read Odin's journal beside him, the two chatting merrily, and Marco enjoyed the seascape. Huff! Long Zaitian had now swung over 600 times. Only 400 more stood between him and the skill the system had promised. He hoped this time it wouldn't disappoint him. Just then Vista, having finished tidying the kitchen, stepped out and spotted the captain practicing his sword. Captain, since when did you take an interest in swordsmanship? Vista leaned against the wall with a smile, watching Long Zaitian train. No choice. I've got to protect you all. Long Zaitian replied, chatting while swinging his blade. Seeing the captain repeatedly performing the same motion, Vista offered his assistance. Captain, how about I teach you a few sword techniques? They'll serve you well. He had expected the captain to agree readily, given his confidence in swordsmanship, but was taken aback by the captain's immediate refusal. Thank you for your kindness, Vista, but I don't need it. It wasn't that Long Zaitian looked down on Vista's skills, rather his secret manual came from the system, and mastering it was sure to yield extraordinary power. Very well. Vista, surprised by the refusal, stepped aside and began showcasing his own swordplay. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess. He believed the captain had misjudged his strength, thinking he was captured by the Flying Six on Zo Island. He intended to prove his true capabilities. So he took up an ordinary katana and began practicing nearby. Unlike Zoro's aggressive style, Vista's swordsmanship was more refined, emphasizing technique. Before long, Long Zaitian was captivated by Vista's swordsmanship, yet his own swinging continued unabated, as if driven by muscle memory. He had now reached 800 swings, just a little more to go. After completing his display, Vista cast a smug glance at Long Zaitian. As if to say, well then, Captain, have you witnessed my skill now? Indeed, Long Zaitian was deeply engrossed by his technique. Truly formidable. Vista's swordsmanship was not only practical, but also utterly breathtaking. Ding! 1,000 sword chi swings completed. A system notification suddenly echoed in Long Zaitian's mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had already completed 1,000 swings. Phew. Finally done, I'm exhausted. Long Zaitian tossed aside his katana and retreated to his room to inspect his new skill. Wow. Upon checking his status, 2 new skills had indeed appeared. Sword, Chi Aegis Shield. By adjusting the angle of a blade weapon, the user can defend against an opponent's attack. Friendly reminder: successful defense is guaranteed only if the opponent's level is lower than the user's. If the opponent's strength is comparable, part of the damage may be nullified. If the opponent surpasses the user, sheath the sword and flee immediately. A virtual figure then materialized, demonstrating the skill's usage to Long Zaitian. The system was indeed thoughtful. After a brief look, Long Zaitian grasped the technique's essence. The most practical approach was to leap, slash downward, and take cover behind the resulting sword energy. It was essentially the same principle as Yasuo from the game League of Legends. This skill struck Long Zaitian as quite practical. No need for heavy armor when facing a storm of bullets. Long Zaitian's gaze shifted to the other skill. Sword Chi Dominance of the 8 Barons. The user launches the opponent, extending control duration. A thrust increases burst power. A cleave reduces the opponent's swing speed. A point toward the opponent amplifies their dread. Reading these 4 descriptions, Long Zaitian's head spun. Why did this feel like playing a game? Had he somehow stumbled into a mobile game world? The skills were a bit over the top, but as long as they were effective, that sufficed. At that moment, a new secret manual task materialized in his mind. Sword Shadow 10000 swings. The moment he saw that number, Long Zaitian was utterly dumbfounded. What a... There's more. He then recalled the manual's table of contents listing 7 sections, meaning he had only mastered the first, leaving 6 more to conquer. Long Zaitian was now thoroughly stunned. The first part required 1,000 swings, the second 10,000. Would the third demand 100,000? Oh well, he'd worry about that later. Eagerly, Long Zaitian dashed out of his quarters, determined to test his new skills out on the open sea. Seeing Long Zaitian rushing out in a flurry, Vista assumed the captain had come to beg him for swordsmanship lessons. Never did he expect Long Zaitian to ignore him, completely striding to the ship's railing and swinging his blade. Captain, you wouldn't be trying to kill the fish beneath the sea with sword chi, would you? Long Zaitian turned his head. How did you know? It had previously witnessed Whitebeard using blade chi to slay sea kings beneath the waves, and now that he had acquired a new skill, he wanted to try it himself. Captain, it's not that I look down on you, but how long have you even been wielding a sword? Vista approached his side and patiently explained, for someone newly introduced to a weapon to release sword chi, it typically takes at least 2 to 5 years of practice, and that's assuming natural talent. Without talent, it could take 10, even 20 years. It wasn't that he sought to discourage the captain, but rather to make him understand that becoming a swordsman was no easy feat. Long Zaitian only then realized why none of the warriors wielding weapons on the first level of Onigashima had ever managed to release sword chi. So this whole thing actually required a certain amount of innate talent. Though Long Zaitian lacked talent, he had the system. And after Vista's explanation, he was even more eager to test the sword chi skill granted to him by the system. Sword chi 8 Wastelands 4 Seas. Long Zaitian wasn't familiar with the other 3 techniques, only mastering the simplest, the vertical chop. Vista shook his head nearby. Although he hadn't known the captain for long, he was well acquainted with the captain's swordsmanship. From the captain's swinging posture, he could tell the man had only recently picked up a katana. Even the most basic breathing rhythm seemed unknown to him. Long Zaitian swung the blade like a novice, relying entirely on his own understanding. If Long Zaitian could actually unleash sword chi, then this old swordsman who had played with swords for so many years might as well retire. Just as Vista couldn't bear to watch any longer, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. This is... The flower sword. Vista's earlier arrogance vanished, his eyes staring, as if witnessing an impossible sight, bulging like brass bells. The instant Long Zaitian swung his sword, a faint glimmer of sword light flowed from the blade. The next second, whished, a subtle sound of air being rent echoed. Boom! The faint sword light shot toward the sea, striking like a cannonball, and sending a spray of water into the air. Though the splash wasn't huge, it was enough to show the power behind this sword chi. The depression carved by Long Zaitian's sword chi was quickly smoothed over by the waves. Sigh, I guess the power is still pretty weak. Long Zaitian felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected the splash to rise as high as the ship's hull, but in reality, it barely reached a meter. It seemed he still needed much more practice. Yet to Vista, this was a completely different story. Captain, are you telling me you only started practicing the sword recently? Vista grabbed Long Zaitian with both hands, a chill running down his spine. Yeah, I only started last night. Long Zaitian didn't understand why Vista suddenly became so agitated, but he answered honestly. A prodigy, a true prodigy. Vista's hands dropped, and he muttered to himself, dumbfounded. This scared Long Zaitian half to death. What's going on? Did I just swing a sword once? Was it really necessary to mock him like that? Long Zaitian thought Vista was ridiculing his inferior swordsmanship, but in truth Vista was utterly astounded by Long Zaitian's talent for the sword. The captain himself had said he only started practicing last night, meaning in less than a day, he could already unleash sword chi. If word of this got out, no swordsman anywhere in the world would believe it. Releasing sword chi in a single day? You've got to be kidding me. How could that possibly be done? If someone had told Vista this before, he wouldn't have believed it either. But today, having witnessed his captain unleash sword chi with his own eyes, he was utterly stunned. The captain's talent for swordsmanship was incredibly high. Marco also noticed Vista's strange behavior. Vista, what's wrong? You look awful. Vista pointed at Long Zaitian's retreating figure, a prodigy, a genius, a future grand swordsman. Marco followed Vista's finger toward the captain. The captain. Yes. Vista sank into deep self-doubt. Marco carefully examined Vista's eyes, then felt his forehead. No fever. Could the previous battle have drained you so much that it addled your brain? Marco scratched his head, unable to diagnose Vista's ailment. Marco, I'm not sick. I'm being serious. Vista realized belatedly that Marco thought he was unwell. Looks like it's pretty serious. Though I don't know the standards for judging swordsmen, I do know our captain's swordsmanship. Marco recalled the scene of Long Zaitian killing the waiters on the first level of Onigashima. He hadn't seen any talent for swordsmanship, only high spirits and fierce fighting spirit. If Whitebeard hadn't called him captain, Marco himself wouldn't have believed it. His swordsmanship at the time was no different from that of a newly sailed pirate. Vista must be saying anything to flatter the captain. Sigh, never mind. You're not a swordsman, you wouldn't understand. Vista couldn't be bothered to explain, and resumed his training, knowing that if he didn't intensify his practice, soon the captain would overtake him in no time. If the captain learned sword chi in one day, then by the next day he might. Thud. A stack of newspapers dropped from the sky, landing squarely on the deck. Countless news coups swept over the ship's mast, carrying newspapers toward the horizon. Captain, come read the newspaper. Yamato shouted excitedly, dragging Ace along to look. He had learned about this phenomenon from Odin's voyage journal. Whenever this happened, it usually meant something major had occurred. Long Zaitian ran out excitedly as well. Didn't expect Morgans to be this fast. The group gathered around and opened the newspaper together. The moment they unfolded the paper, a stack of wanted posters tumbled out, with the top one belonging to the newly minted 5th Emperor. Luffy 202112230 berries. Just as Long Zaitian had predicted, Luffy had reached the 2 billion mark. Luffy is really... Ace was genuinely delighted for his younger brother's impressive bounty. Gururara, that straw hat kid, never ceases to amaze me. Whitebeard was also paying close attention to this young man. After all, becoming a 5th Emperor at such a young age was a sign of boundless potential. They then glanced over the other members' bounties, which had all increased to varying degrees. Finally, only 6 wanted posters remained, exactly matching the number of the Resurrection Pirates. Everyone's attention focused on the first one. Captain of the Resurrection Pirates, Long Zaitian. The bounty is 174500000. Captain, you're amazing. Yamato was full of admiration, knowing that the Navy's bounty was the greatest recognition for a pirate. Marco looked puzzled. This. He hadn't expected the captain's bounty to be so high, far exceeding the combat power he had shown before. Vista pursed his lips. If the Navy knew about your terrifying swordsmanship talent, the bounty would probably be even higher. Whitebeard's lips curled upward. Looks like the Navy will have to work overtime lately. On the other side, Kizaru. Ace, however, thought more deeply. Captain, I expect many pirates will come for your head in the future. Long Zaitian was unconcerned. No problem, let them come. As long as they're not experts above Shichibukai level, I can cut them down in one strike now. Now that the manual was in hand, given a few days, he could definitely break into the 2nd tier, or even the 1st tier of swordsmanship. As for this bounty, it was about what he had estimated since he had been slacking off in Wano. He guessed that Morgans had leaked the story of him persuading Kaido to retreat, hence the big increase. If he had driven Kaido away himself, the bounty could have been 2 to 3 billion. Edward Newgate 5300000 berries. Long Zaitian was especially excited. Whitebeard, your bounty has a chance to surpass Roger's. Whitebeard picked up a bottle of sake, calm and composed. When you reach my age, you'll understand that bounties are just clouds. Long Zaitian also admired the Navy. It took great courage to issue Whitebeard's bounty poster. He imagined the expressions of people when they saw the resurrected Whitebeard. Yamato excitedly searched for her own bounty. Ace 600000. Flower Sword Vista 1000. Phoenix Marco 150000. Finally, Yamato spotted her bounty, grabbed it excitedly, counted the zeros. The bounty was 100 million. Yamato 100000. This hit her hard. Why? She jumped up angrily, stomping her feet violently. Yamato, don't get upset. Maybe because your threat level isn't high, so the bounty is lower. Long Zaitian analyzed. You've never left Onigashima, so they don't know you well. The world government probably set it at 100 million because you're Kaido's son. Actually, Ace chimed in. Yeah, Yamato, you have to make trouble to raise your bounty. Yamato listened to the two, thought calmly, and felt they made sense. Then everyone looked at the newspaper again, mostly about Wano. Captain, after we get the road poneglyph at Zo, where do we go? Ace asked about the next route, so he could plan ahead. Long Zaitian was about to say he didn't know, because since the Wano mission the system had not issued any new missions, leaving him somewhat lost. Ding, you have a new mission. Please check. Oh, well timed. Long Zaitian was pleased and checked it. After reading, Long Zaitian's face turned extremely grim because the mission was extremely difficult. Mission: defeat Blackbeard and knock him off the Yonko position. Reward pointer to the 4th road poneglyph. Time 6 months. Blackbeard was a dangerous and ruthless character. If possible, Long Zaitian didn't want to face him so soon. Because both Whitebeard and Shanks had suffered losses at his hands, besides his personal strength, his cunning was also remarkable. To defeat him, and even pull him down from the Yonko rank, would require stronger allies. And they had to be experts in physical combat, because his devil fruit ability was too broken. The only way to win was through pure physical prowess. On the ship, only himself, Whitebeard, and Vista were physical attackers. Marco and Ace relied more on their fruits. As for Yamato, her fruit ability and physical combat were still lacking, and she still needed time to grow. Moreover, the numbers were also mismatched. There were only 6 of them now, which would be a problem just dealing with Blackbeard's officers, let alone all his underlings. He was also close to 2 billion now. He could stir up some more trouble to raise his bounty and revive a more formidable character. System: can I revive Roger when I reach 2 billion? Long Zaitian had always been curious why Roger wasn't among the 3 choices back then. It was too strange. Host Roger is an important character in the storyline. He can only be revived after reaching a certain completion level. Oh, are there others who can't be revived? Long Zaitian was cautious, worried the system might trick him. He feared that after saving up to 2 billion, the person he wanted to revive couldn't be revived. The system answered: Nico, Alvia, Kazuki, Toki, Odoheim, Joy Boy. Long Zaitian keenly noticed that these people all had some knowledge of history, and some were even involved. The system not allowing him to revive these people was a bit odd. Long Zaitian thought for a while, but found no lead, so he finally returned to reality. We'll go to Hakanosu to defeat Blackbeard. Before that, we'll find some companions to join the ship. Long Zaitian shared his thoughts. Since they were all comrades, there was nothing to hide. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The aura of Whitebeard, Ace Marco, and Vista suddenly surged, frightening Yamato, who was nearby. Captain, are you serious? Whitebeard's expression was stern. Oh, he didn't want Long Zaitian to joke about this. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. His family was killed, his fruit was stolen. I'm serious. Even though Long Zaitian wasn't part of the Whitebeard pirates, he could feel their fury in that moment. Back when Blackbeard shamelessly ganged up on Whitebeard, he had almost smashed his phone. A person would cruelly kill comrades and betray family for something which completely shattered Long Zaitian's worldview. Although he knew Blackbeard's actions were normal in the pirate world, he still couldn't get over it. This time, since he had transmigrated, he had to bring his pirate dream to a perfect conclusion. Momonosuke will die, Akainu will be crippled. Whitebeard saw the determination in Long Zaitian's eyes, and some of his anger subsided. He knew he had just lost his composure. Then everyone began to discuss the preparations needed to deal with Blackbeard. The appearance of this newspaper was like pouring water into boiling oil or setting off firecrackers in a sewer. It exploded. The actions of all forces halted. Hakanosu, a comical figure wearing a black top hat, flew back into the room with a newspaper. Captain, there's bad news. Lafitte, whose face was already pale, turned even whiter. Sweat kept dripping from his face. What's wrong? After downing a glass of beer, his 3 beard braids swayed as he shook his head. Blackbeard was full of delight. Whitebeard has been resurrected. Note the original text contains a meta-comment about word count, removed per rules. This scene contains author's note, removed per rules. Author's note about plot, removed per rules. Author's note, removed per rules. Author's note, removed per rules. Author's note, removed per rules. Author's note and English translation of name, removed per rules. Whitebeard has revived. As Lafitte's words fell, Blackbeard's arm froze, and the wine glass dropped. What did you say? Blackbeard's eyes bulged, the bloodshot veins in his pupils fully exposed. As if a spring had been installed behind his back, he sat bolt upright. His obese belly heaved violently with each rapid breath. He swallowed hard and steadied his breathing. Lafitte, say that again. If he hadn't known his crew so well, he would have thought the other was joking. Having him repeat, it was to prove that his ears were not mistaken. Here. Lafitte said nothing but handed over the newspaper. Champion Jesus Burgess Shiryu of the Rain, Katarina Devon of the Crescent Moon, Hunter Van Augur, and Avalo Pizarro of the Evil King gathered around. At the top were the bounties of Straw Hat Kid and Law, but Blackbeard had no mind for them at the moment. He was terrified of seeing that man's wanted poster. He frantically flipped through the lower bounties. Until the photo of golden hair flowing and a crescent-shaped mustache curling upward appeared, he collapsed to the floor in sheer terror. His lips trembled, incessantly forcing out a few words from his yellowed teeth. WHI. Whitebeard. His abnormality quickly drew the attention of the other officers. They had never seen Blackbeard so afraid of anyone. Blackbeard himself couldn't explain why he was still so terrified of a man he had already killed. He clutched the wanted poster, stumbled deliriously to the window, and held it up to the sunlight. The letters on it were clearly written: Edward Newgate, Bounty 5. 3 billion berries. Fear, rage, and dread surged together. He violently tore the poster to shreds. Impossible, impossible, weren't you already dead? You can't be alive. You can't be alive. It must be a mistake by the Navy. Yes, it must be a mistake by the Navy. Blackbeard, transformed, howling madly by the window. The terrifying aura emanating from him swept across the entire island. Storm clouds gathered. Shiryu of the Rain patted Burgess on the shoulder, telling him to fetch Doc Q. Burgess understood and quickly ran off. Shiryu of the Rain stared at Blackbeard for a while, then turned his attention back to the remaining wanted posters on the table. Flower Sword Vista. The scent of blood. Van Augur picked up the wanted poster of Long Zaitian, gazed at it for a moment, then set it down. Soon Doc Q arrived with a sedative and injected Blackbeard. After a long moment, Blackbeard gradually calmed down and sat back on the sofa. Captain, what should we do now? Burgess asked cautiously, still shaken by the captain's earlier outburst. Blackbeard pondered, saying nothing, and everyone remained silent. Contact Kazan. Everyone head to the 8-man island. The group was startled, exchanging glances. They all knew the 8-man island was under the Red Hair Pirates' jurisdiction. Captain, are we? Burgess probed. Inform the crew we're going to war with Red Hair soon. Blackbeard's face was dark and grim, having made a difficult decision. He didn't want to start a war with Red Hair, because once it began, their combat strength would inevitably suffer. But if they delayed further, Red Hair would learn that Whitebeard was still alive. The two of them would surely join forces against him. By then he would be absolutely unable to withstand the attacks of both emperors. Now his only hope was to catch Red Hair off guard. Kaido and Big Mom both looked down on him and would never side with him. Everyone in the room was extraordinarily excited. They had all longed for battle for a long time, and now the captain's order had finally come. Gecko Moria was lying on San Juan Wolf's body, enjoying a sunbath, unaware of the captain's order just issued. On another nameless island, Ben Beckman caught the falling newspaper steadily, and upon seeing the first wanted poster, he called everyone over. Shanks, the kid you've been waiting for has a bounty half of yours. Shanks, who had been fishing, rushed back in a flurry. You mean Luffy? Who else? Ben Beckman handed Luffy's wanted poster to Shanks, who excitedly counted the digits. Luffy, I think we'll meet soon. Seeing this bounty, Shanks murmured. His joy was evident. He was genuinely happy to see the Luffy he had been watching grow to this point. Ben Beckman scanned the wanted posters one by one. These familiar faces were already etched in his memory. Suddenly his fingers stopped, and the cigar fell from his mouth. Shanks. Ben Beckman softly called to the captain beside him. What's wrong? Have new pirates appeared? Shanks noticed that all the officers had solemn expressions, all staring at the wanted poster in Ben Beckman's hand. What kind of pirate could surprise you all? Shanks was unconcerned. Captain, prepare yourself. Ben Beckman slowly brought 2 wanted posters before Red Hair. Shanks's smile suddenly froze. He took the posters with both hands. Ace, Whitebeard. His joy vanished as he looked at the officers, and every one of them had confusion in their eyes. Lucky Roo also became unusually serious. Captain Whitebeard and Ace were buried by our own hands. Everyone here can testify to that. All the officers nodded. Red Hair knew this too, but then what was the meaning of these wanted posters? He had no idea what the Navy was up to. Lime Juice reminded Shanks, Captain, this happened in Wano. Why not call Kaido and Big Mom to ask? Deck whispered, Lime Juice, you forgot we just beat up Jack's underlings last week. Lime Juice realized, Captain, then we can only call Big Mom. Shanks covered his eyes with one hand, sensing the matter had become complicated. Go about your business. Let me think. All the officers dispersed, leaving only Ben Beckman by his side. The impact of this matter on Shanks was immense. He could never have imagined that the 2 people he had buried with his own hands would appear on wanted posters at the same time. Logically, dead people don't appear on wanted posters. The only explanation was that they were still alive. But how could they have survived? The Kamabaka Kingdom. Sabo was lying in bed recovering from his injuries. The battle in Mary Geos had taught him the power of an admiral. If only he had become stronger and then gone there to find Kuma. Creak. Koala pushed open the door and came to Sabo's bedside with the freshly arrived newspaper. Sabo, don't be sad. The chief will definitely bring Kuma back. Seeing Sabo's vacant eyes, Koala felt bad. To lighten the tense atmosphere, she opened the newspaper, hoping to find some good news to cheer Sabo up. Sabo, look at your brother. The moment Koala saw Luffy, she sat down on Sabo's bed with the newspaper. At the mention of Luffy, Sabo sat up abruptly like a dead phone charging. It's really Luffy. Koala watched Sabo's face light up with joy and a smile tugged at her own lips. Then they both flipped through the wanted posters below. Luffy's crewmates have become so strong. This was a genuine compliment from Sabo. Koala agreed. Yeah, last time we saw them was in Dressrosa. They continued flipping through. Until... Ace. How that name sounds like my big brother's. Sabo didn't react at first, thinking it was a namesake, and flipped to the next page. Ace. Sabo picked up the previous wanted poster again. A familiar face appeared before him. Suddenly a nerve in his head seemed to be triggered, and a flood of memories collided in his mind. Ace. Ace. Sabo clutched his head, cold sweat pouring down his back, his expression twisted with pain. Seeing this, Koala quickly wrapped her arms around Sabo, pressed her head against his cheek, and gently stroked his back. Sabo breathed deeply. Take it slow, don't rush. Under Koala's guidance, Sabo's breathing gradually steadied. Koala, is this really a newspaper from the Navy? Calm down, Sabo asked Koala. She nodded. Koala, this is my big brother Ace. Koala nodded. I know you've told me before. But didn't he die 2 years ago? Sabo was puzzled. Koala didn't know how to explain either. She could only try to comfort him. Don't overthink it. If he's alive, he'll definitely come find you. Or you can recover quickly and go find him. Sabo nodded obediently and took the medicine. Navy headquarters. In the Fleet Admiral's office, a man and a woman stood. The woman was elegant and graceful with a devilish figure, slender legs, and a spider tattoo on her left thigh. She had almond-shaped eyes, cherry-like lips, wore a pink top, and extremely short pants. A sword was also tucked at her waist. If you thought she was just a pretty face, you'd be gravely mistaken. She was Vice Admiral Momonosuke of the Navy headquarters, whose combat strength had already surpassed half of the Vice Admirals. Beside her stood a cold, handsome man so dashing that if the Navy uniform weren't so tough, it would have been torn apart by his muscular physique. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing faint scars like venomous snakes in a cave ready to strike at any moment. Though his hair was white, he was only 35 years old. He carried no weapons, so he was presumably a devil fruit user. Momonosuke Tsanyang, I've called you here today to discuss something. Are you interested in becoming admirals? Akainu's expression was grim and serious. There was no hint of a joke. Yes, today he was going to break the Navy's rules and establish 5 admirals. In Morse code, Tsanyang and Tao Tu remained sequestered within the marshal's office for over an hour. No one knew what they discussed. Perhaps the resurrection of Whitebeard, or perhaps Blackbeard's encounter with Shanks. After they departed, Akainu pinched the bridge of his nose. This marshal seat is no easy throne. Everyone's just coasting on my watch. Akainu frowned deeply, muttering his complaint in weary exasperation. The old ones slack off, and now the young ones are at it too. Down in the office below, Kizaru sneezed. Sentomaru asked, old man catching a cold. Kizaru shook his head. No, someone must be badmouthing me behind my back. Sentomaru laughed heartily. Old man, you jest. Who would dare speak ill of you? Kizaru said nothing, merely offering a faint smile as he lifted his gaze toward the ceiling. Below Akainu's office lay Kizaru's own. 2 days later, Long Zaitian and his crew had printed the red poneglyph rubbing from Zo Island and continued their voyage into the New World. Captain, why have you been swinging your sword constantly these past 2 days? Yamato inquired with undisguised curiosity. To grow stronger, to defeat Blackbeard, to become the pirate king. Long Zaitian replied with complete seriousness. But, Captain, you keep repeating the same single motion. Is that really enough? Yamato couldn't help voicing her doubt. She had read Odin's travel journal. Lord Odin practiced several complete sword forms every day. Yet their captain insisted on just one motion over and over. Facing Yamato's skepticism, Long Zaitian remained unruffled. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away stone. Master one technique to its absolute peak, and even a single move can make you invincible. Oh, Yamato replied, only half comprehending. Seeing her confusion, Long Zaitian decided to demonstrate through action. Yamato, let's spar. Long Zaitian proposed. Yamato leapt up in excitement. Alright, these past days aboard ship had been unbearably dull for her, not unlike her old life on Onigashima. Now that the captain proposed a duel, she was absolutely thrilled. It had been so long since she'd swung her spiked club that her hands felt unfamiliar with the weight. Captain, want me to go easy on you? Long Zaitian's face darkened with exasperation. Even readers may look down on me, but you dare too. He waved his hand, suppressing his rising irritation, and resolved to properly educate Yamato shortly. He had already completed 9,000 sword swings over these past few days. Just a little more, and he would unlock the second section of the swordsman's training manual. Though it mattered little, the first section alone was more than sufficient to handle Yamato. Seeing the two about to spar, Vista and Marco grew intrigued. The pair settled to the side and began wagering. Vista, who do you think will win? Marco flipped a gold coin in his palm. A smirk tugged at Vista's lips. Our captain, of course. He was utterly confident, knowing that Long Zaitian had mastered sword aura in a single day. With such terrifying talent combined with these 2 days of additional training, Long Zaitian's strength was surely formidable. Although Vista couldn't fathom why the captain kept repeating that single swing, it didn't diminish his conviction that the captain was a master. After all, true experts always train in ways beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. Mortals simply cannot grasp such profound mysteries. Well, then you're out of luck. I'm betting on Yamato. Marco placed a gold coin between them. Then I'm afraid that coin is already mine. Vista stacked another coin atop it. Observing the commotion, Whitebeard couldn't resist cracking one eye open in curiosity. Yamato, you attack first. Long Zaitian beckoned tauntingly. Alright, Captain, you best be careful. Yamato's face lit up with glee as she closed the distance in a few long strides using her lengthy legs. Huh. Yamato swung her spiked club in a full arc, the fearsome force cleaving through the air with resonant howls. She was confident in this strike. Should the captain retreat, at least his body would remain intact. Yet events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Sword, aura, guardian shield. Long Zaitian stepped back, then leapt swiftly upward. He slashed a sword, aura, outward to block. Boom. Yamato's club collided with the blade barrier before Long Zaitian. A tremendous impact resounded. Finding her weapon unable to advance even a single inch, Yamato surged power into her arm. Seeing this, Long Zaitian retreated swiftly. The next moment, crash. Long Zaitian's shield shattered under Yamato's blow. Captain, how's that? Yamato panted, lightly astonished that such a small blade barrier could possess such formidable resilience. Long Zaitian was even more shocked than she. Just how many cattle does this girl devour in a single day? Her strength is absurd. He had anticipated Yamato breaking through his shield, but not so quickly. It seemed no user of a Zoan-type devil fruit could ever be underestimated. Long Zaitian regrouped. Yamato had already made the first move, so now it was his turn to strike first. Be careful now. Sword, aura, 8 desolates, 4 Cs. Help! Help! Just as Long Zaitian readied his attack, he was interrupted by desperate cries for rescue. Everyone rushed to the bow to investigate. Save us. Ahead, several shipwrecked pirates floundered in the sea, clinging to floating planks to stay alive. What happened? Long Zaitian asked Ace. Not sure. I steered aside, but they swam toward us. Ace shrugged helplessly. Long Zaitian pondered briefly. Ace pulled them aboard first. His mind raced through possibilities. In the calm belt, such a plight could only arise from 2 scenarios. Either they were attacked by sea kings, or their vessel was deliberately destroyed. Yet if sea kings lurked nearby, Whitebeard would likely have intervened already. It was evidently the latter. After the survivors were hauled aboard, they expressed endless gratitude. Keep it brief. What happened to you? Long Zaitian cut straight to the point. Hawk. Eyes. One survivor stammered, desperate to answer before being tossed back into the sea. They had been drifting for so long that without the favorable weather they would surely have frozen to death. Hawk Eyes. The name that came to everyone's mind was Dracul Myhawk. Yes, that bastard. He sliced our ship right in half. Another survivor clenched his fist in fury. Hawk Eyes wouldn't destroy your ship without reason. Long Zaitian pressed on. How could he not? We were just fishing in the calm belt. Didn't do a thing. Curiosity piqued, Long Zaitian asked. In the calm belt, why weren't you attacked by sea kings? At this, the man puffed up with pride. You wouldn't know this, but Wano just recently opened its borders. Seastone is selling like hotcakes. We went through hell to get our hands on a piece. Long Zaitian now understood. When a ship's hull is lined with seastone, sea kings won't attack it. Could Hawk Eyes have destroyed their vessel just to borrow the seastone? Now answer me a few questions. Regarding God Valley, Has the anime ever explicitly addressed the strained relationship between Big Mom Kaido and Rocks? Which direction did the Hawkeye go? Long Zaitian sought information, eager to encounter the world's greatest swordsman. Missing the chance to greet him would be a terrible pity. The castaway rolled his eyes before pointing to the right side of the ship. He went that way. The group moved toward the railing, the castaway following closely behind. How long has he been gone? Long Zaitian peered into the distance and inquired. A dark gleam flashed. A dagger hurtled toward him. Clang. Yet the dagger did not pierce Long Zaitian's body, instead blocked by his fist. AR. Armament Haki. The castaway never expected that this young lad before him could wield armament Haki. Long Zaitian had sensed something amiss in their eyes the moment he rescued them. Beneath their friendly demeanor lurked a sinister intent. Fortunately, having watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece, he knew the nature of ordinary pirates all too well. They would strike first without a word. Moreover, with only 6 people on his ship, if they didn't resort to violence now, they might as well go home and raise pigs. In this era where power reigns supreme, kindness is merely the modesty of the mighty. The weak have no claim to it. Yet it was their own fault for not learning. Had they bothered to read the newspapers, they wouldn't have set their sights on Long Zaitian and his crew. I was just looking for a reason to throw you off, and here you are delivering yourselves. Ace, blast them off. Long Zaitian smiled faintly. Captain, where to next? After dealing with the castaways, Ace asked. Let's head in the direction he pointed. Long Zaitian scratched his head. His sparring session with Yamato had barely begun, but the pirates had ruined his mood. Captain, shall we continue? Yamato picked up their weapon again, brimming with eagerness. Long Zaitian waved a hand. We'll settle it another time. Yamato looked dejected but reluctantly agreed, fine. Long Zaitian returned to his cabin in low spirits. No one knew he had actually wished to avoid using armament Haki. Long Zaitian had anticipated the ambush and planned to unleash Conqueror's Haki to intimidate them. But to his surprise, at the critical moment, Conqueror's Haki failed to manifest. That power resided within him, yet he found it impossible to release. It felt as though it were sealed away, awaiting a catalyst to shatter its prison. He recalled the moments in anime when characters awakened their Conqueror's Haki. On the brink of death. Doflamingo awakened it, when near death. Ace, when Luffy near death, and Luffy when others were about to die. Could it be that without facing life and death this power cannot be unleashed? After much deliberation, Long Zaitian decided to first master his swordsmanship, at least learning skills he could rely on for survival. As for Conqueror's Haki, that mystical force, he would leave it to fate. Long Zaitian was genuinely exasperated. The system had granted him Conqueror's Haki as promised, but whether he could actually release it was left unresolved. Encountering this system was his own misfortune after all. Since the Conqueror's Haki was indeed given, he couldn't contest it. Now he needed to hurry and elevate his swordsmanship. Having obtained traces of Hawkeye, he estimated that with the pace of Hawkeye's coffin boat, he could catch up within half a day to a day. Unless Hawkeye stood and used Black Knife Night, as in, or to paddle, desperately catching up was inevitable. Ding! 10000 sword strikes completed. Long Zaitian collapsed onto his bed exhausted and examined his new skill. Sword Shadow Azure Lamp, Flame 100 Ghosts Solo March. Long Zaitian was stunned. What a fitting name, clearly a formidable skill. He then read the skill's description. The user must channel power to gather the spirits of the dead from 100 miles onto the sword. The longer the charge, the more spirits, the higher the damage. Upon release, each spirit transforms into sword energy. Long Zaitian marveled at its might, finally gaining an area of effect skill. One drawback remained. It required charging. In a duel between masters, every second teeters on life and death. An extra moment of charging could heighten the danger. Thus this skill demanded prudent use. Then as he attempted to view the third tier, it matched his earlier guess. Sword Sense 10000 sword strikes. Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. He had spent 3 days merely completing 10000 swings, and most of that time was devoted to sword practice. After pondering, he decided to try something different, fusing armament Haki with his weapon to augment its strength. He picked up his katana, hardening his arm bit by bit as ink-black skin crept upward. Within seconds, his upper arm was fully coated in armament Haki. He focused on the weapon, his eyes locked onto the hilt. 1 second. 2. The hilt began to blacken at an agonizingly slow pace. Cold sweat dripped from Long Zaitian's forehead. He could feel his power draining at an alarming rate. Coating a weapon with armament Haki is incredibly difficult. Finally, when half the weapon had turned black, Long Zaitian could endure no more. He dropped the katana and collapsed onto the bed to rest. It was clear he was still too weak. Even with the system's aid, he had to push himself relentlessly. Go to 8-person island. Just as he was drifting off, a voice echoed in his ears. Long Zaitian turned to look around, finding no one. Had he imagined it? As he closed his eyes again, the voice returned. Long Zaitian grew restless. Was this cabin haunted? He sprang up and headed outside. There, looming before the ship, stood a colossal silhouette. A Sea King. Long Zaitian froze, glancing over at Whitebeard. Whitebeard approached and told him. This Sea King surfaced suddenly. I initially intended to attack, but sensed no hostility from it, so I held back. Ace, Marco, and Vista nodded in corroboration. Yamato was nowhere in sight, presumably having returned to the cabin. Then the voice echoed once more. Go to 8-person island. Long Zaitian startled, lifting his gaze to the Sea King before him. Are you the one speaking? Long Zaitian thought, silently testing if it could respond. Unexpectedly it did. Hurry to 8-person island, or it'll be too late. Long Zaitian attempted further conversation, but the creature turned and dove into the sea. Vista and Marco were puzzled as the Sea King fled. Why did it leave so suddenly? Long Zaitian fell into thought before asking, Ace is 8-person island far from here? Ace considered it, not far, about a day's journey. Long Zaitian nodded slightly. Very well, we'll head to 8-person island. Barren island. War ravaged the land, leaving the people destitute. Several colossal figures moved through the burning fields. With each pull of the trigger, homes were destroyed and families torn apart. A boy with a grimy face hid among the corpses, glaring coldly at everything. It was supposed to be time for a family breakfast, but now he was trapped in a friend's house. The culprit was the Blackbeard pirates before him. The revolting laughter of Monsieur D. Chi echoed across the entire island. Majinan clenched his teeth, suppressing the rage in his heart as he waited for them to leave. His current strength was no match for theirs, and they had an exceptionally skilled sniper. If not for his own experience in this field, he might not have been able to detect their presence. His eyesight, sharp as a falcon's, made him dare not make any reckless moves. If they didn't leave, he could only hope for the arrival of red-haired Xiang Kasi, as this island was under his sphere of influence. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air struck from above. Fan Aoka didn't confront head-on. He leaped down from the rooftop. Captain Red Hair is here. He spoke while shouldering his gun. Fan Aoka recognized at once that the bullet just now was fired by the other side's Yisubu. Snipers on this sea were few and far between. Against such an opponent, he dared not let his guard down. Jahaha! Brothers, Red Hair is here. Time for us to go. Blackbeard roared, and several of his officers looked up. Some were covered in blood, some with ferocious smiles, some holding hearts in their hands. They seemed reluctant to leave this massacre game. Jahaha! On land our chances aren't great, but on the sea. Blackbeard wrapped one hand in black mist and gathered tremor energy in the other, casting a haughty gaze into the distance. The officers reluctantly released their prey and returned to the ship to leave. Majinan, seeing that Blackbeard's crew had finally gone, quickly got up to search for his family. The site of Leaky How was only a few nautical miles from Barren Island, and everyone looked toward the island. They were all curious why the captain insisted on bringing them here. Originally everyone was heading to find Eagle Eye, but unexpectedly, after encountering a Sea King, the captain changed his mind. Ma-Urk, go check the situation first. Long Zaitian ordered. Yes, Captain. Ma-Urk quickly rose, transformed into his phoenix form, and flew off. In a short while he returned. What's the situation on the island? Not sure. The island is a scene of devastation, as if it was just massacred. Ma-Urk recounted everything he had seen. Let's go check the island. Long Zaitian's face darkened. Had they really arrived too late? He didn't know why that Sea King had wanted him to come here. But since they were here, they might as well take a look. The group quickly arrived on the island, and the sight before them shocked them. It was far more tragic than Ma-Urk had described. Severed limbs, rotting organs, and a stench of decay were everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but frown. What kind of person could be so cruel? Ma-Urk found a corpse and examined it. Captain, they died 7 to 8 hours ago. After some analysis, Ma-Urk reached this conclusion. Everyone searched the island for any survivors and asked what happened. Long Zaitian ordered the members to spread out. From the direction of the numerous footprints on the beach, he deduced that the enemy had already left, so there was no need to worry about danger. As for whether there were any experts on the island, the current devastation spoke for itself. So he couldn't guarantee if anyone had survived. Ma-Urk circled in the air while AIC used a hurricane to blow the damaged houses aside, clearing a path. The rest searched for survivors among the ruins. The more they saw, the more Long Zaitian's stomach churned. The air was even harder to breathe than in a seafood market. Captain, there's someone here. Whitebeard shouted, drawing everyone's attention. When Long Zaitian arrived, he saw Whitebeard stepping on the person's body. What's wrong? Whitebeard shrugged helplessly. I pulled him out of the rubble, and he bit me. So he had to restrain him like this. Long Zaitian crouched down to examine the boy. What's your name? Why should I tell you, pirates? Majinan glared at Long Zaitian with hatred. The boy seemed to haven't eaten as his stomach kept growling. Long Zaitian smiled wryly, realizing the boy took them for villains. Ma-Urk, check him over. AIC, go get some food from the ship. Now there was only one survivor. If he wouldn't talk, Long Zaitian couldn't learn about the situation. Long Zaitian was rather stubborn. If he didn't understand something, he would keep mulling over it. For instance, he had to figure out why the Sea King had called him here. After wolfing down the food, Majinan finally lowered his guard and was willing to answer their questions. This morning the village was fine, but then the Blackbeard pirates attacked. They did every evil deed on the island, burning, killing, looting. Long Zaitian and the others listened and found the boy truly pitiful. He was sleeping at a friend's house when he was awakened by Blackbeard's assault, and then witnessed all this inhuman brutality. Di-Chi. As Long Zaitian expected, Whitebeard and the others were already burning with anger and asked Majinan about the whereabouts of the enemy. However, Majinan didn't know where they had gone. He only knew that Red Hair had gone after Blackbeard. Speaking of Red Hair, Majinan angrily demanded of Long Zaitian and the others, why didn't the Red Hair pirates send someone to check on the wounded here? If they had come, many more could have survived. Long Zaitian and the others were speechless as they didn't know how to answer. It had been some time since Blackbeard left. Even if they pursued now, they might not catch up. They sat on the ground in frustration while Long Zaitian pondered the next move. Although the mission was to defeat Blackbeard with their current forces, it was far from enough. Moreover, Long Zaitian couldn't understand Blackbeard's actions. Why would he provoke red hair at this time? Did he have some secret weapon? Ma Jinan crawled back into the ruins and dragged out 2 corpses. What is this? Long Zaitian was drawn by Ma Jinan's actions. Mom and Dad. The others were silent and helped Ma Jinan bury his parents. Captain. AIC reminded Long Zaitian that the sun was about to set. I know. Long Zaitian looked at Ma Jinan and noticed that his eyes were very interesting. They seemed to have a kind of spiritual energy. You? Are you going to fight Blackbeard? Ma Jinan asked coldly in front of the grave mound. Yes. Long Zaitian was startled. He was still thinking about how to recruit this boy, but the boy had spoken first. From this boy, he saw hatred. An extremely intense hatred. Hatred serves as an excellent fuel, and if wielded properly it can propel one to become a formidable expert in a short span of time. However, if misguided it can transform one into a merciless demon. Long Zaitian was confident in his ability to guide him. After all, he hadn't watched all those Talk no Jutsu anime series for nothing. In another sea region, a prince from a certain desert kingdom was arguing with the old king. Son, can't you stop thinking about becoming a pirate? Isn't being a king good enough? King Du Shui Shui Xiang Tawaging pointed at his son with a 24K pure gold staff scolding him. The surrounding ministers dared not speak. The prince retorted without backing down. Pirates are the freest profession in the world. Being a king means staying in this crummy place for a lifetime. What's the point? He was referring to the magnificent palace. Du Shui Luyin pulled out a bounty poster from behind. And besides, I've already been wanted by the world government. It's too late for you to say anything. The old king couldn't sit still anymore. In his anger, he slipped and fell off the throne. The ministers rushed to help him, but Prince Du's Shui Luyin went the opposite way. Father, I'm off to see beauties. Seek adventure. Wish me luck. Du's Shui Luyin tore up the bounty poster as he had forged it. Act first, report later. Du Shui Luyin was not a hot-headed youth. He had long yearned to sail the vast seas. He was a user of the beauty fruit, whose power turned women of average or lower looks into beauties, and in the process, he enhanced his physical body combat strength. He had comprehended his armament and observation haki, while beautifying the kingdom's female citizens. Although he, a handsome man, detested the fruit's name, after becoming stronger through it, he found it sweet. Du's Shui Luyin casually boarded a departing ship and set off toward the vast ocean. He had no destination, only a goal to see the exotic beauties of the world. Perhaps in the near future, he would stumble upon the protagonist. On the stretch, Long Zaitian and the others waited at the dining table for Magnum. He changed clothes and came to the kitchen, finding everyone waiting for him. A warm current flowed through Magnum's heart, even though they had met for the first time. Come eat, we've been waiting for you. Long Zaitian chuckled. We're only welcoming you today because it's your first day. If you're this slow again, don't blame Vista if you go hungry. Magnum seemed unaccustomed to socializing, forcing a faint smile. Throughout the meal, everyone chatted and laughed, but Magnum was taciturn, likely still grieving the loss of his parents. No one minded. Anyone the captain deemed worthy must be extraordinary. Besides, the captain was currently the weakest. After the feast, they lounged on the deck for casual talk. Magnum, now that you've joined us, what can you do? Long Zaitian was curious, as this was a character not yet seen in the pirate anime. Guns. Magnum answered without hesitation. What kind of gun? Ace grew interested. Sniper rifle. Great. We don't have a sniper on board yet. Long Zaitian's joy was written all over his face. He had been recalling which snipers existed in the pirate world, and now one had appeared right at his doorstep. He just didn't know how skilled the other was. Can you give us a demonstration? Long Zaitian signaled Vista to fetch a sniper from the warehouse. Back in Wano, Keniman had gifted Long Zaitian many pieces of equipment, including firearms. Vista brought out a beautifully crafted sniper rifle that clearly cost a fortune. Magnum's eyes lit up. He grabbed the rifle and fiddled with it. Nice gun. He was a man of few words, but his eyes revealed his deep affection for it. Give it a try. Magnum nodded, then quickly swung the rifle through the air. Bang! In the middle of the swing, he suddenly pulled the trigger. Everyone was bewildered. Was that a misfire? No one understood his move. But the well-traveled Long Zaitian suddenly had 2 words flash in his mind. Quick scopes. No way. Was he serious? Long Zaitian looked up at the sky, but nothing happened. Magnum remained expressionless, leaving everyone in an awkward silence. Just as Long Zaitian was about to speak, whoosh, thud. A seagull fell like a comet, landing squarely in front of Long Zaitian. Everyone was stunned. Vista froze. He shot the seagull through the heart. All eyes turned to the black hole, which was only the size of a thumbnail. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily. Gurara, Captain, you've really struck gold. Captain, so this was your purpose in calling us to 8-Man Island. Marco couldn't help but admire the captain. Yeah. Long Zaitian shamelessly took the credit, though it was the Sea King who had told him, but no one else could hear it right. The Sea King, I wonder if that guy has discovered the secret of King Ezekiel. How can there be only 2 people in this world who can hear the voices of all things? Long Zaitian would never have imagined that the one he had conversed with was not entirely a Sea King. It was actually one of Vegapunk's failed experiments, related to the world government. It's a plot hole. Remind the author if forgotten. Magnum, where did you learn that marksmanship? Long Zaitian was overjoyed. This skill was far superior to his own shabby techniques. 100 li away gunshot means death. My dad taught me. Magnum's face was emotionless, but his voice choked. Sorry. Long Zaitian quickly apologized, not expecting this reaction. Magnum's expression suddenly hardened. It's fine. Just kill Blackbeard. Alright. Long Zaitian patted Magnum on the shoulder. This gun is yours. Use it well. Magnum nodded firmly. The others were still immersed in the recent display. Magnum, can you do it again? Seagull. Yamato's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was probably the most impressive sniper she had ever seen. Magnum nodded, then gripped the rifle with both hands. The wind gently blew his bangs, and the next second, he moved at a blurring speed. He twisted his body, flicked the rifle in midair, locked onto the target, and fired. After firing, he continued to rotate his body, not checking whether the target was hit, relying on his powerful abdominal muscles to spin back to his original position. In other words, he completed a full rotation in the air, firing a shot in the process. When he finished, his posture was exactly the same as before the shot. A few seconds later, another seagull fell. Yamato clapped excitedly on the spot. Wow. Magnum, you're amazing. Marco and Vista both gave thumbs up. This was the most impressive sniper they had ever seen. Both in precision and reaction, he surpassed ordinary people. Long Zaitian couldn't help but wonder if the system had spent all his luck on this. Had he really stumbled upon such an incredible sniper? Ding. Congratulations, host, a new crew member has joined. You've earned a lottery draw. Detected that the host has 2 lottery opportunities. Would you like to use them? Long Zaitian glanced at the character information first. Character Magnum. Fruit none. Crew Revival Pirates. Position Sniper. Hockey Observation Hockey. Skills Quick Scope, Flick Scope, Jump Scope. Bounty 0. This time Long Zaitian didn't make a choice immediately, as too many things had happened recently, making him hesitant. First there was the appearance of Dracul Mihawk, and now the Blackbeard Pirates' provocation against the Red Hair Pirates. This served as a constant reminder that in this turbulent era he needed to become stronger quickly. Draw. Finally, after pondering for a long time, Long Zaitian made up his mind. Why not draw now? Wait until he's dead to draw. As he mentally commanded, the familiar spinning wheel appeared once more. The pointer spun rapidly. Stop. At his command, it instantly split into 2 pointers, one after the other. What? Could it be that the first draw yielded 2 weapons because the pointers overlapped? A fruit and a potion. Not bad, at least one item was something he hadn't gotten before. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a Logia-type devil fruit. Wow, what luck. It's actually a Logia. Long Zaitian beamed with joy and hurriedly went to check his mental storage. But when he saw the fruit's name, he was completely stunned. The Rumble fruit. His smile froze instantly. If this was the Rumble fruit, then its previous user Enel was likely already. Devil fruits never manifest in 2 identical forms, they only reappear after their previous user dies. But, didn't Enel go to the moon to mess around? How could he be dead? Who could kill him? Although he had many opponents immune to his attacks, it was impossible for him not to be able to escape. This was the Rumble fruit, capable of turning into lightning to flee the battlefield. He couldn't just die. The mystery of Enel's death is left for later. These riddles swirled in Long Zaitian's mind until his head throbbed. Oh, well, he'd think about it later. He wouldn't figure it out now anyway, no matter how hard he tried. The truth was he couldn't possibly fathom how Enel, who had gone to the moon, ended up at Mary Geos. What happened in between was known only to the author. Long Zaitian toyed with the Rumble fruit, pondering who should eat it. Currently, only 3 people on the ship could eat it: Whitebeard, Vista, and Magnum. But after thinking it over, Long Zaitian decided to wait a while longer. He could give it to any of them, but he could also give it to none, as none of them were particularly reliant on devil fruit powers. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the potion Panacea. The second item from the draw had arrived. Panacea. Long Zaitian curiously clicked to view the detailed description. Panacea restores all injuries of the wounded, but cannot return them to their peak combat strength, can heal broken legs, broken arms. Wow, isn't this just a miniature revival fruit? Too bad it's only a single-use item. Suddenly a few candidates came to mind for Long Zaitian, but each one had a worse temper than the last. Getting to meet them alone was a challenge. Forget it, he'd just let things take their course. After obtaining these 2 items, Long Zaitian didn't feel particularly happy. Neither of them could be used in the short term. Mastering a fruit's power after eating it takes a significant amount of time. It had already been over half a month since Ace ate the hurricane fruit, and he could only maintain a hurricane the size of a ship for 15 seconds. This shows how difficult it is to truly master a devil fruit's abilities. The next morning, Long Zaitian brought the Rumble fruit to the kitchen. The others had already arrived early. Captain, why are you so slow? Yamato chuckled, pleased she had finally arrived before the captain. Long Zaitian greeted them and got straight to the point. Whitebeard, Vista, Magnum, I have a Logia-type devil fruit here. Who wants it? This was the question Long Zaitian had wrestled with all night, and in the end, he decided to leave the choice to them. After all, they were all on the same ship, destined to watch each other's backs in the future. Even if they couldn't master it completely, it would still boost their strength somewhat, which might be quite helpful for the upcoming battles. As soon as everyone heard Logia-type devil fruit, they all looked at the fruit in Long Zaitian's hand. It was a sea blue apple covered in lightning-like patterns. Captain, where did you get this? Yamato took it like an excited child, holding it up to examine. Vista glanced at it and replied, Captain, I'll pass. I still prefer the 2 swords you gave me. Whitebeard also declined, laughing heartily. I don't want to experience the taste of a devil fruit again. You eat it, kid. He looked towards the new recruit Magnum. Magnum was a man of few words, no. He then continued drinking his porridge. All 3 had refused. The 3 without fruit powers all declined, while the 2 who already had powers were secretly regretting it. Captain, if I eat this, can I attack with lightning? Yamato grew more fond of it the more she looked. Captain, why didn't you take this out earlier? Ace complained. I just found this. Long Zaitian rubbed his nose sheepishly. Captain, you're so lucky. Yamato returned the fruit to Long Zaitian. So, Captain, what do you plan to do with it? Just keep it for now, what else can I do? Long Zaitian helplessly put the fruit back in his pocket and sat down to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Long Zaitian resumed his sword training. He could feel that mastering the 3rd section would be immensely beneficial. It was a pity that the requirements for the 3rd section of the swordsmanship were quite demanding, requiring 100 swings of the blade. Marine Headquarters. Sanyang Momonosuke, I appreciate your hard work on the Mary Gios incident. Akainu was in an excellent mood. The 2 he had secretly been cultivating had completed their first mission flawlessly. This had significantly boosted his standing. Even the 5 elders had improved their attitude towards him, praising the strength of those 2 vice-admirals. However, only the 3 of them knew that Sanyang and Momonosuke were already admirals. The purpose of this concealment was to put the 5 elders at ease and prevent them from meddling. Akainu could clearly sense that the world government was ambiguous in its stance towards pirates. Previously, his plans to kill Doflamingo had been thwarted by them multiple times. When questioned, the only reason given was that Doflamingo was a celestial dragon. Sakazuki scoffed at this. A pirate is a pirate. Even if it's a celestial dragon, they must die. As soon as he said this, he was thrown out of the room. After leaving, Sakazuki thought deeply. If he didn't cultivate his own power, the Marines would sooner or later betray the justice they stood for. As the sun set, Long Zaitian and his crew arrived at the island of Karaigana. The island was shrouded in mist like a paradise, except the mist was purple. There was an eerie feeling here, as if a ghost might appear behind you at any moment to startle you. In the island's forest, a group of human drills were secretly observing Long Zaitian and his crew. The sunset cast long shadows and the mist thickened, swallowing the island in an uncanny silence. The human drills, their eyes gleaming with intelligence, mimicked the swordsmanship styles they had seen, waiting for the right moment to strike. Long Zaitian scanned the forest, a slight smile curling on his lips. He had been expecting this. Looks like we have an audience, he said calmly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The crew tensed, ready for anything. The air crackled with anticipation. Magnum loaded his rifle, his eyes cold and focused. They've been following us for a while. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gururara, let them come. It's been a while since I've stretched my legs. The human drills, sensing the shift in the crew's demeanor, began to circle, their movements coordinated and deliberate. A battle was inevitable. Long Zaitian knew this was a test not just of his crew's strength, but of their unity. He drew his sword, the blade gleaming in the fading light. Let's show them why we're the revival pirates. With a war cry, the human drills charged. The crew stood their ground, a wall of determination against the encroaching shadows. The battle was swift and brutal. Long Zaitian's swordsmanship was precise, each strike a testament to his training. His crew fought flawlessly, their trust in each other absolute. Within minutes, the human drills were defeated, retreating back into the mist. The forest fell silent once more. Long Zaitian sheathed his sword. We need to find the castle. That's where my hawk is. The crew nodded, and they pressed forward deeper into the island, the path ahead shrouded in mystery and danger. Hasey, have you ever been to this island? Long Zaitian surveyed their surroundings, but the dense fog obstructed his vision, making it impossible to see far with the naked eye. I have, but I was too weak back then, so I never set foot on it. Hasey summoned a hurricane on the spot, attempting to disperse the surrounding mist. Who? The nameless wind spun in place, the purple mist swept into the air by the gale. The field of view around them suddenly expanded. Yet before the group could rejoice for long, the vexing purple mist returned to the ground. It seemed drawn by some force. Only temporarily expelled, never permanently. Captain, I can't do anything about it either. AC spread his hands, utterly helpless. If he were stronger, he could prolong the hurricane's duration, keeping the view clear. It's fine. If we can't blow it away, then everyone move closer. As Long Zaitian was arranging the formation, bang! Maginam fired a shot into the mist. There's something. Maginam stared intently into the mist, earning a hint of admiration from Whitebeard. Marco transformed into his phoenix form and stood in front of the group, while Whitebeard and Vista flanked the captain. He and AC protected Maginam, guarding against a sneak attack. Rustling sounds came again from the mist, and everyone assumed a combat stance. Within the purple fog that shrouded the entire island, faint shadows appeared. Here they come. But the creatures that emerged stunned everyone. A troop of black baboons slowly walked out of the purple mist. They varied in appearance. Some wore armor, some boots, and some carried enormous swords. Dahi's eyes widened in curiosity. Captain, what are they? Long Zaitian was somewhat surprised. Weren't these the human imitators from the show? Could they have arrived at Hawkeye's home? He looked around carefully and found the island identical to the one from the show where Hawkeyes resided. No way. Had Hawkeyes been returning home all along? Then hadn't they become stalkers? Soon a human imitator far larger than the others appeared. In its hand it clutched a bullet, the very one Maginam had fired. Human imitator, what is this? He was utterly astonished by the unprecedented creature. Lord Odin's voyage log contained no mention of such a being. When she returned to the ship, she resolved to write her own voyage log like Lord Odin. Seeing that the opponent hadn't attacked immediately, Long Zaitian patiently explained. They are baboons that inhabit this island. They can mimic or learn any human behavior. Long Zaitian added after a moment, if you don't attack them, they won't attack you. He raised her hand slowly. Majanam just shot at it. Long Zaitian studied the creature and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. It doesn't have a gun. The next second, the human imitator cleared a path. Long Zaitian stared intently, his face turning pale with fright. He asked naively, Captain, aren't we using guns? Why is it pushing that out? Several human imitators rolled out a mobile cannon, while another baboon held a black iron ball, presumably the cannonball. The giant human imitator squeaked, then gave Long Zaitian and the others a thumbs up. The other imitators also squeaked incessantly. He asked in confusion, Captain, are they complimenting us? Long Zaitian did not bother to reply. He swiftly drew his blade. A fierce battle seemed inevitable. After all, these were baboons that could wield the great thousand worlds. Suddenly, all the human imitators stopped moving and without a sound looked behind them. Is it a stronger human imitator, or him? Long Zaitian sheathed his blade, extremely tense. The footsteps were slow but resolute. A figure gradually came into everyone's view. Upon seeing him, Vista could no longer contain his excitement, his face alight with ecstasy. Whitebeard had been smiling softly all along, as if he had known everything. He and Majanam also deduced the figure's identity from his attire. Short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle's, a distinctive short beard, and a white furred black top hat. He wore a wine-red patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white trousers, and black boots. Even without seeing the supreme grade sword on his back, one could guess his identity. Kyle Laker Mihwaka alias Hawkeyes was the world's greatest swordsman, his strength beyond question. Long Zaitian was so terrified that he quickly drew his sword and began swinging it wildly on the spot. Sword sense 122-610-0000. Sword sense 122-710-0000. At this moment, Long Zaitian frantically grinded his proficiency. He could only resort to last-minute cramming. His earlier boast on the ship about greeting Hawkeyes had been mere bravado. He never expected to meet him so soon. Mihwaka ignored the bizarrely behaving Long Zaitian, his gaze cold and sharp. What are you doing here? He was a newspaper reader, so seeing Whitebeard and AC did not surprise him much. He answered earnestly, the captain told us to come. Captain. Mihwaka re-examined the odd Long Zaitian. Then he sneered. Whitebeard, Vista, how could you let this fellow be your captain? In his mind, strength was everything. If they had elevated him to captain just because he resurrected a few people, that would be far too dull. Whitebeard understood Mihwaka's implication. Gurara Hawkeyes, if you underestimate our captain, you will regret it. Vista stepped forward as well. Hawkeyes, believe me, the captain will surpass you in less than a year. Hearing his crewmates boast so highly of him, Long Zaitian's face turned white with fear. He could surpass him in a year, but did they have to say it now? It was clearly throwing him into the fire. Long Zaitian was about to interrupt their flattery when Hawkeye's cold voice rang out. Oh, is this guy that strong? I'd like to spar with him. Hawkeyes hadn't expected Whitebeard and Vista to speak so highly of Long Zaitian. Suddenly he became intrigued. He was curious about how formidable a captain Whitebeard and Vista would endorse. Could his earlier judgment have been wrong? Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. Though he had a system, he had only learned 3 techniques so far. And his opponent was the reigning king of the swordsman world. This was not a spar, it was pure suicide. Hawkeyes gestured for the human imitators to step back, clearing space for battle. Long Zaitian looked helplessly at his teammates, only to find that Whitebeard and the others had already retreated to the rear. Long Zaitian. Vista added fuel to the fire. Captain, I believe with your talent you can at least exchange a few moves with Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes. Can we discuss something? Long Zaitian stammered in terror. Oh, Mihwaka was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected the other party to make a request. This was indeed a novelty. On this vast sea, he was the second person daring to make demands of him. What is it? Mihwaka, arms crossed, looked down upon Long Zaitian. Wouldn't it be a bit dull if we just fought like this? Long Zaitian was setting a trap for Hawkeye Mihwaka. After all, he was challenging the most elite combatant among the 7 warlords of the sea. If he got nothing in return, wouldn't the fight be pointless? Or perhaps he would just be beaten for nothing. So what? Hawkeye and Mihwaka gave Long Zaitian a chance, as he never believed this man before him could defeat him. To be honest with you, Hawkeye, I've only been wielding a blade for a month. If I can withstand 3 of your strikes, could I ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. After saying this, Long Zaitian felt embarrassed himself, thinking he was being too shameless to make such an excessive demand. He had originally thought Hawkeye would refuse, after all, only allowing him to use 3 moves. Wouldn't that be too unfair? However, he later regretted it. But Hawkeye's answer exceeded his expectations. Bysita, has he really been holding a blade for less than a month? Hawkeye looked toward Bysita. If the other party was telling the truth and had indeed been wielding a blade for less than a month, then he wouldn't even need 3 moves. A single strike would be enough to finish him. After all, in his understanding, how strong could a complete novice become after training for only a month? Seeing Bysita nod, Hawkeye agreed to this unreasonable duel. They were both great swordsmen. Flower Sword Bysita had no reason to lie for the other party. Even if Biceta lied, it would be useless because he could gauge the opponent's depth with his first move, and the second would grant him no chance of survival. Moreover, with his keen eyesight, Long Zaitian indeed looked like a novice who had just started wielding a blade. He was even weaker than when he first encountered So Long. Kid, what do you want to ask? Tell me first. Hawkeye suddenly felt uneasy and asked in a deep voice. Although he knew the opponent was a novice who had been wielding a blade for less than a month, his years of accumulated intuition told him that this person was not simple. Thus, he had to be cautious. Of course, Hawkeye also began to doubt whether his intuition was malfunctioning. Hawkeye, do you think you can't defeat me within 3 moves? Long Zaitian applied pressure to Hawkeye. In truth, he himself wasn't confident. After all, the opponent's title of the world's greatest swordsman was not just for show. If not for his possession of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, plus a panacea he had obtained earlier that could heal any injury, Long Zaitian would never have dared to bet 3 moves with Hawkeye. Hawkeye's combat power simply could not be measured by the standard of the 7 warlords. If not for the immense importance of this question, Long Zaitian would not have risked his life. He had once seen a speculation on a forum that Hawkeye might actually be related to Emu because their eyes were very similar. But aside from that, there was no evidence. Now that he had finally come to this world of pirates, he naturally couldn't let this question go. With the mindset of, since I'm here anyway, he had to ask the question. What if he survived Hawkeye's 3 moves? Then he would become the first onlooker in history to know Hawkeye's true identity. This was an opportunity that other One Piece fans could only envy. Interesting. A cold smile curled on Hawkeye's lips. He suddenly became greatly interested in Long Zaitian, hoping this kid wasn't just a braggart. Hawkeye's eyes, as deep as the ocean, made Long Zaitian's hair stand on end, and he couldn't bear to meet his gaze. Just making eye contact with him consumed half of his courage. How could he fight the rest of the battle? No wonder everyone said that Hawkeye's eyes could actually kill. Whoosh! Without further ado, Hawkeye leaped into the air and swung his blade toward Long Zaitian. While it's starting, Long Zaitian quickly entered combat mode, drew his katana, and slashed at Hawkeye's sword energy. Sword aura, 8 desolates, and 4 Cs. After executing this slash, Long Zaitian didn't stand idly. He immediately began to defend. Because he knew that his own damage couldn't cancel out Hawkeye's ordinary attack. Sword aura, defensive shield. Long Zaitian quickly erected a defensive barrier in front of him to withstand Hawkeye's strike. The 2 sword energies collided. Hawkeye's sword energy with a ferocious momentum directly tore through Long Zaitian's 8 desolates and 4 Cs. In the blink of an eye, Hawkeye's sword energy was already upon Long Zaitian, and he only had his defensive shield left. If this couldn't stop Hawkeye's sword energy, then he would have to use Armament Haki to block. Just as he had expected, even though Hawkeye's first strike was merely a test, he still had to exert his full power to withstand it. The defensive shield lasted only a few seconds before being shattered. Long Zaitian quickly coated his arms with Armament Haki and crossed them in front of his chest. Bang! Long Zaitian felt as if his body had been hit by a truck. He stumbled backward, his internal organs jolted as if they might fly out. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his body as much as possible, intending to let Hawkeye's attack graze past him. Boom! This tactic worked. Hawkeye's sword energy skimmed past Long Zaitian's scalp. The protagonist almost died. Phew! Long Zaitian was trembling all over with fear. The soul-piercing sense of death just now lingered in his mind. At the same time, he was extremely excited because he had finally crossed swords with the world's greatest swordsman. Even though his dodging posture was particularly clumsy, he had at least evaded one of Hawkeye's moves. He only needed to withstand 2 more to ask Hawkeye his question. Long Zaitian's face was flushed with excitement. He vaguely felt that the Conqueror's Haki within him seemed to be boiling, as if it were about to break free from its cage. Oh! Hawkeye raised an eyebrow slightly. He had observed Long Zaitian's performance just now, and it did surprise him a little. First, he was surprised that the opponent could use sword energy. After all, it had taken Hawkeye a full year to learn sword energy. Yet this kid before him, according to Flower Sword Biceta, had only been handling a sword for a month, meaning he had mastered sword energy within a month. This made Hawkeye find it incredible. The talent was somewhat exaggerated. Moreover, the opponent was much smarter than he had imagined, using an attack to cancel out his sword energy, then quickly erecting a defense, and finally, when realizing it couldn't hold, promptly employing Armament Haki to block. This already showed more experience than some swordsmen who had trained for 4 or 5 years. Although his first slash was merely a test, few could have withstood it. The opponent also looked young. It seemed his intuition was correct. The other party was indeed not simple. Whitebeard and Biceta had some insight after all. Then his next strike would have to be serious. Long Zaitian briefly recovered his breath, his eyes never daring to leave Hawkeye for a moment. The opponent's attacks were too fast. If he got distracted, he might be decapitated in the next second. Hawkeye spread his legs apart, assuming an offensive stance. The pitch-black blade reflected a faint, eerie glow in the darkness of the night. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, gripping the black sword as he swung it upward from below. A diagonal slash burst forth from the blade, hurtling toward Long Zaitian at an astonishing speed. Sensing the ferocious sword energy surging toward him, the blood in Long Zaitian's veins suddenly boiled with intensity. His heart pounded uncontrollably, surging with irrepressible excitement and tension. Bring it on. Long Zaitian gripped his katana Armament Haki, already enveloping the weapon unconsciously. Just a few days ago, even with all his might, he could only harden half of his weapon, but now he could instantly cover the entire blade. The human imitators watching from the sidelines chattered incessantly, as if mocking Long Zaitian's overestimation of his own abilities. Marco, however, looked worried. "Pops, are you sure we shouldn't step in?" He had witnessed the captain's combat prowess on the first floor of Onigashima. Having seen the captain withstand Hawkeye's first strike, Marco was somewhat taken aback. He never imagined the captain could improve this rapidly. But when Hawkeye unleashed his second strike, Marco could clearly sense the danger of that sword energy. This second attack was at least 3 times more powerful than the first, and the captain had barely managed to block Hawkeye's first strike. If he had to take on the second one without their intervention, his life might very well be at stake. Marco desperately wanted to act, but seeing that Pops and Vista the Flower Sword showed no intention of moving, he could only wait anxiously in place. Ace shared Marco's sentiments. Having never seen the captain display his full strength, he was deeply worried. After all, they were facing the world's greatest swordsman. Yamato and Magnum cheered the captain on, one openly and one covertly. Vista the Flower Sword noticed Ace and Marco's concern and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, our captain isn't that weak." Hawkeye's second strike, though not held back, didn't reveal his full power either. It was roughly 1/3 of his strength. Any other novice swordsman would have been done for. But our captain is different. He's a prodigy who mastered sword energy in a single day. Now that so many days have passed, he should be fine. Marco and Ace turned their gaze to the captain, and hearing Vista's words, they finally relaxed. Still, they remained ready to rescue him. Whitebeard murmured softly, "It's about time that boy's power awakened." His grip on Yurakamajiri tightened slightly. Long Zaitian stared at the sword energy towering 2 to 3 times his height. Gripping his katana with both hands, he raised it high in a ready stance. Huff! Before Long Zaitian could react, the terrifying sword energy struck his body directly. Like the claws of death itself, it tore open his chest bit by bit, reaching straight for his heart. Blood splattered in all directions as his body was cleaved in two. Long Zaitian stared at his severed body from the air, consumed by fear. Was this defeat? Long Zaitian could no longer hear the sounds around him. Everything seemed to freeze. The blood on his body solidified, and his eyelids slowly closed. It's over. Boom. A terrifying pressure forced Long Zaitian's eyes to snap open. Didn't I die? Long Zaitian was stunned for a moment. As he stared at the approaching sword energy, the seal within his body finally shattered. The dormant conqueror's haki suddenly awakened. A faint crimson glow emerged on the jet-black katana, with tendrils of lightning crackling around it. Everyone's faces turned to shock, and the human imitators erupted in chaos. Some even fled in panic. Marco's expression shifted drastically as he turned to Vista the Flower Sword. "So you knew all along that the captain had Conqueror's haki? No wonder you weren't nervous at all." Marco was somewhat irritated. Vista keeping the captain's haki a secret was simply unfair. It had caused him unnecessary worry. Vista the Flower Sword was equally stunned. He had only known of the captain's talent in swordsmanship. He had never once imagined the captain also possessed Conqueror's haki. Ace and Yamato were surprised for only a moment. Now the ship had yet another member capable of wielding Conqueror's haki. Magnum stared coldly, but a massive storm raged within his heart. The captain possesses Conqueror's haki. This was a power held by only one in millions. And now Long Zaitian was using Conqueror's haki infusion. This technique allows one to imbue attacks with Conqueror's haki, enabling substantial strikes on the opponent from a distance without direct contact. However, Long Zaitian himself was unaware that he had already activated Conqueror's haki infusion. He merely felt that the katana in his hand seemed sharper than ever. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he swung the blade down. The katana collided with Hawkeye's sword energy from afar, generating astonishing black lightning upon impact. For a brief moment, Long Zaitian couldn't believe he could actually match this overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, he poured in even more strength. Hawkeye watched Long Zaitian with a cold, unwavering gaze. The surprises this man kept delivering one after another finally stirred ripples in his usually indifferent eyes. He never expected the opponent to use Conqueror's haki infusion. No. More precisely, he never even imagined the opponent possessed Conqueror's haki at all. None of this information had ever appeared in the newspapers. Not even a single mention. What exactly were the Marines trying to hide by suppressing these details? Were they sending ordinary pirates to their deaths? Though Long Zaitian could hold his ground against Hawkeye's sword energy, neutralizing it entirely would still take some time. Even he hadn't expected to withstand Hawkeye's second strike. He assumed he would end up in a sorry state, but unexpectedly his inner power erupted like a small universe, blocking the attack. Boom! After dozens of seconds of intense confrontation, Long Zaitian finally shattered Hawkeye's second sword energy. He stood unsteadily, sweat dripping in large beads without pause. He had endured it, but he had also expended most of his strength. And there was still one more strike to come. Moreover, Hawkeye had plenty of power left in reserve. If he went all out on the final blow, there was no way Long Zaitian would survive. Was he really going to have to use the panacea? Long Zaitian had calculated everything except that the panacea would ultimately be for himself. He looked at his opponent and noticed that Hawkeye wasn't rushing his third strike. Could it be that he was charging up? But this brief respite finally gave Long Zaitian a moment to reflect on what had just happened. Hadn't he already been killed by Hawkeye? Why did he return to the moment before his death? Could someone have used the time fruit? Long Zaitian scanned the surroundings, but found no one else. That left only one possibility. Was that observation hockey? Long Zaitian found it almost unbelievable. Armament hockey and conqueror's hockey had been gained through completing tasks, but observation hockey, he had just learned it out of nowhere. Could it be that the system didn't want me to die, so it gave it to me as a gift? Hey! Long Zaitian watched Hawkeye cautiously wary of a sudden attack. The next moment Hawkeye charged at him with the Blackblade Knight. What the close combat! Long Zaitian immediately turned and fled. Joking aside, only a fool would engage Hawkeye in melee. Even his ranged attacks were nearly impossible to react to, let alone allowing him to close in. But he knew his own speed, Hawkeye would reach him in seconds. He had to seize the moment to strike first. Since he only needed to withstand 3 of Hawkeye's moves, it was better to force the attack rather than defend. Perhaps he could gain a slight advantage. A moment later, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Long Zaitian. Sword, aura, 8 wastelands, and 4 seas. Without hesitation, Long Zaitian launched a surprise assault. But Hawkeye reacted even faster, bringing his blade down in a vertical slash. Long Zaitian watched helplessly as his own sword aura was effortlessly dispersed by Hawkeye. It was as if his attack was made of tofu. Long Zaitian didn't freeze, his instincts told him this blow was lethal and required his full strength. He even prepared to consume a universal healing pill after the battle. Once again, he ignited his conqueror's hockey, unconsciously wrapping it around the blade edge, ready for a climactic showdown with Hawkeye. Yet reality fell short of ideals. The faint red glow was instantly shattered by Hawkeye's pitch-black blade. His arms and katana struggled desperately under the pressure. But his strength was like an ant before Hawkeye. He was steadily pushed back, the enemy's blade inching closer to his neck. Long Zaitian didn't panic, knowing panic was useless. He would endure, believing a miracle would occur. Yet even when Hawkeye's sword rested on his neck, no miracle came. Instead, Hawkeye withdrew his blade. "You are strong." Hawkeye Mihawk turned his back to Long Zaitian and his crew, offering praise. The surrounding human imitators applauded him. Hawkeye hadn't expected his opponent to be even stronger than anticipated. Even with a blade at his throat, he showed no panic, a rare quality. And what surprised him most was that the opponent had attacked first, as if he had already resolved to die, which earned Hawkeye's admiration. Moreover, the man had only wielded a sword for less than a month, so Hawkeye, who valued talent, ultimately held back. He was also curious about the question the opponent had staked his life on. Marco, Ace, and the others embraced their captain as the sparring ended. If Hawkeye hadn't stopped, they might never have seen their captain again. Marco punched Long Zaitian's shoulder. "Captain, why didn't you tell us you had Conqueror's hockey? You had me worried sick for nothing." Vista also grumbled. "Captain, you hit it so well none of us noticed." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Gururara, I knew you wouldn't die so soon." He had long noticed Long Zaitian's extraordinariness. His potential even surpassed that of Monkey D. Luffy. Yamato pulled Long Zaitian's head into an unknown softness. "Captain, you won." Magnum smiled, while keeping an eye on the human imitators. Long Zaitian struggled free from the abundant softness, gasping for air. No, Hawkeye held back. He didn't understand why Hawkeye had let up at the critical moment. Could the system have become powerful enough to control others' minds? Otherwise, Long Zaitian couldn't fathom Hawkeye's motive. "Follow me." Hawkeye glanced at Long Zaitian and walked into the mist. "Let's go, everyone." Long Zaitian and his crew followed Hawkeye, with the remaining human imitators trailing behind. Hawkeye led them into a massive castle, its interior impeccably clean. Long Zaitian sat on the sofa beside Hawkeye, a stack of newspapers on the glass table. Just as he had suspected, Hawkeye poured himself a glass of red wine and asked calmly, "What did you want to ask?" Long Zaitian stared into Hawkeye Mihawk's stern face. "I want to know your origin." Clatter. The gem-red wine spilled across the floor as Hawkeye crushed the crystal goblet. His usually impassive face now bore a hint of anger. Mihawk, true to his epithet, fixed a cold stare on Long Zaitian. Whitebeard instantly flashed to Long Zaitian's side. He hadn't interfered during the sparring because he knew Hawkeye wouldn't go for the kill. But now it was different. Whitebeard could clearly sense Hawkeye's murderous intent. He couldn't believe that a single sentence from Long Zaitian could rattle Hawkeye's composure. The captain truly was a fearless rookie daring to ask such a question. Whitebeard knew a bit about Hawkeye's past. It was one of his few sensitive topics. The others reacted much slower than Whitebeard. Long Zaitian waved his hand, telling everyone not to worry. Whitebeard stared for a moment before stepping back. If trouble arose, he could still intervene in time. Hawkeye sneered. "You don't think having Whitebeard here lets you do whatever you want, do you?" Long Zaitian smiled. "I know it's a bit abrupt, but I still want to know your origin." He believed Hawkeye was not a man to break his word. And Hawkeye didn't disappoint him, speaking slowly. "You are the first person who dared to ask me this. My name is Joracle Mihawk. My father is Joracle Crass Saint. Saint." Though he had suspected it, hearing Hawkeye say it aloud still made his worldview shatter. "Could it be? Your father is?" Long Zaitian paused. "Yes, a celestial dragon." Hawkeye spoke without regard for others' opinions. "He was a formidable swordsman. You can ask that fellow behind you about him." Long Zaitian looked back. Whitebeard. He was stunned. What was going on? Why would Hawkeye Mihawk's father know Whitebeard? Whitebeard met Long Zaitian and the others' gazes, answering in a deep voice. His father was indeed an extraordinary swordsman. Hawkeye Mihawk continued his story. "After the Battle of God Valley, my father brought me here, and we lived here ever since. Later he set sail and never returned. Long Zaitian waited, but Hawkeye remained silent for a long time. That's it. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. That's my origin. Long Zaitian grew anxious. Then what is your father's relationship with him? Dracul Mihawk pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Who is he? Dracul Mihawk indicated he did not know the person. Long Zaitian observed Hawkeye's expression and found that the man didn't seem to be lying. How strange. Could all his previous speculations have been wrong? As for my father's affairs, he rarely spoke of them to me. Whenever he set sail, he never told me where he was going. Dracul Mihawk recounted calmly. Then where is your father now? Long Zaitian saw a glimmer of hope again and pressed on. I don't know. Perhaps he died long ago. Dracul Mihawk stated this placidly, as if the man bore little relevance to him. All right. By the way, do you know that red-haired Shanks has gone to hunt down the Blackbeard pirates? Just as Long Zaitian was unsure of what else to discuss, he recalled an event from the day before and brought it up with Hawkeye. Shanks went after Blackbeard. Dracul Mihawk seemed unaware of this, his expression turning puzzled. Where? He had just poured himself a glass of red wine, but stood up before even tasting it. Not sure, but probably not too far from the 8-Man Island. Long Zaitian speculated that Blackbeard's objective was likely just to test Shanks' strength, and a full-scale battle was improbable. Because a full-scale confrontation would bring Blackbeard no advantage whatsoever, and might even cost him several of his commanders. However, the reality contrasted sharply with Long Zaitian's conjecture. Marshal D. Teach was currently locked in a standoff with red-haired Shanks out at sea. The snipers of both sides, Van Augur and Yasopp, aimed their guns at each other. Although they were separated by several kilometers, the gunpowder-laden tension in the air forced them to remain vigilant. A distance of several kilometers was still too close for either party. In the blink of an eye, they could easily reach the other's ship. Marshal D. Teach pointed at the scar over his left eye and sneered. Shanks, this scar suits you well. How about I add another one to your left eye today? Hahaha. The commanders aboard the Great Saber of Zebek burst into laughter except for Van Augur, who kept his eyes fixed on the enemy. Whoosh! Yasopp fired immediately, aiming at Blackbeard's head. Marshal D. Teach, watching the shot come toward him, remained unfazed and continued laughing heartily. Because he knew his ship boasted a sniper no less skilled than Yasopp. Whoosh! After a brief calculation, Van Augur fired as well. Bang! Within a second the bullets collided midair and exploded. Yasopp was not discouraged, on the contrary he grew excited. His opponent's skill impressed him greatly. This was going to be a delightful game. Van Augur, however, showed no joy at intercepting the bullet and remained cold-faced. This exchange served as the opening act for both sides, and now it was time to get down to business. Red-haired Shanks walked to the bow, his expression grim and utterly different from his usual cheerful demeanor. This was the only time he had ever let his murderous intent show without restraint. For Marshal D. Teach had inflicted upon him an indelible wound. The scar on his left eye was only part of it. What mattered more was that Teach had repeatedly attacked the islands under his protection, harming his friends. If it weren't for the fear that the world's order would be thrown into turmoil, he would have already hunted Blackbeard down. What exactly are you trying to do, Teach? Red-haired Shanks demanded an answer, having sensed something amiss ever since Teach attacked the islands under his protection. Had the man not read the newspapers? Did he not know that Whitebeard and Ace had already been revived? And if he did, how dare he still come to provoke him? Could Marshal D. Teach truly believe he could defeat him? These questions swirled endlessly in red-haired Shanks' mind. Of course. I'm here to send you off. Marshal D. Teach's face twisted into a sinister grin, dark clouds looming behind him, making him appear even more menacing. His right hand gathered the energy sphere of the tremor fruit, and he swung his fist violently toward Shanks' red force. In an instant, the calm sea stirred by the power of the tremor fruit began to tremble across 100 miles. Waves surged violently, and colossal tsunamis rolled one after another toward the red force. Marshal D. Teach knew these waves wouldn't cause much trouble for red-haired Shanks, so he intensified his efforts, repeatedly punching in Shanks' direction. If once wasn't enough, he'd do it 10 times. If 10 times wasn't enough, 100 times. Marshal D. Teach refused to believe that Shanks could keep slicing through every tsunami. The tsunamis, initially only a few meters high, were churned by Marshal D. Teach into towering waves nearly 100 meters tall. Red-haired Shanks, gazing at the ever-mounting walls of water, slowly drew Griffin. His eyes turned cold, and armament hockey instantly engulfed the blade. Crimson Dragon Slash. With a single arm swing, Griffin burst forth with a sword cry in the air. A colossal sword aura materialized out of nowhere, fiercely cleaving through the towering waves before him. And just like that, the 100-meter-high tsunami was vanquished by Shanks. Yet Marshal D. Teach did not relent, continuously shaking the sea, summoning wave after wave of tsunamis. The crew members of both sides simply watched, awaiting their captain's commands. Shanks couldn't understand what Blackbeard was trying to achieve, coming all this way to attack his islands just for this. Red-haired Shanks sensed something was off and signaled Ben Beckman and the others to make their move. Marshal D. Teach perceived Shanks' intention and laughed wildly. Boys, time to show them what you've got. The colossal battleship San Juan Wolf emerged from beneath the sea, surrounded by several bubble-wrapped pirate ships, all belonging to Marshal D. Teach's forces. The sudden disparity in numbers did not rattle the members of the Red Hair Pirates. A great battle erupted. Hawkeye departed the island aboard his coffin boat, presumably heading off to find red-haired Shanks. Long Zaitian and the others didn't leave right away, instead taking a leisurely stroll around the island. Having been fortunate enough to be transported into the world of One Piece, he intended to explore every island he could. After all, with formidable protectors like Whitebeard by his side, no one could possibly harm him. And even without their protection, his current strength was more than enough to keep himself safe. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a cemetery containing nearly 100 crosses planted in the earth. Driven by curiosity, Long Zaitian read the inscriptions on the headstones. May the kingdom of Zephyr never fall. When Long Zaitian saw these words, he guessed that the person who wrote them must have been a minister or subject of this kingdom. For no king would write such a thing, because writing it down meant the kingdom was on the verge of vanishing. That was why he wished it would never fall. Captain, look over there. Magnum suddenly spoke up, pointing at a mound of earth with the corner of a small iron box protruding from it. Could that be a box hiding a devil fruit? Long Zaitian immediately thought of this, then rushed over, crouched down, and used his katana to dig the small iron box out. The others, driven by curiosity, gathered behind him to watch. Captain, are you going to stumble upon another devil fruit? Yamato exclaimed with excitement. Long Zaitian secretly rolled his eyes, inwardly complaining, silly child, you don't really believe the rumble fruit was something I just found, do you? But he didn't voice it aloud, merely saying, let's hope so. Long Zaitian knew his luck was inconsistent at best, sometimes good, sometimes bad, and the odds of hitting the jackpot were very slim. After a brief effort, Long Zaitian unearthed the iron box and struck it with a single slash, cleaving the lock clean off. Inside there was no fruit as he had hoped, only a diary. Long Zaitian began flipping through it, while the others crowded together, heads pressed against each other. The diary of the king of the Zephyr kingdom. Long Zaitian was stunned by the name, and he glanced at the wooden plaque nearby. Could this really have been written by the king of this place? He began reading through it immediately. Within its pages were recorded the events that had transpired during the king's reign. 200 years ago, the Zephyr kingdom joined the world government, a year that could be considered worthy of celebration. 190 years ago, due to our remote location, no merchant ships ever passed by, causing our nation's development to crawl at a sluggish pace. As a result, the country's treasures dwindled little by little. Gradually, we could no longer afford to pay the celestial tribute, but to avoid being attacked by pirates, I as king decided to personally go to Mary Geos to negotiate with them. I prayed the world government would grant us a bit more time. Yet the ending was cruel. They gave us no extra time at all. At this pace, by next year, there would be no funds left to sustain the kingdom. Long Zaitian grew furious upon reading this. Those celestial dragons truly were insufferable. Marco also felt indignant on behalf of the king in the diary, lamenting, alas, kingdoms that don't join the world government suffer terribly under pirate attacks, but those that do join don't fare much better. Magnum could relate from personal experience. His own country had been too poor to pay the celestial tribute, so the world government abandoned them, and they eventually fell under the protection of the red hair pirates. 189 years ago, the world government sent members of CP0 to collect the debt, but since we truly had no money, I was taken by them to Mary Geos. When I arrived, I didn't meet any government officials, but instead encountered a scientist. He told me that if I would accompany him to a certain place, my kingdom would no longer have to pay the celestial tribute. Long Zaitian was taken aback. Only a fool would believe such a tale. There was no way such a sweet deal existed where a single trip would exempt the kingdom from paying the exorbitant tribute. The others were equally curious, wondering what could be worth waiving such a massive payment. They speculated, could that scientist be Vegapunk? Everyone chimed in, Vegapunk. Long Zaitian pondered for a moment and said, it's certainly possible. They all continued reading on. Upon returning to the kingdom, the ministers awaited my answer with anxious hearts. I smiled and told them everything was resolved, no need to worry, though I would have to set sail soon. I had given all the necessary instructions to my subordinates before departing. None of them knew the true purpose of my journey, and neither did I. That was why I left this diary behind before I left. If anyone ever reads this diary, I hope they will take care of this kingdom. The final line of the diary left a single location, Avernairs. Long Zaitian let out a sigh. Well, it seems the king went there in the end. The mood among the group grew somber. For the highest authority of a nation to go to such lengths for his country was nothing short of dutiful and admirable. He had given his very life to propel his nation forward. Yet everyone also felt a pang of regret, for the scene before them bore no resemblance to a kingdom at all. It was likely that the kingdom had already fallen before Hawkeye ever arrived here. Still, Long Zaitian and the others had gained a clue to go and investigate Avernairs. Besides, they didn't have any particular plans at the moment, even though they had a mission on their hands. But defeating Blackbeard wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, and they didn't even know where he was. How could they fight him? Long Zaitian turned around and looked at his crewmates, all of whom wore smiles on their faces. Let's go, Captain. We can't wait. Marco clapped Long Zaitian on the shoulder. Yeah, let's head to that island and find out what the king was really doing back then. Ace added his own suggestion. Consider it the last thing we can do for this fallen kingdom. Yamato echoed the sentiment. Afterwards, they made a full circuit of the island, taking in every sight before returning to where their ship was moored. Just as they reached the beach, watch out! Whitebeard suddenly called out, his voice sharp with warning. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot out from their own ship, flying straight toward Long Zaitian in a sneak attack. Clang! Long Zaitian drew his blade and easily deflected the arrow. The attack clearly wasn't from any skilled fighter. The force behind it was far too weak. Oh, not bad. A sharp voice rang out from the stretch. He had only been gone half a day, and someone had already boarded their ship. Long Zaitian let out a contemptuous smirk. And who exactly is on our ship? Haha, none of your business, kid. Hand over anything valuable, or I'll kill you. A man who looked like a lesser squad leader stared at Long Zaitian with shifty rat-like eyes. And what if I refuse? Long Zaitian let out a sneer. Great, another one who doesn't read the newspapers. Why were there so many people rushing to their deaths these past couple of days? Then die. Shichinkoin along with several underlings leaped down from the ship and charged at Long Zaitian and the others with swords drawn. A big dumb oaf, a stupid birdie girl. These people clearly aren't strong. Shichinkoin taunted Long Zaitian's group with mockery. Long Zaitian shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to test out the Conqueror's haki, he had recently mastered, a familiar voice rang out. Shichinkoin, what's going on? A man wearing a captain's hat appeared at the bow of the ship. He was probably this guy's boss, but that voice seemed strangely familiar. The pirate named Shichinkoin spun around at the sound and quickly replied, Boss, the ship's owner is here. Watch me deal with them in no time. He was eager to show off in front of his boss. Oh. Wu Di looked down, and when he got a clear view of the figure below, he was so startled, he stumbled and fell over. Captain, don't worry. Watch me take care of them right now. Shichinkoin failed to notice that Wu Di standing at the bow had already turned pale and was sweating profusely. Charge. At Shichinkoin's command, hundreds of pirates surged forward together. They seemed to see gold before them, rushing at the group one after another. Marco and the others looked at each other, none willing to make a move. They're too weak. Ace, you go, Marco said with a smile. You go ahead. I can't be bothered with these guys. Ace curled his lips. A bunch of pirates who couldn't even use armament haki. Why would he need to act? One blast of the captain's Conqueror's haki would knock them all out. Captain, what do you say? Except for Yamato and Magnum, no one wanted to act because the opponents were far too weak. Even if they obliterated them all in one move, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Long Zaitian scratched his head and shouted at Wu Di at the bow. Hey, are you really not going to control your men? If I end up wiping them all out in one move, don't cry. Those words indeed worked. Wu Di, who had been paralyzed with fear, somehow found a surge of strength to stand up. Huh. You dare to boast even at death's door. Do you know how powerful our captain is? Shichinkoin was dismissive, completely unaware that behind him Wu Di was seething with rage. Wu Di probably wanted to kill him. How powerful? Long Zaitian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't seen Wu Di since they parted at the Sabaody archipelago. Could the other have grown much stronger in just this short month? Say it, and it'll scare you to death. Our captain escaped right under Kizaru's nose. I ask you, who among you could do that? Long Zaitian and the others fell into silence. He paused for a moment before replying. That is indeed quite impressive. He guessed that Wu Di was so weak that Kizaru didn't even bother to capture him. But the truth was that he had run the moment he saw Kizaru, who at that time was confronting Long Zaitian and the others, and had no time to chase him. You fool. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Unable to bear it any longer, Wu Di rushed down in his boots and slapped Shichinkoin several times. You idiot. Do you know who they are? Shichinkoin looked aggrieved. Captain, aren't they just ordinary pirates? Wu Di slapped him twice more, then grabbed Shichinkoin and tossed him aside. Lord Long Zaitian, Lord Whitebeard. He just went to sea and knows nothing. Wu Di knelt, trembling, his whole body shaking with fear. His original crew had all left back at the Sabaody archipelago, worried that Whitebeard might come after them again. Wu Di had no choice but to casually recruit a few more crew members on the island and set sail again. He had hoped to make a big profit this time, but the new navigator misread the map, leading them farther and farther from their target until they ended up on this island. When they saw this ship, they immediately recognized that its materials were extremely expensive, assuming the owner must be wealthy, and so they decided to lie in wait for an ambush. Luckily, they arrived late, otherwise if they had run into Hawkeye, Wu Di's pirate ship would probably have been lost. But the last thing they expected was that the ship's owner was Long Zaitian and Whitebeard, whom they had parted from at the Sabaody archipelago. Most importantly, when he had bragged to his subordinates, he had never mentioned Long Zaitian and Whitebeard, so his subordinates didn't know who they were. If he didn't stop this foolish subordinate, soon his own life might be lost here. Whitebeard. Shichinkoin stammered. Is that the one who died at the Paramount War 2 years ago? Nonsense. Who else could it be? Bah. Lord Whitebeard is perfectly fine, don't talk nonsense. Wu Di turned and berated him again. Shichinkoin felt very wronged. He had also watched that broadcast, but he couldn't voice his thoughts, now afraid to contradict the captain, who was in a rage. The pirates who had intended to attack them instantly dropped to their knees upon hearing that name. Pleas for mercy rose one after another, their earlier arrogance completely gone. These newcomers would never have dreamed that their first voyage would bring them face to face with the strongest man in the world. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate, they couldn't say. Seeing them kowtowing and begging for mercy, Long Zaitian waved his hand. All right, stop kowtowing. We're not dead yet. Wu Di, hearing that Long Zaitian wouldn't hold it against them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Wu Di, do you know of a Valner Island? Long Zaitian recalled the island he had seen earlier. His crew knew nothing about it. So he held out hope, wondering if the other knew something. A Valner? Wu Di's face changed drastically, and he asked uncertainly. Yes, do you know something? Long Zaitian was secretly pleased, sensing that the other might indeed know something. Lord Long Zaitian, we happened to pass by that island on our way here. But the island was extremely eerie, far more so than this place, so we didn't go ashore to investigate. Wu Di answered with a gloomy face, clearly full of dread. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, realizing that this matter was indeed not that simple. All right, then take us there. With that command, Long Zaitian boarded the stretch without waiting for Wu Di to object. Wu Di didn't want to go, but now he had no choice. In frustration, he kicked Shi Qianquan on the ground a few times. If he had the choice, he would rather be beaten up by Long Zaitian and the others than go to a Valner. Because even just gazing at the island filled his soul with terror, let alone setting foot on it. But now there was no way out. His life was in their hands. If he didn't take them, he might lose his own life. So he reluctantly led his crew to navigate. Du Shui Yinyan also arrived alone at a Valner, curious to go ashore, since it was the first island he had encountered. A few hours later, Long Zaitian and the others also arrived near the island. They were shocked by the sight before them. The entire island was shrouded in an eerie blue mist. Long Zaitian and the others finally understood what Wu Di meant by eerie. Observation Haki couldn't penetrate it at all. It seemed utterly devoid of any sign of life. After Wu Di's repeated pleas, Long Zaitian finally let them go. After all, if they went ashore with their strength, he would have to spare some attention. Long Zaitian didn't go ashore directly. Instead, he had sailed the ship around the island once. With the entire island shrouded in eerie blue mist, nothing could be seen ashore. Captain, what should we do? Long Zaitian pondered. Ace, try using a gale. All right. Fist of the wind. Ace gathered the wind on the spot and hurled it toward the island with formidable force. The powerful gust instantly cleared a neat path, but before the crew could cheer, the eerie blue mist sealed the cleared road again. Captain, the mist is coming from pipes on the ground, Magnum observed, keenly tracing the source of the mist. Seems someone doesn't want us to land. Long Zaitian speculated that the world government was probably trying to conceal something. Since the world government wanted to hide it, they were even more determined to investigate the island. After all, they could provoke the world government whenever possible. It would only raise their bounties, which was a good thing. Long Zaitian ordered everyone to wear masks and prepare to land. He had never encountered this kind of mist before, so they had to be cautious. Inside the laboratory on the island every Tuesday. Another disobedient bug. Dr. Callus the Beak Doctor stared at the monitor and let out a strange laugh. After successfully landing, everyone finally saw the island's interior. The outer perimeter was encircled by thick iron pipes with countless small holes that intermittently spewed blue smoke. Clearly it was man-made. The outermost area was ordinary, nothing but rocks and vegetation. But once they entered the middle, they were stunned by the sight before them. A gigantic cylindrical black fortress stood there, covered with dense cameras and countless transparent pipes. What is this place? Marco was speechless. This building was even more majestic than Hawkeye's castle. Captain, let's go inside and take a look. Yamato exclaimed excitedly, raising her spiked club. Oda never mentioned this place either. Could it be that I've already arrived at a future storyline? Before anyone could look further, Magnum swiftly aimed his gun at a nearby mound of earth. Watch out. An enemy. Magnum's words startled Whitebeard, who had already activated his observation Haki, but sensed nothing. Could the opponent's strength surpass his own? What's happening? Long Zaitian also drew his sword, pointing it at the mound. That pile of dirt just moved. Magnum's face darkened. It was his eyes that told him, not his observation Haki. But why didn't I sense anything? Yamato grew cautious as well. They waited warily for a while, but nothing happened. Everyone began to doubt whether Magnum was too tense and had imagined it. But Magnum insisted, I'm not wrong. That mound definitely moved. Marco pointed at the mound. But I used observation Haki and didn't detect any living being. Magnum said nothing, trusting his eyes. Though his observation Haki also sensed nothing, his eyes would not deceive him. Gurgle. Just as everyone looked away from the mound, a muscular arm streaked with blood emerged from the earth. Bloody hell. Long Zaitian turned back at the sound and saw the ghastly sight. What the hell? The others, drawn by his exclamation, turned back as well. What is that? No idea. Some kind of monster. None of them had any knowledge of such a creature. Then a second arm crawled out of the mound. Long Zaitian, who was not of this world, suddenly thought of a word: zombie. Though not entirely certain, the signs pointed to something indistinguishable from a zombie. Just as everyone expected, a third arm, a bloody human head, emerged instead. Its eyes were hollow and the blood-red muscles quivered faintly, as if it were still alive. Everyone used observation Haki on the target, but it seemed to possess an ability that blocked their Haki. Their observation Haki could not detect it at all. In the world of observation Haki, there was only a mound of earth, no bloody creature. Long Zaitian's scalp tingled. This wasn't a zombie. This was a fucking undead. For a moment, he began to doubt whether he had truly been transported to the world of One Piece. He looked at his comrades, then back at the creature. Captain, what do we do? Flower Sword Bista, holding twin blades, was eager to test the enemy's strength. Let me try. Whitebeard, wielding his Murakamajiri, slashed through the air. A powerful sword aura lunged at the undead, but the creature did not dodge, taking the hit head-on. Its body was cleaved in two, but just as everyone relaxed, it began to regenerate automatically. The two halves of the undead recombined. Damn, it's definitely an undead. In no time, the undead that Whitebeard had cut in half stood up again. Its astonishing regenerative ability terrified everyone. Marco speculated, could it be a Logia-type devil fruit user? Let me try. Flower Sword Bista, coating his arms with armament hockey, dashed forward and slashed hard at the undead. The undead was split again, but the result was the same as Whitebeard's. It quickly restored its body. This time, everyone was unnerved having witnessed Bista's use of armament hockey. The creature showed no sign of elementalization, so it might not even be a devil fruit user. None could fathom how it did it. Magnum also fired a shot, but the hole healed swiftly. The undead, as if soulless, slowly advanced toward Long Zaitian and the others. It muttered in an incomprehensible language. Captain, what now? Ace asked for Long Zaitian's opinion. Let's check inside this building. Maybe we'll find some clues. Long Zaitian had no intention of wasting time on this undead. His purpose here was to uncover what had happened. It wasn't worth the effort. All right. Everyone agreed and ran toward the massive structure. Countless cameras, as if controlled by someone, swiveled to track Long Zaitian and his crew. However, not long after they left, more undead emerged from the mounds of earth. When they arrived at the entrance, everyone realized that the first floor door of the building was already rusted. Beside the iron door, there was a device resembling a facial recognition system. It must be said that the technological level here was truly high, though it looked like a research institute. Long Zaitian observed the door again and noticed a metal frame nearby covered in dust. Long Zaitian gently brushed off the dust, revealing the name of the institute, database. To have such an advanced research institute in the world of pirates, it must be closely related to the world government. It seemed there were indeed many secrets waiting to be uncovered. The group pushed the door open with ease, but what met their eyes was a scene of devastation. Bloodstains everywhere had long turned black, and there were many bones and clothing on the ground. It seemed as if they had died not long ago. Long Zaitian could not imagine what had happened here before. It could be described as a living hell. Even Whitebeard, who had experienced countless battles on the sea, couldn't help but freeze. What happened here? The vibration from opening the door stirred up dust flying everywhere, and a pungent smell of chemicals mixed with the stench of corpses rushed toward them. Even though everyone had already put on masks, the odor seemed to possess a kind of magic, penetrating the masks and drilling into their nostrils. Unexpectedly, the masks that could block the blue mist could not block this smell. Captain, let's leave. I can't stay here anymore. Day's eyes were moist, clearly stung by the smell. Yes, Captain, if we stay any longer, we'll probably suffocate. Marv scratched his hair in great discomfort. The others also expressed their thoughts. Long Zaitian thought for a moment and agreed that they had a point. The building was enormous in area. If they inhaled the air here for a long time, it would likely cause irreversible damage to their bodies. He did not want to ruin his health before even fighting Blackbeard. But by normal logic, places like research institutes should have oxygen and masks, otherwise, if an accident occurred, wouldn't they all be doomed? Long Zaitian looked around and noticed many red boxes hanging on the wall. Everyone opened those red boxes and see what's inside. Although they didn't want to stay here, everyone obeyed the captain's orders and acted. Long Zaitian also opened a box and found exactly the oxygen mask and oxygen tank they urgently needed. Unexpectedly, their fire safety awareness was quite good. They had prepared these things quite thoroughly. Long Zaitian specifically checked the usage time on the oxygen tank. Manufacturer Vegapunk. Usage time 24 hours. Long Zaitian had to admire Vegapunk's strength. An oxygen tank could actually last 24 hours. The others also found oxygen tanks and masks, and everyone followed Long Zaitian's example to equip themselves. Wow, how amazing. With this I can breathe fresh air again. Day was amazed. It was the first time she had seen such a marvelous thing. Previously she had seen Jack wearing something like a glass helmet, but that thing was too ugly. Whitebeard was also experiencing this for the first time. He forced it on, pressing his beard tightly inside the mask. With this equipment, everyone could finally search for clues in the institute safely. The area on the first floor was quite large, with a height of about 6 or 7 meters. But strangely, there seemed to be no zombies on the first floor. According to movie plots, shouldn't there be a bunch of zombies waiting for them here? Long Zaitian didn't want to think about these random things. He just wanted to quickly find the secrets of this institute and leave. The longer he stayed, the more uneasy he felt, as if a chill was creeping down his back. Along the way, they discovered many rooms, but had to leave because they needed key cards. Long Zaitian and the others tried other methods to open the rooms, but found that the building seemed to have been specially treated. Neither bullets nor ordinary sword attacks could break through the doors. As for why they didn't use more powerful strength, it was because they didn't want to damage the load-bearing walls and cause the building to collapse, so they dared not use Luiying or Conqueror's hockey-imbued attacks. Along the way, they passed offices, meeting rooms, female dormitories, and other places requiring key cards, finally arriving at the last area of the building. The cafeteria. Here they could clearly see much more blood on the ground, indicating many people had died here. Moreover, the floor was cluttered with experimental reports, personal belongings, and key cards. Long Zaitian found a purple card on the ground and immediately picked it up to examine it. Office 1. Apart from these 5 characters, there was no other information. Everyone also searched the floor for other key cards, but found nothing. It was as if someone had deliberately left this one here. Long Zaitian looked at everyone and smiled. It seems that every move we make is being watched. Flower Sword Bista immediately understood the captain's meaning, leaped into the air, and slashed at the high camera with several strikes. In an instant, the cameras in this area were knocked down in pieces. Captain, how did you know there were cameras here? They had only just learned that this square mechanical device was a camera for monitoring people in the area. Generally speaking, research institutes lack everything except safety equipment and surveillance devices. Mainly the camera had been rotating toward them all along. Anyone who wasn't too stupid would notice. The others probably had their vision blocked by the masks, so they didn't see it. Long Zaitian looked at the door opposite, which read, Express Passage. Presumably that should be the escape route. Judging by the direction, there should be another exit on the other side of the island. Probably covered by the blue mist, so they hadn't noticed. Captain, are we going to that office next? Mark pointed at the keycard. Long Zaitian pondered. It seemed things were getting more complicated. They retraced their steps and returned to the office they had seen earlier. Long Zaitian placed the keycard on the sensor, but nothing happened. Could the card be broken? He picked it up and examined it again. Captain, look over there. Majinin suddenly spoke, and everyone looked in the direction he indicated. There was also an office opposite. The group hurriedly ran to the door of this office. Long Zaitian successfully opened the door of this office. It seemed this keycard was for this office. That meant the other office required a separate card to open. After the office door was opened, the lights inside all turned on. The documents and reports covered the entire floor, making it look like a school had just closed for vacation. Long Zaitian casually picked up a report which detailed the experimental personnel on the island. A quick scan revealed there were roughly several hundred people. It seemed this laboratory had not existed for long. The earliest date found so far was the year 1421 of the Sea Circle calendar. It was estimated to be only about 100 years ago. The most recent report was dated 1471, meaning this laboratory had only operated for half a century before shutting down. What on earth had happened to cause this new laboratory to be abandoned? To uncover the truth, Long Zaitian and the others spent half an hour rummaging through the materials, hoping to find some useful clues. During the process, their heads spun from reading the personnel lists. The names of the test subjects were bizarre and varied, likely captured from all over the world. Based on the current clues, it was estimated that millions of people had been used as experimental subjects over the course of 50 years. Because on average over 100 outsiders arrived here each day, the stack of name lists had grown to be nearly as tall as Whitebeard himself. Everyone's hair stood on end. What kind of depraved person could have done such a thing? Although they had found the personnel lists that didn't explain anything, they needed to continue searching for more useful clues. Perhaps this could become a bargaining chip to overthrow the world government. Long Zaitian noticed a card pressed under the report, which read, Office No. 2. It was probably the office they hadn't been able to open earlier. After another thorough search, they found no useful information beyond the records of personnel movements. The only peculiar thing was that among all these lists there was no name or information about the person in charge. It was as if this laboratory had no director at all. The group made their way back to the first office. With the experience of ransacking the previous office, their efficiency, this time, was noticeably higher. To summarize, most of the documents were equipment reports, many of which contained specific technical terms, leaving the pirates utterly bewildered. Couldn't these scientists write in a way that ordinary people could understand? All they did was produce fancy jargon. Everyone tossed the unimportant reports out the door, searching only for useful information. In less than 10 minutes they had stripped the place clean, but it was all for naught. This time Long Zaitian discovered an elevator card in the corner. Recalling their previous route, they had only explored the right half. The left half remained unexamined. He led his slightly weary companions to explore the left side, only to find that this floor was symmetrical. The right side was the female dormitory, and the left side was the male dormitory. Although Long Zaitian had a fleeting thought of searching for clues in the female dormitory, his strong willpower restrained him. Then the group hurried to the elevator to proceed to the next floor. However, when Long Zaitian Day and Merrick stepped onto the elevator, the doors eerily closed automatically. The three inside the elevator and the four in the hall were all dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Elevator horror. Damn. Why isn't this button responding? Despite Long Zaitian jamming the red emergency button until it nearly smoked, the elevator showed no sign of stopping. Is this button made by Tesla? Amid the confusion, the elevator ascended slowly. Captain, is this elevator going to keep going up? Day looked up at the mirror on the ceiling. If it keeps going up, we're dead. Long Zaitian gave up on the buttons and coated his fists with armament hockey. Don't panic. Someone must be controlling all this from the shadows. Long Zaitian noticed a camera in the corner of the elevator. Bastard. Day reacted, instantly leaping up and swinging her club at it. Fortunately, the elevator was sturdy enough, it only vibrated slightly. If it had been an ordinary elevator, her strike might have torn off the ceiling. But Long Zaitian's doubts grew. Who was orchestrating all this behind the scenes? Downstairs, Whitebeard, Biceta, AIC, and Majinin watched the elevator, not daring to act rashly for fear of harming the three inside. When the elevator display showed the second floor, the four of them, ensuring no accident had befallen, the trio quickly searched for the stairs to go up. Along the way, they destroyed every camera in sight, ensuring no one could continue to control the entire scene. Dr. Carles Birdbeak watched the monitors go blank one by one, a sneer curling on his lips. Such naive little insects. I truly hope you can leave here alive with the secrets. Hee. Floor -3 has a little gift for you. Hope you like it. The room echoed with a strange, chilling laughter. Long Zaitian and the others safely reached the second floor, which seemed to be the highest floor of the building. because the elevator buttons only showed 2 floors above ground, but 4 below. Presumably the information they needed was underground. The three moved cautiously together. The entire second floor was eerily silent with not even a whisper of wind. Only half the lights were on enough to see the path, but the shadows remained unclear. Merrick held a blue flame in front to light the way. Suddenly, they heard a faint breathing sound. Long Zaitian tensed up and swiftly drew his blade. Day also raised her spiked club, and the two stepped in front of Merrick, who guarded their backs. They quickly formed a defensive formation. Is that a person or a ghost on the ground? Day was still shaken by the zombies they had encountered earlier. She had never encountered such undead creatures before. It was probably an innate fear ingrained in a girl's nature. Slimy, bloody, and unkillable. It should be a person. I can sense him with observation haki. Long Zaitian was certain of the identity, as it was vastly different from the zombies they had faced. It had breath, and could be detected by observation haki. Moreover, the person's clothes were quite new, not at all like a zombie, and there was no bloodstain on the nearby tiles. They moved closer, and gradually realized the person appeared to be an ordinary human. He touched the back of his hand to his forehead. Long Zaitian turned to the other two. He's warm. Scanning the person's attire, he found it neither that of a scientist nor a test subject. Could he not be from here? With doubts, Long Zaitian used his foot to nudge the person's face, wary of a sudden attack. But the person seemed to have fainted from inhaling the air here. Even when Long Zaitian stepped on his face, he didn't react. So Long Zaitian asked Day to fetch another mask while he and Merrick checked the person's body. A gentle touch revealed the person's skin to be exceptionally smooth, either a test subject or a wealthy young master. But how could a wealthy young master be here? If he were a test subject, why was he alone here? With a head full of questions, Long Zaitian decided to revive him first. This was the second living creature they had encountered. If he could provide some information, they wouldn't need to search every room blindly. That would be a tremendous waste of time. Captain, here you go. Day brought over a new mask and oxygen tank. Long Zaitian took them while patting the person's cheek. Wake up, wake up. Lu Yin frowned, feeling miserable. He could sense the external commotion and wanted to open his eyes, but they refused to obey. His brain was heavy as lead and drowsy. Was he going to die at his first stop? What kind of pirate was that? Without wasting words, Long Zaitian fitted the mask onto Lu Yin and had Day restrain his hands. Lu Yin felt a stream of fresh air enter his body, and the drowsiness gradually faded. The three waited quietly, and Lu Yin finally opened his eyes. When he saw Day, his narrowed eyes snapped wide open. He stared at her blankly. Day felt a bit embarrassed by his gaze and turned away. Can you hear me? Long Zaitian tapped his head. As long as he wasn't a zombie, it was worth the time they spent saving him. Who are you? Lu Yin finally noticed Long Zaitian beside him. That should be our question. Long Zaitian was speechless. My name is Dizalu Lu Yin. I arrived on this island not long ago. Lu Yin tried to recall the events before. After landing, he entered this place, walked here somehow, and then seemed to have fainted. It must have been these three who saved him. So you're not from this island? Long Zaitian continued questioning. If he was, that contradicted his earlier speculation. That's right, I'm a pirate. Lu Yin asked back, and who are you? His gaze returned to Day. Long Zaitian sized up Lu Yin, finding no signs of deception, so he replied, I'm Long Zaitian, she's Day, and he's Merrick. We're from the same pirate crew. He briefly introduced the two. It seemed Lu Yin, like them, was not from this place. Lu Yin nodded, muttering to himself, Day. Then he pointed at the mask on his face. What is this thing? You don't know what this is, eh? Long Zaitian was somewhat surprised. Was the other person from a very impoverished area, never having seen such a thing? Lu Yin shook his head. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have fainted. Long Zaitian briefly explained the use of the device. Oh, miss, you have a pair of demon horns on your head. What a strange costume. Lu Yin's gaze returned to Day, unable to look away. It was the first time he had seen such a unique girl. Lu Yin also applauded his own decision to become a pirate. If he had stayed in that boring kingdom, he might never have met a girl with such an eccentric outfit in his entire life. Moreover, her physique was enormous, beyond his imagination. Hey, brother, does your pirate crew need any more members? Long Zaitian's mouth twitched. The other party's intention was far too obvious, constantly fixating on Day. So what abilities do you possess? Yet Long Zaitian still gave him a chance, since recruiting a new crew member would allow him to draw a lottery. However, he disliked recruiting solely for the sake of the lottery, as having too many weaklings would hinder future development. Abilities. Lu Yin looked up and pondered. I have the 3 types of haki and am a devil fruit user. Does that count? He had just set sail, had no bounty, and had never sparred with anyone. Oh, 3 types of haki. Long Zaitian was taken aback, never expecting that this young man, roughly his age, actually possessed Conqueror's haki. This was somewhat intriguing. Then what kind of devil fruit do you have? Long Zaitian looked expectant. If the fruit's potential was high, he might genuinely consider letting him join. This. Lu Yin hesitated, looking very embarrassed. After all, the name of this fruit was completely at odds with his handsome appearance. If he actually said it, Long Zaitian would probably die laughing. Lu Yin's eyes unconsciously drifted toward Day again, and suddenly, he had an idea. I'll show you and you'll understand. Lu Yin flashed what he thought was a charming smile, then extended his hand with gentle courtesy. My fair lady, may I have the honor of touching your face? Day was at a loss, awkward and embarrassed, looking to the captain for help. Long Zaitian's forehead was already showing faint cross-shaped wrinkles, and he barely suppressed his dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth. Fine. I hope you don't disappoint me. As the captain, Long Zaitian had never even touched his own female crew member, yet this unknown fellow had beaten him to it. If after touching her the guy didn't produce anything astonishing, he would unhesitatingly treat him with the same attitude he had toward Hawkeye. Don't worry. Liu Yin was full of confidence, then carefully reached out to touch the crouching Day, muttering strange words under his breath. Long Zaitian had already moved his hand to the hilt of his sword. Buzz! Liu Yan's right hand suddenly emitted a faint pink glow and Day closed her eyes, feeling it intently. A warm sensation spread across her face, very pleasant, and her facial features seemed to undergo some subtle changes. Long Zaitian and Merrick's eyes also shifted, watching Day's appearance transform little by little. This! Long Zaitian gasped, a shock of unparalleled magnitude surging within him. A makeup fruit, a plastic surgery fruit, or a disguise fruit. Long Zaitian watched as Day's skin grew fairer and more delicate, her nose more prominent, her cherry lips slightly smaller, making her far more ladylike than her previous tomboyish image. Perfect. In less than 30 seconds, Liu Yan withdrew his right hand, appraising Day's altered face like an artist admiring his own work. The mask was a bit obstructive, but it didn't matter much. Captain Merrick, what happened? Day unaware asked the two. Day, he's made you even more beautiful. Long Zaitian could hardly bear to look directly, because the more he looked the harder it was to tear his gaze away. This face, this figure, could rival Empress Boa Hancock. No. Long Zaitian shook his head, then said angrily, Hey, is your fruit only capable of making people beautiful? This fruit ability was still too useless for their pirate crew, unable to improve the team's overall strength. Don't rush, my fruit can enhance one's combat power while beautifying them. Liu Yan lifted his chin. Now Long Zaitian should know how formidable he was. Really? Long Zaitian looked skeptical, having never encountered such an absurd devil fruit before. Alright, for now you can move with us. If we run into enemies later, you handle them. If you perform well, I'll let you board. Long Zaitian believed that strength must speak for itself, otherwise everything was just empty talk. Liu Yan accepted gladly, thumping his chest with great confidence. Miss Day, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Day didn't know how to respond, so she could only nod with an awkward smile. Long Zaitian felt a headache coming on. Why did this guy seem so unreliable? Meanwhile, on the other side, Whitebeard was blocked by an iron door. Clang, clang. Vista's twin blades flashed, slashing at the iron door with lightning speed. Sparks flew and murderous intent boiled. Damn it. After 2 or 3 rounds of attacks, the iron door remained unmoved, not even a scratch, leaving the 4 of them deep in thought. All the doors of this research institute had been specially treated, deliberately designed to be this sturdy, to prevent experimental subjects from escaping. Whitebeard tapped the door lightly with his finger, then turned to the others. I'm afraid even I can't break this door. Let's go to the first floor and wait for the captain. Vista was unwilling to give up and wanted to try again, but Ace stopped him. Vista, trust the captain. Besides, Day and Merrick are with him. But Vista looked helplessly down at the twin, swords in his hands. The group reluctantly returned to the elevator on the first floor. Long Zaitian and the other 3 arrived at the office on the second floor. It wasn't locked, so they entered easily. It's a mess here. Miss Day, be careful. Liu Yan looked around while staying close to Day to protect her. From his observation, Day seemed to be a young lady of wealth, as her every gesture exuded authority. Day was getting a bit fed up with Liu Yan, but deliberately restrained the urge to swing her kanabo. Liu Yan, don't worry about Day. She's very strong. Help me find the key. Long Zaitian rolled his eyes at the sight. Unless he changed into a samurai outfit, Day probably wouldn't want to talk to him. Sure thing. Liu Yan waved at Day and began searching the floor for the key card Long Zaitian needed. Captain found it. Merrick was the first to pull a purple card from a cabinet labeled surveillance room. Great. That means there should be a surveillance room on this floor. Long Zaitian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they could access the surveillance, everything that had happened here would be clear. They quickly found the surveillance room next to the office. Captain, let me handle this. Liu Yan seized the moment and took the card Long Zaitian was about to swipe. He had already figured out how to use the card and intended to perform well to earn a spot on the ship as soon as possible. Fine. Long Zaitian agreed after a moment's thought. He was worried that opening the door might unleash something nasty, so he let Liu Yan do it. Beep. Liu Yan opened the door smoothly, but at the same instant a piercing roar came from inside. Roar. Long Zaitian quickly stepped back. Damn, I guessed right. There really is something nasty inside. Why couldn't they hear anything before? Was the door's soundproofing that good? Captain, should we retreat? Yamato and Marco's faces were grim, for they had tried before and knew that this creature could not be killed. If they didn't withdraw, quickly being surrounded would spell trouble. Just as Long Zaitian was contemplating retreat, the system's voice descended like a heavenly deity. Ding! Zombie Slayer mission unlocked. Long Zaitian's heart leaped. Could the system finally be benevolent and grant him divine equipment? When attacking zombies using the complete set of Swordsman's Practice manual skills, you can double the gain of Sword Sense value. Sword Chi 100 Sword Sense value. Sword Shadow 500 Sword Sense value. Long Zaitian was taken aback, then smiled wryly. I knew the system wouldn't be so kind. Do I still have to rely on my own efforts? Just as he was about to execute his skills, Liu Yan had already charged into the room. Yamato, don't be afraid. Watch me take them down. Luyan had never encountered such creatures before, but seeing the frightened Yamato, his battle spirit surged. Prepare to die. Luyan turned his right arm pitch black in a flash and punched the zombie's face with tremendous force. In an instant the zombie's head flew off like a kite with a broken string. Nothing special. Luyan dismissed it and plunged deeper into the zombie horde. The surrounding zombies all lunged at him like students rushing to the cafeteria. Luyan coated both fists with armament hockey, and amidst the zombie horde, he was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering in all directions. Viscous red liquid splattered even onto the ceiling. After felling another circle of zombies, Luyan stood with his hands on his hips looking back at the doorway. Captain, how about that? I'm pretty good, right? Lacking combat experience, Luyan's movements were riddled with openings. If not for his armament hockey, he would surely have been scratched by now. Watch out. Just as Luyan was boasting, Long Zaitian noticed the zombie whose head he had knocked off had risen again. Sword chi 8 desolates and 4 Cs. Swish. A sharp sword chi shot from his hand. Long Zaitian had become so proficient with this technique that he could execute it instantaneously. Roar. The zombie that had been about to ambush was again cleaved in two, falling into the sticky liquid. What? Luyan's pupils contracted sharply, and he asked incredulously, Didn't I kill him? Long Zaitian walked in with his sword. I forgot to tell you, there's currently no way to kill these creatures. They'll be back to normal within seconds after being knocked down. The system notification chimed in. Sword sense 132-710-00000. It really gives 100 sword sense value. I need to grind this properly. If I miss this chance, I'll have to swing my sword endlessly. Feeling this fast-tracked increase, Long Zaitian grew exceptionally excited. With so many zombies, it was the perfect chance to test his new skill. Luyan, get back. Sword shadow green lantern firewood 100 ghosts walking alone. Long Zaitian lowered his eyelids, gripped the katana with both hands, and slowed his breathing rhythm. He carefully sensed the wailing of the dead here. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, blazing with fury, and countless spirits orderly gathered around him. The captain. Yamato was stunned from outside the door. When did the captain become so awesome? Marco was also dumbfounded. 100 ghosts turned into swords, shattering grievances. Long Zaitian slashed fiercely like the king of beasts commanding his herd. Boom, boom, boom. 100 swords howled through the air like cannonballs, piercing layer after layer of the zombie horde, leaving countless sword holes. Splash. Zombies fell one after another. Nothing remained within the attack range. Wow, Captain, you're so powerful. Luyan's eyes shone with excitement as he rushed to Long Zaitian's side. He had toiled in close combat for a long time, yet Long Zaitian took down more in a single move than he had. I've always been this way. Long Zaitian smiled. Marco, you and Yamato go to the surveillance room to look for clues later. Luyan and I will lure the zombies out first. He had already accepted Luyan in his heart, but the latter's combat skills still needed improvement, and these zombies were perfect for practice. All right. Yamato and Marco readily agreed. They both loathed the sticky fluids spewed by the zombies. And so the plan began. Whitebeard and the other three were not idle either. He suddenly recalled the events of the Rocks Pirates at God Valley long ago. Vaguely, there was a close connection between the Research Institute and God Valley. He returned to office now, one to search for clues. Long Zaitian and Luyan lured all the zombies out and began grinding experience. Although Sword Shadow Green Lantern Firewood 100 Ghosts walking alone yielded more sword sense value than Sword Chi 8 Desolates and 4 Cs, its casting time was longer. After testing, Long Zaitian decided to use Sword Chi 8 Desolates and 4 Cs to grind proficiency. Luyan also adjusted his punching posture and frequency to conserve stamina while effectively repelling zombies. Marco found a map of the Research Institute in the surveillance room, but all files related to camera recordings had been taken. The wires on the monitors had also been pulled out. Thus Long Zaitian and Luyan continued grinding experience against the zombies while Marco and Yamato inside the room couldn't bear to watch. Time trickled by. Luyan collapsed from exhaustion, but only Long Zaitian, the protagonist, kept grinding. It wasn't that he wasn't tired, but he persevered to master the third part as soon as possible. His sparring with Hawkeye had made him realize that his level was still too weak. If he didn't work hard, he might face death. Blackbeard's actions told him that the enemy had already begun to move. If he didn't become stronger soon, he would be at their mercy. Although he didn't know why Blackbeard was targeting Red Hair, the enemy must have a secret weapon, or else he wouldn't dare to act at this critical juncture. The risk of failure was too great. Sword sense 5132-710-0000. Long Zaitian finally collapsed. Even the strongest will needs a physical body to support it. Marco saw this flash to Long Zaitian's side and carried him away. Yamato followed closely while Luyan covered the rear. Long Zaitian realized Marco had saved him and quickly thanked him. Sorry I've troubled you. Marco smiled. Captain, have you worn out your brain? There's no need to be polite with me. Long Zaitian chuckled. You're right. Let's go downstairs. I doubt there's anything left to find on this floor. Marco shouted to the two behind him. Come on, stop tangling with these unkillable bastards. Hearing this, Luyan smashed the nearest zombie to pieces and quickly fled. The elevator, which had been closed, suddenly opened its doors as if inviting them somewhere. Captain. Long Zaitian and the others exchanged glances and stepped into the elevator. Marco sought Long Zaitian's opinion. Let's go. Let's see what they're really after. Long Zaitian descended from Marco's back and waited at the elevator entrance for Yamato and Sulphur Flame. Phew, I'm exhausted. Sulphur Flame gasped heavily, looking disheveled. Captain, are we done training? Long Zaitian chuckled. You didn't think we came here just to train, did you? Huh, we didn't. Sulphur Flame looked bewildered, but earlier you. We're here to uncover the secrets of this research facility and sharpen our skills along the way. Long Zaitian brushed it off with a makeshift excuse. Alright then. Sulphur Flame sniffed the zombie residue on his clothes, disgusted. What exactly were those things? They stink. That's a question for the world government, Long Zaitian sneered. With such advanced technology and this many test subjects, no nation other than the world government could have pulled this off. Huh. Before Sulphur Flame could ponder further, the elevator doors slid open. Why are we back on the first floor? Marco wondered. None of them had pressed any buttons. The elevator had moved on its own. They didn't dwell on it though, and headed off to regroup with Whitebeard. Since the first floor was deemed safe, they split up to search for the others. Ace, Whitebeard, Long Zaitian called out across the lobby. Is the captain back? Whitebeard perked up his ears, recognizing the voice from the lobby. Ace, go fetch the captain. Whitebeard's expression turned grave as he stared at the report in his hands. On it. Ace agreed readily and sped off with the wind. Whitebeard remained fixated on the document. Subject Marshal D. Teach. Guided by Ace, Long Zaitian quickly arrived at Office No. 1. Whitebeard, what's wrong? Noticing Whitebeard's grim demeanor, Long Zaitian hurried over. Take a look. Whitebeard, lost in thought, handed the report to him. This is... The moment Long Zaitian saw the name, he stared intently at Whitebeard. Where did you find this? Whitebeard replied, something crossed my mind. I felt it wasn't that simple, so I came back to search again and stumbled upon this. But... Long Zaitian couldn't believe it. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach had once been a test subject here. But... wasn't this facility abandoned 50 years ago? Long Zaitian's mind raced. Blackbeard was only 40 years old now. How could he have been a test subject here if the place had been deserted for half a century? Could it be that the facility wasn't fully abandoned and someone had restarted the experiments? Long Zaitian grew increasingly convinced that whatever was happening here went far beyond simple experimentation. Otherwise, how could zombies even exist? Is this list all there is? Yes. Could it be a coincidence? Someone with the same name? Long Zaitian speculated. Whitebeard thought for a moment. Impossible. There are very few people with the initial D. Combined with Teach's unusual physique, it has to be him. Long Zaitian nodded in agreement with Whitebeard's reasoning. Captain, what did you find upstairs? Whitebeard asked about their discoveries. Here. Yamato produced the map they'd retrieved from the surveillance room, and everyone gathered around. Hey, who's that? Ace finally noticed Sulphur Flame lingering at the door. Alright, we met him on the second floor. Long Zaitian briefly introduced Sulphur Flame. Hello everyone. Sulphur Flame was too terrified to move. Having watched the Paramount War live, he recognized these people instantly. Sulphur Flame never imagined he'd run into Whitebeard and his crew. They were legendary pirates, and Long Zaitian was their captain. During the ensuing conversation, he was even more stunned to learn that Yamato was the daughter of the Yonko Kaido. Sulphur Flame felt a whirlwind of excitement and nervousness. We've covered the first and second floors. Only the basement remains. And since the basement holds all the experiment facilities, it's likely to be even more dangerous. So stay alert, everyone, and report any danger immediately. Long Zaitian gave a few words of caution before pocketing the list. If his suspicions were correct, the elevator would take them down to the basement next. They headed toward the elevator. Sure enough, before Long Zaitian could press a button, the doors slid open on their own. This time, everyone was prepared. Vista and Ace flanked the elevator doors while the others filed in one by one. Inside, they remained on high alert, ready to spring into battle the moment the doors opened. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Huh, no zombies here. Long Zaitian and the others scanned their surroundings. Apart from the eerie green lighting, the floor looked no different from the ones above. They exited the elevator, cautiously moving in a fan formation. Captain, this doesn't match what you described, Ace said, puzzled. I don't know. Long Zaitian was equally confused. This floor had holding cells and a medical bay. If anything, it should have been swarming with zombies. Yet there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Captain, the stench is gone on this floor. Sulphur Flame removed his mask and sniffed the air cautiously. Hearing that, everyone tore off their uncomfortable masks. It's true. Yamato was thrilled, though the mask had left marks on her face. Hey Yamato, you look. Ace noticed Yamato seemed more beautiful now. Thinking his eyes might be playing tricks on him, he wanted to confirm. He hadn't noticed earlier because of the mask. Yeah. Yamato, how did you get so gorgeous? Vista the Flower Sword was equally stunned. If not for the distinctive demonic horns, he'd have suspected their companion had been swapped out. All thanks to Sulphur Flame's devil fruit. Long Zaitian had forgotten to mention Sulphur Flame's ability earlier, as he never revealed its name. Oh nice. That's a solid power. Vista raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Enough about that. Let's check the holding cells. Long Zaitian led the group deeper inside. He felt like he was playing a horror game. Dim, eerie lighting and unnerving silence, and the sound of their own footsteps echoing around them. Long Zaitian wasn't scared by any jump-scare zombie, but his own teammates nearly gave him a heart attack. They all arrived at the entrance to the holding cells, facing a door that looked incredibly sturdy. Captain, let me handle it. Sulfur Flame charged ahead once again. He was determined to prove himself in front of this legendary crew. Even if he was terrified, he'd act brave. Alright, you've got guts, kid. Whitebeard was quite taken with the impulsive Sulfur Flame, who reminded him of a younger ace. Creak. The iron door had rusted to the frame after years of disuse, and Sulfur Flame strained with all his might to pry it open. Ugh. Inside there were no zombies. Only skeletal remains and a nauseating aged stench. Long Zaitian wrinkled his nose, gave the room a quick scan, and turned away. These were likely the bodies of those who died before being experimented on. It was clear they'd starved to death. Long Zaitian scoured the entire floor, finding not a single soul in sight. Captain, there's a staircase here. AIC's voice echoed from the corner. Beside the boiler room, there was a movable iron door which opened to reveal a large staircase leading downward. Let's go take a look. Long Zaitian led the group to the second underground floor. Roar. Long Zaitian had assumed the second underground floor would be as devoid of zombies as the first. Yet to his surprise, not only were there zombies, but in considerable numbers. What kind of monster is this? Yonko pointed at a black zombie completely different from those they had encountered outside the island. It possessed feminine features, a slender figure, but its entire body was covered in blood-drenched muscle devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Hair like seaweed clung to its scalp and a long tongue swayed before its face. 002 Zombie, Shadow Demon. Level low. Creator Ka Air Lai Si Ka Te Lai Si. Attack method range tongue thrust. Movement speed medium. Be careful, don't disturb them. Long Zaitian crept out of the stairwell, yet even as the group made no sound, the shadow demon turned its head instantly. Have we been discovered? The next second the demon answered with its actions. Sasha. Its flexible tongue, like Kuei Yin's spider arm, locked onto Long Zaitian's position and shot forward with startling speed. The shadow demon was over a dozen meters away from Long Zaitian, yet the tongue reached him effortlessly. Thud. Long Zaitian quickly retreated and drew his sword in a defensive stance. The seemingly soft tongue struck the ground, leaving a concave dent, a testament to its immense force. Captain. Flower Sword by Sita stepped in front of Long Zaitian. Captain, go ahead and search for the materials while handle them. AIC wielded the hurricane. He swung his wolf-tooth club. Whitebeard surveyed the surroundings. The entire crew was battle-ready. There are still 2 more floors to explore. Conserve your strength. Long Zaitian pressed down on by Sita's sword. Let me take care of these. Shadow of the sword, Green Lantern fire, 100 ghosts, solitary walk. The zombies on this floor sensed something and surged toward Long Zaitian and the others. Roar. The red zombies they had seen outside the research institute also appeared here along with the shadow demons of this floor. The pressure was immense. Die. After 5 seconds of charging, he struck the zombie's face directly. Squelch. The foremost zombie's head was sliced off like tofu. Sword awareness, 5232-710-0000. Go, don't stay here. Long Zaitian directed the crew to continue descending deeper. Alright. The others, seeing zombies converging from all directions, wasted no time and continued running down the stairs. So many zombies. Long Zaitian's eyes turned cold and a sinister smile crept across his face. It seems the one behind this is getting anxious. Boom. 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 Long Zaitian drove the zombies back 100 meters and began his retreat. What's the situation on this floor? Arriving at the 3rd underground floor, he found everyone stopped in the stairwell. He gently pushed open the iron door to survey the outside. Damn, the zombies on this floor had all transformed. 010 Zombie, Slaughterer hands turned into sharp, giant blades. 011 Zombie, Poison carrier back covered in dense pustules. Captain, the door to the next floor won't open. AIC ran up from below. So the 4th underground floor was inaccessible. Everyone waited for Long Zaitian's decision. If they went out, they might not be able to return. Because the zombies on this floor were not only stronger, but also more numerous. Put on your masks. Everyone pair up. Find clues and retreat immediately. Long Zaitian didn't want to give up after coming this far, so he decided to take a risk. He sensed that the zombies on this floor were evolved versions of those above. If they weren't careful, there might be no return. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Alright. Everyone looked at their captain's resolute eyes and put on their masks once more. They were also curious about what was hidden here. Every scene was broadening their horizons. Long Zaitian and Ma Gun and Whitebeard and Lu Yen He and AIC Ma Air Ku and Bai Sita. Move out. Bang. Long Zaitian kicked the iron door open and the group immediately scattered in different directions. Wind come. 2 gusts of hurricane swept the zombies in the directions of Long Zaitian and Whitebeard aside. Sword Chi 8 wastelands and 4 seas. Long Zaitian swung his blade while running. It would have been better to grind skill proficiency upstairs. The zombies on this floor were too strong. The 2 prioritized types of zombies only sustained light wounds and were not cut through. And they recovered in less than a second. Holy land, Molly Chaoya. A din din mushy rang. Bling bling. Hello. The long-bearded elder answered the call with suspicion and a distorted voice came through. Hahaha. The secret of Afunalisi Island is about to be uncovered. Birdbeak Dr. Kate Lai Si stared at the screen and laughed. Who are you? The 5 elders were all startled, but before they could ask, the other end of the din din mushy had already hung up. They were baffled, yet a hint of panic crept into their expressions. If Red Dog were here, he would be astonished. The 5 elders were so unsettled by a single phone call. Could it be him? Impossible. He died on the moon long ago. But who else could know about this? Weren't the others all killed? Never mind that. First kill the ones currently on Afunalisi Island. Should we initiate a demon extermination command? The 5 elders. The 5 elders' eyes instantly blazed with murderous intent. Yes. This matter must not be leaked or Lord Emu's plan will be ruined. Tell Sakashi to send 2 admirals. The 5 elders uncharacteristically broke out in cold sweat. If this were mishandled, the 100-year-old world government would crumble to ruins. Marine headquarters. Sakashi slowly put down the den mushi. Moi. Yellow Monkey looked at Red Dog with curiosity. Lost the fleet admiral position. Red Dog suppressed his rage, his eyes flickering, his teeth grinding audibly. Yellow Monkey, you and Green Bull go to Afunalisi. Oh. Yellow Monkey's expression suddenly turned serious. What happened? The usually lazy Yellow Monkey straightened up. Don't ask. This is top secret. Eliminate all ships around Afunalisi. Red Dog repeated the 5 elders' orders. If not for the fact that his own power base wasn't yet established, he wouldn't have bothered with such orders. Send 2 admirals on a mission. As if admirals were as common as cabbages. Why would a deserted island need such strong combat power? They say nothing, just keep threatening me with the fleet admiral position. Sakashi's resentment reached an unprecedented peak. If he didn't accelerate the cultivation of his loyalists, his position as fleet admiral would eventually be usurped. Molly Xiaoya. Wah. The fleet admiral gave me a mission to work with Yellow Monkey. Green Bull ruffled his long hair and sat up from the lawn. A mission requiring 2 admirals. Purple Tiger put down his teacup, somewhat surprised. Strange, right? Wah. Green Bull lay back down. Being an admiral isn't all that great, still have to work. Why aren't you going? Purple Tiger turned his head using observation haki to sense Green Bull's position. What's the rush? I'll wait for Yellow Monkey to come and urge me. Green Bull extended several vines from the lawn, weaving them into a parasol to block the sunlight. The sunlight is getting dimmer. Purple Tiger leaned back in his chair. Maybe it was never sunlight in the first place. Yellow Monkey lay on the sofa while Jean Taowan crouched by the door. Old man, aren't you leaving yet? Jean Taowan asked. Yellow Monkey closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. No rush. I'll wait for Green Bull to come and call me. Sakashi said we move together. Jean Taowan retorted, what if Green Bull is waiting for you too? Yellow Monkey cast a meaningful glance at Jean Taowan. Jean Taowan suddenly understood, then I'll go train. Long Zaitian casually strolled to an office door and twisted the handle open with ease. Magnum, come in and guard the door. Long Zaitian swiftly began rummaging through the room. Everyone was racing against time, unwilling to waste a moment on these zombies, for the undead horde knew no fatigue. Magnum shut the iron door and aimed his firearm at it in a defensive stance, ready to fire at the first sign of intrusion. The sounds from outside vanished as the door clanged shut. The soundproofing was truly impressive. Long Zaitian powered on the office computer. This appeared to be the boss's room, furnished with a single computer and a plush sofa, albeit covered in dust. While waiting, he didn't idle. He opened the drawers one by one. Bloody hell. Long Zaitian froze instantly, unable to believe what lay inside. Magnum kept his eyes fixed on the door. Captain, what's wrong? Nothing. Long Zaitian took a deep breath, then picked up the neatly stacked documents and began poring over them. He ran his fingers over the pages. They felt fresh. After reading, he was utterly stunned. Suddenly many things clicked into place. This was a laboratory planned by the world government a century ago. It was jointly led by Vegapunk and his close friend Carlos. Originally, the pair were dedicated to researching artificial life forms, aiming to fuse humans with animals or machinery to provide the world government with powerful, obedient combatants. But Carlos unexpectedly discovered the X virus, a pathogen capable of swiftly stripping away human consciousness while granting immense power, albeit with the drawback of losing control. He believed that perfecting the control mechanism was all that was needed. Carlos reasoned that zombies were fundamentally no different from artificial life forms. As long as they could be controlled, they were the same kind of creature. Moreover, its rapid infectivity could turn the tide of battle instantly, and research would proceed far quicker than on artificial beings. With an abundant supply of test subjects, their intellect could crack it within 2 decades at most. And such a bioweapon would surely please the world government, possibly even leading to increased research funding. He shared this idea with Vegapunk. However, Vegapunk rejected his friend's notion and admonished him, this thing cannot be handed to the world government or the entire world will be ruined. Carlos heeded Vegapunk's advice, for Vegapunk knew far more about the world government's affairs than he did. They had existed for over a century, while Carlos had only served the world government for less than 5 years. Thus, Carlos began conducting experiments in secret. As long as the world government didn't find out, it would be fine. But he underestimated the CP0 intelligence agents. After only a year of research, Carlos was taken away by world government officials. When he returned, he had been promoted to the head of the institute, while his friend Vegapunk had been transferred elsewhere. Long Zaitian's heart skipped a beat. Surely Carlos hadn't already developed a controllable virus. So many years had passed since then. With their capabilities, they had likely finished it. Long Zaitian continued reading with bated breath. After Carlos returned, he acted strangely, making everyone work around the clock on the controllable virus. Yet whenever they were on the verge of a key breakthrough, he would redirect their focus to other research areas. Consequently, over the next 3 decades, the controllable virus made little progress. The world government seemed to notice something amiss and once again took Carlos away. Zaitian was somewhat astonished. It seemed Carlos had also learned about the world government's situation and was deliberately stalling. But upon reflection, the timeline didn't add up. There were still a few years before the lab was abandoned. What did the Institute do during that period after Carlos left? Zaitian continued reading. Carlos went to the moon after that and never returned. The lab was managed by one of Carlos's assistants, but most of the core technology for the controllable virus was known only to Carlos, with much of it being his solo research. The assistant spent most of the time handling menial tasks and was shut out along with other researchers during the critical stages. So it was as if the assistant had to start from scratch on the controllable virus. But Carlos was a genius scientist on par with Vegapunk, not someone an assistant could catch up to through hard work alone. Thus they failed to produce what the world government needed for a long time. The world government lost patience and dispatched CP0 to eradicate everyone in the lab, and eliminated most who knew about the matter. Zaitian finished the entire report and slumped onto the sofa, replaying the contents in his mind. What a bombshell. But, on closer thought, many new questions arose. The foremost was who owned this file. It was clearly organized and placed here by someone, as if waiting for someone to uncover the secret. Could it be Carlos? But he never returned, and he wouldn't know about the events that transpired after his departure. Then who could it be? Second, who currently controls this research institute, and what is their goal? Third, who restarted this place and used a young Blackbeard teach as a test subject? Captain, Magnum, hearing no movement, called out, "How's it going?" "All right." Zaitian snapped back to reality. This was no time for such thoughts. His crewmates were still desperately searching for clues, and what he held in his hands was likely the Institute's secret. He tucked the documents into his innermost garment. If this got out, it would absolutely turn the world government upside down. "Let's go." Zaitian grabbed his katana, and the moment Magnum opened the door, he unleashed a fully charged skill. Sword, Shadow, Blue Lantern, Firewood, 100 Ghosts, Solitary Journey. Squelch. The zombies blocking the doorway were blasted back by the sword energy. Moved. Zaitian led the way with Magnum following close behind. Found the documents. Regroup at the stairs. Zaitian shouted down the corridor. Hahaha. Interesting. Carlos leaned back in his chair sipping coffee and glanced at the old clock on the wall. Slower than I expected. Run along now, little mice. Captain, you found it. Ace and Yamato rushed out of the feeding pit exhilarated. Man, if you hadn't found it soon, I'd probably be dead in there. Behind them, over a dozen twin-bladed zombie reapers were in hot pursuit. Wind/wash and blow. Ace dispersed the poison carriers blocking his path along with the toxic gas they emitted. On the other side, Vista and Marco emerged as well. Great job, Captain. Vista lamented from the air. These damn things are relentless. The moment I cut them apart, they regenerate. Even more bullshit than Marco's ability. Marco released his grip on Vista's talon, dropping him. Screw you. Don't compare me to them. Marco grumbled in annoyance. Flower sword chain slash. Sensing 2 zombies below eyeing him, Vista hastily swung his blades to cut them down. Captain, Marco tried to kill me. Vista complained to Zaitian. Luyan emerged from the dissection room with some unidentified liquid on his head, the stench detectable from afar. Damn it. I'm definitely training a long-range skill when I get out. Whitebeard laughed heartily nearby. Gurara, kid, you've got talent, just lacking experience. How about becoming my son? No way. Luyan refused outright. He hadn't even scored a girl yet, and now he'd be adopting a father. How could he ever brag about his adventures to the old man back home? Everyone advanced toward the stairwell. Captain, are we about to leave? Merrick gazed at Zaitian with anticipation. The others also fixed their eyes on the captain, all of them having grown weary of this place. They would rather battle the Marines for 3 days and nights than spend a single day here. The undead were impossible to kill, and the stench was unbearable. No, you can return to the ship first. I plan to go upstairs and practice my skills a bit more. Zaitian refused to let go of the opportunity to hone his proficiency. If he left, where would he find zombies to grind his skills later? Moreover, his obsession with improving his strength had reached a fanatical level. He had a habit from his gaming days. Whenever he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he would first elevate his own power to a level where he could crush them, and only then challenge them. And patience was something he never lacked. Now that he knew the secrets of the world government, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with them. Moreover, Kaido would likely come knocking soon to inquire about resurrecting rocks. All of these required sufficient strength to handle. Captain, I'll stay with you. Vista volunteered, sensing that the captain was improving at an astonishing rate. If he didn't train harder, he would soon be surpassed. Captain, I want to stay too. Luyan wiped the slime off his body. Whitebeard's words had suddenly enlightened him. If one possessed only brute force without combat experience, they would inevitably be outshone by others. He was a man destined to build a harem. Without formidable power, the beauties he had his eye on would be taken by someone else. Magnan nodded solemnly. He had witnessed Blackbeard's strength firsthand. His current power was barely enough to deal with even the sniper by Blackbeard's side. After discussion, Whitebeard, Day, and Merrick returned to the ship, while the others trained on the second underground floor. The zombies on this level were relatively weak, so there was no need to worry about injuries. Long Zaitian also handed the documents he had obtained to Whitebeard for safekeeping. They found a few more gas masks and prepared to train here for a couple of days. A day later, Marine Headquarters. Where are Huang Yuan and Lun Yu? Chiquan reviewed the reports submitted by his subordinates. Who? Huang Yuan, the admiral. Vice Admiral Wushu stared nervously at the floor. He hasn't left yet. Smack. Chichuan's mouth gaped open as he roared. That bastard hasn't set off yet. His fist hammered a dent into the wooden desk, and the veins on his face betrayed his fury. And Lun Yu. Chiquan shifted his thoughts and pressed on. Lun Yu, the admiral, hasn't left either. Smack. Smack. Another dent appeared on the wooden desk. What the hell are those two bastards up to? Didn't I order them to depart? Chichuan, unable to contain his rage, pressed Vice Admiral Wushu for answers. Vice Admiral Wushu glanced at Chiquan and quickly lowered his head. Both admirals are waiting for the other to make the first move. Wushu felt like crying trapped among so many big shots. Telling the truth was wrong, but lying was worse. Chichuan. He grabbed two din mushi without hesitation and dialed one of them. Before the other party could speak, Chiquan roared, if you can't reach a Funalisi within a day, forget about your year-end bonus and salary. Without waiting for a response, he hung up and dialed the second call. Hello. A languid voice came from the receiver. That tone poured fuel on Chichuan's fire, making his rage burn even hotter. But he suppressed his fury and spoke through gritted teeth word by word. If you can't reach a Funalisi within a day, both Tenghu's year-end bonus and yours will be forfeited. He hung up swiftly and slumped back into his chair fuming. Vice Admiral Wushu trembled in fear, too terrified to raise his head. If those two bastards don't get there soon, I'll have to take another scolding from the five elders. Smack. Another dent in the wooden desk. You can go now. Chiquan glanced at Vice Admiral Wushu. Hearing this order, Wushu was so moved he nearly cried. He bid farewell and swiftly fled the marshal's office. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Mary Gios. The marshal is furious. Lun Yu tossed the din mushi aside and laughed at Tenghu. Keep laughing and he'll really dock your year-end bonus. Tenghu frowned. Even he had heard Chichuan's roar loud and clear. What's there to fear? It's just the year-end bonus. I can live without it. Lun Yu laid back down with nonchalance. You stupid bull. Tenghu drew his sword and used gravity to press a pit into the lawn where Lun Yu was lying, causing him to fall into it. You may not care about your bonus, but I do. He had heard it clearly. Chiquan planned to dock both his and Lun Yu's year-end bonuses. Hahaha then. You can go without yours too. Without a hint of anger, Lun Yu transformed into vines and sprouted beneath the chair next to Tenghu. Then he hardened into human form and sat down. All right, let's finish this coffee before we go. Seeing his friend's grim expression, Lun Yu tried to placate him. Lun Yu chuckled, knowing exactly why Tenghu cared so much about the year-end bonus. It was meant to be donated to the refugees of Desalaisalusa. Ever since Doflamingo was defeated, Tenghu had been quietly aiding that country. The blood demon's figure rapidly closed in within Long Zaitian's line of sight. The creature's upper body leaned forward, its feet stampeding recklessly, and its arms flailed wildly in the air. Long Zaitian drew his sword, poised to strike. Now, just as the zombie was about to touch Long Zaitian, he subtly shifted his posture and aimed both hands at the zombie's neck. The next moment, Long Zaitian erupted with force. He sliced through the zombie's neck as if cutting tofu. Perfect. Long Zaitian couldn't help but mentally applaud himself. He had grown thoroughly familiar with the blood demon, mastering its attack range. The creature could never touch him. Bending his elbows, lowering his body, and using momentum to glide forward. Another zombie charged at him from ahead. Die. Long Zaitian pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, and executed a 180-degree spinning slash. A second head flew off. Woo! Long Zaitian could now dispatch these zombies without even using his skills. Captain Awesome. AC smiled, unwilling to be outdone. Spiraling air currents wrapped around his arms, radiating fighting spirit. Hurricane Yute of Lake Heart Island. A humanoid tornado erupted from AC's hands, brimming with gale force and unstoppable momentum, shredding every zombie in the corridor into pieces. Slime splattered everywhere as if a bomb had detonated. AC, you owe me a new suit. Vista angrily pointed his sword at AC, demanding compensation. Sorry, Vista. AC stroked his long hair, apologizing with genuine remorse. Hua Jian by Sita didn't really intend to make Ace compensate. He just wanted to liven up the dull atmosphere. They had been training with zombies in this stinking research institute for a whole day. Shiyong. Yu Bing Fan Xian Lian. This was a technique he had used against Jean earlier, but he hadn't practiced it much, so its damage was insufficient when used. Today he would make good use of these undying creatures to practice. The two streaks of sword aura, one red and one blue, swung out from the rapier, resembling the scythe of death at such close range. Countless zombies were ruthlessly reaped like fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless to resist. Although he had annihilated all the zombies along the way, Sita was still dissatisfied with his performance. Because the two sword auras were not well coordinated, they all struck the limbs. If he had encountered the Marines, the opponent would likely have been able to counterattack. Later he would need to bring the sword auras closer together, delivering a precise, critical strike to the enemy's weak point. Ideally, it would be a lethal blow. Liu Yan watched the moves growing more and more spectacular, feeling so envious that he cried out loud. He was the only one on the ship who hadn't come up with a skill name. A whole day had passed, and he still hadn't thought of one. No, he had to come up with one today. Liu Yan stared at the horde of zombies ahead, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Those creatures were mindless, devoid of any combat techniques, perfect for practicing his skills. Liu Yan suddenly burst forward, springing like a coiled spring as he rapidly closed in on the zombies. His fist left a trail of red afterimages at high speed. Damn! Long Zaitian noticed Liu Yan's performance and was shocked by his talent. Conqueror's Haki infusion. He stared at him in disbelief. This was even more awesome than his own system. He must be the one who transmigrated. He hadn't used Conqueror's Haki infusion in the previous battles, had he? Could he have just learned it? Hua Jin by Sita was also amazed by the performance. Where did the captain find such a god? Ace chuckled. Haha, looks like the old man was right. This guy just lacks combat experience. Ma Jinan coldly stared at the new member, then noticed something. He leaped forward with his legs, performed a bizarre mid-air spin like a top, and then fired a shot at the forehead of a zombie that was sneak attacking from behind. He completed the kill while also creating distance. What should he call this? A jump shot, a flick shot, a turn and shoot. However, the zombie's mucus splattered onto his body, and he frowned slightly. Liu Yan didn't notice his teammates' gazes. He swung his fists with full concentration, the wind from his punches humming. With his astonishing speed and Conqueror's Haki infusion, these zombies were really unlucky. One by one, they were shattered by Liu Yan, with limbs flying everywhere. Some were even torn apart by his bare hands. The scene was so bloody that even Long Zaitian narrowed his eyes while watching. Too brutal. It was pure brute force, devoid of any technique. When Liu Yan came to his senses, he regretted it. He had inexplicably gotten excited and completely forgotten about the cool poses he had planned. Fortunately, these zombies recovered in about 5 seconds, and soon the shattered one stood up intact. This time I'm going to show off and destroy you all. Long Zaitian smiled slightly. It seemed his judgment was correct. Bringing him aboard was a wise decision. Although his head was a bit slow, similar to himself in terms of looks and strength, he was still superior. Long Zaitian touched his handsome face and looked at the zombies approaching him again. Sword Perception 9232-710-000. Long Zaitian was about to complete this grueling task. He wondered what new skill he would get this time. So exciting. An hour later it was finally done. Sword Perception 1000010-000. Long Zaitian hurried to the stairs to rest and check his newly acquired skills. Captain, are you going back? Sita asked Long Zaitian. No, I'm taking a break. I'll come back to practice. With that, he went straight to the stairs. Phew, I'm exhausted. Long Zaitian eagerly searched for the new skills in his mind. Not bad. 2 skills again this time. Long Zaitian was thrilled. The previous Sword Shadow skill was incredibly cool, so this time it would be even more awesome. Sword Perception. Endless Annihilation. Meteorite Return to Source. Awesome. Long Zaitian fell in love with the name at first sight. Description: 1/ drains power to suppress the 9 heavens. 2/ break bones to annihilate 7 kings. 3/ risk life to accompany the 4 emperors. Damn, this is cheating. Long Zaitian couldn't hold it in. He burst out laughing in the stairwell. Who in this world would dare to stand in the way of his grand ambition? This was only the 3rd part of the skills. There were 4 more parts to come. Long Zaitian didn't dare to imagine, because his imagination was like a low-level fool in the eyes of the system. What would come next? 1 sword to shatter an island. 1 sword to sever the sea. Long Zaitian suppressed his heart that was about to leap out of his chest and continued reading. Usage method: charge for 1 minute. Need to charge for 1 minute. Long Zaitian couldn't believe it. He read it carefully again, and it indeed required 1 minute. Currently, Long Zaitian could swing his blade 3 times per second. If he needed to charge for a minute, his body would probably be turned into minced meat by the enemy. It seemed this move was a sneak attack skill. He would go test it on these zombie friends later. Moreover, the second / breaking bones, sounded terrifying. Could it be that using this skill twice would break his own bones? It seemed he couldn't use it too often. He then turned his attention to the second skill. Sword Perception. Flying Drive 99 slashes. This skill looked quite ordinary. After seeing the first one, Long Zaitian found this one very plain. Description: delivers slashes according to the user's proficiency, with a maximum of 99. Long Zaitian thought about it. This skill had no charging requirement, meaning it could be cast instantly. It could unleash up to 99 slashes, but he didn't know how powerful each sword aura was. Long Zaitian recovered some stamina, and then returned to the corridor. Ace, give me a hand. Long Zaitian went behind Ace, who was playing with the wind, having a great time. What's up, Captain? Ace turned around with a smile. His wind controlling ability was getting stronger. Help me control these zombies. I just learned a skill that needs charging. Sorry to trouble you. Long Zaitian explained. No big deal. Ace smiled confidently and waved his hand, creating a powerful small whirlwind behind the zombie horde that firmly held them in place. These zombies couldn't break free from the suction force and could only march in place. Captain, go ahead. Let me widen my horizons. Ace sat down excitedly to watch. He had witnessed the captain's progress. The other crew members heard Ace's voice and turned to watch as well. All right. Long Zaitian nodded, then aimed his single blade at the zombies staring ahead, with long, deep breaths regulating his heartbeat. Sword Perception. Endless Annihilation. Meteorite returned to source. The pitch-black katana emitted a faint glow with strands of crimson light flowing along the blade like ripples of a rainbow. Long Zaitian did not release his haki, but his own haki unconsciously clung to the sword controlled by its blade. After discovering this strange phenomenon, he did not stop releasing his skill. He was already in the midst of charging, and if forcibly interrupted midway, the consequences were unknown, and he did not wish to know. The only unknown now was whether this steel-like wall could withstand Long Zaitian's strike. He worried that it might directly collapse the entire laboratory. However, based on previous attempts, the walls of this laboratory were exceptionally strong. Ordinary attacks could not even leave a mark. His moderately developed pectoral muscles rose and fell rhythmically, and his sharply defined abdominal muscles twitched slightly. Long Zaitian probably didn't even know when he had trained them. The red light on the blade wandered ceaselessly, stirring up a furious tempest that made the crew's hearts shudder. Less than 10 seconds had passed in charging. After awakening his sword insight, Long Zaitian's observation haki seemed to have improved, becoming more sensitive. The skill he was about to release made even himself tremble. The other crew members also sensed something amiss and hastily fled behind Long Zaitian. In an instant, everyone's hearts quaked, and an illusion arose among them that the captain's strike could grind all the zombies into dust. A terrifying storm of energy spiraled around the blade, and Long Zaitian gritted his teeth, gripping it tightly. Even the always calm Magnum's face turned slightly solemn, his already pale skin becoming even whiter. Ace dared not breathe heavily, having no doubt that the captain was about to split the research institute in half. Vista shuddered, as if seeing a colossal sword descending upon him. Sulphur Flame felt such terror for the first time. Even facing Whitebeard, he had never experienced such intense fear. If he were standing in front of Long Zaitian instead of behind him, he believed he would have collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the captain's aura. He suddenly felt he could not quite understand the captain before him, who gave off an unfamiliar impression. The captain he had just met was not as powerful as he now appeared. The charging time reached 30 seconds. The terrifying pressure held everyone in breathless stillness, not daring to move. Yet the trembling of their fingers still betrayed their fear. This aura of death had never been felt, even when facing the four emperors. Vista murmured, "Captain, are you cheating?" Was this the same novice who had only swung a sword a month ago? If Hawkeye Mihawk were here, he would probably be shocked too. The charging time reached 50 seconds. Everyone's legs bent at different angles, and the sweat on their backs had long soaked through their clothes. This was not caused by heat, but by the captain's killing intent. Long Zaitian was also in a bad state. His strength was nearly drained by the sword's blade, and he only needed to hold on for a few more seconds. And he secretly swore that he would never use this skill unless absolutely necessary. Long Zaitian's mind began to blur. He seriously doubted whether he could still stand after releasing this strike. The charging time reached 58 seconds. 59. 60. Long Zaitian roared, swinging the sword energy like a nuclear bomb out of his hand. A buzzing sound. The terrifying sword energy cleaved the air itself, making it visible. The dazzling red light cut all the zombies in the corridor in half. A spray of blood mist burst into the air. Every zombie touched by the sword energy was instantly severed, the cuts as smooth as mirrors. Deep black scorch marks remained on the walls on both sides, as deep as a palm. Moments later, all the zombies in the entire corridor fell. Not only the zombies, but even the crew members behind him collapsed to the ground. They had all witnessed the power of the captain's strike. Everyone asked themselves honestly whether they could block the captain's move, and in the end they all shook their heads in low voices. This power was probably something even the four emperors would not dare to block with their bodies. After delivering this strike, Long Zaitian collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. He truly hadn't expected that the moment of release would also drain his strength. What a scam. If his power had been any less, he would have been completely drained. Although the power of this strike was immense, its side effects were equally obvious. He now had no strength even to stand. For now, using this move was essentially a mutual destruction with the enemy. Unless his power increased in the future, he would never use it again. "Captain, that skill is so cool." Sulphur Flame exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement as he struggled to stand up against the wall. Heh. Long Zaitian was too exhausted to do more than twitch the corners of his mouth, lacking the strength to speak. "So, Captain, you've been training every night instead of sleeping." With the pressure from the charging gone, everyone stood up again. Ace now understood why the captain's light was always on during night patrols. Long Zaitian wanted to explain that he hadn't been training every night, just simple sword swings to complete the task. But he had no energy left, and could only close his eyes to calm his racing heart. Let the captain rest. Magnum's admiration for Long Zaitian grew significantly. The captain's progress rate was enough to help him accomplish his revenge. He too would become stronger, sweeping away all potential dangers for the captain. "Captain, from now on you are the goal I must chase," Vista declared before charging toward the horde of zombies. He realized that in the near future the captain could surpass Hawkeye and claim the position of the world's greatest swordsman. If he still set Hawkeye as his target, it would be inappropriate. The world order was about to be reshuffled. On the sea, 2 main ships led 10 ordinary warships. Yohoho Los Santos, long time no see, Kizaru stood on the main gun platform, greeting the figure on the green bull-headed flag beside him. "Wahaha. Borsellino, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Green Bull looked down, his face full of disbelief. Everyone in the Navy knew Kizaru's personality well, so he never expected to run into him when he rushed over. He had thought the man was still loitering around Marine headquarters. Kizaru caught the implication in his words and sat lazily on the gun platform, his expression suddenly turning serious. Los Santos, do you know what happened at Evernest? Oh. Green Bull glanced at the uncharacteristically serious Kizaru and felt a bit unsettled for a moment. After a pause he said, Isn't Evernest the world government's abandoned research institute? You should know more about this than I do. Green Bull recalled what Akainu had said on the Den Den Mushi. No, I'm only in charge of the Navy Science Unit. I don't know much about the world government's information. Borsellino scratched his head puzzled. But this place hasn't seen any trouble in 50 years. Why are they suddenly summoning 2 of us admirals? Kizaru spread his arms wide, his dark skin bathed in sunlight. Who knows? Akainu said, to destroy all nearby ships. His tone sounded rather urgent. Borsellino raised his right hand to his forehead in a saluting gesture, shielding his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Yo-ho-ho, looks like we still have an hour's journey ahead. Kizaru transformed into creeping vines spreading down along the ship's mast until they reshaped into a human form lounging on a deck chair. Call me if you need any assistance. He then picked up his coffee, savoring it with eyes closed. Borsellino rolled his eyes and squinted toward the island. I wonder who could be waiting for us. Captain, perhaps you shouldn't. Ace noticed Long Zaitian standing unsteadily and felt uneasy. It's fine, don't worry. Long Zaitian waved his numb hand and looked at the zombie restrained by Ace. I still have one move left. Let's finish this quickly and return to the ship to rest. Long Zaitian had been cultivating here because of the bonus effects. Now that the mission was complete, he wanted to see the results. Once he understood how to use the skill, there was no need to stay any longer. He couldn't figure out who was secretly monitoring them, but they had stayed for several days without any movement. The others had also made considerable progress. The past few days had been fruitful, though unfortunately, the most important mission had made little headway. Except for the 4th underground level, which they couldn't access, they had searched everywhere, but failed to find the corpse of the king of Suzuki-Airs. Long Zaitian guessed that the king of Suzuki-Airs might not be here, but had been transferred by the world government. Judging from the test subject list in office no. One of most of the experimental subjects were ordinary commoners. Someone of the king's status would unlikely be imprisoned here. Never mind, let's not overthink it. Captain, you're not planning to use that move again, are you? Vistai saw Long Zaitian raising his sword again, and the fear that had vanished returned. Captain, your body. Magnum hesitated, wanting to say something. Everyone could see that the captain's condition was not good. If he released another skill, he might fall into a coma. Captain, just give me a name for this skill. Luyan hung his head, his hands covered in slime. They already had a preliminary technique, only lacking a name. Wait a moment. After I finish this skill, I'll help you think of one. Long Zaitian reassured Luyan and the others, don't worry, I know my limits. Sword Awakening, flying defense of 99 strikes. Would this skill deal more damage with 3 swords? Long Zaitian suddenly realized the number 99 was quite special. If he used 3 swords, would he only need to swing 33 times to reach the limit? Would it be easier than swinging 99 times with 1 sword? Miscalculated. This skill didn't require the tedious charging process. In an instant, 2 sword halos flew out. The speed startled everyone. They were still mentally preparing themselves. They had expected the captain's attack to require a long charging period, never expecting an instant release. The 2 sword halos danced through the air, one ahead and one behind, not striking straight forward. Instead, they spun continuously in the air, albeit at a slower speed. The power was slightly stronger than the sword chi skill, but weaker than the sword shadow skill, perhaps partly due to his current condition. The description mentioned a limit of 99, but he had only released 2 sword strikes, indicating there was still considerable room for improvement. It might also be related to his current state, but Long Zaitian knew that even at full capacity, he had no confidence he could strike several more times. He estimated he could barely manage 7 or 8 strikes at most. Wow. Captain, you're going to give us heart attacks. Fortunately, Ace was leaning against the wall, or that second sword chi might have sliced his head off. Sorry, I didn't expect the sword chi to rotate. Long Zaitian ran over and patted Ace's shoulder. Captain, did you eat an upgrade fruit or something? Vistai curiously examined Long Zaitian from head to toe. This kid was improving so rapidly. The sword technique he had displayed earlier had already shattered his understanding, and now he had invented another move. It was truly frustrating. Comparing oneself to others only brought death. Ordinary swordsmen needed years of practice to invent their own sword techniques, or they had to comprehend through life and death battles. Yet Long Zaitian had invented 2 skills without doing anything special. If he had learned them earlier, he wouldn't have held back when fighting Mihawk. Mihawk, who dared to hold back during a sparring match with him. It was clear he had learned these skills after entering this research facility, and he had comprehended them on his own. Vistai couldn't help but wonder if he was growing old, being surpassed by the younger generation so quickly. No way, what are you thinking? Long Zaitian broke into a sweat. If he had eaten an upgrade fruit, would he really be mocked by readers for being weak? Just as they were bantering, the Den Den Mushi on the ground began to ring. Buru Buru. Since the captain had collapsed from exhaustion after releasing the skill, answering the phone fell to Ace. Hello. Ace picked up the Den Den Mushi, thoroughly confused. This was Yamato's Den Den Mushi. Normally they would never call unless something happened. But if something truly happened, wasn't the father figure right beside them? Could it be that even the father figure couldn't handle it? The other members also gathered around. Since the caller wouldn't reach out without reason, something must have gone wrong. Captain, terrible news. The moment the call connected, Yamato's loud voice came through the den mushy, sounding extremely urgent. Take your time. Long Zaitian replied weakly. What major incident could have occurred now? Could Kaido have come looking for them already? The Marines are coming here. Yamato caught his breath, then shouted wildly again. What? Long Zaitian froze. Ace froze. Everyone froze. The Marines. Why were the Marines coming here? Long Zaitian suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it. They must have discovered their arrival here. But wasn't the Marines' efficiency a bit too slow? It had been several days, and they only just arrived. Guru Captain, it seems they've also sent an admiral. We should leave quickly. The captain's white beard took the den mushy and gazed toward the distance. The distance between them was very close, but their ship was shrouded in blue mist, so the Marines had not yet spotted them. An admiral? Long Zaitian paused. Perhaps they hadn't been discovered by the Marines, but rather summoned by the world government. All right, we're coming back now. Upon hearing Admiral, Long Zaitian instantly sprang up with excitement. After Ace hung up the den mushy, he stepped forward, carried the weakened captain on his back, and ran toward the upper deck. Captain, I can't believe an admiral is here. Ace exclaimed, visibly thrilled, likely because he had not fought a living person in a long time and his hands were itching for action. Admiral. Magnum had no particular sentiment toward the Marines. All that mattered was eliminating any enemy of the captain. Hahaha. Does that mean if we attack we'll get a bounty poster? Liu Yan's face beamed with wild joy, astonished that his chance for fame had come so quickly. He was determined to make a grand spectacle. He wanted to prove to his father that his choice was not wrong, that he could live a fulfilling life even without being a king. The four of them sprinted from the underground passage and burst out of the research institute's main gate. Captain, what's wrong? Marco spotted Long Zaitian being carried on Ace's back from afar. Hearing Marco's shout, Yamato and Whitebeard also turned their gazes toward the institute. The captain couldn't have been injured by the zombies, could he? Yamato looked worried. Gurura, don't worry, that brat of a captain isn't so easily hurt by monsters. Whitebeard glanced over and then lay back down. Though he didn't know why Long Zaitian seemed so listless, he was certain the captain wasn't that fragile. It was the captain who had insisted on staying behind to train. How could he possibly be wounded by those zombies now? Besides, with Ace and Vista by his side, no ordinary zombie could harm him. Moreover, if the captain had been hurt, the two of them should have wounds as well, but from the looks of it, they were both perfectly fine. Considering all this, the captain absolutely could not have been injured by zombies. Whether he'd get hurt later, though, was uncertain. Whitebeard gazed meaningfully at the rows of warships. Once outside, Ace could finally unleash his full power, using a hurricane to safely blow everyone onto the strike. Wow, Ace, your devil fruit ability is incredible. Liu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indoors, he had thought Ace's hurricane was only that size, but once outside, the man gave him a real lesson. On one hand, the ability looked incredibly cool, on the other, it allowed for vehicle-free movement. Liu Yan envied Ace for having such power. If he could have obtained this fruit earlier, he would have set sail long ago. By now, he would have become a famous pirate far and wide. What's there to envy? I envy you for being able to make girls prettier while boosting your strength. Ace teased, you'll probably be the first among us to find a partner. Huh, I have no plans for that now. I just want to stir up a storm on this sea. Liu Yan examined the strike stars in his eyes. Wow, your ship is amazing. The craftsmanship must be from a top-tier shipwright. He was thoroughly impressed by the giant vessel, already eager to claim his own cabin. Captain, are you alright? Yamato suppressed her worry, scrutinizing Long Zaitian closely. I'm fine. Just exhausted all my strength during training. Never mind that. Let's get out of here. Long Zaitian urged them on. He had no desire to engage an admiral now. Killing him was obviously impossible, but the same went for the enemy. So why fight at all? Better to just go back to their own homes. He still had the mission of defeating Blackbeard. He didn't want to waste time here. But the Marines would never think that way. Even if they couldn't win, they'd try to cripple the ship. That's why Long Zaitian was in such a hurry to leave the port. They had no interest in tangling with the Navy. Given the current situation, the Marines probably hadn't spotted them, or they would have opened fire by now. He had to thank the island's blue mist for that. Gurura, Captain, aren't we going to have a go? Whitebeard laughed heartily, trying to provoke the young man into losing his cool. He had already identified the visitor, a man with black curly hair wearing a yellow and white striped suit. Just from the attire, he could guess the identity, having seen him once before on the Sabeti archipelago. Long Zaitian grabbed a fresh shirt from his cabin and waved dismissively. No fight, no fight. Ace, let's set sail now. He had no energy left to duke it out with an admiral, and his body was drenched in stench. Without the mask, his nose was suffering. Even if he had the strength, he wouldn't bother. It was meaningless. Pops, which admiral is it? Ace quickly moved to the helm, starting the strike. He was curious about which admiral the Navy had dispatched. If it were Akainu, he would have no hesitation in using a massive hurricane to scatter the fleet before leaving. Whitebeard smiled faintly. Borsellino. Kizaru. Ace was a bit surprised, seemingly disappointed that it wasn't Akainu. Kizaru. Liu Yan was overjoyed. Is he the glint fruit user? Yamato had thought she was the most cheerful on the ship, but now with Liu Yan aboard, he took the crown. Marco pinched his nose, brows furrowed. That's right, but could you go take a shower first? Luyan was probably the smelliest on the ship, as during underground training he had used only his fists, leaving zombie slime all over his body. Alright, Luyan said excitedly. This was his first time joining a pirate crew, and he couldn't help but look forward to the days ahead. Vista led the hyperactive youth to the bathroom. Magnum took 3 minutes to rinse off before returning to the crow's nest. Ace distance 4 nautical miles. He relayed the measured distance to Ace. Got it. Ace pulled up the anchor and used the hurricane to drag the ship out. Oh, Kizaru sensed something tilting his head. Admiral Kizaru, look. A marine also spotted the departing strike. Keep up the alert. I'll go check it out. Kizaru spoke languidly, then transformed into a beam of golden light, flying toward the strike. There really were pirates here, but what was their purpose? Enemy attack. Magnum locked onto the golden light instantly, but the speed was too great. A long golden trail streaked through the air, and before he could aim it landed on the deck. Kizaru scanned the group, dumbfounded. Edward Newgate. Port Gasti. Ace. Marco. What kind of pirate ship was this with so many familiar faces? Kizaru had only known they were part of the resurrection pirates, but he had never seen the captain. If he had known beforehand, he would have used Yasakani no Magatama from the air. Gururara, long time no see Kizaru. Whitebeard showed no surprise, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Were you the ones on this island, just now? Instead of answering Whitebeard's question, Kizaru posed his own inquiry. Yes, it was just us. Whitebeard understood something and rose from his lounger. Oh. Kizaru also realized what the other was about to do. Suddenly. Flower sword slash. Vista the flower swords instantly dashed forward, appearing before Kizaru in a flash, unleashing his technique without a word. In a battle between marines and pirates, fairness was never a necessity. Victory alone sufficed, especially when facing none other than Admiral Kizaru. Swish. Even with Vista's full-speed strike, he still failed to land a hit on Kizaru, who possessed the Pika Pika Nomi. The moment Vista's blade touched Kizaru's coat, the Admiral's body dissolved into specks of golden light and evaded to the side. Ace stopped steering the ship, his gaze locked intently on Kizaru. The situation was clear. Unless they drove Kizaru away, the ship would never be able to depart. However, he couldn't unleash his hurricane attacks, or the ship would be destroyed. Vista attempted another sneak attack, but was restrained by Whitebeard. Pops. Aye. Vista looked at Whitebeard, hesitating slightly. Whitebeard chuckled, let me handle this. Yamato gripped her spiked club with a wary expression. She knew full well Kizaru's strength. Though she was no match for him, if he dared to destroy their pirate ship, she would fight him with her very life. Magnum shifted his gaze to the other warships, trusting that his comrades could handle this admiral. At the same time, he set a goal for himself. One day his observation hockey would catch up to that man's. If he couldn't even achieve that, how could he ever deal with the sniper aboard the Blackbeard pirates? Kizaru didn't attack. Instead, he moved to a different spot and sat down. He lightly patted his coat, then raised his wrist to check the time. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Whitebeard, your sons certainly have quite the temper. Kizaru showed no emotional fluctuation, neither anger nor fear, merely sweeping his gaze across the group. Not bad, you've gained another new crew member. Kizaru, you didn't come all this way just to say these things to us, did you? Whitebeard asked tentatively. He could already guess the reason. Most likely the world government had sent them to eliminate everyone on the island in order to conceal the secrets of this research facility. But little did the world government know the people on this island would turn out to be them. If they only sent a single admiral, they were bound to be disappointed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Whitebeard, are you really planning to serve as vice captain here? Kizaru appraised Whitebeard, anew, feeling that the man's talents were being wasted in such a position. Whitebeard joked, Gururara, indeed I am. Are you interested too? He could tell the other was stalling for time, likely waiting for the captain to appear. Kizaru shook his head. Apologies, but I believe the Marines suit me better. As the warship circled the island. What did you discover on this island? Kizaru's lazy expression vanished, replaced by eyes that locked onto Whitebeard with deadly intensity. This sudden shift startled everyone aboard the ship. So Kizaru could be this serious. Gururara, that's something I can't tell you. Whitebeard continued to smile, but his grip on Murakamijiri tightened considerably. That single sentence revealed the other's true purpose. Though he didn't know whether Kizaru's question served his own interests or those of the world government, unless the captain gave the order, Whitebeard would never tell anyone. He understood the gravity of this matter all too well. It was serious enough to have the world government hounding them endlessly. Well then, I'll ask him directly. Kizaru glanced toward Long Zaitian, who had been observing from the shadows. Long Zaitian realized Kizaru's observation hockey was fixed on him, and with no need for further concealment, he walked up from beneath the stairs. He had finished washing up not long ago, but upon hearing Kizaru's voice, he had hidden himself to listen in. Long Zaitian had already guessed the other's objective and intended to have Whitebeard drive him away. He waited, hoping to avoid conflict altogether. But he hadn't expected Kizaru to simply park himself there, putting him in a difficult spot. He now had only two options: first, hand over the documents to Kizaru and suffer the consequences of his attacks; second, annihilate the marine warships before him and force the admiral to leave. With Long Zaitian's current abilities, the first option was rejected without a second thought. If a fight was coming, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? This was the perfect chance to let his crew showcase the results of their recent training. As for himself, he'd recover his strength first. Kizaru. Long time no see. Long Zaitian calmly stepped forward to greet him. He was no longer the timid child who had hidden behind others' authority at Sabaody Archipelago. He now possessed some means of self-protection. Oh, you've changed quite a bit. Kizaru was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the young man to show no fear upon seeing him, instead taking the initiative to greet him. He walked toward Long Zaitian intending to test the young man's strength, but was stopped halfway by Whitebeard's Naginata. Apologies, but I won't let you near the captain. Whitebeard smiled faintly and swung Mirakamajari at Kizaru. How troublesome. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru gathered a mirror-like light in his hand, then shot it in multiple directions, forming a trail of light. It finally rebounded behind Long Zaitian. When the 3-meter-tall figure materialized behind him, Long Zaitian felt no panic. He merely turned his head with a cold stare. The world government sent Akainu to order you here, didn't they, eh? Kizaru's photon leg, already raised, abruptly halted, then slowly lowered. Oh, how do you know? Kizaru was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to be quite sharp. It also aligned perfectly with his own suspicions. I know not only that this is the world government's order, but also that they instructed you to eliminate everyone on this island. Long Zaitian smiled slightly. While Kizaru probed him, he was probing Kizaru in return. From their conversation, thus far he deduced that Kizaru didn't actually know what had happened on this island, nor did he realize that the one issuing the order was the world government itself. This meant that the world government was keeping even the Marines in the dark about this matter. Moreover, Kizaru was exercising his own judgment rather than attacking recklessly. Fortunately, Akainu had been promoted to Fleet Admiral. Had he still been in his old position with his temperament, he would have likely launched a meteor volcano right away. In that case, their pirate ship would have been crippled if not destroyed. Interesting. Kizaru broke into a smile. Rather than acting immediately, he decided to wait and hear what happened on this island first. He was genuinely curious about the events that had transpired here. However, I won't be telling you what happened here. Long Zaitian returned the smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The more desperate the world government became, the happier he was. His bounty would skyrocket, allowing him to endlessly revive fallen characters. If the secret of Evernears were to leak out, his bounty would essentially freeze, and the world would descend into even greater chaos. Even a cornered rabbit will bite back. Who knows if the world government might turn the entire world into zombies. Yohoho, what a pity. Kizaru's expression relaxed once more as he slowly raised his leg. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Captain, who is he? Just then Luyen had just come up from his bath and saw the man in yellow about to strike at the captain. Watch out. Without hesitation, Luyen dragged his damp hair and dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Long Zaitian with a wary glare fixed on his opponent. Yoho, it seems you've gathered 2 more companions after leaving Wano country. Kizaru's raised leg did not lower. Instead, the photons around his foot grew ever brighter. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying collision sent plumes of smoke billowing upward. When the dust cleared, an arm and a leg were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. One face was contorted with exertion, while the other bore an expression of surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Long Zaitian slipped beside Whitebeard. He was running low on stamina, and wielding armament haki still proved somewhat taxing. Conqueror's haki infusion. Kizaru looked at Luyen before him with a hint of astonishment. A crimson aura crackled around his pitch-black right fist as he struggled against the pressure. Well, you've got some skills. In an instant, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and flashed to the bow, abandoning the stalemate with Luyen. The opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had assumed they were merely ordinary pirates, yet they wielded Conqueror's haki. Moreover, the sniper at the crow's nest was no ordinary fighter. He had noticed him the moment they boarded. Where on earth did Long Zaitian find all these remarkable talents? Luyen stood frozen for a moment. This marine soldier was far too formidable. Only after staring at the fading figure for a while did he finally realize. The man was Kizaru, a marine admiral. It was his first voyage at sea, and while he had heard of many notorious figures across the oceans, matching their names to their appearances still proved somewhat challenging. So this is what Kizaru looks like. Luyen couldn't help but chuckle. He looked exactly as the legends described. However, the man's strength was undeniable. He could clearly sense that Kizaru was holding back, otherwise he would have been kicked away long ago. Since he refused to speak, then sink here you shall. Kizaru delivered his threat and launched himself into the air. He was well aware of the formidable opponents he faced. If they would not talk, then a fight it would be. Marco, Long Zaitian called out loudly, unwilling to see his precious ship destroyed. Leave it to me, Captain. Marco offered a faint smile, then transformed into his phoenix form, soaring into the heavens wreathed in deep blue flames. Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru crossed his arms, and the photons around him rapidly condensed into countless glowing orbs. As his voice faded, the light bullets erupted like a machine gun's relentless barrage. The sky rained down a merciless storm of light, illuminating the entire heavens. The dense barrage showed no sign of restraint. It was the display of a fully paid salary. Whoosh! The Phoenix Marco positioned himself before the Strategia, the surrounding air gradually igniting with his flames. A circular blue shield materialized in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. When the golden light met the blue flames, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, in an instant scattering the island's blue mist. Bang! After a brief standoff in the air, Kizaru suddenly dissolved into photons and vanished to the side. Had he fled? Not quite. It was only after his afterimage was pierced by a bullet that the truth revealed itself. Magellan had taken aim at Kizaru's position and fired. Unfortunately, Kizaru's speed was simply too great, and the attack missed. Do all pirates resort to sneak attacks? Kizaru's expression darkened. He despised the feeling of being targeted. If not for that brat's slightly inferior observation haki, his substandard weapon, and the bullets not being made of sea stone, he would have been wounded long ago. The opponent's sniping skills far exceeded his expectations. Looking down, every single one of them was a troublesome character. He regretted not arriving a little later. That way Akiji would have engaged them first, and he could have finished what was started. Now he was at a loss. A direct fight would unlikely sink their ship, but returning empty-handed would invite Akainu's wrath. After much deliberation, he finally devised a plan. He would call Akiji to assist, having him engage Whitebeard while he captured Long Zaitian. With the captain subdued, the crew would surely comply. If they still resisted, he would deliver Long Zaitian to Marineford and let Akainu and the others handle the rest, thereby completing his mission. If Akainu remained unsatisfied, then let him face Whitebeard himself, to experience the pressure of confronting the legendary pirate in his prime. Even without the Gura Nomi, Whitebeard was not someone just anyone could bully. Expecting fairness from pirates? Are you joking? Marco taunted from the air after recovering his posture. Very well. Kizaru returned to the nearby warship with an expressionless face. His subordinates had already surrounded the entire island. 5 ships had dispatched troops ashore to search for remaining targets, while the other 5 blocked the strategia, preventing any escape. Why did Kizaru run? After observing for a while, Marco returned to the deck. He was definitely scared off by me. Luyan gestured proudly at his fist from earlier. Captain wasn't that awesome back there. Luyan excitedly pleaded for recognition, like a child seeking a reward. He could not believe his first opponent was an admiral. Even if captured and sent to impel down, he would have plenty to boast about. Awesome. Long Zaitian could not have imagined his new crewmate would fight so fiercely, nor that he would dare clash with an admiral's attack. If they were ordinary pirates, they would have fainted from terror long ago. In truth, Long Zaitian did not know that Luyan had not recognized Kizaru, at first mistaking him for a mere marine soldier, which is why he dared to strike. His original intention had been to knock the enemy away, but to his surprise they had locked in a stalemate. Only after a few extra glances did he realize the man in yellow was no ordinary marine, but Admiral Kizu. Captain, what do we do now? Ace pointed at the 5 warships before them, their cannon barrels already aimed at the strategia. Whitebeard. Long Zaitian turned to his vice captain, seeking his opinion. Gururu, it's been a while since I've had a good stretch. Whitebeard twisted his thick neck, a broad smile spreading across his face. The other crew members were equally eager, their earlier reluctance giving way to anticipation. Under the circumstances, a fight seemed unavoidable if they wished to leave. Very well, prepare for battle. Long Zaitian pointed his sword toward the enemy fleet. AC Maruk by Sida Lilian Day, each of you shall handle 1 vessel. Magwan provide long-range sniper support. By Huzi, and I will guard the ship. Long Zaitian made a brief arrangement. Alright, the group chorused in unison. AC then used a hurricane to send the 4 individuals onto the enemy warships. Long Zaitian and Bai Huzi observed Huang Yuan's movement, skeptical that he had truly departed. In reality, Huang Yuan had indeed left momentarily to seek out El Vino. AC faced Bastille, one of the vice admirals of the Marine headquarters. Bastille wore a bullhorn mask with numerous holes, towering in stature, and wielded a long-handled saw blade. He had previously clashed with Sabo, only to be swiftly defeated. Perish. The moment AC landed on the warship's deck, Bastille swung his long-handled saw blade toward him. You wish to kill me, I? Then see if you possess the skill. AC, undaunted, swiftly encased his arm in a jet-black armor to parry Bastille's assault. A crisp clang resounded as the two clashed with all their might. AC had recently relied heavily on his devil fruit abilities, causing his physical combat prowess to wane slightly. Yet blocking the opponent's attack posed no issue. Realizing his full strength could not drive the blade a millimeter deeper, Bastille decisively switched tactics. Horizontal slash. He swiftly retracted the saw blade and launched a horizontal strike. AC, perceiving the intent, opted not to block, but instead clamped his hands onto the weapon. Damn it. Bastille froze, then exerted force to break free. Heh, don't underestimate me just because I've lost the Mara no me. He noticed that Bastille was not taking him seriously, still holding back his full strength. With a roar, AC flung the controlled weapon aside and charged forward, both hands aimed at the opponent's head, intent on smashing the mask. Don't you dare underestimate a Marine Vice Admiral either. Bastille retorted swiftly, using Jeppo to create distance. Everyone capture AC alive. He was but one man while his ship carried over 50 soldiers. He refused to believe they could not overpower him. Hearing Bastille's command, the Marines mobilized, encircling AC with drawn blades. AC, surrender. Bastille wasted no words, advancing with his men. Capture me alive. This is no dream. Stop fantasizing. Facing the encirclement, AC showed no fear, gathering a whirlwind in his right hand. Charge. Bastille ordered as he noticed AC preparing a technique. Kill. The surrounding Marines surged toward him. Wind roar. AC unleashed a powerful gale, throwing the off-balance Marines into disarray, some even blown overboard. The attack shattered the warship's deck, breaching 2 layers of wood. Haha, your ship is far too fragile. AC's battle fervor ignited. Sinking this vessel would prevent them from blocking his comrade's departure. Bastille glared at the destruction, shouting, "Everyone attack, AC together." The Marines quickly regrouped, all wielding black blades. Slash. Bastille roared as he swung at AC. AC sensed with Kinbunshika Haki that the surrounding Marines were closing in. If he relied solely on Busashoka Haki defense, he might be worn down. If defense fails, then attack. AC shielded his head with both arms, murmuring, "Hurricane." How? The air suddenly swirled clockwise with chips dancing in the vortex. The Marines' advance slowed, but Bastille's sawblade was nearly upon him. Whoosh! The terrifying cyclone sent everyone flying. The ship creaked and groaned as if on the verge of disintegrating at sea. Light objects were sucked into the air. The Marines abandoned their assault, clinging to the masts for stability. Bastille drove his sawblade into the deck, but the fierce wind slowly pushed him back. This was the power of nature. At that moment a storm raged within him. When had Porcasti, AC become this formidable? AC did not cease the hurricane, he intensified it gradually. The summoned hurricane now enveloped the entire warship, yet the wind force remained insufficient. It could only cause gradual damage, not tear the vessel apart instantly. To achieve that level, much more practice would be required. Of the original 50-odd Marines, fewer than 10 remained on deck. The rest had been swept into the sea. Perish. Bastille seized a momentary lull in the wind, unleashing a burst of strength to slash a sword beam at AC. Still refusing to give up, AC frowned. He had not intended to annihilate them, but unless he decisively defeated Bastille, the man would return to hinder his comrade's voyage. Wind fist. AC sidestepped the sword beam and delivered a fierce counterpunch. A medium-sized fist formed from the whirlwind flew toward Bastille with incredible speed. Bastille was surprised his attack missed, but had no time to ponder. He coated his sawblade in black and raised it defensively. If he could withstand this blow, he could continue to wear AC down until Admiral Huang Yuan arrived. However, he underestimated the punch's power. It shattered his blackened sawblade. Countless iron fragments danced in the air, testament to the opponent's might. Bastille stood frozen, as did the remaining Marines, stunned that their weapon had been broken. Bastille was knocked down by the residual force of the wind fist. In that moment their confidence evaporated, replaced by panic. Is this really AC? When did he become so powerful? Run? He's a demon. Where to? The whole ship is demolished. A few Marines supported Bastille while others leaped overboard, swimming toward Huang Yuan's warship in the rear. AC rose into the air and delivered a devastating punch to the keel. The tremendous force shattered it. Moments later the warship sank beneath the waves sunk by AC. Flower Sword Bistai faced Vice Admiral Enigmo, one of the 5 Vice Admirals who had participated in the Buster Call during the Eni's lobby incident. He wore a helmet engraved with a 2-headed dragon motif, his expression fierce. Enigmo's hair could move as flexibly as arms, and he wielded 6 swords through them +2 in his hands, bringing his total to 8 blades. Oh, Enigmo, it's been a long time. Flower Sword Bistai was quite excited. The two had crossed blades many years ago. Indeed, but now you shall fall beneath my feet. Enigmo radiated confidence, his hair swaying behind him in expression of his mood. Flower Sword Bistai, Vice Admiral, let us handle this. Exactly, who knows how much Bistai's strength has declined. Let us test him first. Vice Admiral, let me go. I guarantee I'll take him down. Numerous young Marine swordsmen volunteered enthusiastically, seemingly full of confidence. In their eyes, Bistai's strength had stagnated in the past. He was hardly a threat anymore. Even before the bounty poster in Wano country was issued, many had assumed he was already dead. Haha, Bistai, it seems your fame grows dimmer by the day. Enigmo laughed heartily. These Marines were truly making him look good. If Bistai could not even defeat his own subordinates, there was no need for him to fight at all. After the events of the Marineford War, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, and his swordsmanship had improved dramatically. Who gave you such confidence? Flower Sword Bistai found it somewhat amusing, yet he did not underestimate any of the Marines present. Without the 2 swords his captain had gifted him, he might have genuinely worried about handling this group. But now he had them, and he had also mastered new techniques. Let these reckless youngsters serve as practice for his swordsmanship. Enigmo, aren't you going to call these death-seeking brats back? Flower Sword Bistai watched the Marines gradually closing in and sighed. No need. If your strength were still as it was back, then a single strike from you would repel all these Marines at once. Enigmo glanced at his opponent arrogantly. Bistai was stalling, which confirmed his suspicion. His strength had indeed declined. In that case, these Marines might actually defeat his old rival. A victorious smile spread across Enigmo's face. Bistai prepared to die. One Marine could hardly contain his impatience, eager to claim Bistai and parade his honor. Sigh. Flower Sword Bistai exhaled. He had only been absent for a few years. Was it really necessary to be looked down upon so? Since they were lost in their delusion, he would shatter it with his own hands. Flower Sword continuous slash. Bistai drew a deep breath, and with lightning speed swept his blade across the Marine's neck. The opponent had not even reacted before being closed upon. In an instant he was slain. The Marine's eyes revealed disbelief and terror. His lips moved as if trying to speak, but his neck had already been severed, rendering him unable to utter a sound. A few seconds later the Marine fell straight to the ground. The cheering Navy Marines fell completely silent, frozen in place, as if turned to stone. They could not believe their comrade had been dispatched so effortlessly while they were still lost in their own illusions. However, Vice Admiral Enigmo at the forefront quickly snapped out of it, his expression shifting from arrogance to grave seriousness. Bistai, how has your strength not declined, but instead increased? Flower Sword Bistai smiled. You grew stronger, why couldn't I? Ever since Marco led their failed assault on Blackbeard, they had been training in secret, constantly striving to grow stronger in order to avenge their father. Then let me see just how strong you've become. Enigmo stared at the fallen marine, an inferno of rage burning within him. It would have been better if you had been like this all along. A smile curved Bistai's lips. After all these years, this battle could finally reach its conclusion. Spider Bite. Enigmo's 8 swords lunged at Bistai like fierce tigers. Heh, child's play. Flower Sword Bistai charged forward, meeting the 8 blades with just his dual swords. Enigmo's 8 swords moved with independent consciousness, precisely locking onto Bistai's blind spots for devastating strikes. Yet Bistai was no ordinary opponent. With observation haki combined with armament haki, he handled the assault with ease. Even if 2 more swords were added, he could remain composed. Enigmo's swordsmanship had indeed improved as he claimed. But what use was a stronger wielder if the swords themselves had not grown? Clang, clang, clang. Both combatants' movements grew faster and faster, and Bistai's figure even began to leave after images. Enigmo grew increasingly astonished. His old rival had only been absent for a few years, yet how had he become so powerful? No, it was his swords that had grown stronger. Enigmo finally noticed that Bistai's dual swords had changed. They had once been identical, but now the 2 blades were of different colors. What kind of swords are these? Enigmo's pupils contracted sharply. Due to his earlier carelessness, he had failed to notice the hidden secrets concealed within these 2 blades. That's none of your concern. After pushing Enigmo back with a burst of force, Bistai began to unleash his technique. Candle Sun Nether Ice Heart-Burning Lotus. The Flame Vulture and Frost Leviathan erupted with sword spirits, and the power of these 2 divine beasts took shape behind Bistai. At that moment, the Marines finally realized that Flower Sword Bistai had not grown weaker. He had become far stronger. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure of these 2 sword spirits, their legs trembled and buckled. Had they not held their swords before them, they would have fallen to their knees. Enigmo too felt an unbearable weight, as if 2 massive boulders pressed upon his shoulders, making even breathing difficult. These are definitely not ordinary swords. With a defiant roar directed at Bistai, Enigmo already knew the outcome. Boom, boom, boom. 2 death-like sword auras like untamed beasts surged toward Enigmo. Iron Body. Enigmo tensed his entire physique to withstand the terrifying assault. Yet how could ordinary Iron Body possibly halt Bistai's swordsmanship, honed through days of relentless practice? The devastating offensive shattered Enigmo and the entire ship's hull to pieces. The remaining Marines lost all desire to fight and fled toward adjacent vessels, but enemies awaited on those ships as well, and their own vessel was on the verge of splitting apart. Enigmo was launched into the air by Bistai's strike, his body unable to hold together any longer. He vomited blood mid-flight, his eyes rolling back. Clearly Enigmo had lost all combat capability. Flower Sword Bistai glanced at the dual swords in his hands and wore an expression of pure satisfaction. If it weren't for the 2 rapiers given by the captain, the power of this move might have been compromised. After the warship sank, Flower Sword Vista swam back to his own ship, awaiting the victory of his other comrades. Since he himself was this strong, his other comrades should not be far behind. Marco and Stalaberry were engaged in an aerial duel. The opponent was very peculiar. His skull length far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and his beard was extremely long. Stalaberry wielded dual swords and served under Kizaru. Marco, you won't escape this time. Stalaberry's dual swords turned pitch black, and he continuously stepped on moonwalk. Do you think you're a match for me? Marco asked, staring at the fellow before him. He hoped the opponent would jump into the sea himself, allowing him to destroy the ship, thus avoiding a fight. But when the other let out a cold laugh and began to attack, Marco knew he had been overthinking her. It seemed they would have to settle this with fists. Although the opponent possessed armament haki, breaking through his own regeneration limit was no easy feat. If the opponent's attacks could not surpass his regeneration threshold, then they would never be able to harm him. Stalaberry flew toward Marco, but Marco's attention was not on him, it was on the warship he was on. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to fight you. Marco chuckled, then used the Phoenix Seal on the warship in midair. A giant phoenix claw descended from the sky, smashing all the masts and damaging the first deck's floorboards to varying degrees. Die. Seeing this, Stalaberry's eyes blazed with fury, and he slashed both swords onto Marco's wings. Marco's blue wings were not solid, the blades cut into them as if slicing through water, smooth and without any resistance. When Stalaberry looked back, the severed parts had regenerated into wings. Marco sighed helplessly and shook his head. I told you your attacks can't hurt me. Give up. He continued to unleash the Phoenix Seal on the hull. Stalaberry, enraged, unleashed all his techniques. Finger Pistol, Tempest Kick. All these techniques struck Marco, but they seemed to hit water, causing no ripples at all. Even Vice Admiral Stalaberry could do nothing against Marco, let alone the Marines on the ship. They could only choose to jump into the sea and evacuate. Thus Marco easily took down a warship. Yamato faced Dalmatian, who was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, but his was the common spotted dog form. Dalmatian's head turned into a black and white hound. His legs took on a canine form and a tail appeared. Little girl, if you surrender, I won't lay a hand on you. Dalmatian glared at Yamato, knowing she was Kaido's daughter and thus reluctant to fight her. Because the opponent's fruit was far superior to his own, defeating her would be extremely difficult. If he could persuade her to surrender, that would be ideal. Enough talk, take this. Yamato ignored him and launched a fierce assault on the surrounding marines. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With lightning speed, she swung her iron club wreathed in lightning across the opponent's the terrifying force, directly sending the 3 marines blocking her path, flying into the sea. The 3 marines even coughed up blood with varying symptoms. Brothers charge. Seeing that the opponent showed no mercy and left no room for negotiation, Dalmatian decided to settle it with fists. Yamato's attack speed was lightning fast as she took down another 3 marines before Dalmatian could close in. Prepare to die. Dalmatian swung his pitch-black fists violently. Yamato ignored the attacks from other marines and turned her target to him. Aya. Yamato's arms moved with explosive force, using inertia and the weight of her iron club to collide fiercely with the opponent's iron fists. Terrifying black, crackling electricity sparked at the point of impact. The resulting shockwave even cracked the wooden planks beneath their feet, some of them snapping completely. The surrounding marines pushed through the blast inch by inch, closing in on Yamato, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Any marine who approached Yamato was shot dead by magnum bullets. At that moment, everyone realized there was a sniper hidden in the crow's nest. Damn it. Dalmatian also noticed the marines around him falling one by one, but he couldn't spare a hand. Boom. Yamato and Dalmatian pushed off each other, springing back to their original positions. The first round of combat thus came to an end. Little girl, is it really okay to launch a sneak attack like this? Dalmatian gritted his teeth and glared around. During the exchange with Yamato, 8 marines had been killed by her. Dalmatian could name every one of those fallen subordinates. Enough nonsense. You're blocking our departure. Yamato excitedly knocked 2 more marines off the ship. Flames of fury blazed in Dalmatian's eyes, his teeth grinding. Died. He didn't want to fight a woman, but now he would have to break that rule. Divine speed, white snake drive. Yamato instantly accelerated, using her mace to rapidly strike Dalmatian. Clang, clang. Their attacks entered a white-hot stage, their hand speed continuously soaring. Everyone wondered how such a heavy mace could be swung so effortlessly by a girl. Sweat poured down Dalmatian's forehead. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so strong. But he wasn't raised on milk. Dalmatian hardened his head, attempting a headbutt on Yamato, but she nimbly dodged. Yamato repositioned herself, then briefly gathered power. Whistling arrow. A blast of club energy shot from the mace's head, using a ranged blunt strike to knock down the opponent. Its power was so great that it shredded all the wooden planks along its path. Dalmatian reacted swiftly, grabbing the marines behind him and jumping off the ship. He dared not use Iron Body to defend, as this power was completely unblockable, but he couldn't dodge either because his subordinates were all behind him. If he dodged, the marines behind him would be in mortal danger. Yamato glanced around, and every marine she looked at voluntarily jumped into the sea. The marines in the water all went to rescue Dalmatian, as he was a devil fruit user. Then came Yamato's destruction show as she wildly swung her mace, smashing through layer after layer of the deck until the keel was completely exposed. She finished with a final thunderous 8 trigrams. When Yamato was done, Ace had come to pick her up. Yamato, well done. Ace gave Yamato a thumbs up. Yamato nodded at Ace, then sat down. The battle just now had not been easy for her either. Luyan faced Vice Admiral Doman. Oh, and who might you be? Luyan was unfamiliar with the man before him. A man bearing 4 X-shaped scars, curly whiskers, and flowing brown hair. His coat also differed from that of other naval officers. How coincidental. I don't know who you are either. Doman assumed Luyan was mocking him and retorted sharply. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dushui Luyan. Luyan cheerfully answered Doman's question. He found this guy quite approachable, not attacking right away. Do you all know him? Doman thought for a moment, unable to recall any impression of this pirate, so he turned to the surrounding marines for answers. Although the other party had come down from a pirate ship, he seemed to have none of the typical habits of a pirate, so Doman was unsure whether the man was truly a pirate. If the other party was not a pirate, then Doman could not strike. I don't know. Perhaps he isn't even a pirate. But if he's not a pirate, then why was he sent over by the other party? Who knows? But it's best to restrain him first. The surrounding marines discussed among themselves, and finally concluded that they should control him first. Hey, who are you calling not a pirate? I am a pirate. Luyan jumped up in anger upon hearing the denial, cursing loudly. The other party's actions felt like a denial of his identity to him. Moi. Doman paused, slightly unable to understand the young man's mindset before him. Many pirates would deny being pirates upon seeing the navy, but this young man was the opposite. He grew angry and corrected them when told he wasn't a pirate. Forget it. Since the other party admitted to being a pirate, he would detain him first. Doman was also a swordsman. He swiftly drew his sword and thrust toward Luyan. Hey, weren't we getting along just fine a moment ago? Why the sudden attack? Luyan's expression changed sharply. He activated his armament hockey for close combat. The Navy's actions were incomprehensible to him, suddenly fighting for no reason. Since you're a pirate, what's there to talk about? Doman relentlessly swung his sword at Luyan. He was confident he could quickly handle this brat, for the young man kept dodging and seemed to have no ability to resist. Aside from armament hockey, Luyan appeared to have no counterattacks. Could he be a pirate who had only recently set sail? The thought only fueled Doman's anger further. Speaking in the tone of an elder scolding a youth, why do anything but become a pirate? Luyan froze. This guy sounded just like his own father. Unexpectedly being lectured in such a tone after leaving home, Luyan suddenly swung his fist in retaliation. Clang. I'll be a pirate if I want to be. What right do you have to lecture me? Luyan's words startled Doman. His well-intentioned advice had achieved absolutely nothing. It seemed this guy was too deep into the pirate life beyond saving. Both men, each harboring their own thoughts, clashed blades and fists against the other. Vice Admiral Doman, do you need our help? Charge. Help Vice Admiral Doman. The surrounding Marines snapped out of it, realizing watching wasn't appropriate, and surrounded Luyan. The sheer magnitude of their movements kept the surrounding Marines from daring to approach casually, lest they interfere with their Vice Admiral's combat. You lot watch carefully. The future of the Navy rests on your shoulders. Doman realized the brat before him was growing increasingly difficult to handle, and he too began fighting at full strength. However, through repeated clashes, he discovered his strength was gradually being matched. Astonished, he wondered. The other party looked no older than his 20s. How could his power equal Doman's? Was he a devil fruit user? Few quickly used Seastone to restrain him. Doman ordered his subordinates, sensing he was gradually falling behind. He refused to believe the other party's strength could be this immense. It must come from a devil fruit. Seastone. Luyan was startled and quickly retreated. He knew this was his weakness. If controlled by Seastone, his power would be nullified. Seeing the other party retreat, Doman confirmed his suspicion. Everyone block him off. Once the Seastone arrives, he's done for. Boosted by Doman's words, the Marines' morale surged. You stinking pirate, you're finished. Surrender. Don't expect your teammates to help. They're nearly defeated. The surrounding Marines advanced step by step toward Luyan, confining his movement to just a few square meters. Luyan. Ocean's Sovereign Fist. Luyan suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was his captain who had come up with a skill name for him. Ocean's Sovereign Fist. Luyan muttered it a few times, unsatisfied. But after all his captain had thought of it, he couldn't very well reject his captain's good intentions. Whitebeard glanced at Long Zaitian, the name you came up with. Long Zaitian puffed his cheeks. What's wrong with it? Not cool enough. Not domineering enough. Whitebeard ignored his captain and turned to continue watching Huang Yuan's warship. Haha, Ocean Sovereign Fist. That's hilarious. Hey, which idiot came up with that name? Wouldn't happen to be your captain, would it? No way, I'm going to die laughing from this name. The surrounding Marines also heard this voice and responded with scornful mockery. Luyan's veins bulged, his teeth clenched, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Shut up. Luyan erupted in fury. This was a name his captain had given him. Who were these people to mock it? The surrounding laughter felt like blades piercing his body, causing him immense discomfort. I said shut up. Luyan flashed beside a Marine who was still mocking him. His pitch-black arm wrapped in crimson electricity brutally smashed the man's face into deformation. The Marine crashed straight through the ship's railing and flew out. Luyan's anger did not subside because the other party had left, rather it intensified. These Marines could mock him, but mocking the name his captain had given him was unacceptable. The surrounding Marines saw their comrade fly backward and froze, shocked that Luyan would strike so swiftly. Luyan did not stop. Instead, he released the conqueror's haki within his body. Terrifying energy instantly enveloped the entire ship. The overwhelming pressure caused many Marines on board to cough up blood and collapse. This guy, Doman's back instantly soaked with sweat. He could not fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed conqueror's haki. His only question now was, could this guy truly be a pirate who had only recently set sail? Luyan saw the Marines falling one after another, but his rage did not diminish much. So he directly smashed both fists into the deck to vent his frustration. The deck, once spacious enough for many, now resembled a flimsy sheet of paper easily pierced by sulfur flame. Damn it, stop him. Doberman quickly rose and lunged at sulfur flame. The earlier conqueror's haki had left him paralyzed for a few seconds, only now did he react. Yet he was a step too slow. Sulfur flame smashed the keel, plunging into the sea along with the ship. Madman. He's a madman. Vice Admiral Doberman, help. You stepped on my foot. The sailors felt the vessel's sinking panic overcoming them, all traces of their training vanishing. Ace. Magnum noticed Sulfur Flame's situation and informed Ace. Leave it to me. Ace had already finished his battle and was idly watching the accomplishments of others. This guy is truly insane. Ace smiled with satisfaction as Sulfur Flame floundered in the water. Fortunately, Ace was quick-witted and used a gust of wind to lift Sulfur Flame from the sea. Puffed, Sulfur Flame suspended in the air spat out some seawater. Returning to the stretch, he said sheepishly, sorry for worrying you all. The group exchanged glances, then chuckled softly. What's there to apologize for? Sinking their ship is already impressive. Long Zaitian, seeing everyone had finished their task, said, brothers, let's talk later. We should leave this place. All right. Laughter erupted among them. Moi. Green Bull slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling golden light banished all sleepiness. He muttered, what's going on? Kizaru landed beside Green Bull, his brows furrowed. Guess who I saw? Green Bull was taken aback. Seeing the concern on Kizaru's face, he began to wonder. Could it be someone you can't handle? Who? Green Bull pondered, but couldn't think of anyone Kizaru couldn't defeat because there were too many. Kizaru said gravely, the Resurrection Pirates. The Resurrection Pirates. Green Bull thought it sounded familiar, but couldn't recall where he'd heard it. It's the crew Whitebeard joined, Kizaru reminded, unable to hide his annoyance. This guy really didn't care. Such a major event as Whitebeard's resurrection slipped his mind. Oh right, Captain Long Zaitian. Green Bull slapped his forehead, remembering the man who had punched a celestial dragon in Sabaody Archipelago. So they're on the island. Green Bull asked, puzzled. What are they doing here? Kizaru spread his hands, indicating he didn't know. I asked, but they wouldn't say. What now? I've already ordered other warships to block their escape route. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Green Bull was surprised. Who did you send to stop them? 5 vice admirals. Kizaru stared at Green Bull, who stared back, and then they both exclaimed, we're doomed. Green Bull and Kizaru immediately used Moon Step and arrived in front of the stretch. The 5 warships that had been there were all gone. Below, fragments of wood and sailors floated on the sea. It was obvious what had happened. Alas, I didn't expect that in just a moment away they would dismantle the warships. Kizaru said coldly. Now look what you've done. How will you explain this to the fleet admiral? Green Bull meanwhile watched with amusement, while also considering his next move. The most pressing issue was Whitebeard, followed by the other formidable fighters. If he let them go, his position as an admiral would be over. Long Zaitian and the others also noticed the newcomer beside Kizaru, wondering who he was. Ace glanced briefly and continued steering the ship. Phoenix Marco stared at Green Bull above. Could this guy be Admiral Green Bull? Yamato looked incredulous. So we're facing 2 admirals now. Magnum overheard their discussion, and another bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Whitebeard rose to his feet, a faint smile on his face. Vista turned to him. Dad, are you going to fight? Whitebeard looked to the sky and chuckled. Gurara, you 2 can't handle these guys. Dad, I'll help you. Vista also stood. Sulfur Flame's eyes burned with intensity. Me too. That vice admiral earlier wasn't enough to satisfy me. Whitebeard glanced at Sulfur Flame. Kid, the admirals aren't something you can handle yet. Just watch closely. Green Bull and Kizaru saw Whitebeard stand up and the ship preparing to set sail, realizing they were about to leave. Whitebeard leaving so rudely isn't very polite. Kizaru crossed his arms again. Long Zaitian and the others knew what was coming. Marco soared into the sky, colliding with Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama. It's time to get busy, Spirit Vine Shackles. Green Bull's hands emitted a green glow from which countless vines sprouted rapidly. The vines ensnared the stretch, then continued to grow toward the shore, thus locking the ship to the island. Green Bull took the opportunity to slide down his vines onto the stretch. Gurara, interesting brat. Whitebeard, wielding Murakamajiri, positioned himself at Green Bull's landing spot, ready to strike as soon as he descended. Whitebeard, are you welcoming me? Green Bull smiled, then with a light tap of his feet, somersaulted midair and landed elsewhere. Welcome. Not quite. I just asked you to remove these annoying plants. Whitebeard strode toward Green Bull, swinging Murakamajiri. Since they were aboard, he couldn't use long-range attacks. He didn't want to sink his own ship. Sorry, but if I let you go, the fleet admiral will be upset with me. Green Bull didn't dodge. Instead, he transformed his right hand into vines, shaping them into a shield, and coated it with armament hockey, clashing with Whitebeard's attack. Boom. Although Whitebeard's strike wasn't his full power, Green Bull's defense was far from easy. Seems your strength isn't quite up to par. Whitebeard had spotted his weakness and smiled faintly. It's enough to handle you. Green Bull gritted out, though he wasn't confident himself. The Whitebeard of his prime was truly formidable. Their fight drew attention. Yamato asked Long Zaitian nervously, Captain, what do we do now? The ship is under Green Bull's control. Vista, without a word, leapt onto the vines. I'll handle this. He raised both swords high, flower sword consecutive slash. Swish. However, Green Bull's vines weren't as fragile as they'd imagined. Vista's blade struck them, as if hitting hard diamonds. There were slight marks, but barely noticeable. Vista exclaimed in surprise, damn, why is this vine so tough? Sulfur Flame and Yamato leaped up as well. We'll help you. Ace gazed at the sky. I'll go assist Marco. Marco had been suppressed by Kizaru, and if not for his remarkable regenerative abilities, he would have fallen long ago. Ace rode a gust of wind into the air. Wind roar. Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama was interrupted by Ace's attack, forcing him to transform into light and dodge aside. Marco freed himself from the opponent's barrage. Ace, thanks. Marco's face was somewhat pale. Had Ace been even a moment later, Marco's recovery limit would have been reached, and he would have started taking damage. No problem, let's take him on together. Ace continued to stall Kizaru alongside Marco. They knew that landing a hit on Kizaru was extremely difficult. Their only hope lay in the old man finishing off Ryakuju. Gurara, boy, are you only capable of defense? Whitebeard remarked as Ryakuju kept blocking. Is that so? Ryakuju transformed into vines ahead of time, then as Whitebeard swung his blade coiled around the Murakamajiri and rose upright on the sword's edge. He turned his arm into a green spear and thrust it at Whitebeard. Gurara. Whitebeard dodged by tilting his head, then punched Ryakuju with a hockey-infused fist. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither going all out as it was not worth it. As they exchanged blows, Whitebeard noticed Ryakuju gradually becoming more serious. Ryakuju's attacks grew increasingly tricky. Sometimes he would turn his leg into a vine to entangle Whitebeard's leg for control, then attack with his upper body. Whitebeard was unfazed, easily shattering such attempts with his hockey-imbued fists. In a different setting, he would have already used Conqueror's Haki-infused attacks. Vista Sulphur Flame and Yamato attacked the enormous vine that held the striker hostage. The vine was colossal, as thick as 3 or 4 men. Long Zaitian observed the situation around him. His strength had recovered somewhat, allowing him to use armament haki. The biggest challenge now was the 2 vice-admirals. How to drive them away was the question. Kizaru avoided direct confrontation, and Ryakuju was stalling for time, seemingly waiting for other warships to arrive. Suddenly Long Zaitian had a thought: their lack of full-force attacks might be because they were waiting for news from the Marines on the island. If Long Zaitian's group were truly the only ones on the island, then the island's secrets would be known only to them. Kizaru would then devise a strategy, and his primary concern would be how to make them talk. Although they had come on Akainu's orders to eliminate everyone, orders were just orders. Not carrying them out wouldn't be a major issue. If the enemy were ordinary pirates, it would be manageable, but this was Whitebeard. Kizaru believed the secrets here were more important than annihilating the revived pirate crew, otherwise the world government wouldn't have dispatched 2 admirals. If there were others on the island, the Marines could simply ignore them and interrogate those people about the island's matters. After all, they doubted anyone else's lips would be harder to pry open than Long Zaitian's. But what no one anticipated was that this laboratory was about to explode. Every Tuesday Island, Catlea watched the Marines flooding into the research institute, a dark smile curling on his lips. This secret doesn't need so many people to know. He gently pressed the detonation button beside him. Evernaries. Faint red lights flickered on the ground around the institute. The next second, boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion blasted everyone's eardrums. The massive research institute trembled violently and began to tilt. Long Zaitian, seeing the oncoming blast wave, quickly grabbed hold of Yamato and the others. They were hurled into the air by the shockwave. The surrounding warships were also damaged, pushed dozens of meters away. Fortunately, the striker was held in place by Ryakuju's giant vine, and its hull was sturdy, otherwise their ship might have fared far worse. The fierce explosion stunned the 2 admirals. They stared in disbelief at the mushroom cloud rising violently. Ryakuju's vines were shattered by the bombs on the island. Seeing the opportunity, Long Zaitian quickly ordered Ace to set sail, while the others fought with all their might to hold off the admirals. Whitebeard caught Ryakuju off guard, wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his fist, and struck Ryakuju in the abdomen, sending him coughing blood. The terrifying blast wave continued to batter the striker slowly, pushing it away from the coastline. No one had expected the laboratory to explode. Hurricane Cage. Ace used a cyclone to trap Ryakuju in the air, preventing the crew's attacks from damaging the ship. Attack Ryakuju. Seeing Ryakuju spit blood, Long Zaitian immediately shouted. Sword sense flying Imperial 99 slashes. He quickly unleashed a technique, knowing that forcing back 1 admiral would increase their chances. Unable to use charged attacks in his current state, he had to settle for instant skills. This time he successfully fired 5 sword slashes, each aimed at Ryakuju's body. The others attacked immediately. Eclipsing Sun, Hidden Ice, Burning Heart, Lotus. Vista's suit was covered in scorch marks. The explosion had clearly affected him given how close he was to the island. Phoenix Seal. Marco spun and kicked, then flew back to the ship. Arrow of Light. Yamato launched a ranged attack. Magnum and Sulphur Flame had just boarded and were unfamiliar with the captain's orders. Still stunned by the explosion, they stood frozen in place. They only snapped out of it after Ryakuju was hit by the group's attacks. Ryakuju hadn't expected such bad luck, being ganged up on. By the time he reacted, his body was already trapped by Ace. At the critical moment, he covered his body with vines to block the attacks. But the combined onslaught was so terrifying that even Ryakuju was astounded. His protective vine shell was shattered, and he was sent flying backward. If he hadn't used elemental transformation in time, and possessed his resilient life force which allowed him to recover via sunlight, he would have been bedridden for a month. Ryakuju admitted he had been careless. He had thought only Whitebeard on the ship required attention, but he never imagined the others' attacks could be so fearsome. Ryakuju didn't dare stay, fearing Whitebeard would press the advantage. He quickly used Moonwalk to leap into the air. Sigh. Kizaru glanced at Ryakuju and let out a sigh. Go check the island and see if there are any surviving Marines. Rescue them quickly. Ryakuju glanced at the departing striker. Aren't we chasing them? Kizaru retorted, haven't you had enough? Next time they won't be so lucky. Ryakuju quickly replied. Next time I'll use vine armor right away. And summon 7 clones. Let's see how they handle that. Rescue now. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and flew straight down. Captain, it seems Huang Yuan and the others haven't given chase. Yes, isn't that a good thing? It feels unreal. We actually escaped from 2 fleet admirals. Upon hearing Liu Yin mention the explosion, the others also began to recall it. That explosion was too sudden. If Bista hadn't blocked it for me, I would have been badly injured too. That explosion did hurt quite a bit, Bista said, removing his tattered suit and sitting still as Marco wrapped bandages around his arm. Are you alright, Bista? Liu Yin asked with concern. After all, Bista had been the first to react, shielding him and Yamato. Without Bista acting as a human shield, his arm would surely have suffered. I'm fine. You should all be more careful from now on. Anything can happen on the battlefield. Bista waved his hand, indicating such injuries were normal and nothing to worry about. Magellan descended from the crow's nest. Captain, we're safe now. Long Zaitian patted his shoulder. Well done, and thank you for your hard work. Though Magellan hadn't suffered serious injuries, the pressure he bore was no less intense. He had to remain vigilant against intruders at all times. Guruguru, Captain, it seems we'll have more trouble ahead. Whitebeard retrieved the documents Long Zaitian had given him and handed them back. You should keep these yourself. Long Zaitian thought for a moment and agreed. After handing over the files, Whitebeard laid back on his lounge chair, recalling the battle. That Green Bull fellow was quite formidable, just a bit overconfident. Long Zaitian replied, indeed impressive. He managed to stand even after all of us attacked him. Yamato chimed in eagerly. Yes. And those vines of his were incredibly tough. We fought them for ages, but couldn't break them. Liu Yin and Bistan nodded in agreement. None of them wanted to relive that battle. Everyone can rest properly now. Bistan, I'll trouble you to prepare a grand dinner to welcome our new crew member. Long Zaitian checked the time, it was already late. Bistan readily agreed. All right. Previously when they were on the island they hadn't had a proper meal. Some hadn't even eaten properly at all. Everyone had neglected their stomachs in favor of training. Now was the time to make up for it. Welcome aboard, Liu Yin. Long Zaitian extended his hand sincerely, pulling Liu Yin up from where he sat. Liu Yin looked up, his eyes unconsciously stinging. Though he had long known he belonged to this pirate crew, hearing the captain say it still moved him deeply. For the first time he felt warmth somewhere other than home. Ding. Detected, a new crew member has joined. Congratulations, host. You have earned one lottery draw. Long Zaitian declined. They had just escaped combat and should rest properly. As for the lottery, he would wait for better weather. As for Liu Yin's information, he could take a look. Name Du Zai Shui Liu Yin. Devil Fruit Paramecia, Mimi Fruit. Pirate Crew Resurrection Pirates. Position Harem Developer. Weapon none. Hockey Supreme Kings, Hockey Armament, Hockey Observation, Hockey. Skill Maritime, Overlord Fist. Bounty 0. So the fruit was called the Mimi Fruit. No wonder he refused to mention it. Long Zaitian smiled. It seemed only he knew about this now. But what exactly did a harem developer do? Are you alright? Huang Yuan pulled a vice admiral from beneath the rubble. Fortunately, the man had used iron flesh in the critical moment, saving his life. Admiral Huang Yuan. The vice admiral attempted to salute, but Huang Yuan stopped him with a hand. Rest well. We'll talk later. He then turned to the 5 injured vice admirals. Hurry up and work. Save anyone who's still breathing. Yes, sir. The 5 vice admirals defeated by the resurrection pirates were now in rescue mode. Since their ships had been destroyed, they had been on Huang Yuan's warship during the explosion, sustaining the least damage. Green Bull also used his vines to lift massive building materials. Meanwhile, he sent roots deep underground to survey the terrain below. It was only then that they discovered the blue mist on the island posed no real danger. It was merely a deterrent meant to frighten outsiders. Green Bull, what's down there? Huang Yuan approached and asked. Green Bull paused briefly before continuing to send his vines deeper. I'm not sure. There are many more levels beneath this structure. This place is more than just a simple laboratory. Green Bull's expression grew grave. We really need to investigate this place thoroughly. Huang Yuan's eyes darkened as well. Marineford. What? The mission failed. Akainu sprang from his chair in fury, steam rising from his head. You lot. Just as Akainu was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the words on the other end froze him mid-sentence. Huh. There are only resurrection pirates on that island. Akainu's expression shifted from anger to utter confusion. What are they doing on that island? 2 figures sat before Akainu. These were the secret admirals in training, Song Yang and Tao Tu. The 2 exchanged glances. Tao Tu whispered, resurrection pirates. Did Whitebeard join them? Song Yang responded coldly, yes. The captain is a resurrection fruit user named Long Zaitian. Tao Tu leaned back. These guys are causing quite a stir. They just emerged from Wano, and now they're here again. Song Yang sneered, not to mention them. Blackbeard is no different. Tao Tu asked curiously, I heard Red Hair lost to Blackbeard. That's truly unbelievable. Song Yang clicked his tongue. It's fine. That means 1 fewer emperor stands against us. Tao Tu sighed. What a pity. Compared to Blackbeard, I prefer Red Hair. In the Marine's eyes, Red Hair was the most approachable of the 4 emperors. He rarely initiated attacks at sea unless the Marine struck first. Song Yang glanced at Tao Tu's sword. You want to spar with Red Hair, don't you? Tao Tu smiled sweetly. Who wouldn't want to test their blade against a legendary figure like him? After all, Red Hair was far easier to find than Mihawk. Fine. Report back when you're done. Akainu's anger had dissipated by then, and he simply ended the call. He never expected this matter to escalate so severely. Marshal, what's happening? Tao Tu asked curiously. Sakazuki replied irritably. The research facility just exploded. What? Tao Tu was astonished. Hasn't that facility been abandoned for years? Why would it suddenly explode? Sakazuki scratched his head in frustration. Who knows what those old men in the world government have been hiding from us? He had a vague feeling that the explosion at this laboratory was not so simple. There were likely many secrets hidden beneath the surface. Seeing Sakazuki's dark expression, Tao Tu dared not speak. She did not want to upset the marshal. With Song Yang as cold as ice, the office fell into an awkward silence. What's the situation with Blackbeard? Sakazuki broke the silence. Just as Tao Tu was about to answer, Song Yang interrupted. Blackbeard has returned to Honey Island with the injured core members of the Red Hair Pirates. Many factions have sent people to verify the truth. And what about Kaido and Big Mom? Sakazuki nodded slightly. He would have loved to see the pirates tear each other apart even more. After all, no matter the process, the outcome would always be a Navy victory. Kaido seems restless lately, constantly sending people to Wano country to investigate. Big Mom appears to be inactive. Song Yang reported with a flat expression as if he knew everything. Why did Kaido leave Wano country? Why didn't he fight the Straw Hat Pirates to the death before leaving? Strengthen surveillance on Big Mom. That old woman is not one to keep to herself. Song Yang nodded. Yes, Marshal. Sakazuki thought for a moment. What about the Straw Hat Pirates and the revolutionaries? Song Yang paused. The revolutionaries' whereabouts are unclear. Since the Mary Geos incident, they have been missing. Even the members who went undercover have lost contact. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, they are vacationing on an island. Sakazuki sneered. Heh, living the good life, aren't they? Leave them for now. Focus on hunting the 7 warlords. Song Yang and Tao Tu both agreed. Yes, Marshal. The matter of the 7 warlords was not something they could decide. Those old men in the world government really caused nothing but trouble. If they had their own decisions, why make the Navy execute them? Was the Navy so idle? The two left together. Tao Tu glanced behind her, saw no one, and secretly leaned in to ask, Sean, which warlord are you pursuing? Song Yang's expression changed. He feigned anger. Comrade Tashiji, please call me Song Yang. Yes, yes, General Song Yang. Tao Tu rested her hands behind her head and lazily acknowledged. Recently, an animated series called Sean the Sheep appeared in the pirate world. After learning about it, Song Yang wanted to change his name, but his superiors did not approve. So he went by the nickname Song Yang in daily life. Over time, everyone forgot his real name. Only Tao Tu, that mischievous, mature woman, liked to call him by his real name. At first, he strongly resisted and frequently corrected her, but over time he grew accustomed to it, only occasionally correcting her now. After a moment, Song Yang answered, Edward Weevil. Tao Tu was surprised. The second Whitebeard. His strength is no small matter. Song Yang turned and stared at her. And I am weak. Tao Tu smiled. No. Good luck then. I'm going after Boa Hancock. Kobe is in some trouble. Song Yang nodded, indicating he understood. Underground Palace of Mary Geos. 5 elders knelt beneath the throne, their eyes fixed on the ground, daring not to look at the figure upon it. Or rather, the god. Hahaha. Is this the surprise you brought me? Several wanted posters were scattered before the 5 elders. The people on them were the members of the resurrected pirate crew. The 5 dared not even breathe. In the presence of this god, even breathing felt like a luxury. One elder tried several times to speak, but swallowed his words each time. He knew that no matter how much he explained, even if he shifted all the blame onto the Navy, they would still bear full responsibility. After all these years, I never expected Nalreza's secrets to still leak out. I'm crossed one leg over the other, gazing down upon the world with killing intent seeping from his being. You all know what should be done to any research facility connected to him, right? His words were like a chilling wind, making the 5 elders shiver uncontrollably. Understood. Lordum. Get out. Let out a chilling laugh before softly speaking those 2 words. Though devoid of any emotion, those words from his mouth left no room for the slightest defiance. The 5 elders who had served him for many years naturally understood what those 2 words meant. They slowly retreated backward, only daring to stand up after leaving through the great doors. They gently closed the massive doors and sighed with relief. Phew. I thought we were dead this time. Tell me about it. If it weren't for that fool Sakazuki, we wouldn't have been scolded by Lord I. One elder placed all the blame squarely on Sakazuki. Next time we should just send CP0 for this kind of thing. Actually, sending anyone for this matter would be inappropriate. After all, the target is Whitebeard. One elder stepped forward to speak his words, silencing the other 4. Everyone knew that the strength they had was completely insufficient to wipe out Whitebeard and his crew entirely. And don't forget, there is a more important matter at hand. Wano country. Everyone fell silent once again. As he said, Wano country was indeed the most pressing issue now. With Wano country now opening its borders and trade flourishing, the economy was recovering. Soon many would come seeking the Kazuki clan to decipher the secrets of the stone tablets, especially the revolutionaries. At that time, the secret of the blank century would be revealed to the world. The world government's ruling power would be greatly weakened and its status would plummet. Lord M's secrets would also be exposed. Therefore, the matter of Wano country was now classified as the highest priority. But Wano country is currently governed by Kazuki Momonosuke. How do we make him obedient? The 5 elders fell silent once more. After a long while, one proposed, Kaido has been frequently sending his subordinates to Wano country lately, which means he still has ambitions. Why not? You want us to help Kaido take over Wano country. That idea is too dangerous. Cooperating with a group of bloodthirsty maniacs would lead to. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by another. What if we wait until the Kazuki clan deciphers the stone tablet? Whether Wano country lives or dies would become meaningless. His words made the previous elder fall into deep thought before he slowly spoke. This time, have them handle this matter cleanly. Especially Kazuki Momonosuke. To avoid any delays, the 5 elders dispatched CP0 overnight to negotiate with Kaido regarding the matter of Wano country. After all, Kazuki Momonosuke of Wano had close ties with many people. For instance, the Straw Hat Pirates and the revived pirate crew. If Wano were to call for their aid, the world government's operations would become far more difficult, especially with other watchful eyes upon them. Thus, to prevent any unexpected complications, Momonosuke must die. On some nameless island, Kaido sat atop a giant beast's corpse drinking bitter wine. Gulp gulp. Beside him were King and Queen. Being ancient Zoan users with formidable defenses, their wounds had all healed in no time. Kaido boss. How much longer must we stay here? Queen asked cautiously, for he could tell that Kaido was not in a good mood. Earlier Kaido and Long Zaitian had agreed upon the plan to revive rocks, but it had yet to materialize, naturally stirring Kaido's discontent. How would I know? I've already sent Jack to find that brat Long Zaitian. Kaido answered Queen's question, then continued drinking alone. Kaido-sama, what if Long Zaitian is deceiving us? King directly broached the topic. All signs now indicated that Long Zaitian had no intention of reviving rocks. It was nothing but empty promises. Bang! Hearing this, Kaido hurled his sake jug to the ground in fury, roaring amidst the forest with drunken rage, that brat dares to deceive me. Try it. Kaido's fury affected all animals within 100 miles, making them tremble and kneel in fear. His own pirates fled toward the shore, terrified of being struck dead by the drunken Kaido's club. This was the 8th time he had gone berserk this month. They had spent nearly the entire month on this island, sustaining themselves by raiding passing ships. The ships nearby would never have imagined that an emperor of the sea lurked on this unremarkable island. King remained expressionless, undaunted by Kaido's words. Jack has lost track of Long Zaitian, and Wano has strengthened its defenses. If we don't act now. Queen, though fearing Kaido's wrath, echoed, King is right. We must rely on ourselves. Kaido stared at his two confidants, lost in thought. He knew all too well that the other party was playing him for a fool. Not a single message after so many days. Yet his feelings for rocks kept urging him to wait a little longer. What if rocks were revived tomorrow? Rock's overwhelming power was deeply etched into Kaido's mind. Had it not been for that traitor John, their pirate crew would never have been defeated by Roger and Garp. If rocks could return, the entire pirate world would be unified within a year. Even the gods would fear rocks' might. But now hope seemed slim. Just as Kaido was about to speak, Jack arrived with a few mysterious figures. Kaido boss, CP0 wants to see you. Jack led Rob Lucci and the others before Kaido. World government. Come to take my head. Kaido narrowed his eyes, radiating danger as he questioned them. The world government seeking him now surely meant no good. Kaido, I have a letter here. Read it and you'll understand. Rob Lucci produced the envelope entrusted to him by the 5 elders. Hey, how dare you address him? Call him Kaido boss, got it. Queen stepped forward to chastise Rob Lucci, hoping to show off his dominance before the world government. Whoosh! Kaku, the giraffe fruit user, instantly kicked the portly Queen aside. Don't interrupt when our boss is speaking. Kaku glared coldly at Queen. Queen winced in pain as he got up. Before he could finish, King intercepted. This is the beast pirate's territory. Isn't your behavior inappropriate? King had already placed a hand on his sword sheath, glaring fiercely at the intruders. CP0 had sent 7 agents this time, clearly taking this matter very seriously. Sorry, this matter is very important to us, so we prefer not to be disturbed by irrelevant people. Stussy stepped out from behind Rachel, smiling, attempting to defuse the tension in the air. Queen was instantly captivated by her beauty, ceasing his complaints and staring intently. Pretty lady, he. Kaido ignored Queen and instead fixed his gaze on the envelope in Rob Lucci's hand. Fine, I hope this letter proves helpful. After a moment's thought, Kaido decided to read its contents. Since they weren't after his head, it was likely a proposal for cooperation. However, after reading the letter, Kaido became utterly thrilled. His entire body trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. Yet what in the world could possibly frighten Kaido? Is this real, eh? Are those old geezers serious? King, Queen, and Jack all noticed Kaido's change, and were deeply curious about the letter's contents. What could bring such joy to their boss? Rob Lucci nodded calmly. Good. Receiving confirmation, Kaido transformed into a dragon and spewed flames into the sky in sheer elation. What's wrong with Kaido boss? He hasn't drunk too much again, has he? Run. Careful not to get caught in the crossfire. The Flying Six on the beach stared blankly at the sky, wondering what madness had seized Kaido now. Soon word spread throughout the beast pirates. They would launch a night raid on Wano that very evening. It was deep night in Wano at Kuri. Kikunajo, Reizo, Ashura, Doji, Komatsu, Inuarashi, and Cat Viper received an urgent call from the flower capital. On the other end were Kinemon and Denjiro. Come to Kuri at once. Kaido has returned. How is that possible? Don't we have defensive fortifications? How did they break through? Not sure. Apparently a group of white-masked figures destroyed them. The 6 in Kuri never dreamed that Kaido would come back so soon. And Lord Momonosuke. He's under Izu's protection. Just as they were exchanging battle updates, Kaido appeared before them, holding a pink-clad child. Is this the Momonosuke you speak of? A boy with a shaved head and a top knot at the back was clutched in Kaido's hand, only his head visible. Lord Momonosuke. Kinemon panicked, dropping his den mushi. Haha, this time I won't give you a chance. Heeding the letter's advice, Kaido wasted no words and immediately extinguished the last of the Kazuki clan. The sculpting technique of Wano is passed down only to males, never females. No, Kinemon and Denjiro had just taken a step when Kaido's earth-shattering conqueror's haki enveloped his palm. Die! With murderous intent, Kaido clenched his hand violently, instantly slaying the one who had threatened his grand ambitions. Due to Kaido's overwhelming grip strength and Momonosuke's lack of armament haki, his entire body was crushed into a pulp, blood spraying in all directions. Even his skull couldn't withstand the pressure, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Even Trafalgar Law could not save him now. Lord Momonosuke. Kinemon let out a heart-wrenching scream, charging forward in desperation to rescue him. However, after confirming Momonosuke was truly dead, Kaido tossed him to the ground and followed up with a stomp. Boom. The terrifying force caved in the wooden floor. Kazuki Momonosuke, dead. Kaido's task was done. Now he awaited CP0 to deal with the remaining scabbards. Wano, I'm back again. Due to the sudden turn of events and the world government's covert machinations behind the scenes, the world at large would not learn of Wano country's fall for some time. By the time the outside world reacted, Kaido had once again tightened his grip over Wano. The whereabouts of the 9 red scabbards remained shrouded in uncertainty. 2 days later, a flock of albatrosses soared across the sky, once more dropping a bundle of newspapers onto the ST. Rachel. Yamato called out excitedly, everyone come quickly. Fresh newspapers have arrived. Given the ever-shifting conditions at sea, staying informed on world events was essential to avoid falling behind on intelligence. After Magnum had taken one more careful look around to ensure all was clear, he descended as well. Unlike the others, his focus was set elsewhere. He was far more concerned with Blackbeard's movements. Coming. Long Zaitian wiped the sweat from his body with a towel as he stepped out of his quarters. After sparring with an admiral, he had come to a stark realization: his own strength was severely lacking. His attacks held absolutely no threat against Green Bull, a user of the Logia-type Devil Fruit. At this point, there was no path forward but to dedicate himself with all his might to training. He still had no leads on the new form of haki, and his revived fruit offered no combat advantage. It spent most of its time in a cooldown state. Currently, his only hope of growing stronger lay in the secret manual he had obtained. So far, he had mastered 3 of its 7 sections. The 4th, the Sword Intent, demanded 1 million sword swings to complete, a feat far too time-consuming to accomplish anytime soon. Thus, the only way to elevate the entire crew's strength was to recruit powerful allies. This time, he figured his bounty should reach 2 billion, given how he had exposed the world government's deepest secrets. If that were the case, he could resurrect yet another fallen legend, which would be immensely satisfying. Aside from Roger, whose power was too formidable to bring back, any other deceased figure could be revived. At the top of his resurrection list was Kazuki Odin. He had fulfilled Odin's lifelong dream of opening Wano's borders, and with Odin's incredible strength, he would likely join him on future adventures. He couldn't wait to see the expression on Odin's face upon learning that Wano had finally opened its borders. Next was Zephyr. Having now witnessed the dark hidden side of the world government, Long Zaitian could discuss with Zephyr the possibility of overthrowing the established order. With his current power, he had no fear of Zephyr turning against him. The rest of the crew gradually emerged from their quarters, gathering together in a circle. As they opened the newspapers, the first page featured the bounty posters for the revival pirates. No one was surprised, given they had just clashed with the Navy. It would have been strange if they hadn't made the front page. Yamato excitedly covered the numbers. Captain, why don't you guess how high your bounty is this time? Long Zaitian pondered for a moment. Probably around 2 billion. He didn't dare aim too high, fearing he might jinx it. Whitebeard chuckled. Gururara. Captain, your bounty must have increased the most. You did manage to summon 2 admirals, didn't you? He spoke from experience, knowing that the more secrets of the world government one held, the higher their bounty soared. Ace objected. Old man. That's not how it works. I should have gotten the biggest raise. Think about it. I helped Marco fight Kizaru and also restrained Green Bull. If anything, I deserve the highest increase. Vista the Flower Swordsman retorted. Ace, you'd better step aside. If the captain hadn't exhausted his strength with that ultimate move, he wouldn't have been on the sidelines the entire time. If those admirals had witnessed his true power, your bounty wouldn't even come close. Ace laughed heartily. So you admit my bounty should be higher as well? Lilian, unconcerned with others' bounties, urged. Yamato, stop hiding it. Show me mine first. I want to call home and brag. Magnum remained indifferent about bounties, declining to speculate. Marco gently pushed Yamato's hand aside. The moment to reveal the captain's bounty has arrived. Everyone's eyes fixated on the poster, their lips moving in unison. 1020 zeros. They paused at the last digit. There were already 9 zeros, indicating the captain's bounty was a round-numbered 1 billion. Wait, that was just the start. Yamato was equally thrilled. Captain, looks like you guessed right. It's really 2 billion. Whitebeard, however, shook his head. If the world government had any sense, it should have been 3 billion. Ace was stunned. Old man, are you joking? A single document is worth that much. Apart from Long Zaitian, no one on the ship knew the contents of that underground file. Not even Whitebeard, who of course had no interest in finding out. Whitebeard understood that the more who knew about it, the more uncontrollable the situation would become. Long Zaitian, taken aback for a second, pondered the file's contents, and then shrugged it off in understanding. That file truly was worth that much. Alright, I'll reveal it now. Yamato abruptly lifted her hand, and everyone instinctively leaned forward. The leading digit clearly read 3. Everyone save for Whitebeard drew a sharp breath. Hiss, sea captain. Why you've really hit 3 billion. Yamato's eyes widened as she held up Long Zaitian's bounty poster with the others counting beside her. Marco and Ace were utterly shocked. The captain's bounty had soared by over 1 billion in one go. Captain, you're absolutely incredible. 3 billion. Liu Yan's mouth hung agape. Captain, you're actually this powerful. He had limited awareness of how bounties worked, only knowing that Roger the Pirate King held the highest at 5,648 billion berries. And the captain had already reached over half of that. But he was still so young. Everyone shook Long Zaitian's body in sheer excitement. Long Zaitian's mind went blank. Though he had anticipated the possibility, experiencing it firsthand still felt surreal. After a long pause, he finally uttered, just routine. Excitement aside, he had to maintain his cool facade. Magnum picked up the bounty posters scattered on the deck, a slow smile spreading across his face as he felt no regret over his initial choice. This captain truly had the potential to lead him to vengeance. Long Zaitian's bounty 300. When Akainu had first seen this bounty order, his expression was one of utter disbelief. He hastily called the 5 elders to confirm. Only after verifying there was no mistake did he authorize its release. He couldn't fathom why a single trip to Avernairs had made Long Zaitian so valuable. Could he have discovered something? Once this news spread across the world, the hunt for Long Zaitian would undoubtedly intensify with even greater ferocity. The second bounty poster was Whitebeard's, yet the crew paid it little attention. It was after all impossibly astronomical.